Gibiate. Have you ever wondered what it would be like if they made an anime about the COVID-19 pandemic, except instead of the symptoms being fevers or coughs, you just straight up turn into a grotesque 3D animated monster? Combine that wonderful concept with a few terminally boring main characters with less personality than a cardboard box, animation that looks like it came straight out of my ass, and fight scenes that remind me of a PowerPoint presentation, and you got 2020's biggest flop of an anime, Gibiate. Hello everyone, my name is Leo Hashi, and today I watched Gibiate so you don't have to. I wouldn't really blame you if you had never heard of Gibiate until this moment. I personally literally never heard of it until the day before I started watching it, and after I finished the show, I wish that I could go back to a time before I knew it even existed, because what a massive waste of my time. I also keep pronouncing the title Gibiate instead of Gibiate, which feels like it makes sense because yeah, this show did gibate me into expecting something half decent, only to turn out to be one of the most painful anime viewing experiences of my entire life. What is Gibiate anyway? It's an original Japanese anime series produced by Yoshitaka Amano, who is known for previously working as a character designer for Final Fantasy. It was announced during Anime Expo 2019 and set to premiere at Anime Expo 2020, but we all remember what went down that year, right? Many working on this project had little experience to their names. The production studios, Lunchbox and Studio LA, were fairly unknown. The director and the writer for the series were also not like big names in the industry, but the series did have the backing of a former Final Fantasy character designer and has some bigger names working on the soundtrack for this series, so there was a pretty decent amount of hype around this anime. Sadly, this passion project was only a pipe dream that ended up crashing and burning because it turned out to be absolute trash, unable to live up to the expectations that it had set. And while initially I felt as though maybe the COVID pandemic might have gotten in the way of production, which is why it ended up being so bad, after trying to find more information about it, the only concrete thing that I was able to find was on the official GBA website, where it's written that some of the voice recording was affected due to the pandemic. From this, I came to the conclusion that whether or not the world was in a life-changing pandemic at the time, it didn't matter. Gibiate would have sucked massive ass either way. What is this show actually about? I'm gonna rip the synopsis off my anime list real quick. The story takes place in Japan. The year is 2030 and Earth has been completely overrun by a viral disease named Gibiate that turns infected people into various different monsters based on their age, sex, and race. A samurai and a ninja from the early Edo period travel together through time and arrive in a ruined Japan to aid a professor working on a cure for the virus. Together, they fight countless Gibiate monsters, outlaws, and other fierce foes on their journey to save mankind. And you know what? I'll give Gibiate credit where credit is due. I think the concept is intriguing, but that's also unfortunately where anything positive I have to say about Gibiate ends, because while the concept is there, the execution of this concept was completely butchered in a way so bad that at some point it was just genuinely impressive. Like, you'd have to try to make an anime this bad. To truly understand how horrendous this anime is, I'll have to take you on a journey to a world beyond ours, into the post-apocalyptic Earth in the Gibiate universe. I'll be going over each episode briefly while breaking down specific characters and moments so you can experience this horrible nightmare just as I experienced while watching it. And if you like watching me suffer, I've covered other bad anime too. You can check it out over here. Episode 1 of this show jumps right into the thick of it like KSI without any exposition for any of the characters, so I don't know why we should give even a single fuck about them. I'm in the thick of it, everybody knows. It's the year 2030. The world has been turned upside down by a pandemic, and in the midst of all this disaster, we are introduced to Kathleen, one of the main protagonists. She turns on a video camera and vlogs herself, telling us about the premise of the story. She's quite possibly the most bland character in the entire known universe, with her only personality trait being that she has a dead dad. I know, it sounds messed up for me to say, but she doesn't like do anything. You know, she has no notable personality traits or unique quirks. She's just reactive to everything like a full-on NPC. She's determined to make a vaccine to stop the Gibiate pandemic. I don't know where or how she plans on doing that with what medical knowledge, but hey, we can all dream. Here's the thing about Kathleen. I would try to describe her, but there really just is nothing else to describe other than that her dad is dead, and everyone she cares about mostly dies throughout the series. Kathleen feels more just like a punching bag who goes through emotional trauma rather than an actual fully fleshed out character. I see this a lot too. A character who is otherwise super bland and boring as all hell will have some kind of very tragic backstory like dead parents, and this is used as a sort of mask to cover up how shitty the character actually is beneath all of the sad shit. Like, oh, she has a dead parent, therefore she must be a well-written character, right guys? Right guys? It's the worst kind of character. Now we travel all the way back to the Edo period of Japan, where we meet our two other main protagonists in the 1600s, both men who were exiled due to different reasons. Sensui Kanzaki is a samurai who served his little little bitch of a master who desperately sold out Sensui in order to protect himself. He's perhaps the most generic cool man type samurai guy in history. Honestly, even though he may have been exiled falsely, I do think that there is one unforgivable crime he did commit, which is to be the most boring motherfucker in existence. And despite that, taking up way too much screen time, he's so bland that it's a crime. It's like if they exiled a piece of sliced bread, but at least sliced bread tastes good. Kenroku Sanada is a ninja who was exiled after killing an evil magistrate who I believe put his hands on Kenroku's wife in a non-consensual way. He didn't mean to go all the way, but whoops, TXD! Accidentally killed the dude. Anyways, Kenroku is the only one out of the 3 major protagonists of the series who has any personality whatsoever. He can be a little goofy sometimes, cocky but strong in other times, but the more I try to describe him, the more I realize that Kenroku isn't really a character. He's just a bunch of inconsistent different personality traits put together in the form of a human. He only seems interesting because the other 2 main characters are just that bland. If Kathleen and Sensui are just empty hollow caskets, then Kenroku is just a surprise box full of the most random, unnecessary bullshit that feels practically impossible to organize. While I'll continue to expand on the 3 main characters as things come up during the course of the show, I can confidently say that by the last episode, these descriptions of the characters did not change at all. They somehow remained as stagnant as possible throughout the entire series. It was genuinely impressive how hard the writers seemed to fight to not have any worthwhile character development for any one of the main characters. These 3, especially Sensui and Kathleen, made the show practically unwatchable. I think a show about 2 pieces of blank paper trying to live through the pandemic would be more interesting. And paper can't move! The paper's not alive! It's inanimate! And it won't do shit! But somehow they're still more interesting than Kathleen and Sensui. I can't. So the 2 randomly time travel into the future while being taken away on a boat and end up in the year 2030. Wow! The 2 understandably believe that they are in heaven, but honestly don't really seem that surprised about any of it. I can't tell if it's because they're stoic and hardened warriors and therefore don't get fazed by such minor inconveniences, or if the writing is just that horrendous. The 2 see a dude on the ground all f***ed up, and as they approach him, he suddenly transforms into a grotesque monster, both in universe and as an animation, literally looking like an amateur claymation project over here. These monsters are called Gibiate, I think. Like, they refer to the disease as Gibiate, but also refer to these monsters as Gibiate, and I really don't know or give a shit enough to clarify what the fuck is going on with the terminology. Anyways, yeah, the Gibiate all look like this, and no, it does not get any better. In fact, it only continues to get worse. The 2 begin to fight this monster, and we see the first fight scene of the series. It's literally a slideshow, but like, it's only the first episode, and it was a brief encounter, so it can't be that bad, right? You might think. I mean, it's already looking kind of bad. I like the concept of the show enough to be curious about it. I mean, maybe the story could be half decent, right? Man, if only. Anyways, the 2 men are saved by Kathleen, and an old man named Mayoiga pulls up in a car to pick them up. Mayoiga is a generic jolly old man with a pretty likable personality. They travel together as we learn about the lore. A pandemic broke out in Europe and was transferred all over the world. The disease is called Gibiate, and it turns human beings into various monsters based on various factors that legitimately don't f***ing matter. Anyways, this disease also came over to Japan, and the world has turned upside down. Now they fight to try and survive as they also try to create a vaccine to cure this disease once and for all. This disease is passed on to humans when a Gibiate uses its stinger to sting a human. Afterwards, it's said that the victim will begin hearing the sounds of roaring water, and it'll become louder and louder until you transform into a Gibiate. Also, they hate light for some unexplained reason, just like a generic vampire type weakness, whatever. But here's the real lore that they don't want to tell you about the Gibiate universe. There's a deadlier disease called character developmentitis. It's a disease that affects NPCs where if you show any character development in any way, you will die without fail. The first symptom an NPC might notice is usually developing an actual personality trait. After that, the symptoms may vary, but regardless of what they are, death is inevitable. Whenever I watch a show like this, I tend to latch onto any character who I find interesting because I need some way to keep myself sane while watching these awful shows. But this was where Gibiate really decided to troll me, because this show decided that no character should be interesting ever. And if a character ever shows symptoms of being interesting, then they for sure will not be surviving the series. It's almost like the show is allergic to having interesting characters. Anyways, as they ride the car back to Kathleen and Maida's camp, Sensui mentions that he's a samurai. Maida said that he has a katana at home and went to retrieve it by himself. And I would feel like it'd be safer for people to stick together during the apocalypse, but logic isn't really the show's strong point. Anyways, a very obvious death flag. The show is also also extremely predictable most of the time. I remember the moment I saw Maeda be interesting, I had a suspicion that he would be the first one to die. So we finally arrive at the camp, and Kathleen introduces the two strange men to everyone, who all begin to judge them like, hey yo, what the fuck are these samurai cosplay like weirdo chunibyos doing here, and talking mad shit. But this also doesn't really mean anything, since 99% of this camp will be dead soon anyways. We're now introduced to Dr. Yoshinaga, who has A, one of the most generic designs any anime doctor slash professor slash smart person figure has ever had, and B, his voice actor does not match his face.
私の名前は吉永だ。人を動物のように変えてしまう病気を研究している。侍や忍者がいても You
might recognize his voice as Shanks from One Piece. While it's cool that he's in this show, I'm sorry, but I think anyone else would have been a better choice as Dr. Yoshinaga's voice actor. He really nails in that NPC-ness with the way he speaks the dialogue. It's just insanely bad. It's just the blandest, least given delivery of all time. Dr. Yoshinaga is also probably the worst written character in the entire series, which in itself is an achievement because there are no well-written characters in the entire Gibiate universe, but you'll see why I say this as we go on. Dr. Yoshinaga is trying to create a vaccine to cure the Gibiate disease, but needs the main character's help in collecting samples to research. It literally sounds like one of those fetch quests, and he's the NPC just giving you that quest, and the rewards you usually get are jack shit, like this is Fallout 4. We also meet Adam, a member of the camp who is harsh with his words, but is low-key a softie inside, and Brian, a former military general. We're also introduced to Kathleen's mom, who is a lady so tragically mentally broken that apparently she is unable to tell humans apart from Gibiate, which I don't really know if I buy it considering the grotesqueness and awful appearance of the Gibiate, but fine, whatever. I'm sure the pandemic has been extremely traumatizing for those involved in it. Episode 1 kind of just ends with the introduction of the characters. It wasn't a good start for sure, but when I was watching it, I felt like I hadn't seen enough of the show to see why people said this anime was so bad. Dear God, I miss the times when I was still clueless and felt like this show had any potential. Episode 2 begins with a camera vlog interview of Sensui. I won't talk too deeply about this, but every episode starts off with like a little vlog interview of each main character where we learn a bit more about them and their past. While I do like the concept, it's not very effective when you give absolutely no shit about any of the characters that appear in the show. I mean, in essence, it's the same thing as filming a ripped piece of cardboard on the ground, then forcing the viewer to care about that piece of cardboard. At this point, something about Sensei becomes crystal clear. He's basically Kujo Jotaro from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, but with somehow even less of a personality than Jotaro. Jotaro can be considered somewhat bland by some. I would say that this bland personality is Jotaro's charm. He's unwavering, loyal to his companions, and although he doesn't show much emotion, he is a caring man who fights for what he believes is right. You can also throw in a little bit of Levi Ackerman from Attack on Titan in there. He's a badass, cool, but you also know that he's caring a lot. Sensui is basically a shitty mixture of these two characters I just said, but take out everything that makes Jotaro and Levi interesting or likable and replace it with nothing. Just hollow, empty space. The relationships between the characters are also butchered. It seemed like they would constantly tease these various friendships and relationships forming throughout the show, but never actually show us how the characters interact with each other most of the time. It would all just happen behind the scenes, and we would just be spoon-fed the information, like a mother force-feeding her child a disgusting mixture of gunk that's supposed to be nutritious. It really takes a lot away from the show. I feel like part of what makes us care about a character is not just the character themselves, but the way they integrate themselves into a series and the cast of main characters, and none of this shit exists anywhere in Gibiate. Anyways, we watch as Maeda comes back to camp in the dead of night when the Gibiate are most active and dangerous. He manages to make it back to the camp with the protection of the others in the camp, including Adam and Brian, and I'm just watching this like, I don't know, couldn't Kathleen and the others literally drive him to his place, get the katana with him, and then drive back to the camp with him all safely? I don't know, like, the conclusion is that trying to apply any logic to this show will end up just nowhere, so don't even bother. It was at this point that I was starting to find everybody but the main three characters interesting. Maeda is a jolly old man with a love for katanas, Adam is a hard-headed asshole who you know cares deep inside, and even Brian, who is still pretty much an NPC, watches his military comrades all get killed and turn into Gibiate. And can you guess how many of these three characters I just listed survive until the end of the show? The camp's lights go out randomly, and I don't remember there being any explanation for this except plot convenience. And now the Gibiate can come in and attack them in the camp. And of course, just as I predicted, Maeda hands the katana off to Sensui, but gets stung by a Gibiate in the process. This activates Sensui's serious badass mode, where his eyes glow red when he holds a katana. Wow, a true warrior. He practically becomes the blade. I can see this being cool or badass in any other damn show ever, but when Gibiate does it, it feels just extremely cheesy because there's just nothing to back up the cheese. There is zero charm coming at all from this series. During this attack, there is a genuinely freaky moment where Kathleen's mom talks to someone approaching her as if it's someone she knows, only for it to turn out to be a Gibiate. I think this is one of the only genuinely good moments of the show. It surprised me and it showed me Kathleen's mom's state of mind and how broken she actually was, rather than just having them tell us this like they do with everything else. I want more of the show, not tell storytelling, please. The campfight scene is where the show goes from, I don't see how this is so bad, to, oh no, this is bad. I don't even know if I'd call them fight scenes or fight slideshows, because that's pretty much what these are. You got these awful Oblivion NPC looking ass Gibiate, all just invading the camp, and then you see these characters sequentially fight against these enemies like 1, 2, 3. It's like watching one person puppet all these characters, and they can only move one character at a time, so the others just end up awkwardly staring while they watch as the one character does his awkward fighting animation. I think the easiest way for me to compare the fight scenes in Gibiate would be to compare them to a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure fight scene. If you haven't seen the show, I'll briefly describe a JoJo fight to you. A JoJo fight scene isn't really about the action happening on the screen, but rather the thoughts that go behind what happens in the fight that allows for the character to win against the villain. Low-key, every fight in JoJo is pretty much a slideshow. It's not like watching a Jujutsu Kaisen or Demon Slayer fight scene. Those are a lot more fluid. A basic JoJo fight would be they encounter a stand user. One of the main characters face off against them, and during the fight, we would hear the characters' inner monologues in constant dilemma and trying to figure out how to outsmart the enemy and win the fight. It's cheesy as hell, but I think JoJo is able to pull it off well because the characters are usually unique, charismatic, or someone we want to cheer for, or we want to see how they end up winning the fight. I also think it works because this is how you get to know the characters in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. A GBA fight scene is kind of like that, but they take out all of the inner monologues, which is pretty much like 90% of every JoJo fight scene. So you just get the 10% of the actual fighting moments only, which means what you get is just a shitty slideshow with no substance behind it. It literally feels like the most pointless thing to ever watch. It's not like the fights themselves are engaging enough for me to give a shit. I know the main characters are gonna survive just because they're coated in oozes of plot armor. It's not even like the animation itself is good either. It feels like a PowerPoint I made in middle school, but I would add like the transition effects in between slides and the text line flying in from the side, and I would be like, God, this is such a goated PowerPoint. It is so whack. Somehow, I found the fight scenes to be the most boring parts of this show, when I felt like it should be one of the more engaging parts. I can. Also, once again, the GBAs just look awful. Burn them all. Anyways, after the deadliest slideshow of all time, the main characters are able to survive. Sadly, we watch as Maeda passes away. He hears the sounds of running water getting louder and louder, a sign that he is going to be turning into a Gibiate soon. They put him out of his misery before that could happen, and we get some very brief flashbacks of Maeda, who had taken good care of Kathleen until then, as Kathleen cries over the loss of someone she cared about. Like I mentioned before, Kathleen's entire personality trait is crying over people she loses, and this happens multiple times in the show. I feel like losing that many people in your life will lead to some kind of character development, but Kathleen stays frustratingly stagnant throughout the entire show, like a true Skyrim NPC. Also, Kenroku dyes his hair blue for some reason, becoming a rip-off Jonathan Joestar, probably so that we're actually able to tell him apart from the generic NPC. By the end of episode 2, the issues with Gibiate were becoming crystal clear. The lore is cool, the concept is great, the characters do have the bare bones to be developed into actually likable or interesting characters. The show could be suspenseful and exciting to watch, but it's not. They took all of this potential and absolutely destroyed it into smithereens. Moving on to episode 3. This time, Kathleen vlog interviews Kenroku, and we find out that apparently Kathleen looks like Kenroku's wife from the past. Wow, what a coincidence! Honestly, I don't even know why they needed to include this, because spoiler alert, it doesn't fucking go anywhere. Another thing that's apparent by this point, the anime also just moves like molasses. I don't know how else I can describe it, okay? It's moving and it's constantly moving, but it's also moving very, very, very slowly, almost viscous-like. It's extremely painful. It also feels like the first 2 episodes were barely holding it together, like that Homer Simpson meme where all his fat is tied up so he looks shredded from the front. But starting from episode 3, the show just begins to collapse so so fast. From this point on, the characters all literally start to feel like AI or NPCs or whatever. Their conversations straight up feel like if you try to have two AIs have a conversation with each other. In fact, this entire show just feels AI generated. And it's impressive that it's not, and it's actual people that made this show. The pacing also starts to completely collapse with conversations between characters having these weird little pauses. It's almost like the characters are all NPCs, and after every line of dialogue, they have to load in the next line of dialogue and wait for it to process in the system before they actually say the damn line. It's so blatant and really takes you out of the show. Anyways, the camp is now destroyed, so now they have to move. The vaccine is apparently almost done, so they head out and try to find a place where they can complete it out or something. Adam continues to be a dickhead softie to everyone, which I somehow found charming because, well, everyone else is so f***ing boring. We also see that Brian, the military general, is genuinely a caring dude. He tells Dr. Yoshinaga that he has watched almost all of his comrades die because of this disease and that he wants a cure so that their deaths aren't meaningless. Meanwhile, Dr. Yoshinaga is still somehow very consistently inconsistent. He never looks the same way in any two frames. His characterization is just an absolute disaster, almost cataclysmic. Sometimes he seems to be framed as a caring doctor who wants to save the world, and at other times he's framed to be this sus guy with bad intentions based on the way he's drawn. Like, he looks evil sometimes, but his voice acting sounds so damn NPC and bland that you genuinely just cannot tell what they're trying to tell you about this guy. During their journey, they find a big bald dude laying on the rooftop of a building, and they decide to save him. However, they also encounter a stronger, different form of Gibiate called a Meteora, who might be the strongest Gibiate to exist, but also the ugliest, worst looking Gibiate to ever exist. Anyways, this monk, who had also apparently spawned in from the past, literally without questioning any of this, just went with the flow and helping our main characters fight the Gibiate. What an absolute mad lad. Once again, we are forced to witness a shitty slideshow presentation on how they fought against the Meteora. This show literally has all of that JoJo cheesiness without any of the charisma. It's insane. Kenroku decides to fly the helicopter into the Meteora, knocking it off the building and seemingly killing it. Kenroku survives by escaping the helicopter and hanging by his ninja thread or whatever, giving us a pretty huge fake out death. At this point, it became really obvious that they would never kill the main three characters off, so this would just take away pretty much all of the suspense that this show had for me. Oh, and remember how a few moments ago I mentioned that Brian starts to become somewhat interesting by showing care for his deceased subordinates? Well, unfortunately, he had contracted character developmentitis and therefore became destined to die. While they're fighting the Meteora, Brian gets stung by the Meteora's needle. Anyways, let me introduce to you our fourth main character, Yukinojo Onikura, who, I won't lie, sounds like he is constantly needing to clear his throat or holding back a cough. I literally can't decide on which way to describe it. He's a warrior monk who fights with a big club. He was from the era of Oda Nobunaga, an era even before the main characters, and had lost his friend in a war before almost being killed himself, only to be transported to the year 2030. I honestly don't know how to feel about this character. On one hand, I actually kind of like him for reasons I'll describe throughout this journey, but on another hand, he is just as hollow and empty of a character as everyone else, but he's just, well, a lot less hollow, let's say. I mean, the Gibiate wiki literally describes his personality as bold, firm, but delicate characteristics, which I think did a better job of explaining this character than I ever could. And that's still two more personality traits than Kathleen. Anyways, we begin to see a low-key relationship form between Yukinojo and Kathleen's mom. At this point, they've just given up on even trying to make these conversations sound or flow naturally. Every line of dialogue needs to be loaded into the system before these characters can execute their damn commands and actually say the dialogue.
出発の準備は我々がする。ついでにブライアンの足の治療も済ませてくれよ。
それじゃあ近くのモールに行って生活品を探しましょう。
It's absolutely unbearable. And Dr. Yoshinaga, dear God, his voice literally sounds like cardboard. So I can't tell you if he's supposed to be a good guy, a bad guy, or any guy. I can't with him. Anyways, Brian turns into a Gibiate at the end of this episode. Character developmentitis is a scary disease, y'all. Moving on to episode 4. Sadly, Adam had to be the one to put his best friend down. The group splits for a bit. For some reason, they decided to leave Kathleen's mom, the woman who literally cannot tell apart Gibiate and humans, as we saw earlier, with the group that was scavenging outside, rather than letting her stay in a safer place like the f***ing camping car everyone is traveling in. Why are they letting this lady wander around? Are they stupid? And predictably, she goes missing and the others are like, oh no, where did she go? Luckily, she wasn't in any danger. She was just at a museum, but like, she literally could have encountered a Gibiate and just died at any moment. They're so dumb. And what a coincidence! This museum literally had all 3 of our main characters' weapons from the past. Wow! What are the chances. We also start getting more information about Sensui and Kenraku's relationship with each other and their affiliations in the past, but to be honest, every single time we see a flashback of either of these two, it is the most boring and lame bullshit ever, and it ultimately doesn't matter in the end, so I just won't go into it. Oh no, suddenly they get attacked by Gibiate, and we are forced to witness another traumatic slideshow presenting to us on how they defeated the Gibiate and survived this time. I love how the enemies all just stand there and watch as Sensui slowly kills them one by one, like he's flying through a pool of molasses. It's so great. Anyways, they survive and meet up in a camping car with the others, minus Brian because he died in episode 3. Conveniently, Kathleen's mom is a walking history book and knows all the details of all history. So we begin entering a historical drama-like retelling of the history of Japan, and this happens a few times in the show. They'll tell us a brief history lesson of Japan, and we'll get a moment from the characters' lives before they were transported into the future. And as much as I can appreciate what they're trying to do here, as someone who is not knowledgeable in Japanese history except for some basic stuff I learned in Saturday school, this was way too much information to digest in 30 seconds of narration. It does not give any time to understand any of it, and you just have the narrator spitting historical Japanese facts at you, like Eminem going, I'm a human, what I gotta do to get it through some human animated I don't understand. Unless you took history classes in Japan about Japanese history, you're gonna have a very hard time trying to connect the dots as to what the context behind these moments are, and to be honest, these flashbacks don't even necessarily add anything to the show. It's not like Sensui becomes more interesting to us because we saw a glimpse of his past as a samurai. Sensui is just terminally boring without any cure. Anyways, we then see another character showing the first symptoms of character developmentitis. Adam. Remember how he had to kill Brian? He took Brian's dog tags and he started to stare at them sadly, but before anything happens, oh no! The car tire popped and now the Gibiate has surrounded them. Whatever will they do? We then move on to episode 5 where, oh no, the tire can't be replaced in time, so none of them might survive. I mean, who am I f***ing kidding? No, they're gonna survive. But how? Well, this time, Adam, who has a confirmed case of terminal character developmentitis, decides to sacrifice himself. It turns out that he was actually stung by a Gibiate at some point earlier off screen, and so he was doomed to die anyway. He then runs outside with a bomb into the middle of all the attacking Gibiate and lays down awaiting his death. He can be seen clearly shivering as he transforms into a Gibiate, and his last words are mommy. He then blows up, saving everyone else. I think Adam, despite being a minor character, is one that shows everything that fucking sucks about this show. I think Adam was genuinely a character with potential. He begins the show as a side character who has a very brash and harsh personality, but is deep down a good guy. It's cliche, but I can't hate it. He then has to go through killing his best friend who had turned into a Gibiate right in front of him, and trying to process the guilt he was feeling from doing that while holding onto a memento of him. And when he decides to go out and sacrifice himself, he's absolutely terrified. Of what? I don't know. Maybe he's scared of turning into a Gibiate, or he's just scared of dying. Maybe he's just always been scared and just puts on a tough face to cope with the horrors of the Gibiate pandemic. I mean, his last words were literally calling for his mom. It's absolutely horrifying to think about. That one moment, that one word a side character said told me more about this character than the show told me about Kathleen for the entire runtime. But the problem is, all of this just kind of happened behind the scenes, and all I could really do is just put the pieces together. We see literal seconds, frames of him being sat in the camping car. That's it. All by himself, staring at the dog tags, not even having dialogue with anyone else about what just happened with Brian. He just sulks there the entire time until his time as a side character runs out and he goes out to sacrifice himself. I thought this was a genuinely good idea for a character arc in a show like this, with characters who could be likable and interesting. Characters the viewers could care about and have their death scenes full of lasting impact. But no, Gibiate instead decides to throw all of this bullshit away in lieu of making room for the boring ass main characters. I hate it. Once again, Kathleen activates her one character trait and cries because Adam was someone she was very close to but died. Adam and Brian are never mentioned again after this point. We then learn more about Yukinojo. He is a pure man who respects women and despises the men who don't, and I respect that. Yukinojo then says, if there's someone I love, I can die for them. And at this point I realize, oh dear god, is this character developmentitis? I'm starting to find myself a little interested in Yukinojo as a character, but no, they wouldn't kill him off so easily. I mean, he's also a time leaper, and he's literally on the promotional material as a main character, so he's gotta be important to the plot, right? As they take a break from traveling on the road, Kathleen is randomly captured by a net. We're introduced to the lamest crime squad in history known as the Galleons. These dudes are a bunch of fucking corn dogs, dude. I'll tell you more about them later as they do come back, but just know that the boss man is a former Yakuza head, and that these guys were all convicted prisoners who were able to escape because of the Gibiate pandemic, and that they attack other humans and steal their stuff in order to survive. The boss man challenges Sensui to into a duel. Sensui literally smears his stains all over this man's face as he doesn't even bother trying. He just knocks the sword out of his hands like amateur hour. The corn dogs then run away, sealing their fate as the lamest criminals in history. They then travel to a tunnel, which of course was blocked off. Oh no, they're suddenly surrounded by Gibiate with no way to escape. As the three heroes fight against the Gibiate, someone has to go out and destroy the cars barricading the way out of the other end of the tunnel. Kathleen decides to actually do something in the show for once and goes to break down the barrier with grenades, even though it's dangerous. But oh no, she just tripped and is in danger. A Gibiate is approaching her. Is she gonna survive or is she gonna be killed? I'm sitting here on the edge of my seat. And the episode ends on this as a cliffhanger to really let that suspense sit in your mind. What's gonna happen to Kathleen? Oh god, oh no, not Kathleen. I hope Kathleen doesn't die. Episode 6 then returns to the moment where Kathleen is about to be killed. And then we get a flashback to some moment in Kathleen's past where her dad cheered her up as a child. But like, Kathleen is such a whack-ass character that I don't even care about her flashbacks or her sad past anymore. I don't care. And they really stretch out this moment of suspense. Like, Kathleen is literally one of the central characters, so no shit she's gonna survive this, at least until the end of the show. She has legit the most powerful plot armor in the Gibiate universe. I felt like if Kathleen was going to survive, which she did, it should have happened like 5 minutes before it actually happened in the episode. Kathleen is then saved by a mysterious pink-haired girl named Ayame, who looks like if a JoJo character and Zarya from Overwatch had a child. We are then once again forced to gaze upon a Kathleen flashback where she says bye to her dad for the last time. He was an American photographer who was unfortunately killed in the middle of a war zone. And is this sad? Of course it's sad. It's absolutely tragic. But death isn't a character's entire personality. It's something that contributes to the character's personality. But death itself can't really be considered a character trait, can it? There's no memorable childhood experiences with her dad other than his death that made her into the way she is today, or how her dad might have influenced her personality-wise, or anything interesting like that. She's just whack as fuck. And as if the show said the pain's not over yet, we are once again met with an awe-inspiring garbage slideshow presentation on how they managed to survive the tunnel encounter. The Gibiate models continue to downgrade in quality as well as the animation. They survive the fight and all ask Ayame to join the party. Ayame has joined the party! Everyone say hello to Ayame, a badass former cop with a stoic personality. Again, she's a character in Gibiate, so her personality is as shallow as it can be, but it's less shallow than the other main characters. We get to learn more about Ayame during a hot spring episode moment because of course this is an anime, so a hot spring episode is a requirement. Ayame tells us about her past. Her mother is Chinese, her father is Japanese, and they split because her father was a Yakuza member, which sounds familiar. But anyway, Ayame became a cop to arrest her father, and unfortunately her mother died when the Gibiate pandemic began. And while this is sad, I actually think Ayame's mother won the worst voice actress in the show.
Ayame, あなたは日の当たる道を歩いてちょうだいね。
The episode ends with the Galleons chasing the main characters on the road, and it turns out that, yep, the former Yakuza boss man is actually Ayame's father. What? What a shocking and unpredictable twist! So, yeah, episode 6 is done. Now that we're halfway through the show, I'll tell you what the characters of the show feel like. Imagine cooking a pizza. You need the dough out, you know, getting the crust ready. Then instead of putting the marinara sauce and the cheese on the pizza, you throw them into the garbage. Then you serve just the unbaked dough. That's what the main characters feel like. And then the other characters are like regular cheese pizza, still kind of boring, but I prefer it way over the sauceless, cheeseless, unbaked pizza. Episode 7 begins with the Galleon, who somehow became the most interesting part of the show at this point because even if they were basically nobodies, they still had more personality than the main characters do, which, as you know, might be a looming symptom of character developmentitis, but who knows. The boss man is Renjiro Hatonami, a villain slash anti-hero who later becomes an ally to our main characters. He's the leader of the Galleons and used to be the boss of a Yakuza. The other members are Hat Guy, Big Boy, Minion A, and Minion B. They're all corn dogs and it's somehow the best part of the show. Big Boy even has a bit where he's physically only able to cook katsu curry regardless of what ingredients they find, which is like, again, somewhat more interesting than anything the main characters have ever done. They decide to look for the main characters who, as you remember, literally allowed them to survive, but whatever. Logic is once again non-existent. We're back to the two vehicles clashing, but suddenly Meteora comes back in full clay claymation glory. The Meteora then morphs into another creature. I don't know. This is never explained, but anyways, the Galleon's vehicle is attacked and they are in danger. The main characters then save the Galleons while fighting off the Meteora. Strangely, however, the Meteora doesn't seem interested in stinging anyone with the needle. Even more strangely, the Meteora seems to be trying to talk? What is going on? Inside the camping car, Ayame is like, well, if the Gibiate kills my father, that's fine with me. And Kathleen is like, my only personality trait, dead dad, is activated. Ayame then is motivated to do something or whatever and drives a car right into the Meteora, who floats away into a river. We get an emotional reunion between Ayame and her father. Ayame tells him to fuck off since there's no point in arresting him. Sensui then faints, so they decide to find a place they could rest while he recovers. As they scavenge the area, Kathleen's mom's character development is confirmed by Kindoku, who has an inner monologue. It looks like the mother is regaining her sanity nowadays. Unfortunately, as soon as he thinks this, a hidden Gibiate stings Kathleen's mom's foot and the episode ends. It might be a bit twisted for me to say this, but I might have laughed out loud when this happened because I admittedly didn't predict this at all, but it was also so on formula. Like, Kathleen's mom started to show a sign of character development, so the show obviously had to nerf this by killing her off in the next moment. I was joking about character development-itis, but at this point, I think I straight up might be canonical. Episode 8 starts with a vlog interview of Kathleen's mom. I already can tell where this is going and I hate it. It's gonna be all sad and emotional, even though Kathleen's mom has shown less personality than a f***ing potato, a piece of food. I hate this show. Everyone realizes that Mama Kathleen was stung, and Kathleen understandably begins to freak out because her mom is most likely going to die very soon. Everyone rests, but Kathleen's mom slips out during the middle of the night without anyone noticing. Kindoku and Ayame go out to search for her while Kathleen watches over Sensui and Yukinojo stays to protect her. Kathleen finds a letter written to her by her mom apologizing for not being able to make it to the end of the journey, and Kathleen begins to cry. Very unfortunately, in this moment, Yukinojo begins to show symptoms of character development-itis. Over the past 2 episodes, Yukinojo and Kathleen had formed a sort of father-daughter relationship with each other. He tells Kathleen that he will be there for her and won't let her be alone anymore. Kathleen gives him her lucky charm and sews it onto his clothes in a very wholesome moment. Sadly, this scene had pretty much sealed Yukinojo's fate as he had hit terminal levels of character development-itis. As Ayame and Kindoku search, we see that Kathleen's mother had hidden herself in a car, hearing the sounds of rushing water get louder and louder, sadly sealing her fate. Oh no, the Gibiate are attacking once again! Yukinojo pushes Kathleen back into the building and shuts the gate to save her, and the episode ends on a cliffhanger where it really seems like Yukinojo, a man who I thought was supposed to be a major character in the series, would die. But there was also the possibility that he might survive since he hadn't really played that big of a role in the story yet, so I'm sure there must be more to his story arc, right? Well, in episode 9, Gibiate answered this question for me in the most disrespectful way possible. Ayame and Kindoku come back to a war zone where they find Yukinojo slumped over, dead, killed off screen, stung by a venomless Gibiate stinger over and over and over. As Kathleen mourns her second father figure that she just had bonded with, they find Kathleen's mother's corpse, half transformed into a Gibiate. Turns out that seeing Kathleen's mom as a Gibiate may have shocked Yukinojo for a moment, allowing him to be killed in a moment of hesitation. Very tragic. I said this was disrespectful because they decided to do all of this important shit off screen in between episodes 8 and 9. They didn't even show us a singular glimpse as to what might have happened to the 2 supposed to be important characters. They just spoon-fed us the information like we're a bunch of toddlers. It's even worse because while this is tragic as hell, they also did all this character building and bonding off screen. Like, they developed the relationship between Yukinojo, Kathleen's mom, and Kathleen basically all in the background or in extremely shallow random moments that felt like AI trying to pretend to be people. The show gave me no reason to think that all of this was something I need to care about. Here are 2 characters who arguably were a big part of the show until this point, both going through character arcs behind the scenes without us knowing, and then are both killed off screen, and then the show expects us to actually care. When I Fusro a random NPC in Skyrim and they die, do I really give a shit or feel sad about it? No! That's how shallow this fucking show is. But wanna know the craziest twist? Kathleen doesn't actually even go through any character development after this awful and traumatic event. She just stares. We see her stare, all sad. And that's supposed to be her character development or arc or whatever after losing her actual mom and her newfound father figure. That's literally not good writing. It just feels like, hey, if we make this character go through tremendous amounts of traumatic incidents, then she's automatically a well-written character, and people should care about her, right? No. Do I feel sympathy? Yeah, I mean, a girl just lost her mom and her newfound father figure in the same damn night. But feeling sympathetic is just like a human thing to feel. I mean, some feel it more than others, but I think most of us feel sympathy, right? But having sympathy cards doesn't equate to an engaging and well-written character. It's just the show trying to convince us that this is a deep and sad and meaningful show when there really isn't shit there in the first place. And I understand killing non-main characters off screen, but killing main characters off screen is bold in my opinion. Even the minor characters of the show had more of an impactful death scene than Yukinojo did. And they really hyped this dude up to be like the fourth main character or some shit. Like, is this some kind of modern torture method? Is this the anti-good storytelling movement? Like, every time any of these characters begin to show an ounce of any sort of character trait beyond basic NPC, they are pretty much 100% fated to die at this point. The only reason why the three main characters are still alive is because they are physically incapable of being interesting. By this point, it might be really obvious to y'all too, but the character writing is like impressively bad. Like, you'd have to try for it to be this consistently bad. It was continuously getting harder to care about the show. The more characters they kept killing off meaninglessly, the less of a shit I gave. I mean, characters are pretty much the backbone of a show, so of course the show will collapse if you keep breaking off parts of the backbone. Episode 10 starts with the main characters being surrounded by Gibiate again, but our favorite group of corn dogs, the Galleons, come to save them. Now the Galleons are their allies, yay! They save the main characters to repay the debt they owe for saving their lives. Nenjiro might be a piece of shit, but he's got his own code, which is respectable. Okay, so he is basically confirmed dead, because unlike the main characters, Nenjiro is actually somewhat interesting. Also, at this point, the fight scenes are literally a chore to watch through. I don't even want to describe anything about it anymore. Oh wow, Nenjiro protected his daughter, Ayame. What character development? Now they're finally understanding each other. After the fight, they all stay in a building where I think Dr. Yoshinaga's lab is located. Oh, wait, you remember who I'm talking about, right? He's the guy who's trying to create the vaccine to cure the Gibiate disease, you know? He's actually been there the whole time through everything I just described to you. He just contributes so little to anything that there was just nothing about him to bring up. And in this episode, the show finally remembers that he's a character that exists, and we start seeing him actually do other than just exist. Also, it's as if the major deaths that happened in the past 2 episodes just don't matter anymore. We watch Kathleen get sad for a few minutes, but that's it. Big Boy cooks his signature katsu curry. As they eat, the creators of the show finally remember that the main characters are literally from 400 years ago and are not from this era, so they decide to tell us that they remember this by having them talk about curry and modern medicine and them teaching that to Sensui and Kenroku. Nenjiro suddenly starts to tell lame-ass puns. He begins to talk about his past with Ayame's mother and how they used to eat katsu curry together, and it's like a pretty wholesome conversation that actually felt kind of meaningful, unlike most of the other dialogue in this damn show. Unfortunately, the character development-itis is very strong in Nenjiro, especially because he was quickly becoming my favorite character. We finally return to the original plotline of saving the world by creating a vaccine for the Gibiate virus, as Dr. Yoshinaga does one of the 3 things he does in the show: research. The other 2? He drives and, well, he exists. Ayame and her dad have a heart-to-heart where they resolve the years of their conflict in literally a few minutes. While this story arc is by no means good, it was at least doing the bare minimum by existing, I guess. Unfortunately, this just meant that it wasn't just Renjiro infected with character development-itis anymore, as Ayame had just contracted it as well. Dr. Yoshinaga says the journey is almost over, with the vaccine almost being complete. They then show us a flashback of everyone who had died up to this point, as if they expect me to give a single fuck. Moving on to episode 11, we get a vlog interview of Dr. Yoshinaga, who mentions that he had a lover a very long time ago. When asked why they split, Dr. Yoshinaga responds with, "I never said we broke up. Anyways, interview over, lol." Oh no, the Meteora once again attacks them. The vaccine is almost complete. Oh, wait. Remember how Dr. Yoshinaga mentioned that he had a lover like 2 seconds ago? Wait, does the Meteora have boobs? Wait, wasn't it trying to speak before? Oh, no way. The vaccine is complete, and Dr. Yoshinaga begins to say to himself, she'll regain human consciousness. Oh, so the Meteora is Dr. Yoshinaga's lover, or was at some point? Wow, what a twist that came straight out of nowhere. Honestly, this twist would be more impactful if Dr. Yoshinaga wasn't just a piece of fucking cardboard. Everyone fights the Meteora, but not all at the same time, mind you. No, they all fight him one by one, taking turns while the others watch. Like they're waiting for their turn at a arcade game, but somehow they actually end up killing the Meteora. Suddenly, Dr. Yoshinaga stops being a piece of cardboard and instead starts to become an illogical little brat. You see, he was really angry at them because they had killed Meteora. Wait, what? Why is he getting upset at them? Now the story decides to take the most insanely out of left field twist as they finally reveal Dr. Yoshinaga's backstory. It turns out he isn't just a piece of cardboard, but he's a piece of cardboard from another planet? What? Okay, so Dr. Yoshinaga and the Meteora are actually aliens from another planet. On his planet, if they drink the blood of a god named Soma, they gain special powers. However, if you were incompatible with the blood, then you became a failure and turned into a monster. Meteora's father was trying to create artificial Soma blood, and Dr. Yoshinaga was his apprentice as well as Meteora's fiance. One day, Meteora drank the artificial blood and was placed in cryostasis while Dr. Yoshinaga looked for a treatment. The ruler of the planet died around this time, and a war broke out over the Soma blood. Dr. Yoshinaga fled from the planet with some samples from failures, but flew too close to the sun and damaged his spaceship, separating the Meteora's cryo capsule, which also contained the other creature's blood samples. It fell down to Earth, more specifically to Europe, and Dr. Yoshinaga orbited the Earth for a while before ending up in Japan. Because Dr. Yoshinaga and the Meteora are from the same planet, they had similar brainwaves or some shit, and that's how the Meteora was able to track them down. I mean, I know, like, what the fuck? What? I'm genuinely shocked. This is an insane plot twist, but not in a good way. It's just a plot twist that basically makes everything that happened in the show feel so fucking pointless. Why did I waste my time watching this show for this stupid ass twist? Dr. Yoshinaga begins to act like a snotty little brat, saying that there's no point to a treatment anymore now that Meteora is dead. Except, I don't know, there's also the rest of the entire planet you ended up infecting because of your stupid ass, but whatever. Whine a bit more, won't you? And how is nobody absolutely livid at this piece of shit for completely lying to them the entire time about all this? I mean, he was literally the reason why the Earth was destroyed. It turns out that Dr. Yoshinaga was indeed absolutely butchered in terms of characterization. It's almost like they didn't know how to make it so he wasn't suspicious during the series until the twist at the end. So they instead just made it so he barely showed up in a series and barely interacted with any of the other characters until the last 2 episodes of the show. Now, out of nowhere, Dr. Yoshinaga is just whining about how he wants them all to die, or he can't let any of them live anymore, or whatever, and then throws an injection needle that stings Ayame, and it turns out that it's a virus that makes humans into even stronger Gibiate, basically killing off Ayame from the series for no reason at all. I guess we did see the character development-itis forming earlier, so I can't say that I'm surprised, but still, this is lame as hell. Oh, and now that Dr. Yoshinaga actually showed some kind of change in his character, that also just marks his fate with character development-itis. Rest in peace, worst character in the show. Anyway, he stabs himself with a needle too, along with the vaccine, which would allow him to transform into a Gibiate but retain his human consciousness. Dr. Yoshinaga is then all like, I want to avenge Meteora! Even though A, the entire show, he literally helped them fend off the Meteora every single damn time, and B, he could have, I don't know, mentioned to them literally anything about it? Like, hey, I want to maybe test this vaccine on the Meteora before anything else, just to see the effects, so please don't kill it. Literally anything, but none of this was mentioned or even hinted at until now. So why is he getting bitchy about this? It was his responsibility. He knew all of the truth, and everyone else was just trying to survive against an unknown virus. What the fuck? Are you an idiot? He could have said anything to at least have them hold back against the Meteora, but no, he said nothing, then got all pissy because they were just defending themselves against the danger. What an absolute idiot. Ayame unfortunately transforms into a Gibiate. She then wipes out pretty much the entirety of the Galleons, which is absolutely no surprise to anyone as they had shown signs of character development the entire time they were on screen. Ayame is killed by Sensui, and Denjiro pretty much loses everyone he cared about in like 2 seconds. Basically, max speeding his character development-itis to terminal stages. We then watch as the others allow Dr. Yoshinaga to transform into a Gibiate. Like, kill him now before he becomes a real danger! Hello? Why are they just watching him transform? God, this show is so stupid. Anyways, Kenroku fights Dr. Yoshinaga briefly before he begins to stumble towards the Meteora and getting all upset, looking like he's unable to fight for some reason. I have no idea. But instead of actually killing him when they have the chance, they just let him do his thing. I mean, the show was really bad until this point, but this episode really just became the nail in the coffin, I think. This story has lost its own plot. Episode 12 is the final showdown. I love that even the final episode is somehow still a slideshow, but I can tell they upped the budget for this episode by like 5% because things are actually moving a little bit more in this fight. Dr. Yoshinaga is literally blaming everyone else for killing Meteora. Like, I can't. Somehow, in a show full of terribly written surface level characters, Dr. Yoshinaga manages to outdo them all by being the worst written, inconsistent NPC in the entire show. It just doesn't make sense in the context of the entire series I've watched until now. But I think this might be the worst part of the entire twist ending. It turns out that the time slip was caused by the professor bringing the Gibiate to the Earth. He was using brain waves to fly his spaceship, which sounds almost comical when I say it out loud, but the ship was destroyed and the remnants orbited the Earth before becoming comets that fell. Kathleen had wished upon these comets for some kind of power, and the matter in Dr. Yoshinaga's spaceship that reacts to brainwaves reacts to her wish, using its power to grant the wish, bringing the three men from the past to the future. Like, I'm sorry, but this is so dumb. And now Kathleen gets all upset and sad because she thinks it's her fault that Yukinojo died and the other two suffered. Like, even though it's literally not her fault though. She was just making a wish. How is she gonna blame herself for this? I can't. I genuinely had to pause at this moment to yell and complain. She was wishing for power during moments of weakness and hopelessness. It's not a crime. Pinning this on her makes no sense, and her blaming herself makes no sense too. It just makes me so mad. Turns out Dr. Yoshinaga is just a piece of shit. He was just gonna save Meteora and go back to his planet while leaving the Earth to be a Gibiate-littered war zone, but
It's too late now since they killed Meteora.
the samples the main characters were collecting for him weren't for a cure after all, but rather for a vaccine that would give Gibiate consciousness without turning them back into human. He was using them the entire time. Nenjiro asks Sensui to avenge Ayame and tells Kathleen to live on for her, and then goes in and gets stung by the professor. However, like the absolute mad lad he is, Nenjiro says thank you and then blows himself up with the dynamite as he calls for Ayame. During this distraction, Sensui goes in for a swift kill. We get a bunch of extremely random flashbacks from the perspective of the professor where he remembers all of the moments he had on Earth, but I'm not even sure why they do this. Like, who gives a shit? Anyways, he gets stabbed and blown up. Predictably, the only remaining characters at the end of the series are the three characters that had absolutely no character development at all: Sensui, Kenraku, and Kathleen. As the Gibiate begin to swarm them, they all run to escape. They find a boat and Kenraku and Kathleen go on it, but Sensui cannot as he reveals that he had been stung. They have a tearful goodbye where Kathleen gives him a GPS and Sensui promises that they will meet again, and the show ends. So that is the full Gibiate experience condensed for your viewing enjoyment. Honestly, I've seen some horrible anime, but it's hard to find one that makes me this upset about it. The reason why this anime makes me more upset than something like Conception, where the story and concept are so stupid that it's hard to even take it seriously in the first place, is because Gibiate actually had the potential to tell a great story. It's not even like the characters or the concept of the show is bad. I think the ideas are actually engaging, and I just found myself feeling disappointed at the colossal waste that is this entire show. This anime tries so hard to mean something but completely fails to do so. None of the characters are interesting. The enemies literally look like the wandering animatronics from FNAF Security Breach. On God. The dialogue lines take way too long to load sometimes. The ending twist is one of the worst attempted plot twists in anything I've ever seen. It's hard to find a show that is this truly a waste of time. The only thing that changed between the time I started this anime and by the time I finished it was that I had used up a few hours of my precious time left here on the planet Earth and wasted it on this garbage. I have gained absolutely nothing from this show and lost way more than I'll ever get back. I think the anime I can compare Gibiate the most to is JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. JoJo is a very cheesy show, but that's also what makes it so charming. They really play into the cheesiness too, from the absurd story concepts, the stands, the characters and their very unique appearances, the music, and the fight scenes full of inner monologues. It felt like Gibiate wanted to be another JoJo, but ended up with all the cheese without any of the charm. And at least JoJo killed off characters after we got to know who they are and became attached to them. And honestly, I saw some people say online that the music was the only part they liked about the show, but I low-key was not really too impressed with the music. Maybe that's just me being biased because of how much I hate this show overall, but whatever. God, this show sucks. I mean, there's also that weird part about this show where it kind of weirdly predicted COVID somehow because it was announced before COVID, and then literally the next year a pandemic happened and worldwide and like shut everything down. I don't know. Conspiracy theory. Did GBA cause COVID-19? Anyway, sorry. Am I able to give like negative scores? Can I give a -5 out of 5? Don't even bother watching this garbage. It's quite literally a waste of your time. Forest Fairy 5. This absolute monstrosity is what happens when you take a children's show like Dora the Explorer, replace the characters with whatever the hell these creatures are, and instead of going on grand adventures and teaching the young audience about cool and fun things, you get this. All I know is, if I ever have kids and I catch them watching this shit, I'm gonna tell them that this is what hell actually looks like. Hello everyone, my name is Leo Hashi, and today I watched Forest Fairy 5 so you don't have to. Where do I even begin with this 3D animated low-budget mobile game looking anime? I guess first I'll explain what the hell this show exactly is. It's supposed to be an anime for young children based off of an art book called Osoteki Kinoko Gijinkazukan. It takes place in a universe where Japan is canonically known as the Anime Kingdom, and there are these things called fairy rings. These rings connect Japan to the world of fairies, where anime-chans exist. I guess these ugly little shits are called anime-chans. I cannot believe this is a legitimate anime. Anyways, we follow 5 of these mushroom-headed fairy anime-chan whatever the shits throughout the course of the series as we watch them do the most mundane shit possible. I mean, that's the basic premise of the show. They don't do shit. They just play around, and also there's this whole subplot about them wanting to be idols and become famous in the real world, while apparently there's a war brewing between the good mushrooms and the poison mushroom army, and the poison mushrooms are trying to destroy the human world or whatever the f. I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna have an anxiety attack just trying to explain this garbage to you. The best way for me to describe this show to you is, well, imagine you're staring at paint dry. It's the most boring, mundane shit, and you'd rather do literally anything else ever. But this paint drying then induces the most violent seizure imaginable. That's what watching this show is like. On one hand, you get an absolutely boring non-storyline. I feel like I discovered a new level of I don't care while watching this show that I didn't even think existed. Well, here's an example. We watched 2 of these characters play rock, paper, scissors for way too damn long. Like, they keep playing rounds of rock, paper, scissors, and they continue to play rock, paper, scissors, and we even get a fucking pop-up message in the corner that canonically tells us, oh, please give us a minute, as these 2 little shits continue to enjoy their game. And so you're sitting there staring at 2 of the ugliest creatures known to exist playing rock, paper, scissors. Teachers, if your young students are misbehaving, just put them in timeout and put this fucking show on. I promise you, they'll beg on their knees for it to stop, and they will definitely have learned their lesson. It's legitimate torture watching this mundane shit. But on the other hand, you get the ugliest, worst visuals ever. I mean, do I even really need to explain myself here? This shit looks like a mobile game, but not even a good one. I can imagine it being on one of those annoying ass scam ads where the AI generated voice is like, you can never beat this game on your first try. And it's just like the most generic game ever. Man, I'm not much of a believer in anything, but I legitimately think this is what hell looks like. And these mushroom girl-shaped creatures are actually the demons that will torture me for the rest of eternity. The animation is horrendous, okay? I've seen VTuber models that legitimately look and move better than these shroom heads. Scratch that. I've seen NPCs in a video game look and move better than these motherfuckers. I can't. The voice acting was so awful that you could just remove the word acting from it and just call it, well, voice.
わあ、綺麗なシャボン玉だね。
私嬉しくなるとシャボン玉を出したくなっちゃうの。
It literally sounds like they fucking hired random people with absolutely zero voice acting experience off the street and paid them like 1 yen each episode. And the worst part about this anime, at least in my experience, is the audio. The audio wasn't just bad. It felt like they were trying to make me go deaf or make my brain explode or something. I don't know if it's just me, but throughout the entire anime, the audio has these constant clicks that just started to drive me absolutely up the wall. You know when you record audio and the mic clips a bit because the USB was slightly pulled out? Like, I don't really know how else to describe it, but imagine the entire show just having this annoying constant digital clicking in the background. Like, bro, I watched this show on Crunchyroll, so I don't think it was my headphones or my phone audio acting up. So I thought it was actually a legitimate part of this anime, but later I rewatched some of it on a different website and the audio was totally fine. So I'm not sure if Crunchyroll just wanted to f my eardrums until they bled, but I feel like I got pranked. Either the Crunchyroll version of this anime is absolutely cooked, or my phone decided to act up that day. Either way, it made the experience way worse than it had to be. It was almost like the poor people who had to work on this show were putting these clicks in as a sort of Morse code, and they're constantly throughout the show just Morse coding, SOS! SOS! because they could not escape this absolute nightmare. And look, I joked about this whole show being seizure inducing, but I legitimately started to get a headache while watching this show. The clicking really got to me at some point. This shit straight up about to turn me into Vincent Van Gogh at some point, I swear. Just based on all of these technical mishaps that the show has, I can't imagine a singular body cell of any human being ever taking this show seriously. Even if I was still a kid watching this, I'd see this and probably end up vomiting all over the place and then cry about how much I miss Blue's Clues. Hell, these characters make the Teletubbies look cute and cuddly. I don't know about you, maybe it's a controversial opinion, but I always felt like Teletubbies are ugly as shit. The only decent part was some of the music, okay? It was pretty catchy sometimes. Before I tell you a bit more about the actual story and characters, I'm gonna be honest and say this. There's actually 2 seasons of this show, Forest Fairy 5, and then the sequel, Yosei Land Mukashibanashi, or Fairyland Folktales. It's listed on Crunchyroll as season 2, but A, I couldn't bear to watch any more of this garbage after 1 season, and B, I decided that since it's technically a sequel, I'll save it for another video. Anyways, let me tell you a bit more about the world of Forest Fairy 5 and the wonderful characters. Every episode of the show begins with this long ass intro. You get the intro song and narration where they tell us that Japan is the anime kingdom and that beyond the fairy ring is a world full of these creatures called anime-chans. And then you get a title card that says the kingdom where you can meet anime-chans. And if this makes no sense to you, then we are exactly on the same page. I guess this is supposed to be like, hey kids, anime is real and it exists everywhere around us. Look at this magic. Ugh. Then you get this narration telling us a bunch of lore about how there's a war going on. The mushroom fairies are in a battle to protect humanity from the evil, poisonous mushroom kingdom. And it's in every single episode, and it's always an entire minute long. Now let me introduce to you the main 5 mushroom girls. Muscaria, the centermost character of the show, and a poisonous mushroom girl who, unlike the other evil poisonous mushrooms, is interested in humanity and apparently grows up to lead the resistance against the poisonous mushroom army. Before I move on, the thing about all this lore that I just explained to you is, well, it legitimately doesn't matter. Like, I could have not known any of this stupid ass backstory and the show would have been the same exact garbage. My life would be no different. In fact, part of me wishes I didn't even know any of this because this lore is one of the most pointless things to ever exist in anything ever. It doesn't add anything of value to the show because the rest of the show has nothing to do with the lore anyways. And it's basically just wasting my time every time I start a new episode and I have to spend those precious few seconds to scrub past the goddamn intro sequence every single time. It's very petty of me to say that, but hey, those seconds add up, okay? Anyways, here are the other main characters. Virosa, a tomboyish mushroom fairy with a special ability to shoot PNG files that look like laser beams. She was the second character to be introduced in the show, and you think she'd actually continue to show up in the anime, but she fades into background NPC status for like more than half of it. Porcini. Porcini is a mushroom fairy with a love for cooking. She's so in love with cooking that she constantly practices an air frying pan motion. Yep, and also when she gets hyped, she like goes on fire or something, like, okay. Caludosa is a mushroom fairy who first appeared in the show trapped in water. Since she's the fairy of water, she always needs water around her to survive, and so she's been unable to leave her lake, leading to her having no friends. Big sad. Turns out, she literally just needed to carry a fucking bottle of water around. Wow! Someone buy her a fucking hydro flask or whatever other overpriced plastic cups that everyone likes nowadays. This is so dumb. She, along with Virosa, turns into background NPC status for half the show anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Finally, we have Mai, a dancer who is so shy and insecure and socially anxious that she literally just never attended school. It was to the point where she was apparently called the legendary Mai because people didn't actually know if she existed or was just a mythological creature like the Yeti or something. But then suddenly she gets over the social anxiety like it never existed in the first place, and now she's friends with everybody. Wow. There's also the narrator. His name is Jojo, and the show is seen from his perspective, I think. I don't even know what the hell Jojo actually is. He says he's a fairy, but he's able to traverse from the human world to like the fairy world or something. I don't really know or care, to be honest. But this guy sounds like he's being forced to voice act for this show with some kind of threat of physical violence. And as he's recording every line, some big burly dude is just standing over his shoulder and watching his every move menacingly.
嘘みんなどこ行ったのちょっと僕一人にしないでよ
Every episode of the show is about a few of these characters, like 2 or 3 characters at a time. In every episode, they talk about mundane, everyday shit and learn some random shit that they try to pass off as a life lesson to the children watching, but it really doesn't mean jack shit. The show is basically 13 episodes of nothing. Like in one episode, they teach us what winter is, because apparently kids have never heard of the concept of seasons or know what a winter is. Is this show made for embryos? In another episode, we sit there and watch 3 of these mushroom heads playing red light, green light. And man, if you thought Squid Game's red light, green light scenes were intense, this is gonna blow you out of the water. They should have had Gi-hun play this version of red light, green light. There's one episode where 2 of the girls play a really popular Japanese word game called Shiritori, which is a game where you say a word and then the other player takes the last character of the word and says another word starting with that character. Then the other player takes the last character of that word. You get the gist of it, right? So when I say this was mundane to watch, I mean mundane in all caps, because holy shit. We just watch these 2 characters play this word game, and that's it. And then we get a canonical caption saying,
Please be patient with us. They might take a while to play this game.
like, okay, why the f are you wasting our time? I'd rather play the damn game myself at this point than watch 2 ugly-ass 3D mobile game looking ass heads do this for another minute. The only part I maybe liked about this show was when Paludosa looked like she was about to deadass strike the meanest T-pose out of nowhere. Also, the main characters begin chasing a dream of becoming an idol in the real world, and it really did just come out of nowhere. But every episode ends with them dancing to a catchy song like actual real life idols. And as we watch the dance, all I have to say to these 5 is, well, good luck. And because the show is called Forest Fairy 5, you'd expect the show to have episodes where all 5 of them are hanging out or adventuring together or literally doing anything within the same vicinity of each other, but we don't actually see all 5 of them in a scene until like the end of the show. Like I mentioned before, 2 of the main characters are just sealed away into the abyss for half the show. I don't even get why they're focused on the concept of having 5 of them if 2 of them aren't even gonna show up 90% of the time. There's a thing called the mirror that's high up in the sky, and it apparently connects the human world to the fairy world, or you can see the other world through it or something. Anyways, there's a few moments in the show where this real life lady shows up in the mirror and has a conversation with the mushroom girls. And when I say these scenes are an absolute spectacular cinematic masterpiece, I mean it, okay? This lady first shows up as a nurse, then she shows up as an elementary school teacher, and a few other times as different people with different jobs, but she gets called out on it by the mushroom girls every single time, like, hey, aren't you that same lady from last time who was supposed to be a nurse? And then the lady is like, huh? Who are you talking about? Like, girl, okay, come on, you ain't convincing anybody. Also, something really funny to me as a video editor is that it's really clear when they cut her scenes to match the dialogue with the mushroom girls. The hard cuts are so obvious that I don't even know how to react. They really be half-assing this shit in the editing room. I think my favorite scene was when another random lady shows up in the mirror, like completely different this time, and she's just laughing the entire time, and the mushroom girls are like, is this lady okay? And the lady is like, oh, I just got fired from my job, so now I'm really struggling with money. So I decided to eat this random mushroom to save money because food is expensive. And now everything looks funny. And the mushroom girls are like, you should probably go to the hospital. And she's just like, okay, time to go to the hospital. What the fuck? And I'm just like, this is a fucking kids show? I mean, most of this show is basically like, you know, the kind of small talk that genuinely doesn't matter to anyone else but the people actually in the conversation. This entire show is like that. We're basically just being forced to watch other people's small talk. I don't care. There's also another segment of the show focused on these 2, whatever the hell these balls of shits are. The yellow one's name is Yellow and the pink one's name is Pink. Yup. Anyways, they just appear out of nowhere without any explanation as to what the hell they even are or who they are or what they're doing here. They're just floating around, having absolutely no relation to the main characters, and that's it. I think this part of the show was actually the best part of the show, at least for the first half of the series. The 2 always bring up some random topic. Pink always finds a way to make it about herself like a narcissist, and Yellow usually ends up humbling her in such disrespectful ways that I couldn't help but actually laugh out loud. There's one moment where Pink talks about changing your perspective to try to understand other people's viewpoints and come to an understanding, which is surprisingly not terrible advice coming from this show. But then Yellow absolutely pulverizes her by saying, what you're saying is right, but from any and all perspectives, you're an all talk, no walk type of person. And then Yellow just floats away. Like, What the f was that savagery, bro? Then there's another moment where Yellow and Pink decide to take a swim in a lake. Pink talks about how the lake is good for your skin and makes your face look smaller, so she goes in the lake around 3 times a week. Yellow then responds with, I guess you should maybe up that to 5 or 6 days a week. Who is this Yellow f and what is this absolute disrespect? I genuinely thought this was the funniest part of the show, but halfway through the show, unfortunately, Pink just disappears off the surface of the planet, and the subplot becomes Yellow falling in love with this new character called Orange, who constantly plays hard to get and actually treats Yellow like shit a lot of times, but then Yellow begins to simp for her and continues to simp for her, even changing his own color to blue, because Orange was like, blue is such a manly color, oh my god. But then when he showed her his new blue appearance, Orange is like, blue is such a gross color, black is the manly color. This whole part of the show really fell off, bro. Like, it was so good for a few episodes. I miss when Yellow was a savage, and I hate this new simpy, no backbone version of Yellow. Way to ruin a good thing. I feel like kids shows, no matter how childish they might seem to the average adult, they exist for a reason. I mean, no adult is actually going to unironically enjoy Forest Fairy 5, right? I hope. And if there is an adult that does unironically enjoy the show, then I think that might be an indication of a bigger problem with that individual more than anything else. I think kids shows can be really good for introducing kids to new concepts and ideas that could potentially affect the way they see the world and take in information. And because Forest Fairy 5 is a kids show, I wanted to sort of deconstruct it from the perspective of a kids show. What kind of stuff is this show attempting to teach the youth who end up being subjugated to this torture? What kind of valuable life lessons can kids take away from this show? One of the lessons that they decided to teach the kids was body image issues. Jesus Christ. Okay, let me explain myself. So at some point, the girls are talking about what they did for New Year's and they're playing charades. One of their answers was that, well, she ate a little too much on New Year's, so she's now immediately on a diet to cancel that weight gain out. Which sounds like it's a really, really healthy mindset to teach very young children. Y'all, if you eat too much in one night, it's the end of the fucking world and you must immediately go on a crash diet or else your value as a human being will go downwards. And you might think that it's a bit of a stretch and that I might be over exaggerating, but here's another moment in the show. When they're talking about winter, they bring up snow and how fun it can be to make snowmen. Muscaria finds a picture of a regular old snowman and she's like, wow, I'd want to date him, which, okay, weird, but sure. And then Virosa is like, him? Him? The fat, chubby, pale one? Him? What? Like, she's like appalled that Muscaria wants to date him because he's fucking fat. I shouldn't be laughing, but like, what is this shit, bro? And Muscaria is like, haha, I'm just kidding. And the other girls are like, thank God. Like, what is going on here? What is this show, bro? What an absolutely incredible message to teach kids. Personality or having a connection with someone else doesn't matter for jack shit if the other person looks like a giant snowman. Yeah, let's start the body image issues real young, guys. I mean, Japan already has a huge rampant struggle with body image and weight and self-esteem. So clearly the best thing to do is hand this information down to the younger generations as if it's a normal, healthy thing to think and do, right? Again, maybe I'm just looking too deeply into things, but bro, kids are impressionable. And then imagine being told as a kid how important your body shape is constantly. Obviously, that's gonna make you insecure and feel like shit about yourself if you're not like a standard. You know what I mean? Like, out of everything a kid's show could highlight, this is what they're gonna put in the show. I guess this probably just says a lot more about Japanese society more than anything else. And maybe it's also my personal experience where, like, if I gain like 10 pounds and like my relatives from Japan will notice and be like, yo, you're so fat now, what the f? Like, okay, they're not that mean about it, but like, weight is something that constantly seems to come up with Japanese society. I mean, I guess other than that, remember that lady who was always showing up as a different person? One of these times she shows up as a maid working for a maid cafe. And I don't know, maybe it's just me being a bit oversensitive to these things, but is this really something you should be showing or teaching a kid? Because this lady is like, well, maids are the fairies of the human world, and we serve our masters that come into the maid cafes. Moe moe kyun!
Moe kyun. Come on, moe kyun. Moe kyun. Yay!
I don't know, maybe I'm overreacting here, but it seems a little insane to me that this is the kind of stuff that they decide to teach the kids watching this kids show. And there's one episode that's clearly sort of like propaganda-ish. I don't know what other word I could use for this, but the entire episode is about finding work as an adult and how working is this amazing thing and you do it to make someone else happy and everyone should love working like it's this wonderful, amazing thing. Which sure, we as humans, we need to work to survive and get our essentials. Absolutely. That's just a fact of life. But seeing the way they constantly praise work, they're just kissing the concept of working's ass, and then also knowing Japan's extremely toxic work culture, it really just feels like this show is telling kids, guys, working is good, okay? Working is good. So grow up and work like a good little boy or girl, okay? Like they're just trying to convince you that it's all roses and it's this wonderful thing, when the reality might be pretty far from that, especially in Japan. Or the whole subplot with Yellow and Orange, where Orange constantly treats Yellow like shit, which in turn makes Yellow, for some reason, continue to fall in love with her harder, to the point where he changes his entire being to fit the standard that she likes, and Orange continues to be a piece of shit to him regardless. This whole subplot feels weird to include in a kids show. I don't know. To me, it's almost like they're saying that this behavior is normal, or it's okay, or something, and it's not unhinged at all from either side. The bottom line is, a lot of the stuff they included in this kids show really didn't feel like stuff that you should be teaching children, especially when they're at their most impressionable. Not to say that kids shows are that important, but I feel like there's a certain responsibility that comes with making a kids show where it might be really easy to like screw up some kind of messaging or put in something weird that like a kid should not grow up knowing or thinking it's normal, you know? But again, this is all just my opinion. Maybe I'm just going crazy. I don't know. I mean, I don't fucking know. I am going crazy. Bottom line is, this show is an absolute mess. It's like a toilet after a night of drinking too much. It looks disgusting, sounds disgusting, probably smells disgusting, and to market this trash as a kids show honestly feels like it should be considered a crime. Obviously, for legal reasons, that's a joke. If this is what they're trying to feed the younger generations, then I have even less hope for the future. Thankfully, I haven't seen anyone who thought the show was remotely good, so I think I can relax knowing that no adult will ever show their kids this garbage. But also, the fact that this was released as a kids show is like, what the fuck? I feel like there's not much else to say about this show at this point, other than, God, I can't believe there's a whole sequel to this garbage. I'm gonna need a few months at least to forget about this nightmare before even attempting to revisit the series again. I'm gonna give Forest Fairy 5 a fuck this shit out of 10 score, because I can't even think of an actual score to give it. It just hurts to watch, okay? Twinkle, Nora, Rock Me. Have you ever had a dream so absolutely insane that decades later you can still remember what that dream was? When I was like 10 years old, I had a nightmare where my family and I were on a skiing trip, staying in this random ass cabin in the middle of nowhere, and suddenly we're under attack by some sort of lizard creature. Obviously, we ran away and hid from this Mark Zuckerberg wannabe because we didn't want to die. The last thing I remember is opening up the cabinet below the sink and shoving my ass in there so f***ing hard. Wait. And shoving my ass in there as forcefully as possible, and I hit my head so hard that it woke me up in real life. There was nothing better than that moment of relief of realizing that I wasn't actually under attack by a lizard monster and my family was safe. Anyways, Twinkle, Nora, Rock Me basically feels like that sort of absolutely insane and twisted dream that you just want to escape from, because otherwise a spooky, scary lizard monster will attack you and your entire family. Hello everybody, my name is Leo Hashi, and today I watched Twinkle, Nora, Rock Me so you don't have to. Twinkle, Nora, Rock Me, which, oh my gosh, that name is a fucking mouthful, is an obscure-ass 1985 anime OVA with a runtime of only 30 minutes, yet managed to score an impressive 3 out of 10 on both My Anime List and IMDb. The anime is based on a 1980 manga called Nora no Hakobune, or Nora's Carry Boat? Oh god, my ignorance is showing, I'm sorry. This OVA is actually a sequel to another OVA called Nora, which also has a pretty abysmal rating of 4.32 out of 10 on My Anime List. But after watching Twinkle, Nora, Rock Me, I honestly could not bring myself to watch another second of anything relating to this franchise, because I think it genuinely would have given me brain damage. So what's up with this horrendous anime? Why is it so bad? Well, let's go on a journey through space and time, shall we? The anime begins with this random T-posing magician dude giving us some narration about a bewitching girl that's gonna end the world is coming. Which, what the fuck? Okay. We are then forced to witness a very scary and traumatizing hostage situation in which a girl is taken hostage by this criminal in 2 frames per second. And the police all surround this guy trying to save the girl. This might be the least threatening hostage situation in all of history. To call this scene a slideshow feels like it's doing all slideshows in the world injustice. Because at least a slideshow lets you add some cool animations like the text flying in and shit. Or at least some slideshows actually teach you something. But this is just ass. Looks like when I tried to run The Witcher 3 on the lowest settings on my garbage ass laptop 10 years ago. It feels like baby's first Lego animation, you know? Those animations where you take your small Lego people and move them just like a smidge, like a milli-inch. Take a picture, move it another milli-inch, take another picture, and then you organize these pictures to make them look like a cool little animation sequence. Milli-inch is a real word now, by the way. Except if you didn't make these movements small enough or made the frames last even a millisecond too long, it just looks janky and amateur, and that's what this entire sequence looks like. Anyways, in comes Nora Scholar, our main protagonist of the story. Who is Nora? I have no idea. Okay, I mean, I said that as a joke, but also like dead ass. I don't really get the deal with this girl. I think she's supposed to be like a bounty hunter with some magical powers, except we don't know what these magical powers really do exactly. And straight up, I don't have the energy to give a shit enough to even try to understand it. She's also supposed to be this bewitching girl with lots of charisma, you know, like when she walks in the bar, all the heads turn to her kind of personality. You know, it's the guy she tells you not to worry about versus the guy she, whatever, I forgot the fucking meme, but you know what I'm talking about. At least I think that's what she's supposed to be. I'm definitely making a lot of assumptions in this video. Anyways, Nora manages to save the girl and defuse the hostage situation with her bewitching magical powers. And the police chief is all like, I have a mission for you. Nora then is sent to another planet to hunt down a notorious criminal who is wanted by the police. The animation at this point, well, stops being a slideshow and becomes somewhat of an actual animation, I think. It's not an abysmal 2 frames per second anymore, but that doesn't really mean it gets that much better either. She ends up walking into one of the grossest bars in the entire universe, and all of these burly ass men are staring at her, you know. And look, not to judge books by their covers, but like, I don't know, it seems like seeing a woman on this planet is like the equivalent of finding a legendary Pokemon or witnessing the Yeti or some shit. Like, on this planet, women are considered cryptids. This is also confirmed when they try to like grab her or like jump on her and shit. And they're all like, hey little lady, don't be too stuck up, you know? Like, maybe I was right to judge the book by its cover this time. I mean, it's the 80s, man. I don't know what else we can expect at this point. I mean, back then it was kind of normal to like dub a Godzilla movie with like the most racist ass Japanese accent ever and call that like a normal dubbed movie, you know?
And don't let it get in here again.
I'm sorry. I was looking for her.
Oh, Gojira type shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm Japanese. Can I say that? Anyways, Nora uses her magical powers and absolutely destroys these dudes. We then see this big burly bald dude named Tochino who straight up needs to be locked up in prison or something because he's definitely 100% a danger to society. Like the first frame we see him, he's literally harassing another poor lady and making her uncomfortable. Then as he gets up and bashes all the other dudes out of his way, he's drooling because, well, women. Oh my god, a woman. Oh my god. I'm going crazy, man. Apparently, this dude, Tochino, canonically goes wild when he sees a pretty lady. Like this alpha male basically going feral like a werewolf. Except if the full moon was replaced by a pretty lady, you know? Every time he sees a pretty lady, he's just like, anyways, Tochino begins to attack Nora, but Nora's like, you have a bounty on your head, but I didn't come here to arrest you. I'm just looking for your older brother, Fujiro. And I'm just sitting there like, I mean, why wouldn't you arrest this guy? He's not just a danger to all women. I think he's a danger to all people in general. Tochino is a walking erect penis because he can't even hear her anymore. He's just so feral, so overcome by his beastly instincts that all he can do at this point is just scream, I want woman, and just fucking attack her no matter what Nora says. But of course, Nora absolutely destroys this gooner with her undefined magical powers, but Tochino unfortunately escapes. Out of nowhere, one of the witnesses of this incident, Max, is like, wow, that was insane. And suddenly the two just form a friendship straight out of nowhere. Max is a short king, okay? okay? He's respectful, he wants to dance, and is willing to fight for what he believes is right. I think. Again, I'm going off of a lot of assumptions here. Max tells Nora that she needs to run away. Now that she's attacked Tochino, his older brother, Fuchiro, is going to kill her. This is perfect for Nora though, because Fuchiro was her target anyways. Apparently, Fuchiro is also a magic user just like Nora. And Fuchiro's also the ugly magician dude that showed up in the beginning of this OVA. Dude, I don't fucking know. Anyways, we also see Tochino and Fuchiro scheme and talk about their evil shit or whatever. But these two villains somehow managed to have negative points in their charisma stat. Okay, they have negative riz. Wherever they are, I would just like to be as far as possible from either of these two. Tochino is the meathead who is like, I gotta kill her. Ooga booga, I gonna kill her next time I see. And then Fuchiro is like the more calm and collected older brother who's like, you can't kill her. You need magic to fight magic. Whatever. I don't even care. We learned that Max wants to become a dancer. But because this planet they're on sucks absolute ass, you know, with all the criminals and shit running around, he can't. Nora then begins to encourage Max. She takes some sticks and begins to whack on a pole like she's playing music or some shit. And I guess, I don't know if this is part of her superpowers or not, but she begins to play like actual music on the pole. I don't know where this music is coming from. And we are forced to witness perhaps one of the greatest sequences in animation history, which is Max and Nora's dance scene. Oh no, what's gonna happen? What's about to happen? No, stop. No, what is... Stop, please. No, no. No! Not him dancing in 1 frame per second. I can't. This can't be real. This is it. Hold on, I need like 5 minutes. What is this? He just told us that he wants to be a dancer full time. With what moves, bro? This should be a new TikTok dance. This dance scene was quite possibly one of the most horrendous, I mean, one of the most amazing and life-changing things that I've ever been forced to witness. I mean, like, what else can I say here? Look at these absolutely beautiful moves that Max and Nora are striking. You wish you could dance like this. No, every single K-pop artist is quivering at the sight of this dance, okay? Sorry, Bangtansonyondan, aka BTS. Move the f over, because Max and Nora can dance way better than you. Come on, look at this dance. Look at them dancing. Wow, I stan Nora. I stan Max. Oh my god, I stan them so much. Anyway, the two then go confront Fuchiro and Tochino in one of the most bland anime battle scenes I've ever seen. Predictably, Fuchiro and Nora blast each other with their strongest unexplained magical spells, and wow, how crazy, how engaging, how epic is this battle scene. I wanna die. Max is attacked by Tochino, who thankfully, again, literally has a penis instead of a brain in his skull. So he's defeated by Max by running away. And because Max is such a short king, he runs through a small space between some rocks. And Tochino, again, because he's a fucking idiot, tries to follow him, but he gets himself stuck in the smallest crevice and is defeated. Fuchiro is, of course, defeated by Nora, who is just a stronger magician or esper or whatever the fucking word is. Bada bing, bada boom. Wow! 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 The brothers are arrested, and the OVA ends with Nora and Max dancing on the stage at the bar from earlier, and everyone's like, hell yeah, killing it, y'all. It was like watching a BTS concert, and you know, the fans have that like light that they swing around. You know, it's kind of like that environment, except the dance doesn't get any better than before, even with this brighter and more positive environment. And look, maybe I should give this anime OVA a bit more leeway with some of the things I made fun of, you know. Maybe I'm being a bit too harsh on it. Maybe I'm being a bit too mean about it. But like, but come on. Some of this shit like just does not fly, even for 80s, man. Please. And that's basically the entirety of Twinkle, Nora, Rock Me. It's a 30-minute fever dream with the pacing of a dying flipbook and the charisma of a wet sock. I genuinely came out of this experience dumber, but at least I can say I'm alive, I guess. You know, I think I'm gonna be a sheep and just agree with the overall score and just give this garbage a 3 out of 10. Because this shit sucks, but at least the dance sequence was memorable in some way, shape, or form. Magical girl sight. Imagine you're an anime girl. And imagine you've gone through one of the most awful and traumatic situations in your life, and while you're reeling from the pain, your laptop suddenly opens up to a strange website, something like www.magicalgirl.com. It offers you a magical power that could completely flip your life upside down. And of course, because, well, you've just gone through something traumatic, you don't really question it that much and you just accept it. Suddenly, you're given a magical wand and you're thrown into the midst of complete chaos where magical girls are unaliving each other, and the power that was supposed to make your life better actually just made it 100 times worse. This anime is what happens when you take the concept of a magical girl anime and add so much edginess that just even thinking about this anime could give you a paper cut. This anime tries to tell a deep and meaningful story about mental health, depression, and finding hope in an unfortunate and horrible world, but ends up actually just treating mental illnesses like different Pokemon types. Like, we got a depression type Pokemon, an anxiety type Pokemon. I made a poll recently for my members to decide which anime I should review next, and Magical Girl Sight won by a landslide. I didn't really know what to expect going in. All I heard was that it was like an edgy teenager wrote a magical girl anime, and I clapped my hands together like a little brat, ready to roast the ever-living shit out of this garbage. So I was right, but I was also wrong. This show is pretty trash, but it's also not the worst thing I've ever watched. In fact, I think this is the most conflicted I've ever felt about an anime I reviewed on this channel, because there are aspects of it that I really truly did want to like, but ultimately the show ended up shooting itself in the foot many times during the duration of the 12 episodes. Hello everybody, my name is Leo Hashi, and today I watched Magical Girl Sight, so you don't have to. Before I move on, I'm just gonna throw in a giant trigger warning for this video. This anime does deal with some very heavy topics, including self-harm, suicide, abuse, and sexual assault. So if any of these topics make you uncomfortable, please watch with a lot of caution. I'm also gonna be straight up and let you know that, yeah, unfortunately, a lot of words are gonna have to be censored for this video, okay? I know some people don't like that, and it's not like I want to censor everything too, but hey, bills have to be paid, and YouTube can be pretty head-ass with these things. So yeah, I'm gonna be a basic YouTuber and say stuff like unalive and whatever because I have to. Magical Girl Sight is a 2018 anime based on a manga of the same name. It has a 6.52 out of 10 on my anime list and a 5.9 out of 10 on IMDb. Compared to some other anime that I've watched and reviewed on my channel, these scores are surprisingly decent, which I guess isn't saying a lot because on an American report card, these scores would still be considered an F. Wait, actually, I think the My Anime List score would be considered a D. Either way, still not great. I think the easiest way for me to explain my thought processes and feelings about this edgy mess of a show would be to go through each episode and explain to you the events that happen. Alright, now let's dive into the first episode, which is basically the same thing as diving headfirst into a pool of lava in Minecraft and losing all of your precious diamond goodies. All jokes aside, episode 1 of this show might be one of the most brutal, over-the-top horror shows that I've ever seen in anything. After a mid-ass opening song, we meet Aya Asagiri, the main character of the show. Her first line of dialogue is, "I think about death every day." And the first thing we see is her, well, trying to step into the tracks while a train is coming at her full speed, but she snaps out of her trance-like state and she realizes what she just tried to do. What a start to the show, huh? Anyways, we now spend the next 15 minutes or so just watching this poor innocent girl go through some of the nastiest, most awful abuse I've seen in anything. It feels like I'm just having trauma shoved down my gullet over and over again without any moment to actually breathe. When she goes to school, she opens her locker to find her shoes full of razors and other nasty shit. Someone put some nasty gunk on her chair in the classroom, and her desk has all sorts of terrible stuff written on it, things I'm not gonna be translating or saying out loud. And even if this is a visible thing in that classroom, her teacher just tells her to sit down. Like, bro, are you blind or just a terrible teacher? Then we get to watch her get beaten up by a group of bullies. Not just once, mind you, but multiple times throughout this episode. At some point, even shoving her head down a toilet multiple times. Like, it's fucked wrapped up, and at some point, I just started questioning, why was I even having to watch this? We also learn about her home life. Her mother seems to be a bystander, while her father is an awareness-lacking dolt who puts way too much pressure on her older brother Kaname and his education and future. And I guess this pressure was too much for Kaname, as he is now a sadistic piece of human garbage who sees Aya more as a punching bag than a sister. Her brother constantly abuses her in order to quote-unquote relieve the stress or whatever, but he's laughing like an absolute maniac every time he does this, and he actually seems to relish in this process of stress relief with the heaviest quotation marks physically possible. Kaname is, well, he's the worst. I hate him so much. The one thing that gives Aya any reprieve from all of this is a stray cat that she sometimes feeds and bonded with. She even got this cat a little collar as a gift. Aww, at least there's one thing that gives her a bit of reprieve from all of this horrible abuse, right? I can finally take a breather from having to witness this poor girl go through some of the most horrible shit caused by some of the most comically one-dimensional and evil characters I've ever seen. Well, the writers heard my little plea for a break, I guess, and decided to double down on the traumatizing edginess instead, because unfortunately, one of the bullies actually saw Aya interacting with the stray cat. One night, a web page on her laptop opens up to a website called the Magical Girl site. A creepy ass image of a girl shows up saying, "I'll give you magical powers." The page is like, "How unfortunate, how unfortunate," and tells Aya that they could give her a magical power, but Aya's like, "Fuck this shit," and closes the page before the monologue can even finish. The next day, on the way to school, Aya sees that people are gathered at the train tracks, and although she doesn't look directly at what had happened, it was very obvious that a stray cat was unfortunately hit by the train. And we all know who fucking did it, right? Aya opens her locker to find a gun with a heart-shaped barrel and a message from the Magical Girl site. And once again, we are forced to watch Aya be horribly bullied by her comically evil bullies. Who the fuck is enjoying this shit? Oh, and it gets even worse because this upperclassman who looks way too fucking old to be in high school comes into the room and he's all like, "I can pop her shit." Bro, are you fucking kidding me? What? Is this real? Jesus. So yeah, I won't go into the nitty-gritty of it, but basically he attempts to sexually assault her, but she shoves him off and runs away. The bullies are just sitting there watching and going, "Hell yeah, go get him!" Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? How messed up in the head do you have to be to actively cheer this kind of behavior on like it's the goddamn Super Bowl? Like, at this point, these people around Aya who constantly torment her just feel comically evil. And it's not even the good kind of comically evil either. I know I bring this character up a lot in my videos, but Dio from JoJo is a big example of a character I find to be comically evil, but also extremely charming in a weird way and entertaining to watch. In fact, Dio's definitely done things that can be considered way more evil than these bullies in Magical Girl site. What separates Dio from these bullies though is that Dio isn't just a one-dimensional clown show. He's got a lot going on, whether it's his charming personality or his iconic screaming noises like or whatever he does in the show. Muda, 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 muda. The human villains of Magical Girl site are basically all just one-dimensional pieces of trash that make the show really hard to watch. The bottom line is, this is a show, a form of entertainment, and we watch shows to be entertained. The people around Aya did the opposite of making this show entertaining. Every time they were on screen, all I could do is just roll my eyes and groan because these villains are not entertaining to watch. Anyways, Aya hides from the bullies who give chase. She is unfortunately found by the upperclassmen who holds her down to sexually assault her again. This has to be a record for something, right? Like, having 2 attempted scenes in a single episode has to be a record of some kind. One of the bullies then takes out the collar given to the stray by Aya earlier and is talking about how the guts were everywhere. Oh, Jesus. As she's being actively held down by the upperclassmen, and I'm just watching this like, why am I watching this? What the fuck? This is trashy as hell. Aya, driven into a corner, takes out the heart-shaped guns and shoots it towards them. A giant heart comes out of the gun and makes the 2 pieces of shit disappear into thin air until a loud noise is heard from the train tracks. It was the bully and upperclassmen getting hit by the train. Aya obviously is shocked as she begins to cry blood, which apparently is a symptom of using the magical wand or whatever. She locks herself in a room after this incident. Back in school, the bullies begin taking their anger and sadness out on Aya, saying, "You're the only one who has a grudge on them," even though they started the bullying in the first place. But anyway, the main bully, named Sarina, a character so detestable that every time she was on screen, I just wanted to turn the show off, takes out an actual box cutter and attacks Aya, to which even the other bully is saying that it's too much. When you got one of your comically evil minions saying that you're going too far, then you genuinely might be going a bit too far. are, maybe, for real? Anyway, before anything can actually happen, time stops. A classmate of Aya's, Tsuyono Yatsumura, steps in to save her. She has a magical power in which she can stop time. She takes the box cutter from Sarina's hands and uses it onto Sarina to cut her, not deep enough to actually unalive her, but it will definitely hurt. Yatsumura then says, "Miss Asagiri, we need you," as the episode comes to a close. So yeah, that was episode 1. Just episode 1. The show immediately decides to kick your ass off of a cliff right as it begins, and you don't even get a chance to question it. No chance for any reprieve. Honestly, I felt like this episode was tasteless as fuck. Maybe it was just me. Okay, I mean, I doubt it was just me that felt this way, but I found the first episode to be one of the most miserable viewing experiences of any show I've ever had. The main character, Aya, just goes through the worst and most traumatic events humanly possible in a single 20-minute episode. I'm not saying no one goes through horrible stuff like this or whatever. It's not even about that. I don't want to watch a poor girl get abused and sexually assaulted twice for basically no reason except for existing for like 20 minutes straight. You know what I'm saying? The good part is, after this episode, the edginess of the show does slow down just a tad. That doesn't mean it goes away, but we won't be forced to watch 2 attempted assaults in a 5-minute time span anymore. But honestly, that's not even saying that much at all. Either way, I don't blame anyone who decided to drop the show after watching episode 1, because it's definitely a nightmare roller coaster ride with seemingly no end to it. Even for me, the first episode made a horrible first impression, and it never truly went away, even until now. Episode 2 begins with Yatsumura talking about her dark, sort of unhinged philosophy. She's like, if they're bothersome, then just get rid of the trash. Basically, just unalive everyone who does bad things. As magical girls, they were given the right to do all of this. This show is so damn edgy, both literally and figuratively, okay? I mean, the amount of box cutters that show up in this show is astounding. They go to Aya's house, where Kaname and Yatsumura have a very standoffish and menacing encounter. Yatsumura can tell Kaname is fake as fuck. Anyways, we learned that every magical girl is given a magical stick, and these sticks have their own unique power. Aya's power is instant teleportation. She can shoot out hearts that instantly teleport whoever gets hit to wherever Aya wants them to go. However, using the magical powers too much can lead to disastrous consequences. Every magical girl has an emblem show up on their arm after using the power, and the more you use these powers, the emblem disappears over time, and when the emblem is completely gone, the magical girl dies. There are also other magical girls out there who have found the site and have received powers of their own. Yatsumura apparently had an information broker who was also a magical girl, but they lost communication for some reason. There's a serial unaliver going around unaliving magical girls and stealing their magical tricks. I know, I'm sorry, I have to keep saying unalive, I'm sorry. Yatsumura refers to this person as the magical hunter. Before she disappeared, the info broker sent Yatsumura a picture of the culprit, and Yatsumura asks Aya if they can work together and catch the culprit. Aya, understandably freaking out, ends up going to sleep as Yatsumura promises to protect her for just this one night. And we find out that the next target of this magical hunter is none other than Aya. Wow, what a coincidence. Anyway, this pink-haired girl, who is basically the anime's fan service figure, shows up out of nowhere the next day and tries to unalive Aya. She summons some kind of magical barrier that prevents Yatsumura from using her powers on her. It turns out that this pink-haired girl is none other than Rina Shioi, the information broker that supposedly disappeared. It turns out that the broker was the magical hunter the entire time, and had even used another magical stick power to change her entire appearance. As a side note, it was a really weird 180 slap to my face, going from episode 1 having some of the most nasty and horrible things to episode 2 just having this blatant fan service character with angles over jiggle physics just being shoved down my gullet. Like, how do you even react to that? Aya was afraid to use her stick because of the incident with the bully and upperclassmen, but she ends up using it anyways, and teleports Shioi to a place that wouldn't unalive her. This, along with Yatsumura's time-stopping ability, allows them to tie Shioi up and interrogate her. Shioi says that she wanted to survive until the end. More sticks means she survives longer. She had apparently met with the administrator of the magical girl site before she disappeared. On the website, she rubbed the girl's ear, which accidentally ended up leading her to a countdown page for this upcoming event called the Tempest. When the Tempest comes, humanity will disappear. However, before being able to reveal anything else, Shioi begins to cough blood and becomes unresponsive. They call an ambulance as this mystery lingers in the air. We then cut to a different girl who is looking at an image of Shioi, repeatedly saying, "I want to unalive her, I want to unalive her, I want to unalive her, I want." She seems very stable. Episode 3 begins with this random idol obsessed dude just watching TV TV. Turns out he's fallen in love with an idol named Nijimin to an extremely unhealthy point where his only reason to continue living is Nijimin. Oh, by the way, Nijimin is the girl from the end of episode 2 that was basically saying she wants to absolutely obliterate Shioi. Nobody in this show is mentally stable. Shioi is alive in the hospital, but her internal organs are messed up like an elderly person's. It's unsure if she'll ever regain consciousness, and this is because she kept constantly using the stick powers, and she kept using different stick powers too, which ended up causing her a lot of bodily damage. They need her alive and conscious because they need more information about this tempest that she was talking about. Aya has an idea. Find a magical stick that could somehow wake Shioi up from her unconsciousness. They go through Shioi's Pokédex of magical girls, and it turns out that Nijimin is also a magical girl. They go to Nijimin's live concert and meet and greet event, where we see the Nijimin stand from the beginning of the episode as well. Anyways, they stop time, and Yatsumura thanks Aya and compliments her strategy, and they teleport Nijimin out of the venue. Nijimin then gets really excited to meet other magical girls, and the other two are so shocked by how nonchalant and excited she was. I won't even lie, after having to suffer through the first 2 episodes of this show, it was nice that I could actually kind of laugh at something on the show. I thought this was pretty funny. Anyway, they explain the situation to Nijimin, but before the talk could go anywhere, Nijimin is found by the staff of the venue, and it's like, "Where are you? It's a mess. Everyone wants to meet you." And so she has to go back to the meet and greet. They end up meeting up later at Nijimin's residence, where she has a bunch of dudes just cleaning the house for her. And guess what? In classic anime fashion, we find out that Nijimin's magical stick is actually her panties. I can't, dude. I can't. Nijimin's magical girl power is that when she wears the magical stick, aka the panties, she is able to control anyone. She can command anyone to do anything, and they have to do it regardless of if they want to or not. Man, like, after watching episode 1, all of this feels so fucking weird to me. Like, hey, you just watched Aya go through some unimaginable mental torture, but also magical panties! It's just so stereotypically anime that I'm not even shocked at this point anymore. I'm just rolling my eyes so damn hard. Back home, Kaname is starting to go absolutely ballistic because his punching bag hasn't been there as much as usual. And again, what an absolute piece of shit. Like, hey, asshole, what if, I don't know, you went to a boxing gym or something, or found other ways of stress relief that doesn't involve using your little sister? Like, anyways, Yatsumura asks Nijimin if she's interacted with any other magical girls. Nijimin talks about her best friend, Mikado, who was apparently unalived by Shioi. However, as soon as this topic comes up, Nijimin completely loses her composure and begins to show an extremely unhinged side of her personality, even biting her nails until they actually break. She wants to unalive Shioi so badly, but then she just suddenly switches back to her normal self. They exchange contact info, and the talk ends. Sarina is revealed to be alive in the hospital, and at this point, as much as, yeah, I guess I have a smidge of sympathy for her injury, I just hate seeing this motherfucker on screen. She spent the entire show so far being so comically evil. It's hard to even want to watch her presence. Like, I was hoping she'd fade into obscurity after this, but it looks like not only is she still in the show, she is here to stay. Sarina overhears Aya and Yatsumura talking about magical girls as they walk away, and Sarina sneaks into Shioi's room where the administrator of the magical girl site, Nana, is standing over Shioi. She says that Shioi has been disqualified, and then turns to see Sarina walk into the room. Kaname also begins to do his own snooping as he investigates Aya's search history and finds the magical girl site. Episode 3 ends here, and by this point I have 2 thoughts. The first one being, hey, it's nice seeing Yatsumura and Aya's friendship slowly developing into something really substantial. But on the other hand, my other thought was, holy fuck, man, everyone in this show is absolutely unhinged. Episode 4 begins with Sarina finding the magical girl site and accessing the Tempest page. Turns out she's also now a magical girl. My wish to not see this character in the show just never comes true anymore. It turns out Nana, the site administrator, was the one who asked Shioi to collect the magical girl sticks for some reason. But now that she's out of commission, Sarina is gonna be the next magical hunter. Sarina gets this yo-yo shaped magical stick that allows her to slice pretty much anything. Now equipped with a deadly weapon and the knowledge of magical girls, Sarina continues to talk about getting revenge. Yatsumura asks why Aya was being bullied, and we see a flashback to Aya when she first transferred to this school. She ends up sitting in front of Sarina, who introduces herself to Aya, but Aya is intimidated and doesn't give much of a response. Aya seems to suffer from very severe social anxiety, which makes it hard for her to even do basic communication sometimes. Sarina actually defends Aya from a teacher at some point, which I guess is a nice thing to do, but then they all corner Aya being all like, hey, don't you owe us something, you know, like a thank you? Like, okay, sure. True altruism right there. Sarina is then like, I hate people who can't give even a simple thank you. And then out of nowhere, they just start treating Aya like utter shit and make her life into a living hell. And honestly, this did not improve Sarina in my eyes. rise at all. In fact, I feel like it made it worse because it felt like her motivations are just so surface level and shitty that it's just like, she's just a terrible person. Like, if you're gonna have a sadistic bully like Sarina, at least give us a bit more backstory or substance, right? Anyways, Aya blames herself for all this because, quote, if I were a person who can communicate, then it wouldn't be like this, end quote. And Yatsumura tells her to stop blaming herself. Yatsumura wants Aya to become someone stronger, who can defend the world on her own. Aya also says that Yatsumura is her first actual friend. And despite the show sucking ass, I still genuinely enjoy the friendship that these two share. Yatsumura at her home then suddenly begins to cough up blood and falls over. Back at Aya's house, we see Kaname getting punched by his dad for not doing well on his tests. God, it's not just Kaname that sucks. The whole family just sucks ass, I guess. Papa Asagiri out here single-handedly perpetuating this cycle of violence in this whole family. Kaname then walks down the street calling everyone scum in his head, replacing everyone's head with meatballs. He's like, why do I have to breathe the same air as these scum?
Maybe I'm not human. Maybe I'm a god trapped in a human's body.
Okay, buddy. Maybe you might be stressed out, but bro, that ego is not normal, dude. He walks into a convenience store where the Nijimin stand is actually working as a cashier. However, the Nijimin stand suddenly sees something on his phone and begins to cry. Turns out, Nijimin is retiring as an idol. Oh no! Oh, what? Not my bias! My bias is retiring! And of course, Kaname gets really pissed at this because how dare you ignore a god? Bro, what's up with these people? Holy shit. Sarina is back at school. Oh, also, it turns out that Nijimin transferred to this school and now she's in Aya's class. Apparently, Nijimin decided to take a break from idol life because she wants to spend more time looking for Shioi in order to get her revenge. And of course, Sarina comes in with her usual garbage demeanor and decides to ruin everything by showing Nijimin a picture of Shioi in the hospital, letting her know where Shioi is located. Yatsumura ended up not showing up to school, so Aya, worried, stops by her house to see if she's okay. She finds Yatsumura on the ground, unconscious, and there's a guy just hooked up to this giant machine. It turns out that Yatsumura had used her stick too much and was starting to feel the effects of it. We also learned that this guy in the machine had unalived Yatsumura's parents. Yatsumura used to be a happy child who was loved by both of her parents until one night she just tragically finds them both dead, murdered by a burglar. And this burglar is like, I won't hurt you now because you're going to be so beautiful when you get older. What the fuck is this? I hated saying that. That was the nastiest shit that's ever come out of my mouth. But that's like the actual dialogue in the show. It's just absolutely disgusting and nasty. It's just, I mean, I feel like this burglar guy isn't getting that much sympathy from many people after this, to be honest. Anyways, after this horrible event, Yatsumura received her magical stick power to stop time, and she's only been living for revenge ever since, putting the burglar through pure torture. Episode 5 starts with Yatsumura telling us that she wants to make sure the burglar gets what he deserves. Aya then begins to cry for Yatsumura, empathizing with her pain and suffering she must have been carrying for so long on her own. Since Yatsumura has done so much for Aya, it was now Aya's turn to be there for Yatsumura. Suddenly, Sarina walks into the house like an unwanted guest for both the characters and for myself. Get out! Get out of my house! Nijimin also arrives at the hospital and enters Shioi's room. Oh no. Sarina begins to lash out like a little brat and uses her newly acquired magical stick to attack. And to be honest, yeah, I thought she was a shit villain, but also, I have to admit, her yo-yo powers? Kinda cool, man. Anyway, Sarina ends up unaliving the burglar trapped in the machine, basically just removing Yatsumura's one reason to stay alive, her desire for revenge. Sarina continues to monologue about revenge and whatever, but Yatsumura finally channels the audience's hater energy and actually says what was on my mind the entire time. It was Sarina's own fault this happened. She started doing terrible things to Aya, and that Sarina was just playing victim. And I'm just here like, thank you! Thank you so much, Yatsumura! Thank you for the goddamn read! That was so good! Before anything can happen, Nijimin calls Sarina and reports that she's unable to harm Shioi because they put up a barrier around her. Nijimin gets seen by a nurse, so she escapes before anything else happens. Yatsumura had combined different stick powers to protect Shioi, which obviously had put a lot of strain on her body. Aya then finally begins to talk back to Sarina, and they begin to actually fight each other. And I won't even lie, this fight scene, not bad. Aya then sacrifices her own body and lifespan to protect Yatsumura, even resorting to using multiple stick powers at once. Aya and Sarina continue to argue, an argument that ends with Sarina basically just saying that she doesn't give a single fuck about Aya's feelings, and Aya understandably begins to break down. Like, Jesus Christ, Sarina cannot become any more unlikable than this. Because of their intense battle, the building begins to collapse. As Sarina is about to be crushed by the rubble, Aya teleports her away and saves her life, despite the horrible argument they had seconds earlier. Sarina realizes this and heads off on a journey of her own character development. The building collapses and there's hella casualties. They find Aya and Yatsumura still in the barrier protected from the rubble. We cut back to the most pointless coolest character in the show, the Nijimin stan, who accidentally walks past Nijimin, the love of his life. However, Nijimin is reeling from being unable to kill Shioi and realizes that Aya and Yatsumura knew about Shioi the whole time but didn't tell her, leading her to feel betrayed. Nijimin then goes to Aya's house and Kaname opens the door for her. We also see a new character appear, this girl with white hair. She walks into Shioi's room in the hospital and begins to hyperventilate. She then takes out a box cutter, which is at this point this show's mascot. Like Pokemon got Pikachu, Magical Girl site has box cutter Chew. It's just, man, it's just way too edgy for me, man. Episode 6 then begins with Nijimin being angry as all hell. But when she looks up to see Kaname, she begins to absolutely full on simp for this dude. Like she's hyperventilating and nose bleeding. Like she's just met her K-pop bias or something in person. Kaname tells her to come in the house and Nijimin stan witnesses all of this. And at this point, the Nijimin stan actually evolves into a way more powerful Pokemon known as the Nijimin Stalker, because this man absolutely goes ballistic seeing this. Nijimin and Kaname have an extremely fake conversation where they're both relieved that Aya is alive, not because they care for her, but because they both want to hurt her in some way, shape, or form, you know? Really healthy and cool people, guys. Nijimin is like,
I want to unalive Aya, but then it would make her hot older brother sad, so I can't.
Kaname is like,
I can use this girl if she's also a magical girl.
so it seems like Kaname kinda knows what's going on. Anyways, as Nijimin leaves, the Nijimin Stalker believes that he had defiled her queen or some cringe shit and loses even more brain cells, reaching peak insanity. Back at the hospital, the white-haired girl named Kosame Amagai gives her blood to Shioi, who regains consciousness. It turns out that both Aya and Yatsumura survived because of this blood too. Kosame is a young magical girl with a stick shaped like a box cutter that allows the person who uses it on themselves to feed their blood to someone else, healing them physically. Honestly, as a concept, I felt like Kosame's entire character was very, very questionable, and I personally had a lot of issues with it, but I'll talk more about that in detail later. Yatsumura wakes up, and even though she had just lost her original reason to live, revenge, she resolves to live a little longer for Aya's sake. Shioi and Kosame walk into their room, and we get more of a lore drop here. We find out that Kosame actually got her magical stick from a different magical girl site, and there's actually more than one website. So I guess it's not just www.magicalgirl.com, but now we have like www.magicalgirl.org or www.magicalgirl.edu or even www.magicalgirl.gov. Anyway, Kosame then asks the others to join in on their fight, as we are shown glimpses of even more magical girls that are going to be introduced into the story, even though the story is already struggling to keep up with the sheer number of characters that it already has. Yep, that's a recipe for fucking success right there. There are many magical girls out there, and each website has their own administrator. However, regardless of the site, each one has a backdoor to access the Tempest countdown page. We also learned that the Tempest will bring an end to this world as we know it and open a doorway into a new world, but in the process, most of humanity will be destroyed. The arrival is inevitable, but there's one way to survive the Tempest: to satiate the king's hunger. The king feeds on humanity's negative energy. This energy can be collected and stored inside the magical girl sticks, and only the one who uses their stick the most and collects the most negative energy can survive the Tempest. Kind of makes sense, but if you really think about it, this also doesn't make sense at all as a system, you know? Because they want you to use the sticks to collect more negative energy, but the more you use the stick, the closer you are to dying. So like, I don't know, something's smelling a little fishy here. Yeah, so it turns out the administrators don't give a shit about the girls at all. They are giving sticks to unfortunate girls, and they are just collecting their negative energy. Then they start to tell them about the Tempest and how to survive it, and of course, they begin to unalive each other. The girls are forced to use their sticks more and more, you know, to fight, to defend themselves, to do whatever, and that allows them to collect more negative energy, which would directly go to feed the king. However, the girls themselves wouldn't be able to survive long enough, as the sticks directly affect their lifespan. It is a messed up system, you know. The admins were effectively just tricking these poor unfortunate girls, but at the same time, I guess if you really took a step back in the moment, it's pretty easy to see like, this makes no fucking sense. As the girls figure this out, we see that the admins are also having a meeting of the minds where they're all like,
Damn, these magical girls are smarter than we thought. We need to begin eliminating those who know too much.
They then begin unaliving magical girls, showing that they never truly intended for anyone to survive. To survive, our cast of magical girls have to ally together to fight back against the administrators. They plot to abduct one of the administrators to get some answers, which seems like a really good idea, guys. I don't know. I mean, Yatsumura thanks Aya for protecting her with her life and says that if she can keep living, it won't be for revenge anymore. But now she doesn't have a place to stay anymore, so she ends up staying at Aya's house. Episode 7 begins with Kosame telling them the truth that although her powers did heal them, the lifespan they expanded by using the magical sticks will never come back. None of them will ever reach old age, which is depressing as fuck. Yatsumura then says she wants to go to the beach with Aya before they die, and I'm just like, well, if this isn't a death flag, then I don't know what is. We're now introduced to a bunch of new characters. Yeah, they all basically become like the Avengers of edgy magical girls. Ultimately, a lot of these new characters don't end up mattering that much in terms of the show. Like, they are now part of the show and they do stay for the rest of the show, but ultimately they're just side characters that end up blowing up the cast so much that it takes away a lot of focus from the main characters. One of the new characters is this young girl with an old butler. In the second scene she appears, she tells the butler to take off his clothes and she steps on him to get into her helicopter, and then he just moans. I'm so dumb, bro. What the fuck is this? Anyways, her power is that she can fly on a broom. What? We also meet Katana Girl, you know, a girl who fights with a magical katana. Then there's Super Speed / Strength Girl, whose magical stick enables her to have, well, superhuman speed / strength. The only new character that does play somewhat of a bigger role than the others is Kyo. Kyo is a transgender girl who unfortunately gets treated like shit by her peers for being transgender. Her power is that she's able to link directly within her target's sensory system to control their body, experience their senses, and even communicate with them using telepathy. I do like the concept that the magical girl site acknowledged Kyo as a girl, and therefore she was also assigned to be a magical girl regardless of her background. However, the show doesn't really do much more with this concept because it's too busy being focused on literally the other 900 things that's going on in the show, and I personally don't think I'm knowledgeable enough about the topic to give a full opinion on it, so I'm gonna leave this topic here. Anyways, the edgy Avengers assemble, and I can almost hear, you know, the Avengers theme playing in the background. At school, Nijimin approaches Aya and Yatsumura to talk about Shioi. Nijimi ends up agreeing to help them out with their situation, but only if she's allowed to unalive Shioi afterward with her own hands. And as if it was fate, Shioi also ends up transferring to their same school in the same class as Nijimin that day. Bruh. Nijimin, of course, immediately gets up and tries to command her to unalive herself, but Yatsumura stops her and covers her mouth. Aya takes Nijimin's magical stick, aka her panties, so she can't use the magic. Aya raises the panties up and the guys begin to cheer as Nijimin begins to bawl her eyes out. Yatsumura then swipes the panties and runs away, and I'm just witnessing this happen in just pure unfiltered shock, just completely stunned, because I'm thinking back to episode 1. Right? Episode 1. Episode fucking 1. And then I'm just watching this scene and I'm just like, huh? Is this even the same fucking show? It is kind of absurd to me how wildly different the tone of the show has become. Anyways, they meet up at the park and Nijimin immediately commands Shioi to die once again, but nothing happens. The Avengers assemble once again, and it turns out that Aya, Yatsumura, and Shioi's sticks are missing. So while they look for their missing magical sticks, the other Avengers will protect them. Back to Sarina, who still makes me groan. She encounters Nana, the site admin, who thanks her for collecting the sticks and asks for them, but Sarina responds that she's gonna keep the sticks until she gets her revenge, but Nana then threatens her with violence. The quirky cast expands as Shioi also ends up asking to stay at Aya's house. And of course, we need a bath scene with the three of them all taking a bath at the same time because anime. Okay, I know I keep saying because anime. It's supposed to be a joke, but it's kind of sad how it's starting to feel like it's not that much of a joke sometimes, because like the more I watch these trashy shows, the more I'm just like, why is there like so much bullshit like this? Can we have more like Ghibli type shit instead of like the bouncing type shit, please? All jokes aside, we do see Aya and Yatsumura joking around and messing with each other here, and with how edgy and depressing the show can get, it was genuinely a nice thing to see. Aya then gets a call from Kosame and Kyo, who tell her that Yatsumura has not long left to live, and it could be the end if she ever uses a magical stick power ever again. Episode 8 starts again with the Nijimin stalker, and at this point, I'm just like, why do we need this dude? Like, what purpose does he even serve in the story? I don't get it. I don't even know his name. Anyways, he continues to hate Kaname as he continues to stalk him and Nijimin on their hangouts. I mean, this has to be like the final epic showdown between Nijimin's stalker and Kaname, right? Anyways, of course, we got a beach episode. Yeah, like what the fuck? For the first half of the episode, the tone is mostly very light, you know, like your basic ass beach episode and any other anime. We also see that Nijimin and Shioi are getting along a little too well for people who were, I don't know, literally trying to like unalive each other an episode ago. Like they're just at each other's throats and shit. And of course, there's fan service. You cannot legally have a beach episode without fan service. You know, they can arrest you for that. You know, they can arrest you for not having fan service in a beach episode. For legal reasons, that's a joke. I mean, it does make sense story-wise. They're on a time limit towards their death, so they should be able to enjoy their lives while they can. Sure, I agree with that. And Yatsumura did say she wanted to go to the beach with Aya, so it is technically part of the story, you know, part of the plot. But do we really need the fan service? We got a whole moment where Aya and Yatsumura paraglide together, and the two genuinely have a fun time and actually smile. Aya promises that they'll come to the beach together again one more time before they die, and they make a pinky promise. As wholesome as this is, and as sad as this is, I'm also like, at this point, there's a 99.9% that this motherfucker ain't gonna survive till the end, okay? However, they all realize that Nijimin's panties are missing. Well, it turns out that it was Kaname who took the magical stick, as it's revealed to us that he had been heavily manipulating Nijimin into basically telling him everything. The truth about the magical girl's sight, their powers, and, well, basically everything. Nijimin then asks him to get the panties back for her, and he obliges. But guess what he does when he actually gets the panties? Well... yeah, he puts them on. Yeah, only to use the magical girl power, of course, you know. Nothing weird about it. Right, guys? Anyways, we finally get the final confrontation between Nijimin Stalker and Kaname. Nijimin Stalker takes out a knife and starts to attack him. However, Kaname commands him to get down on his knees and to drop the knife. He then destroys Nijimin Stalker's spirit by boasting that he's wearing the panties of the idol that he loves so much. This man takes off his pants at some point and literally shows that he's wearing an idol's panties. And he's like, ha ha ha! Look, you know that idol you love so much? I'm wearing her panties. What the fuck am I watching, bro? Like, at this point, the show has just gone off the rails completely, okay? The train has left the station, and instead of staying on the tracks like it's supposed to be, it started floating upwards and then started to spiral into 10 different directions at once. It's just, what is going on here? Kaname then tells the Nijimin Stalker to pick up the knife, head to the water, and delete himself. Obviously, he can't refuse because of the magical stick powers, so yeah, he does exactly that. And I'm sitting here just kind of questioning the entire point of this character. Like, he's been in the show since like episode 3, the beginning. Why? What was the point? We didn't even see him interact with Nijimin or actually talk to Nijimin or do anything. He just took up screen time and wasted it. Screen time that could have been used for other characters that actually fucking mattered to the story. I don't know. It just makes no damn sense, but whatever. Anyways, after Nijimin Stalker's death, Kaname then is like,
what is this? I don't feel bad at all. I don't feel any guilt. Is it because I'm a god?
Nah, it's probably because you're a piece of shit, but okay. Anyways, Aya witnesses this entire thing happen, and she hides. However, as Aya walks away with their friends, she turns back to see that Kaname is staring right at her, smiling with probably the creepiest visual that I've ever seen in this show. This man looks like a fucking menace, bro. I gotta admit, this is a pretty good freaky visual of him, okay? Aya's put in a tough situation once again. She knows the whole truth about Kaname getting Nijimin's panties, and how Nijimin was the info leak, and everyone might be in danger. Kyo, who is also connected to Aya with her powers, also knows the truth now because I guess she can read Aya's mind. Aya doesn't want everyone to attack her older brother, but she also doesn't want him to hurt anyone else, so she feels very stuck. Nijimin Stalker's body is found by the police, who believes that he deleted himself initially. However, one of the detectives, a guy who clearly looks like he's not supposed to be just a side character, but is basically treated like a side character until the last minute of the fucking show, finds it suspicious. He finds a picture that Nijimin Stalker held, which had a lot of messy ass psychotic handwriting on it, including Kaname's full name. Episode 9 begins with Kaname and Nijimin at Nijimin's place. Very predictably, Kaname ends up using the panty powers on Nijimin herself. And also, we get more than just one crotch shot where this dude is just holding on to his crotch for dear life. Like, we really needed these crotch shots, guys. Like, it was necessary for the plot, okay? He's about to tell Nijimin to unalive herself, but super speed / strength girl ends up saving Nijimin by punching Kaname, and I won't even lie, bro, I actually jumped a little bit and started cheering when I saw this. Like, finally, after 8 full episodes, this dude gets his comeuppance in some way. God, it took them long enough. Jesus. However, Nijimin, who was unfortunately under the control of Kaname, begins to choke super strength / speed girl, and Kaname commands her to super speed assassinate Kyo. Kyo is then injured heavily. They end up bringing Kyo to where the others are staying. The others were staying at the Katana girl's house for safety purposes, but this ends up doing jack shit because Kaname ends up infiltrating the place without any issues anyways. So much for safety. Everyone is upset at Aya for not saying anything about Kaname, but Yatsumura comes to her defense. To atone, Aya volunteers to give her blood to heal Kyo using Kosame's magical stick powers. Kaname then walks into the room with his ever so trashy narcissistic attitude. Kyo, who is kind of healing right now, is able to override Nijimin's hypnosis for a second and talks to Nijimin using telepathy. It finally clicks for Nijimin that she had been taken advantage of and that it was basically her own fault that people were hurt really badly. However, she snaps, unable to keep her cool, and jumps in to attack Kaname, who retaliates by slicing her with the Katana girl's katana. We then see Nijimin's past. Her dad had deleted himself because of an insurmountable amount of debt. After this, she received her magical stick and used it to change her family members' memories about her father's death. Anyway, back in the present, Nijimin uses her last ounce of strength to break a cup and attacks Kaname's throat with it, making him unable to speak his commands anymore. At this point, Kaname is straight up a demented, inhuman mess, both appearance-wise and personality-wise. Like, look how ugly this guy looks right now, bro. Before Kaname can do anything else, an invisible force stops him from doing anything by stepping on his arm, and some kind of gas is released, rendering everyone unconscious. Everyone wakes up to see that Kaname had disappeared, and unfortunately, Nijimin had died. However, she died with a smile, as while her life may not have been the best, she was able to spread happiness and smiles for many of her fans as an idol. And shit, man, as much as this show makes me want to bash my head into a wall for a multitude of reasons, I almost did cry here, okay? Almost! Episode 10 begins with Aya being shut in her room again, feeling responsible for Nijimin's death. She is now determined to become stronger. She begins to look for the missing sticks on her own, and in the midst of her search, Sarina shows up again to confront her. We then cut to Nijimin's funeral service. Aya shows up to the service last minute with a flower and offers it to Nijimin's casket before turning to the others and pointing her teleportation gun at them. Suddenly, the entire building just blows up, and after the debris clears up, we see that Nana is watching over the damage as the blue-haired, definitely not a side character but is treated like a side character detective, walks up to Nana, and it's revealed that this detective named Misumi actually is working with Nana for some reason to collect a bunch of magical sticks. It also turns out that this Misumi guy was the one who stopped Kaname, and he says that he took care of him, as we see Kaname chained up in some dungeon-like space. At this point, there are too many damn characters for me to keep count of, man. Like, who the fuck is this Misumi dude? What is he doing here? And again, why do we need the Nijimin stalker character in the first place? Turns out, Aya had saved everyone by teleporting them away right before Nana blew the building up. It's also revealed that Sarina had joined hands with Aya. Aya then tells everyone to hand over their sticks as she doesn't want to let anyone else die as a form of atonement. Everyone obviously wants to fight too, but this argument continues until Yatsumura calmly walks up to her and slaps her in the face with reality, both physically and emotionally. Yatsumura asks Aya to share the pain as Sarina returns them their magical sticks. Sarina says that she hates the admins and ends up joining the Avengers. Episode 11 begins with them trying to ambush Nana. Through some random lore they're able to track an admin down, whatever, it doesn't really matter, and they begin a showdown against one of the admins that's not Nana. However, this admin is actually hella strong, which is a surprise to absolutely nobody except the characters in the universe themselves. They end up overpowering this admin by teleporting him to a different location where Sarina ambushes him with her magical yo-yo. The admin dies, and it's revealed that the admins actually used to be humans themselves, which is actually a twist I found interesting. It's too bad it's already episode fucking 11. The other magical girls are also ambushed by another admin who I guess can just shadow clone Jutsu herself. Nana ambushes the main characters and shoots Sarina with finger guns, pew pew, putting her out of commission. Nana had used the other admin as a decoy to get the magical girls out in the open. Nana shoots as Yatsumura uses a bunch of magical stick powers at once to protect everyone else while attacking Nana in a last-ditch effort to win. Unfortunately, she was only able to get Nana's arm. Yatsumura begins to cough out blood as her emblem fades away. She tells Aya that she was glad she met her and thanks her before dying. Although it was really sad, I have to admit that it was so predictable that I didn't really feel like that emotional about it. Oh god, am I turning into Kaname? Why do I feel no guilt? Am I perhaps a god trapped in a human body? The episode then ends with a twist. Yatsumura is sitting at the admin's table being congratulated for being chosen to be an administrator. What? Excuse me, ma'am? I actually didn't expect the show to bamboozle me like this at the last second. Too bad the twist isn't worth jack shit though, because episode 12 is a mess. In episode 12, the last episode, we learn a bunch more. The king is apparently the most unfortunate girl in the world and is the one who will cause the tempest. Yatsumura is unable to escape the grasp of the evil powers. Back in the real world, Aya teleports the others away to safety. Yatsumura then wakes up, her eyes turn red, her hair becomes gray, and she is reborn as an administrator. To become an official admin, she has to collect more negative energy. I mean, isn't this the same as the process of becoming a Reddit mod, you know? I don't fucking know, bro. Anyway, Yatsumura begins to attack Aya. The others continue to fight the Shadow Clone Jutsu admin, and the Witch Girl comes to save them. Katana Girl jumps on top of a tower, collects the power of lightning, and obliterates the admin with one slash.
One slash is all it takes.
I have no idea where the fuck this power came from, or who this girl even is, but I guess I'll take it because at least it looked hella badass. Aya teleports herself and Yatsumura to the beach in order to fulfill the last promise she made with Yatsumura. Aya teleports one of Yatsumura's bullets into the water, which makes a giant splash, and Yatsumura begins to notice it. Aya, while being choked by Yatsumura, tells her that she was the first person who had ever said she had value. Aya tells Yatsumura that she wants to live for her. She no longer resents herself or the world because she was able to meet Yatsumura. Aya then teleports herself into Yatsumura's past? I have no idea, but child Yatsumura is crying right after her tragic incident, and Aya comes into this flashback and gives Yatsumura a glowing heart? I am genuinely so damn confused right now. Back to the present, Yatsumura regains her consciousness and begins to cry. Aya says, let's live together, and they point the gun towards Nana, who responds that she's never met magical girls like this. I have no idea what just happened. No idea what Nana means. No idea if Yatsumura's alive or dead or administrator or human or I don't know. So is Yatsumura just revived now? Did her lifespan just become longer? Or is she dead but half alive? What just happened? What? Nana asks if these two are unfortunate souls, and they say that they are not unfortunate. Time begins again as Nana is run over by a train and the sun comes up and everyone basically survives. Sarina is healed and actually says thank you for the first time in the show. The girls are all happy and joyous as they had survived this nightmare. For now, I guess? Dude, I don't know. Like what just, I still don't know what just happened, bro. Back to the random ass detective. He walks into a room full of magical girl sticks and Kaname is also chained up in there. The detective tells Kaname that there's no point if it's not a girl using the stick, and then he begins to do some stuff to Kaname that I refuse to explain in detail. To be fair, they don't explicitly show much of what's happening here, but I can tell you it's not good. The admins begin to discuss the state of things. The top admin says that Aya and Yatsumura had committed a grave sin. They had apparently ruined the king's plans, and this is not a forgivable sin. The king is angry. The last moment is the king herself waking up and saying, let's make them go through some more misfortune. And that is the end of Magical Girl Sight. At least for now, I guess. I mean, it really did seem like they were setting up for a season 2. And I know the manga went on for longer than this, but also since it's been like 7 years since this show aired, I doubt we'll ever actually see what happens after this. And to be completely honest, I don't even think I'm interested in knowing what happens after this shit. Magical Girl Sight made some attempts to tell a meaningful story, and well, emphasis on the word attempts, okay? Attempts were made, sure, but those attempts kinda crashed and burned, collapsing upon the pressure it built like a dying star. Now it's time for me to talk about some of my opinions on this show, and phew boy, there are a lot of opinions I have on this show. I think the easiest way for me to describe the show was half-assed. It started so many different things and couldn't commit to any of them. The show couldn't pick a lane. Is it a story about abuse, depression, and overcoming life's misfortunes despite how much they might hurt? Or is it a story about friendship and how meeting just one person could change your life for the better? Is it a battle royale with magical girls trying to unalive each other for some reason? Or is it an epic story of these magical girls having to overcome insurmountable odds to defeat an unknown supernatural enemy who's trying to end the world?
Well, actually,
it's all of the above. But imagine trying to fit all of this shit into a single 12-episode season. It's like trying to flush like 50 different objects down a toilet and being surprised that the toilet didn't actually flush. It just ended up exploding from the bottom and flooding the basement. Based on a real story, but you know what? Of course, it's not going to go anywhere meaningful, and it only ended up hurting the show, especially because all of this indecisiveness ended up trivializing some of the very serious topics brought up in the beginning of the show. The show's tone is also weirdly like a shitstorm. The show begins on the darkest note humanly possible, with some of the most messed up stuff happening to the main character, but a few episodes later, they're just like in the classroom stealing panties and like having that basic ass like anime gag where it's like, I got the panties, and the dudes are all like, hell yeah, panties!
please.
It's the same as the story itself. The tone couldn't decide what it wanted it to be. Aya is supposed to be this extremely depressed girl, but it seems like she just completely got over all of that because she met Yatsumura and made a friend. Which, yes, making a friend who genuinely cares about you in this lonely world is a very important thing and can definitely contribute to someone's mental wellness. But I also think that mental health isn't that simple of a concept to just be like, I bet y'all I got a homie now, so I don't want to die anymore. Like, I feel like it's something that takes time and energy to actually work through these issues. And I don't personally agree with the messaging of the show, especially because they put all of the abuse and trauma on the back burner for most of the show, even though it was such a huge deal in the early episodes, and it was the center focus of episode 1 of the show. I understand what they're trying to go for. You know, shows like Attack on Titan also deal with really grotesque stuff, dark themes, messed up stuff, but AOT doesn't then turn around and throw you into a beach episode where half the show is fan service. Although, imagine if Attack on Titan did have fan service. Let's talk about episode 1. Okay, episode 1 of the show was one of the most awful viewing experiences I've ever had. It's hard to even joke about it because it's basically just Aya getting absolutely obliterated from every corner of her life. She's just constantly getting horribly abused, bullied, and mistreated anywhere she goes. The initial thing we see about Aya is she's thinking about dying all the time. The people around her are either comically evil or willfully just ignorant. It's truly one of the most horrifying and heart-wrenching episodes to watch. Even the stray cat, Aya's one bright star in her life, is brutally, you know, unalived by one of the bullies who just lets it get hit by a train? That's some sociopathic behavior, bro. And of course, as if the show just really wants us to understand how edgy and deep it is, we have an upperclassman literally try to assault Aya twice in the same episode. 2 times in the same episode. Are they going for the Guinness World Records for most assaults in a single anime episode? It's just genuinely nasty to watch. And while I would understand if the show stayed focused on Aya's trauma and mental health, and it was a story actually about her overcoming these misfortunes, and we see how she does it, the story quickly proves to us that it's not a story about Aya. It's a story about 100 gazillion different things all at the same time. It felt to me like they just used the horrible abuse that Aya goes through more as a convenient plot device to establish to the viewer,
Hey guys, this is a deep show. We're not afraid to directly show you awful shit because this story is going to be spitting facts and logic about life. Guys, we are telling a good story here.
except this horrible stuff is basically completely forgotten about in lieu of having crotch shots of Kaname. This show reminds me of another anime I reviewed in the past, Midori Shoujo Tsubaki. You can check my video on it if you want, but Midori is known for basically being so controversial and so hard to watch that it was basically banned from showing. But episode 1 of Magical Girl Sight reminded me of Midori and how messed up and direct it all is. Both of them don't shy away from showing the raw, unfiltered horribleness of these dark topics that it wants to talk about. And while it can be argued that maybe Magical Girl Sight was trying to do something similar to Midori, which is to tell a story about horrible abuse, the difference between Midori and Magical Girl Sight is that Midori is about the abuse and how the titular character ends up dealing with these horrible things. Although it's not a very happy ending or a happy story, it does focus on these things. Versus in Magical Girl Sight, although this horrible shit is just all convenient plot devices to try and convince the viewer that they're trying to tell a deep story. And I mean, I do feel like they could have told a meaningful story if they actually wanted to tell it, but they didn't. I also think that they definitely 100% could have toned down how messed up episode 1 was. It felt like just, hey, let's throw in some more edgy shit and more edgy shit and more edgy shit and more edgy shit and more. Like at some point while watching this, I'm just like, okay, I get it. Aya goes through horrible shit. I get it. Yeah, these horrible things do unfortunately happen in our real world too. And I won't say that these topics shouldn't be in the show at all. I think abuse, mental health, and things like that shouldn't be shied away from. They have to be talked about because they happen. But I also feel like there's gotta be a way to show that without making a whole episode basically them shoving the most nasty, awful tasting shit down my throat the entire time. And this also wouldn't be such a big issue with me if the show then didn't turn around and have just the most unnecessary weird fan service and sexual undertones. For one, all of the main cast are still young high schoolers. Okay, let's keep that in mind. Shioi as a character is basically there for the fan service half the time. Kaname, while wearing Nijimin's stick, again constantly has these crotch shots and he holds onto his crotch almost every time. Like the one thing I needed even less than Kaname himself being on the screen is having his crotch on the screen. Oh, and also just the fact that like Nijimin's magical stick is literally just a pair of panties. I'm sorry, I can't tell if this is supposed supposed to be a gag or not, and it feels so weirdly out of place in a show that begins the first episode with and sexual assault. Like, it could have been literally any other piece of clothing. Gloves, socks, a fucking fedora, or cat ears, bro. Why does it have to be panties? There is not a singular reason in the known universe that will rationally make sense to me other than just fan service. It's so fucking weird that it takes me out of the show sometimes. Like, if you're gonna make a story about dark and edgy topics, if you're gonna start the story off with showing the most graphic depictions of abuse possible, then at least be mature enough to do that and then keep the tone of the serious story you're trying to tell instead of putting in some weird ass nonsensical sexual bullshit. It actually makes me mad. Now lastly, I need to talk about the characters. I want to say that I liked Aya's character, but to be honest, I think it's more that I like the concept of Aya's character. She's a depressed high school girl who has been treated so poorly by the people around her, and then we see her change and overcome these misfortunes despite what's been thrown at her. I don't think it's ever a bad thing to directly address stories about mental health in a show. Mental health is important and it needs to be talked about regardless of where you are in the world. But I do think that the show should have focused way more on that story about mental health. Unfortunately, Aya's character becomes a bit more surface level as the show goes on, but they try to play it off as if she had hella character development, which sure, she did. But also, I don't know, it just didn't really sit well with me after watching an entire episode of watching this poor girl getting and that being the sole focus of the first episode. But then we end up not hearing anything about Aya's thoughts, what her process has been, until the last episode. I don't know, man. I guess I feel that this is such an important concept that to me, it just felt like the show was just trying to be edgy instead of actually trying to tell a meaningful story about mental health. Again, it just felt so half-assed to me. I actually think that Yatsumura was the best character in the show. Her backstory is dark and depressing, but also it's not an entire 20 minutes of watching her get abused. And while she did some really messed up stuff, like a burglar as a form of revenge, you also know why she's doing this. I mean, it's still all surface level as hell, but I think Yatsumura's character is at least a bit better presented than Aya's character. Yatsumura starts off as this cold person who doesn't allow anyone else to get close to her. She starts off the show as the edgy character, maybe a little too edgy, but we do see her edgy personality begin to soften as she becomes closer to Aya. I think if the show was just about Aya and Yatsumura's friendship, I think the show would have been much better. I think Yatsumura and Aya's friendship is genuinely the only good part of the show. Straight up, I genuinely enjoyed the two of them getting closer to each other and supporting each other through their darkest moments. Unfortunately, this friendship is only a single aspect of the show and not the entire show. So yeah, you can kind of see where this is going now. Let's talk about Kosame. I really don't like the concept of Kosame's character. She's a 13-year-old girl with the tendency to self-harm, but that self-harm is directly linked to how her powers work. Her magical stick is in the shape of a box cutter, and how it works is that you have to give yourself a cut with it and feed the blood to someone else, and that heals them. Which, as a concept, I don't know, it's a little too edgy for me. There's a moment in the show where Kosame gets yelled at by Shioi and she begins to panic, so then she just whips out like 10-15 pills and takes them all at once to calm down her anxiety, which feels way too over-exaggerated to feel like a serious moment, but it's presented so seriously that it doesn't even feel like a bit. There's even a bit where two of the newly introduced magical girls begin to argue, and Kosame begins to panic because she doesn't like arguments. And then she's like, oh my god, guys, you're making me want to cut myself. As if it's all just a quirky little bit and it's supposed to be like a normal, funny interaction between these characters kind of thing. But I feel like this character is a terrible representation of mental health issues and especially self-harm. And the fact that the show trivializes it sometimes just doesn't sit well with me. Self-harm isn't a personality trait. It's something that people actually struggle with and suffer through in silence and privacy. Not something people will flaunt or threaten to do in the moment in a group setting. I see that the show is trying to present these tough topics and situations that people suffer from, but it feels like sometimes the show just ends up trivializing these topics into quirky jokes. I'm not saying that you can't make dark jokes. Hell, I think half my channel is basically dark jokes, let's be real. But these jokes hit so differently when you can directly see that Kosame does struggle with self-harm and it's something she does frequently. It's hard to find that something I can chuckle at when it's like right there in front of me. I don't know, I mean, I can't say much else about this, but this was easily one of the parts of the show that really ruined it for me. Alright, let's keep on chugging on this haterade train. Kaname is easily one of the worst, most awful, most garbage, trash, piece of shit characters in anything I've ever seen. He's a charisma black hole. In fact, I didn't even realize someone's charisma could be this low until I watched the show. Somehow, he's unlocked a new level of unlikability. On a side note, the dad sucks too. He has an ego so high that he genuinely begins to believe that he's a god at some point. He's just someone that's so comically evil, but I feel like it's presented so horribly that it's not even fun to watch watch him in the show. There is no personality with this guy beyond just being a piece of shit, and that's what makes it so hard to watch it. He makes me roll my eyes every time he shows up. And the thing is, his story didn't even end in a satisfying way either. I mean, it did seem like they were aiming for a season 2, so there was supposed to be a little more story with Kaname. And I did read on the Magical Girl site wiki that supposedly by the end of the manga, Kaname had softened up and his relationship with Aya improved or whatever, but we're really gonna be forced to watch all the horrible shit that he's ever done in the show and then just end the series with, oh well, he's softer now, so it's all okay. It's the worst kind of story arc. Speaking of characters I hate, Sarina, the bully, is another character that I can't stand. She starts off the show being comically evil. It's like she started all of the bullying and she continued it, but when Aya ended up using the magical stick in retaliation, Sarina then gets even more mad at Aya and blamed her for their deaths. But also, again, like, Sarina started all of this. She really thought she could just be a piece of shit and expect nothing to happen in retaliation at all? Really? It's also just really hard to feel much sympathy for this character when you are shown clearly in like HD what she did to Aya in specific detail. Like, you get to watch the actual abuse happen. Sarina then becomes even more of a villain, and after being saved from dying by Aya, she just fades into obscurity until she comes back at the end. She has clearly changed a little bit and is even willing to work with Aya for the greater good. I think part of why I hate this character so much is because I feel like she didn't do jack shit that warranted this sort of character development. We see her a lot when she's at her worst. We barely see her anymore after she gets saved by Aya, only glimpses and pieces. I do think that Aya saving Sarina's life was an interesting twist to all of this, because it did show a lot about Aya as a person, and I was also kind of interested as to how this might change Sarina's character. But then she just disappears for half the show, and we barely actually see what she goes through before she reunites with Aya. So of course, the only impression I have left of this character is her ass being an evil little bitch. So how can I even like this character or accept this redemption arc story when she barely did anything that could even remotely make up for all of the damage she caused in the first place? It just doesn't work for me, man. I think Sarina as a character concept is interesting. I won't say that it's not interesting, but in this show, it was executed so poorly that I fucking hate Sarina regardless of what she does at the end of the show. And then there's other characters like Shioi and Nijimin who I didn't hate, but I also didn't really care for them at all. I think they were interesting at first, but they were very quickly then overshadowed by the 900 gazillion other different shit that was happening in the show. Nijimin, for example, her friendships with the other characters felt so unexplored to the point where her death just didn't have the impact I think the creators wanted it to have. It's unfortunate. And Shioi, like, why does she even exist, bro? Like, despite her being considered one of the main characters, her character never felt deeper to me than just stupid psychotic killer girl plus fan service. But then you look at the Magical Girl site wiki and you go on Shioi's page and it says she's supposed to be 13 years old, so I feel even less comfortable with this now. What are they doing, bro? There was also that one stupid subplot with the Nijimin stand. I don't get the point of this subplot. All in all, Magical Girl site is a show with a lot of potential, but is bogged down by excess. The excess edginess makes it hard to take it seriously sometimes. The excess characters make it so there's less focus on the main characters. The excess storylines make the show impossible to keep straight. Like, there's some good in here, but it's just so bogged down by all the bad stuff in the show that it makes it not worth watching at all. I think a Battle Royale Magical Girl anime could be really interesting, and I really love the concept of the administrator and the girls who all hate each other having to ally with each other and look over each other's differences to defeat the biggest form of evil. I love that kind of shit, bro. I wanted to like this show, but I don't. I don't completely hate it, but the flaws of the show are really hard to look past because it does involve some serious stuff. All in all, I'm gonna give this anime a 4 out of 10, okay? There's some decent things, but it's not worth watching, bro. It's really not. Handshakers. Imagine that you're a terminal gooner. One night during a gooning session, you suddenly awaken magical powers activated by your gooning hand motions that allow you to summon cool ass weapons and make you stronger. And you are thrown into the midst of a battle royale where the winner gets to meet God himself, who will grant you any wish you desire. You are now a warrior known as a handshaker. Get it? Because when you goon, you very frivolously shake your hand? Well, okay. Don't worry, guys. Handshakers is not about that nasty blurb I just described to you. Well, actually, some of it is accurate, except you're not gooning to activate these powers. You're actually holding someone else's hand, and you're both warriors fighting in this battle royale. Handshakers is an anime that can only be described as vomit. The story and characters are an absolute gunky mess with bits and pieces of various tropes, creating a disaster akin to my toilet bowl after having one too many shots. And the visuals, I mean, look at this, bruh. The art style is so absolutely insane that it would scare off an iPad kid who is addicted to having Subway Surfers playing alongside every single video they watch. And the entire show is coated in a very thin layer of sexualization that's ambiguous enough where they can gaslight you into thinking that you're the crazy one for thinking that these siblings are way too close to each other. I'm not going insane, guys. She actually loves her brother romantically. And as if it's to cement the fact that this show is actually made for gooners, the soundtrack is made by Goon Tracks. I don't believe in fate usually, but this just might be the one exception that I'll ever make. You know the craziest part about all this? The show sucks ass, but holy the soundtrack absolutely slaps. Unfortunately, I don't think I can play it here, but I do genuinely recommend you check out the soundtrack because it's actually pretty good. Hello everybody, my name is Leo Hashi, and today I watched Handshakers so you don't have to. Handshakers is a 2017 anime series with a 5.24 out of 10 on my anime list and a miserable 3.2 out of 10 on IMDb, and rightfully so. This show sucks ass. I'm just gonna say it now. It's not the worst thing I've ever seen, but to be fair, I have seen some really irredeemable anime in my time here on YouTube, so I'm sure my standards are way lower than the average anime fans, okay? Like, my Stockholm Syndrome for bad anime has become so much so that I even started finding things I actually liked about this anime. That's basically saying, hey, vomit is nasty as but at least some of the regurgitated food looks delicious. Oh dear god, what am I saying? Anyways, to show you exactly why this anime sucks so much ass, I'll have to take you on a wonderful journey into the world of Handshakers. Let's get started. Episode 1 begins straight up just with visual vomit. Like, the show immediately communicates that if you have a risk for epileptic seizures, then you might as well just turn off the show now before you actually physically suffer from watching this garbage. This show is not worth it enough to sacrifice your literal brain cells for. So we jump into a fight scene where our main characters, while holding hands, are fighting against another pair with the ability to summon these ugly ass CGI chains, and immediately, right out of the gate, there's some weird ass fan service going on, okay? This dude is strangling this girl with the chains that they summon, and every time he like strangles her, she is literally just moaning. She's moaning like while we also get these raunchy close-up shots of her body, her tits are jiggling over time, and they really needed you to see this in the first minute of the entire series. I can't. I can't. Guys, I know I bring up fan service a lot. I know I complain about it a lot, but really? How do I not react like this when all I can hear in the first minute of the episode is just are you kidding me? Also, I wasn't wearing headphones before I started watching this show. I quickly changed my mind on that. So anyways, we go back in time, and we are now introduced to the main character of the show, Kazuna Takatsuki. He is quite possibly one of the most boring main characters in any show I've ever seen. His only personality trait is that he likes building or fixing machines, and he apparently gets so into fixing machines that he forgets literally everything else that's going on around him. Now, if only he can fix that boring personality of his, we see him talking to another recurring character in the show named Lily Hojo. Lily is the student council president, a fan of tarot cards, and the show's designated fan service figure. Okay, I know. Take a shot every time I complain about fan service, okay? I get it. But guys, first off, she's a high schooler, so it's already weird if you're into this shit, okay? But also in this scene, Kazuna is fixing Lily's iPod or whatever the hell. She starts listening to music, and when she nods along to the song she's listening to, I guess gravity just decided to completely stop existing for a second, because god, they really put a lot of effort into the jiggle physics of this show. I'm not even joking. Anyways, Kazuna is requested by a college professor to repair something, but on the way, he bumps into a businessman whose car had broken down. Kazuna fixes this random businessman's car and goes on with his day as the businessman and another girl in the car thanks him. Kazuna arrives at the university and finds a strange room with a girl in a hospital bed. As he walks in, we get a flashback to Kazuna's past where his sister was in the hospital. Unfortunately, she passed away. Her last words before dying was, "Never let go of my hand," or something among those lines, you know. It is sad, but I think it would be sadder if Kazuna wasn't the anime character equivalent of dry paint. A girl with white hair is laying in the bed unconscious. However, as Kazuna stands next to her, she opens her eyes and holds Kazuna's hand. Suddenly, she starts glowing, and the world around Kazuna begins to collapse, and Kazuna hears a voice in his head. "Those who receive the revelation of Babel," you who will challenge me, you who must overcome many battles and walk the path to meet God. You are a handshaker. Or something like that. I don't remember exactly what he said. And to be honest, who cares? Spoiler alert, we don't really find out much more about what all this means. So forgive me if my recap is full of I don't give a shit energy, okay? Anyways, the professor, Nagamasa Makihara, arrives, and he might just be the quirkiest character in the show. He is extremely eccentric, and his voice actor honestly killed the performance, I think. Actually, on a side note, the voice actors really made this show much more watchable because the voice acting in the show is genuinely really good, which is a shame because, well, this is Handshakers. And also, to be honest, voice acting to Japan is basically the same as what burgers and fries are to America, so I feel like that's not really saying that much. Makihara is a quirky professor who is automatically one of the most interesting characters in this show because he actually has a personality. He loves offering shumai for people to eat, always positive, always trying to look on the bright side and believe in the best of humanity. I love this. I love the energy. And goddamn, I wish he was the main character. Anyways, we also learn about the mysterious girl that is now holding Tazuna's hand. Her name is Koyori Akutagawa, and she spends half the show having less cognitive function than one of those annoying ass escort NPCs that die every 2 seconds. She's unable to talk, express emotion, or do much else really. She also doesn't have any of her memories anymore. Makihara tells Tazuna that he has now become a handshaker, and Koyori has a strange physical ailment that makes it so if Tazuna lets go of her hand, she will die. It was okay when she was asleep, but I guess now that she's awake, she's f***ed or something. I don't actually know. Anyways, later on, a bunch of awful looking chains that kind of remind me more of rotten spaghetti than actual change attack the main characters. And we're finally back to the beginning scene of the show. The chain guy who has a girl just in chains moaning the entire time, and I think he's able to summon more chains or stronger chains or whatever by just doing weird sexual shit to the girl. And it's almost like the louder she moans, the stronger the chains are. And at some point, she moans so loud, the chains go absolutely berserk. If this is not a sexual innuendo of some kind, then I'm quitting YouTube. Either way, this is episode 1! This is episode 1! Like, I just can't escape this stupid fan service bullshit. Everywhere I go, it's just always gonna be there. Tazuna and Koyori can only run away from the chains for a while. We then see a flashback again to Tazuna's past when he promised he would never let go of his sister's hand before she died. Tazuna is now motivated to fight back and protect Koyori as a bunch of gears begin to float around, which is Tazuna's ability. At the peak of this battle, we see Chain Guy literally stepping on the girl's crotch as she just continues to and then he keeps going, more, give me more. Her moaning gets louder, the chains get stronger, and I'm just sitting here like, I can't. The episode ends with the characters getting ready for a duel of a lifetime, with Tazuna summoning a sword made up by his gears. Episode 2 jumps right into the battle as we see Tazuna absolutely obliterate this chain guy in one shot. Really? That's it? I mean, I was very glad that he got defeated really fast though, because I genuinely don't think I could handle any more of that fucking moaning. Like, imagine these two sexual deviants were the main character of this show. Every fight scene would just be like, it would be absolutely unbearable. We then get a lore drop from Professor Makihara. Handshakers are chosen ones who, by holding each other's hands, can gain power. Each one gets a weapon called a Nimrod and also gains enhanced superhuman physical abilities. Handshakers all have heard the revelation of Babel, or whatever stupid shit I was telling you about earlier, and each handshaker's wishes drive their will to fight, win, and to meet God to have their wish granted. They fight in a parallel universe where no one else exists, known as Ziggurat. Apparently, injuries from Ziggurat don't last that long in a real world. An example being the chain guy, who is actually fine and is being treated in the university hospital. However, once a handshaker loses in battle, they will then forever lose their abilities as handshakers and lose the chance to have their wish granted by God. Makihara, however, is unsure of everything though. Is the voice actually a god or a devil disguised by a god? And it's his job to find out everything and research all this stuff. But guys, don't worry, we don't find out anything. Unfortunately, Tazuna doesn't want to fight, but he's gonna get attacked by other handshakers anyway. Tazuna suggests losing on purpose, but Makihara tells him that if he loses, then Koyori will die. Makihara says that an energy called charge is created when the handshakers hold each other's hands, which is also what keeps Koyori alive. So she won't die immediately on the spot, flopping over like a fish out of water just because you let go of her hand, but she will eventually die if her hand isn't held again. It's like she's permanently stuck in Ziggurat, even if she exists in the real world. Basically, Tazuna has to live his entire daily life while holding Koyori's hand the entire time, while Makihara researches a way to keep Koyori alive without having to rely on the hand holding. Makihara magically ends up convincing Tazuna's parents to let Koyori live with them, and they end up throwing a little get-together party welcoming Koyori. And to just show you how NPC Koyori actually is, she didn't know how to eat food. So Tazuna is like, here, this is a tutorial on how to eat food. And then she learns how to eat food, and and Tazuna is like, wow, you learn so fast. What the f am I watching, bro? I mean, apparently Koyori is really good at picking new skills up fast, which is something that continues to come up in the show. Another thing that happens over and over in the show is whenever anything becomes remotely romantic, like for example, sharing the same eating utensil, someone around the two main characters will always make a comment like, oh my god, are you guys dating? You have to be a couple, right? Or lovers or something. You have to be dating. And Tazuna will always respond with, what? No, it's not like that. It's not like that. And it happens so many times in the show. And every time I roll my eyes, because it's just like, who cares? I just want to know what's happening with Babel and God and whatever. I don't care about this. And guess what? In classic anime fashion, it's time to take a bath. And of course, Tazuna is unable to let go of Koyori's hand for too long. And because Koyori doesn't know how to take a bath, he has to take a bath with her. Oh my god. At some point, he has to take Koyori's clothes off, and as he unbuttons her shirt, he straight up has like an inner monologue in his head and straight up panicking and saying like, sorry officer, sorry, she propositioned to me. I mean, it was an accident. I mean, it's not what it looks like. And I won't even lie, as much as this show is trash, I thought this was pretty funny. I'll admit it. There were just weirdly funny moments like this that just straight up catch me off guard a few times in the show. And I found myself actually laughing. That doesn't mean the show is good. That just means the show can be funny sometimes. Anyways, Tazuna teaches Koyori how to bathe, telling himself, I'm gonna become a machine that washes Koyori. I'm a machine. But of course, Koyori turns around and then he's like, no, don't look this way, stop. And then it's too late. We watch as Koyori turn around to get a full-on view of Tazuna's glizzy as Tazuna's nose begins to bleed like I can't. 2 fucking episodes. We are 2 episodes into the show. Folks, we can never truly escape fan service. It's time to give up. Anyways, the next day they have to go to school while holding hands. And everyone else is like understandably questioning what the hell is up with them. Why are they holding hands the entire time? But they just run away without answering anything. Lily bumps into them and meets Koyori for the first time. And she takes out the tarot card of the lovers. Episode 3 begins with Makihara telling us that Koyori can now live up to 15 minutes without holding hands, which I guess is progress. We're then reintroduced to the random businessman and the girl whose car Tazuna fixed in episode 1. The girl is Chizuru Mitsudera, an adult who apparently looks so much like a child that people literally frequently mistake her for being in elementary school or middle school. And this is a joke that continues to come up frequently in the show. This whole concept is just weird to me personally. She's designed to clearly look like a child. I mean, look at this. Are you serious? Like, it's not shown in a way or anything that might make this whole concept feel illegal, you know, like those and shit like that. Nasty. But to me, it's still kind of a weird concept, right? She's this lady who has a very brash personality that some degenerates might call bratty, and she also looks like a child. Maybe it's just me reading too much into things, but it can't just be me who's weirded out by this, right? It's like one of those, oh, it's okay because she's canonically legal type of characters. Anyways, the other guy is Azuma Hayate, Chizuru's subordinate, who is always apologizing no matter what happens. Like, it's to the point where this guy will apologize for just existing. The two are doing a presentation for the restaurant company or something, and everyone in the room keeps referring to Chizuru as Hayate's assistant, even though she's actually Hayate's boss, because yeah, she looks like a kid. Wow. Although their characters individually are weird and kind of whatever, I did enjoy their dynamic with each other because they both do have a personality beyond walking NPC, and their interactions aren't boring, you know, they're like at least entertaining. Tazuna is seen fixing a kitchen sink at the same company, still with Koyori permanently stuck to his hand. They bump into Hayate and Chizuru, who thanks him for fixing their car the other day. They invite Tazuna and Koyori to come to their restaurant for a date. A mistake that again continues to happen because they're holding hands. What? And Tazuna again is obviously like, no, it's not like that. Anyways, they go to Chizuru and Hayate's restaurant, where Hayate is running around like a madman, and Chizuru shows them to their table. After they enjoy a delicious meal and they're about to say their goodbyes, they're suddenly transported into Ziggurat. Wow! It turns out that Chizuru and Hayate are also handshakers, and they knew the entire time that Tazuna and Koyori were handshakers as well. They say that they have their own reason to fight, their own wishes that they want to grant, and prepare to battle, as we are shown a flashback of Hayate and Chizuru, who are both constantly getting screwed over by their companies due to certain inequalities in the workplace. They're fighting because they want to ask God to make everything and everyone equal, making all of this pointless conflict disappear. And apparently every handshaker is supposed to have like some sort of corny nickname so as to not give out their real names to their opponents. Like Chizuru is apparently Dagger Shadow and Hayate is Blade Shadow, which gives me like the same vibes as a kid making his own screen name on the internet for the first time. Like how I called my email XX Dragon Sword ZZ back when I was in middle school. Chizuru fights with a large shirt shuriken, while Hayate has a massive sword, and I won't lie, the designs are pretty cool. It's just too bad that all of it's overshadowed by how ugly the CGI is. I mean, the soundtrack though, the soundtrack never stops going hard, at least. As they fight, Chizuru asks Koyori if she's okay with just being protected the entire time. The two begin to shadow clone jutsu themselves as they prepare to end the fight. Episode 4 then continues the battle as Tazuna and Koyori run away from the clones. As the seizure-inducing fight scenes go on, Tazuna eventually resolves to protect Koyori again and summons his big gear sword and then ends up wiping out all the clones at the same time. Tazuna and Hayate then duel as they both fall towards the ground. However, the battle ends with Tazuna's victory, meaning that Chizuru and Hayate are no longer handshakers and that their wish won't come true anymore. Later, they're all seen at Makihara's office as Chizuru and Hayate apologize profusely to Tazuna after learning about Koyori's condition of, well, dying if they lost. Koyori goes in to pat Chizuru's head, which I thought was kind of funny, but yeah. They bring up the fact that handshakers are supposed to have nicknames in order to hide their real identity, a fact that apparently Makihara had forgotten to mention to them. Chizuru then verbally destroys Makihara's entire life. Then we get another lore drop. Holding hands is directly linked to fighting in this world. They could be noticed as handshakers simply by just holding hands, which is crazy to me because the last time I went to Japan, I guess I just saw hella handshakers walking around Tokyo like it was nothing. Anyways, when handshakers hold hands, they exchange emotions and memories, at least only surface level stuff, but because Koyori was asleep for a while and she has no memory, Tazuna really didn't see anything. We also learn how to actually enter Ziggurat. When two pairs of handshakers are in the same vicinity, around 1 kilometer or 0.62 miles for us Americans, they will automatically enter Ziggurat. Apparently. Not sure how that really works. Another way is when a pair of handshakers challenges another pair to battle. However, if you run away further than 1 kilometer or 0.62 miles for us Americans, they can leave Ziggurat and end the battle. God, I don't even like metric, right? But can we just fucking switch to metric already, please? Chizuru volunteers to be their guardians, and they choose a name for Tazuna, Single Gear, which I don't know, kind of whack in my opinion, but whatever, okay? I wish she went for something a little more extreme like DJ Shadow Gear or something like that. Later, we see that Chizuru and Hayate are actually really upset about losing to Tazuna as they both begin to cry, causing their car to swerve because Hayate is crying too hard. However, they begin to get a new wave of motivation to work hard with their own powers instead of relying on God, as they had witnessed Tazuna, a younger man in high school, fighting all on his own to protect Koyori from everything and everyone. Back at Tazuna's place, Koyori begins to show concern and guilt for all of the injuries that Tazuna received in battle. Episode 5 begins with Koyori playing a Yu-Gi-Oh ripoff of the Handshaker universe against Lily. But how did we even get to this point? Well, we cut back to a few moments earlier where Tazuna and Koyori are invited to some kind of showroom by Chizuru and Hayate. Koyori tells Chizuru that she wants to learn how to cook for Tazuna. After being shown some futuristic technology, Tazuna gets so impressed and so focused and in awe of the technology that he lets Koyori's hand go and loses her in the fucking crowd, while Koyori just gets distracted by a random ass couple and loses Tazuna. It's been a while since I've had a very direct bruh moment in an anime that I've seen, but this might be one of the most bruh moments of all time. Koyori is lost and begins to cry, but she ends up being found by Lily, who is holding hands with her brother while walking around. That's a little bit sus, but anyway. Tazuna calls Makihara and the two both panic as they both realize how badly they squandered this situation by not giving Koyori her own cell phone, which I think should have been one of the first things that they thought of, you know, because of emergency situations like this where she could actually die. Like, is everyone in this show just dumb? I don't get it. Apparently, Koyori can now survive up to 2 hours without hand holding, which is good. But that also just sounds like it's been a while since Tazuna started living with Koyori. So for this entire time period, they just forgot to give this girl her own cell phone? Huh? What? Are you really? Anyways, Tazuna is approached by another random businessman with glasses. A man voiced by none other than the legend Kenjiro Tsuda, who also has voiced the sexiest man in Jujutsu Kaisen, Nanami. But anyway, I think this whole show actually has a pretty decked out cast with recognizable voice actors. It's just too bad that it's handshakers. So this random businessman is extremely socially inept. Tazuna asks him, "Have you seen a girl around here?" And this dude responds with, "Do you know how many girls there are in the world?" Well, how's school? Does he still like shumai? What? Like, he seemed like a quiet and intimidating dude, but it turns out he's just quiet because he just doesn't really know how to speak well. This is just one of those moments where the show just caught me off guard with some of the humor in it. Even Tazuna's like, the fuck is this man saying? However, he then asks Tazuna if Makihara is doing well, hinting at a past that Makihara hasn't told us about yet. Meanwhile, Koyori is at a card game tournament with Lily and her brother Masaru. Masaru, also known as Dead End Emperor or some corny shit, is in the final round of the card game tournament. And Lily, the entire time, she's just like, "Oh my god, Masaru! Yes! Oh my god, yes, Masaru!" And I was starting to get a very small suspicion that this fan service oriented character might also be a brocon. And if you don't know what a brocon is, it's just one of those characters that are strangely, overtly obsessed with their younger brothers to the point where it doesn't feel like familial love anymore. I am so done with this bullshit. Anyways, Masaru wins the tournament and Lily then spends the entire time absolutely losing her fucking mind. You're my emperor, Masaru! You're my emperor! Coyote also begins to show interest in the card game. Tazuna and the random dude continue to talk as this random dude continues to fumble the conversation. Tazuna is like, do you know Makihara? And the dude is like, do I know him? Yes, I do. But on the other hand, do I not know him? I mean, well, I actually do know him. Like, he actually just sucks at talking. Anyways, it turns out that Makihara himself also used to be a handshaker. And the guy asks Tazuna why he fights. He says that Tazuna is just destroying the wishes of others, even though he himself doesn't even have a wish. He asks Tazuna if he's just gonna continue listening to Makihara, and then brings up Tazuna's deceased sister. He says that Coyote isn't his actual sister, not a replacement or anything like that. So why is he fighting anyway? First off, no idea how this guy even knows about Tazuna's dead sister, and this is never even explained, so whatever. Also, what is he even talking about, bro? And I'm saying this as someone who watched the entire 12 episodes. What the hell is he on about? Meanwhile, Coyote learns how to play the card game, and it turns out that she's really good. Tazuna gets a call from Lily, and he immediately leaves as the bro with glasses just menacingly stands there. Anyway, Lily forgets that she used all of her money to pay for lunch, so Masaru volunteers to cover the cost of the room they were using to play the game. Lily then continues to absolutely freak the fuck out and fanboy over her brother, saying like, oh my god, he's grown up so much, Coyote, he's grown up so much. He's gotten stronger too. Recently, I peeked in the bath and saw. And I'm just sitting there like, whoa, 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 ma'am, can I please request that you first calm the fuck down, ma'am? She also then starts to ask Coyote about Tazuna, but then she decides to ask a different question. Is it weird to be in love with your brother? Oh my god, oh my god. The only reason why it would be weird to love your sibling is if it goes beyond the level of a regular familial sibling love. Why does everyone in anime want to fuck their siblings, goddammit? Coyote then hears Tazuna's voice and perks up, happy to see him again. But in a twist that probably surprised like a total of 2 people in the universe, they're transported to Ziggurat as it's revealed that Lily and Masaru are also handshakers. What? Wow, what a surprise and a twist! I'm going crazy, man. I'm going crazy. But of course, how can they fight their friends, right? They're reluctant to fight, and Tazuna says that if the will to fight is lost from both sides, then they'll be transported out. However, after standing there for like 2 seconds and nothing happens, Masaru is like, all right, I guess y'all just want to fight then. And they begin fighting anyways. Episode 6 then begins with headache-inducing visuals. Apparently, Lily and Masaru's Nimrods are literally just their cards amplified. Like, Lily uses her tarot cards to fight, and Masaru uses his card game cards. And as they're battling each other, I'm just sitting there like, can't they just get 1 kilometer or 0.62 miles away from each other and they'll be kicked out of Ziggurat and they won't be forced to fight? Like, didn't they literally just tell us that that's possible? Why are they not doing that? Why are they just fighting? Just walk away from each other until the Ziggurat disappears, you idiots. This makes no sense to me. The siblings are now super serious all of a sudden, saying that it's time to fight, even if it's against a dear friend. The entire city is on fire because of Masaru's card game abilities, and Lily says, I'll do whatever you want me to do, Masaru. Cut to a flashback of their past. Lily, growing up, was always praised by her mother, but her dad was always super harsh, being like, you got an A+? Don't get cocky about that. The dad was always leaving late at night doing other business, you know, which started to affect their mother very negatively. Although she still praises Lily, when Masaru gets home, she begins to yell at him about getting a call from school and she begins to cry. It's a pretty dysfunctional family life overall, and this is why Lily cares so much about Masaru. Although that doesn't really explain the weird sort of incestual line that she constantly seems to cross, but whatever, we'll just ignore that. The amount of blushing that these siblings do around each other is not normal. It is absolutely beyond the level of normal siblings, okay? If you ever catch me blushing like that around my own siblings, then please fucking put me in jail. Back to the battle, Tazuna begins to try and get into a blind spot. However, a trap ensnares Tazuna. Things look really bad both for Tazuna and the show itself, as one of the worst, most awful, very goofy looking CGI dragon hand just comes out and destroys a building. Along with any semblance of good visuals the show had so far, Masaru then says the battle's over as he says, I'm the same as my sister. Like, in what way though? In what way are you similar to your sister? The weird and special shit? What else can he be referring to here? Coyote drags Tazuna desperately as they continue to get chased down. Tazuna admits that he was looking at Coyote as a replacement for his deceased sister, but now he wants to fight actually for Coyote herself. The location randomly changes as they run through the city, and the only good part of this battle still being just the music playing in the background. Coyote, who had just played against Masaru in the card game, is able to read his moves, and it allows for her to lead Tazuna towards them without getting hit. Tazuna then starts to say and repeat the official catchphrase of the show. It's meshing. It's meshing. Get it? Because, like, he uses gears to fight, and to mesh means for a gear wheel to lock together with another gear, so that's why the catchphrase is now, it's meshing, because everything's, like, supposedly working now. You know, you get it, right? Like, it's really clever writing, okay? And you know the writers thought this was fucking genius because they keep repeating this goddamn phrase over and over and over and over. You're gonna hear, it's meshing, probably more times than you'd like for the rest of this video, I promise you that. They are able to catch up to Lily and Masaru on the rooftop, where Tazuna asks Lily to stop fighting, but she refuses. Although neither of them want to actually fight each other, Lily says that she has a wish she wants to make come true. She declares loud and proud, I love you, Masaru! I want to win the battle, and then she just trails off. She just fucking trails off without finishing her sentence. Do what, ma'am? You want to win the battle in what? What do you want to do? Ma'am, do you want to give your brother a better life? Or do you want to get married to him? Anyways, Masaru is also just like, I bet, I'm down, let's fight, after hearing this weird ass speech from his sister. The battle ends with Tazuna being able to outmaneuver Masaru's last ditch efforts and defeating them. After the battle, Lily and Masaru apologize to each other as Masaru also tells her that he loves her. And I'm sitting there like, as siblings, right? Like, you guys love each other as siblings, right? This is what I meant when I said that this show sort of gaslights you. They keep this entire relationship between Masaru and Lily just ambiguous enough, where it does feel like they're actually talking about having incestual feelings for each other or whatever, but they always never finish their sentences or actually say out loud what is exactly going on with these two. It's just so annoyingly ambiguous. It's almost like a layer of security, so if the creators of Handshakers get criticized for having this weird shit in the show, they have deniability of like, whoa, bro, we never explicitly said incest in the show, okay? These two just say that they love each other like any siblings do, you know? Familial love, bro. You're the problem for having these weird conclusions, not us. Like, fuck this show. I can't. Episode 7 is the school festival episode. Tazuna confronts Makihara about his past as a handshaker. Makihara admits that he was a handshaker, but he never got to meet God as he had lost contact with the person whose hand he was supposed to hold in battle. The classic ghosting tactic. Makihara says that Coyote was actually born as a handshaker. She also used to have someone whose hand she held, but due to unfortunate circumstances, Makihara had put her to sleep to prevent her from dying. Makihara says that he was really glad Tazuna was able to hold hands with Coyote, and Tazuna responds with his classic line, it's just meshing. Anyways, a classmate of Tazuna's runs and begs for him to help out with some shit about the school festival. Tazuna goes to talk to Lily as Coyote looks up a curry recipe. Lily and Tazuna's convo is kind of awkward at first, both sides being like, oh my god, I'm sorry, I didn't really mean to. It turns out that Lily's parents have decided to separate, news that Lily actually takes in stride. Of course, it's sad, but it made Lily happy that at least they're both able to be honest about their feelings. Lily then says that she's fine, relieving all the weird awkwardness in between them. Tazuna's classmate was apparently struggling with getting cooking ingredients for their booth, and Lily confidently agrees to help, which backfires fast because the next day she's crying and apologizing about not being able to do as much as she thought. They then end up asking Chizuru if they'd be able to sell ingredients for cheap instead. Anyone following? Does anyone actually still care? Because I don't. The classmates all thank Tazuna for his help as they're preparing for the school festival. And in what can only be described as a tragic miracle, all of the chefs apparently broke their arms from secret training. Like, what? How? The fuck did they even do? They said they went to the mountains or some shit, bro. Coyote volunteers to cook and she starts to practice, and although it was rough at first, she quickly picks up cooking skills and she ends up impressing everyone in the class. The day of the festival arrives. The stove stops working, so Tazuna fixes it while also helping out Coyote with the cooking as a classmate watches the two's smooth and flawless teamwork, and they say they're meshing. Oh my god, they're meshing again. They're meshing. God, please stop saying this goddamn stupid ass bullshit line every single fucking time, please. I've already heard it too many times. It's only been 2 episodes since this catchphrase was introduced, and I've heard it too many times. Lily and Masaru also stop by the booth as they exchange contact info with Coyote. The festival then ends as Tazuna and Coyote spend time alone together. Apparently they won the best booth or some shit. Who even cares? Wow!
Oh, is it because they were meshing?
Coyote takes out a lunchbox she made for Tazuna, and the two shared a lunchbox as the most pointless episode in the show comes to a close. But hey, guess who showed up again in this episode, guys? And we all miss these guys. The chain guy and moaning girl from the first episode. Wow, we really missed these two sexual deviants. Episode 8 begins with an idol performing, and it looks like one of those dancing videos where people take like Genshin Impact character models and make them do TikTok dances or whatever. We see some dudes fall over as this idol quotes none other than the 28th US President, Woodrow Wilson. What? Turns out that she's a handshaker, and she just beat another pair of handshakers through the art of performance and song. This girl is Kodama Awaza, an idol turned handshaker who does everything for her fans. She has a tendency to quote historical figures, and she did this so much that I quickly gave up on trying to like write down who she quoted or how she quoted them. It's just too much freaking work, and she does it too much. We also meet the idol's manager and partner handshaker, Moriyama Hibiki, who despite his sort of plump appearance, runs way freaking faster than Sonic the Hedgehog himself. I think he's faster than the speed of lightning. It's kind of insane. We then find out that the next guest that Kodama wants to invite to her concert is Tazuna and Coyote as they pull up a photo of the two. Right after the opening, we suddenly skip everything else and jump right into the middle of battle as Tazuna is seen struggling, and Kodama's first song performance just had ended, and she continues to quote random ass people from history. And you know she just googled these and has a huge freaking document with a bunch of them written down because why? Kodama is unlike any other handshaker they've met. She is way stronger than the average handshaker. And honestly, Kodama quoted like 5 historical figures in like 5 minutes. And at a certain point, I just stopped trying to even understand what she's trying to say. I just gave up. I don't know what she's saying. Tazuna is like, I feel like I've heard her name somewhere. And then Hibiki's sonic speed approaches him and screams,
What? You don't know Kodama-chan?
And then even in the heat of battle, gives them his business card out of habit. And it's like, hi, my name is Moriyama Hibiki. Nice to meet you. Kodama's mic turns into a large sword and they begin to fight each other. Or rather, Tazuna just gets his ass completely handed to him. We then cut back to what happened before this battle. Makihara had given them coupons to go shopping for Coyote. They're basically just on a date at this point. He's choosing the clothes for her. They're eating the ice cream together. I mean, saying this isn't a date is like saying humans don't actually need to breathe oxygen in order to survive. Unfortunately, during this date, they're transferred into Ziggurat and are ambushed by Kodama. Back to the battle, we see that Hibiki is surprisingly extremely badass and powerful as this madman fights with a double-sided lightsaber? What the fuck? What is this, man? He also amplifies Kodama's power, which is part of why Kodama herself is so strong. And not to judge by appearances, but Hibiki feels like a pretty unorthodox character. We don't usually see a chubbier, middle-aged businessman in this kind of anime, I feel like. And I also just wasn't expecting this man to be so goddamn powerful. And a part of me absolutely loves this concept. Also, take a shot every time Kodama quotes a historical figure. You're gonna be in the hospital maybe by like halfway into the episode. Admittedly, some of the fight scenes aren't even that bad. I think some of them were really cool. It's just too bad the fight scenes more often than not look like seizure-inducing vomit pools of different colors. Anyways, Kodama charges up for a very powerful attack as she says, if you don't stop this with all of your power, you'll actually die, woo. But of course, they end up managing to escape because they're the main characters and the ziggurat closes up. Tazuna is injured badly. As Tazuna recovers from his wounds, we get more lore. The Nimrods, the weapons they use, they have various effects on the world of Ziggurat itself. If their Nimrod is affecting the Ziggurat world heavily, it means that you're fighting a handshaker that's much closer to God, much more powerful. Handshakers that beat others can apparently gain the powers of those they defeat. The more power they gain, the more their Nimrods begin infecting the Ziggurat or something. Dude, I don't freaking know. This seems like really important information that should have been told to Tazuna all the way back in episode 2, but whatever, man. I'll leave you to be the judge of whether all this lore makes any sense or it's all just dumb, stupid bullshit. Anyways, we cut back to Kodama and Hibiki as she continues to quote historical figures. I know I keep saying this, but it's because I'm not even joking. I'm not joking. This is literally more than half the girl's dialogue. And to quote George Washington, girl, shut up. I won't even lie. Hibiki is so goofy that it entertained me to no end. I can't even like. He's just like,
Kodama-chan, you're the best. Kodama-chan, you're so understanding.
And when his phone rings, his ringtone is Kodama's song. And he's just like,
oh my god, even my ears are being blessed by you.
And Kodama is like, bro, just answer the phone. I gotta admit, sometimes this show is really funny. The phone call was from the president of the concert venue or an idol company or something, and apparently they wanted to cancel Kodama's next live concert. It seems as though there's some sort of conflict between these two and the president of concert venues or whatever. I have no idea. Anyway, Kodama says that she lives for her fans. Everything is for her fans. Fans. Coyote texts Lily for advice as she's bothered that she can't do anything to help Tazuna, as she watched Tazuna get get injured heavily. Lily responds that there's definitely something Coyote should be able to do for him, and Tazuna also needs to learn to believe in Coyote as well. Coyote then pats Tazuna's head as she cries, and it's very, very obvious and easily predictable at this point that she is about to awaken some insane ass hidden power in the next episode. But anyways, for now, she cries. Episode 9 literally begins with Kodama quoting a historical figure again. Y'all still taking shots, or are you in the hospital from liver failure yet? Anyways, we jump right back into the thick of it, and Tazuna approaches Kodama to battle. The fight begins as Kodama begins to sing on a rooftop as Hibiki audibly cheers her on in the background, and this whole thing feels like an absolutely insane fever dream. And yeah, this is a standard with handshakers now, but of course, we cut back to moments before the battle where Tazuna's condition seems awful, and Makihara recommends that Tazuna should only focus on getting better. Tazuna tries to get up to fight, but Makihara says that he'll just die, and that would mean Coyote would also just die. Makihara promises that he'll analyze data and get back to him with useful information on how to beat Kodama, as well as trying to heal Tazuna as fast as possible. And this seems to calm Tazuna down for a bit, but then he begins to like spiral and question like Makihara's intentions, and he's like, he's too positive, he's too fucking overconfident. Does he even want to protect Coyote? No, I'm the only one that can do it. It doesn't matter what happens to me, I'm gonna save Coyote. And he becomes blinded by this to the point where he even yells back at his parents to shut up when he tries to leave with Coyote, even though Coyote shows on her face that she clearly doesn't want Tazuna to go out to fight again. Look at this girl's face. Look, are you kidding me, Tazuna? However, Tazuna, so blinded, is like, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna protect her. I'm gonna fight everyone and beat them and win and protect Coyote. Yada, yada, yada. Like, okay, I get it. But also, again, to quote historical figure George Washington, girls, shut up. Just shut up and recover, please. You are literally walking towards your death, and if you didn't have main character plot armor, you 100% wouldn't be alive after this battle. Anyways, back to the battle. They go for Hibiki first this time in order to not have Kodama's power amplified, but this incredibly beautiful man himself is also an absolutely powerful unit on his own. Tazuna is getting absolutely pulverized, which no shit, right? What the hell did this dude expect? Kodama begins to sing a song again in the middle of the battle. Bro, in the theater, kid gains superhuman powers. Tazuna continues to get up no matter how much he gets beaten down, but at some point, he's unable to summon anything anymore. Coyote gets up to cover for Tazuna, but then Tazuna gets up to protect Coyote again. Coyote still says no words as the battle is about to end. But then suddenly, Coyote actually says her first line of actual dialogue in the entire show, and she says, I want to be together with Tazuna. Coyote then awakens crazy ass magical power as all of her clothes start like changing into some other shit, and she transforms into a magical girl? A fairy? What is happening? No, she actually turned into March 7th from Honkai Star Rail. Anyways, Coyote 7th is now floating and shit as she controls a bunch of gears, finally having awakened her Nimrod. And I mean, I won't lie, it was pretty cool to see. I guess this also awakened her ability to speak normal sentences and express emotions, and she regained all her memories and stuff again too. So that's cool, I guess. The two vow to fight together as they combine their powers into one, and to be honest, it was really weird hearing Coyote say any actual sentences because she spent the rest of the show so far just going, Hibiki is blasted away by their newfound powers as Kodama prepares for the final confrontation. They're riding their gears like rollerblades as they approach Kodama. The two then say, we're meshing! And then they're like, it's meshing time, as they mesh everywhere! And summon one giant gear sword, and Kodama is absolutely obliterated as she's like, my dream! My dream, no! And she loses the battle, eliminating her and Hibiki from the Handshaker War, or whatever the hell this is called. Later, Kodama is sitting on a couch, dejected at her loss. Hibiki says, you lost, that's all, to console her, but Kodama expresses extreme frustration, saying that this has been over a long time ago. It turns out that she's actually not a big idol at all. We see that she only has one fan letter, and when she Googles her name, nothing even comes up. The president of the idol company, or whoever they were beefing with, apparently had offered Kodama a position as an idol, but Kodama didn't want to let these slimy older dudes do gross shit to her, and she declined the offer, saying that she's gonna do it on her own. This then causes the president to basically blacklist her from performing and becoming the idol that she wanted to be, is what I think happened. I'm not actually 100% sure, but this is what it seemed like to me. Kodama shows regret as she says she should have just taken the offer by the president and just let them do anything to her, and I'm just like, I don't really know about that, girl. I think you dodged a massive bullet, to be honest. She says that everything about the idol, Awaza Kodama, is fake anyways. Even as a handshake handshaker. We find out that the only reason she was able to continuously keep winning was because Hibiki was choosing the enemies they went for carefully to make sure the matchups were optimal for winning. And we also find out that Hibiki apparently quit his full-time job to become Kodama's manager, basically just throwing away his entire life for this one fledgling idol. Kodama questions why he would even do that. And to be honest, I was kind of questioning it a lot too, and I was worried that we would find out that my precious Hibiki-san would turn out to be some weird creepy ass simp. But no, Hibiki actually responds with the reality. We've never won at anything. We're just an underground idol and her manager. We're in the mud, but I still believe in you anyways. He says that they don't need God's power to make their dream come true. He shares the same dream as she does. If he truly didn't believe in her potential to succeed as an idol, then he wouldn't have done any of this shit in the first place. Especially because she's someone who is way younger than him. He has absolutely no romantic feelings for or interest in. He just does it because he believes in her as an idol. And I'm just like, oh my god, what? Is Hibiki actually one of the most Giga-chan characters in the show? Okay, as much as I hate this show and most of the weird creepy shit that they do, I am so glad that they didn't go down the path of Hibiki is a weird, gross, creepy simp who loves Kodama and threw away his life because he loves her romantically and he's obsessed type shit. Don't get me wrong, I think Hibiki is fucking insane and a little weird to throw away his entire life in order to manage this one idol. Yeah, it's crazy. But I also appreciate that Hibiki establishes that he does this because he genuinely thinks that Kodama has a lot of potential to succeed as an idol, and that's why he's doing all this. I think I'm just glad that Hibiki didn't go down the same weird path as Lily and Masaru did, you know what I'm saying? And you know what, I don't know if there's a manga for handshakers or something, or if there's like a plot line that I don't know about where Hibiki is actually a weirdo creep. Maybe that exists, I don't fucking know, but I don't want to know, okay? Just let me dream. Anyways, Hibiki hands Kodama the one letter from her fan and then gives her his hand, asking if she needs a manager's help. Kodama says that she was about to go back to being a quote-unquote normal girl, but she was just brought back into the idol world by her fan and her manager. Tazuna apologizes to Coyote for being rash earlier, and Coyote, who is finally able to say words, thanks him for protecting her and being with her this whole time. Congrats, Tazuna! You have finally completed the escort NPC mission, and you have now gained a powerful new ally! Episode 10 begins with Makihara crying after seeing Coyote's changes, which scares Coyote, who is now able to show emotion and feel things such as fear. And this also means that Tazuna and Coyote become even more blushy with each other. Oh whoa, romance is real. Anyways, it's episode 10, and we are by no means any closer to God. We end up just watching these two work at a kitchen instead because Chizuru offered them a part-time job. I'm not gonna go into too much detail about this episode because truly, it just doesn't add anything to the story. It just basically feels like a waste of an episode. It's sort of like a recap episode where Tazuna and Coyote bump into their former enemies turned friends, and they all have a wholesome conversation where sure, they might have lost and can't make their wish come true through being handshakers anymore, but they all found a new sense of motivation and drive to work towards making their dream come true on their own instead, you know, that kind of shit. They get a call from Makihara and meet up with him. As they walk, the three are approached by the awkward random guy from way back when, and it turns out that this man actually had a very deep connection with Makihara back in the day, but Makihara had lost contact with him. Then we see that this dude is holding another girl's hand, and this girl is revealed to be Coyote's twin sister. The guy then says, "I'll tell you the truth that Makihara won't tell you." Episode 11 begins with a flashback to Makihara's past. It turns out that Makihara and this other dude used to be handshakers who fought together. This guy's name is Daichi Nagaoka, and he was also a student at the same university as Makihara where they studied together. He's always been socially inept because we do constantly see that he just messes up his words all the time regardless of where he is, and the two had a sort of rivalry friendship dynamic going on with each other. And to be honest, this episode made me wish the show was actually about these two weirdos instead of Tazuna and Coyote, because these two weirdos are a million times more entertaining to watch. I mean, they're forced to hold hands to fight even if neither of them wants to. Imagine if Naruto and Sasuke had to constantly hold hands to fight. I mean, it's kind of like that one scene where Naruto accidentally kissed Sasuke on the lips, but anyway. We see they used to study under a guy named Akutagawa sensei. Sensei means teacher for those who don't know, as well as his wife with white hair. Clearly, they are Coyote's parents. These two were apparently handshakers too, and the four of them were working together to do some kind of research. One day, the white-haired lady gives birth to twins, and during the birth, they were pulled into ziggurat or something, which sounds absolutely insane. They named their kids Mayumi and Coyote, and they are both born born handshakers. And I guess maybe Akutagawa Sensei was trying to experiment to see if they could create these sort of special children. I mean, it sounds deeply unethical from my viewpoint, but we'll move on from that. Yeah, so it turns out that this was a really bad idea, actually, because their entire lives, these poor children are always getting attacked by other handshakers, and they're never really able to truly live in peace. Akutagawa, who at first was like, you two are God's children, you two are blessed, begins to question all of his research, starting to believe that it was actually just a curse instead. A few years later, Akutagawa and his wife both look extremely disheveled and miserable. Akutagawa was driven absolutely insane by all this, turning psychotic and violent, obsessed with reaching God in order to change his children back into regular human beings. Akutagawa and his wife apparently defeated one last pair of handshakers before disappearing completely, and it's assumed that they were able to meet God or whatever, but no one knows what actually happened to them. At their parents' funeral service, Koyori and Mayumi fall into a comatose state, losing their memories, emotions, and physical motion. Makihara and Nagaoka get into an argument in the hospital room as Nagaoka beats the shit out of Makihara, grabs Mayumi, Koyori's older twin sister, and escapes from the hospital, stating that he's going to continue their teacher's will in keeping the girls alive and finding a solution to change them back to regular humans, and that he's going to go kill God. Holy shit. Back to the present, we find out how Nagaoka was actually able to keep Mayumi alive. Handshakers are created by connected emotions between the two people, which is why Nagaoka and Makihara used to be handshakers together, but because of the argument and their disagreements, they lost that connection with each other, and they cannot fight together anymore. Anyways, to induce this sort of connection between himself and Mayumi, Nagaoka resorted to using psychological drugs to create an artificial bond between him and her. Through this, he was able to become her handshaker partner, therefore being able to keep her alive. And it is really messed up, but also to him, it was the only way to keep her alive for a while until they reached God. Nagaoka reveals that they will be able to reach God after beating a few more pairs of handshakers, and he was the one that told Kodama about Tazuna, and he's also been watching them fight and stuff the entire time, and he knows all about Tazuna's abilities. They continue to talk and argue about morals, but to be honest, this conversation was such a mess that I kind of lost track of what was happening. Actually, this whole entire reveal and twist was such a mess. I don't know what's happening anymore. It feels like it's way too much, way too late, personally. I feel like they could have expanded on all this lore and story points way more than just in the last 2 episodes of the show, but here we are. If I was a handshaker and I was able to meet God, I'd probably wish for this anime to just be erased from existence. Anyways, the 4 fighters are transported into the ziggurat in order to have the final showdown. Episode 12 is titled Shake the Hands. I don't know why this name is so funny to me. I think I'm just starting to lose my mind at this point, bro. Anyways, the 2 pairs of handshakers begin to face off as Nagaoka calls himself and Mayumi Gold Cocoon and Silver Cocoon. God, the corn dog levels are just beyond saving at this point. Koyori says that she should be able to connect with her sister by fighting her. And to be honest, this final battle is just so whatever to me, man. Like, I have no emotional investment in any of this. I just don't care. Mayumi is tired from using too much of her energy, but Nagaoka continues to tell her to fight, which is kind of cruel. Tazuna begins to yell at Nagaoka because at this rate, Mayumi will disappear from using her power too much. But Nagaoka plans to eliminate Tazuna before that can even happen. Anyways, Tazuna and Koyori awaken some mystical power or whatever the f***, I don't even care, and combines their powers to create one big gear sword and they duel with Nagaoka in the air. Finally, Nagaoka is cornered and says that he won't let the fight end. However, Mayumi walks up towards Tazuna and Koyori as she says, "I'll protect you," to Nagaoka. She starts to use her powers again, despite being at her limit. Nagaoka begins to yell at her to stop before she disappears. Tazuna and Koyori jump in towards Mayumi as Nagaoka begs for them to stop, showing that he truly does care for Mayumi. They say their catchphrase, "We'll make it mesh," as Koyori holds Mayumi's hand and Tazuna holds Koyori's, which creates a sort of chain, and it causes Mayumi and Nagaoka's strength to return to full, saving Mayumi's life. Nagaoka drops his weapon and gives up on the fight as they all return to the normal world. After seeing his enemy save his partner, Nagaoka calls himself weak and admits his loss. Tazuna asks why Nagaoka stopped researching with Makihara and why he did all this. Mayumi then answers, "It's because he's kind," as her emotions also return. I guess they're saying that even though what Nagaoka did was pretty fucked up, he did it because he actually cared about the girl and didn't want her to die and couldn't think of another way. Then it's also revealed that Nagaoka himself is actually sick and doesn't have much time left to live, which is why he gave this all up to pursue God and to save the twins' lives? I don't know. Nagaoka apologizes to Makihara and calls Tazuna incredible as he and Mayumi leave together. Anyways, it's the end of the show. We see all the characters doing their own thing, living their own lives, including Nagaoka and Mayumi, who talk about getting some some sweets. Chain guy and girl makes their official third appearance in the show. The chain guy sees Tazuna and Coyote and says to himself, hell yeah, go beat God, guys. Like, okay, who cares? Who is this dude? I don't even know his name still. Like, who fucking cares? Just end the show, please. Coyote says, I want to ride a bike, as the two hold hands and teleport into Ziggurat. And super randomly at the last minute, someone begins to repeat the mysterious message about the revelation of Babel or whatever. And then we cut to a shot of this random dude with long hair. I don't know if he's supposed to be the god or whatever. But anyways, the show ends after this. And yeah, that is Handshakers. This show is bad. Straight up bad. It sucks. I mean, it's got some good things going for it, I guess, like any other show that has a mid score, but it's bogged down by some very fatal flaws. And I think I'm giving this show too much credit, to be honest. The overall story just feels way too inconsequential and just whatever for me to care. It feels like they tried to tell some really deep and meaningful story with the ending of the show, but it really just amounted to a whole lot of fucking nothing. Like, I just don't get what the hell they were trying to do. I mean, I guess if I really think about it, then I can say that Handshakers is a story about wishes and desires and reasons why people continue to fight despite the world being shitty, yada yada yada, but it did not do a good job telling that specific story. I think the story could have been interesting. Handshakers having to fight each other and then bond with each other after losing and trying to survive their everyday lives and making their wish come true without the potential of meeting God while they get closer to the mystery behind Ziggurat, the revelation of Babel, whatever the hell. But instead of any actual interesting storylines, half the time we just get people being like, are you guys dating? And then Tazuna is like, no, it's not like that. And then we have Kodama fucking citing historical figures. And we also get Tazuna giving Coyote a bathing tutorial. It's just like, what is this, man? As for the art, I can appreciate what they were trying to do, because honestly, some of the art is surprisingly really pretty. But then the other half of the time, the art makes me want to projectile vomit. Sometimes the fight scenes were surprisingly engaging, but also that doesn't mean it's good. And the CGI is horrendous. There's no other way to describe it. I can't even try to say that I appreciate the effort. No, it sucks. The CGI just sucks. And God, I hate Lily and Masaru. I hate the entire concept of these siblings, okay? I think if this show wants to be any good, they first have to completely remove the existence of Lily and Masaru from the show and start this over from scratch, okay? It's like, if you want me to take your show seriously and not fucking clown on it the entire time, then don't include ambiguously extra relationships in your show. Like, why? God, I can't. It's so dumb. I mean, regardless of how the show was, though, Goon Tracks really killed it with the soundtrack, man. Like, actually helped me to get through the show without as much pain. It was sort of like an anesthesia to cover up for the awfulness and the pain of the actual show. I actually might go and listen to some of the soundtracks just on its own. It's just too bad that it was the Handshakers soundtrack and not any other shows. Bottom line, I'm gonna give this show a 3 out of 10. School Days. What happens when you take a harem anime, stuff it chock full of some of the most unlikable and twisted high schoolers in all of history, and completely take away their abilities of basic communication? You get School Days, one of the most polarizing and controversial anime, known for having an extremely dark twist ending that sideswipes the viewer with the power equivalent to one of those inhumanely muscular dudes from Baki. So I asked my channel members to choose the next anime I should watch, and School Days unanimously won. And this anime might be the dumbest thing I have ever seen in my life. And that's saying a lot, because if you've been on my channel for a while, you know some of the horrendous creations that disguise themselves as anime are some of the most incoherent and stupid things that I've ever had the displeasure of watching. And yet, School Days, a seemingly innocent story about a high schooler discovering romance and love, stands atop this terrible mountain. Why is that? Well, let's see. Legitimately, 99% of the problems in this show could have been solved through basic communication. You know, talking, vocalizing the thoughts in your mind so that another person can actually hear and understand what you're thinking instead of them having to play guess what? There's also the fact that none of the characters are likable and they all suck ass in their own unique and special ways. The actual story is somehow both extremely dull and incredibly infuriating. Everyone is an idiot. The ending makes the entire show that came before it absolutely worthless in any way. Everyone is an idiot. Music is mid. The main character is one of the most detestable clump of pixels of all time. And oh, did I mention that everyone in the show is an idiot? Okay, Leo, you're being too harsh on the show, you might think. And you know what? Fair enough. Everyone is allowed to have their own opinion on anything, even School Days. But my personal opinion is that this show is the dumbest anime I've ever seen, and I'm gonna explain why. Hello everybody, my name is Leo Hashi, and today I watched School Days, and now you get to watch me absolutely crash out about it. Thanks for stopping by. And Before anything else, I do want to mention that this show does deal with very, very uncomfortable topics, including emotional manipulation, sexual content involving minors, and very violent themes. So just a heads up for anyone who might be affected by those themes. School Days is a 2007 harem anime based on a visual novel of the same name. The story follows high school student Makoto Ito and his journey to find true love. Is what I wish it was, but it's actually more of an absolute nightmare clown show that takes place in a circus disguised as a high school, and we basically follow Light Yagami from Death Note if he was a gooner, absolutely destroying the lives of every single person around him, including his own. Obviously, a huge aspect of this show is the absolutely out of left field ending that culminates into Makoto being viciously unalived by a real-life iron sword from Minecraft, and then everything else super wonderful and colorful that comes afterwards that I won't describe in detail just yet because I have demonetization phobia. Before anything, I'm gonna say this now. This video is based solely on the anime. I have no idea what happens in the visual novel or other forms of media relating to School Days, and to be completely honest with you, I have absolutely no desire of knowing what happens in those. Feel free to leave a comment about it below though if you want. I'm sure many of you have seen this show way before I have. I've heard about this show in passing before, but I never actually bothered to watch it until now, and to be honest, I missed the person I was before I watched this show. I don't even think I hate this show to the point of vitriol. I think it's more like this show is so stupid to me that I can't even take it seriously enough to hate it with that much passion. Now let's start breaking down why I think this show is dumb as hell. First off, one of the biggest things that I'm going to address about this show is the fan service. It's no secret that I complain about fan service a lot on this channel, and usually I would do it while making a stupid joke or two about angles and physics and whatnot, but this show was so egregious, so criminal, that I can't even really joke around about it. The fan service in this show is absolutely disgusting. First off, everyone in this show is in early high school. They are very clearly not adults. Despite that, this show takes every opportunity to present you with the raunchiest, over-the-top angles of these very young characters, and it's very nasty. Why do we have so many fan service angles and other shit that I don't even dare to describe in detail because they are all minors? You can't be doing this shit to minors, for real. It's not even just the fact that the fan service is happening because, well, it happens in a lot of animes, unfortunately. You've seen me complain and make fun of fan service any chance I get on this channel, but for this show, it's just the sheer frequency of it happening that makes it so hard for me to even joke about it. Hell, they even make some of this stuff part of the plot or a character's backstory. Watching this show made me feel like someone's gotta be locked up in jail, on God. School Days isn't just a stereotypical anime full of these infamous tropes. School Days is the stereotypical anime. This is the type of anime that makes people who've never seen anime go, ew, anime? You mean that weird Japanese cartoon stuff with a gross and weird happening? So yeah, the fan service in the show is some egregious shit. And this is reason one of why I think School Days is such a dumb show. How do you expect me to take a show that overtly as minors any seriously? There is no artistic merit to this kind of bullshit. Anyways, from here on out, I won't be talking about these topics unless it actually comes up as part of the story. Honestly, I think Drake would love this show. Anyways, with that out of the way, it's time to delve into the story and characters of School Days. I usually recap these shows episodically, but for this video, I'll be doing it a bit differently. First, I'll have to introduce y'all to the characters that will end up playing a part in the story, and then we'll be exploring the relationships and conflicts that come up between these characters and the fallout of those events until we get to the inevitable ending. Alright, so first, let's meet our cast of wonderful and lovable characters that are all absolutely very mentally stable and really nice to each other. Let's begin with the main character of the show, Makoto Ito. Makoto is a high school student who starts the show as a generic harem protagonist, you know, a gooner who can't even get a single word out in front of his crush without completely butchering every sentence kind of guy. But he ends the show as a villain who just uses the girls around him and tosses them out like they're pieces of trash. He starts the show off as one of the most bland, most whatever main characters in any show. We don't know shit about this dude. We don't know his hobbies, his interests. We don't know anything else other than the fact that he's just a gooner, evidenced by the many magazines with images of women in skimpy clothes shoved under his bed at home. However, over the course of the show, he basically just becomes Gooner Kira, you know, from like Death Note, as he begins to show sociopathic tendencies and not giving a shit about actual emotions behind relationships, only caring about smashing and clapping as many cheeks as possible. I hate Makoto. I'll just say it here and now. This dude sucks ass, and I wanted to punt him across an entire football field while watching this show. And as we go through the story of School Days, you'll come to understand more and more why I absolutely despise this soulless piece of trash. Next up, let me introduce you to the two main love interests. The first main love interest is Kotonoha Katsura. She's a high school student who's in a separate class from a lot of the other characters, and she's also the class representative for the student council. She's a shy and soft-spoken girl who seems to have trouble communicating due to social anxiety and various traumas that she suffered growing up that makes her repress pretty much everything. She is someone who definitely needs to be in a relationship with therapy before a relationship with any other human being. She's known in the school for, well, being pretty and I don't even want to say it. She's known in the school for being pretty and being more developed than other people. Let's put it like that way. And that's literally one of the main aspects of her entire character. While we don't find out much more about her history than, oh, the other kids used to make fun of me in elementary school because I was more developed than the other kids, which is something that I'm sure actually happens to people, unfortunately. But with this show specifically, it's so hard to take this backstory seriously when they spend 50% of the show literally, you know, her, but whatever. It's nasty, but it's part of the show. She's at first someone who's pretty easy to sympathize with and feel really bad for, but by the end of the show, it's easy to see that she's probably the most twisted character in the entire show, and that's saying a lot. The other main love interest is Sekai Sayonji, a classmate of Makoto's who decides to sit right next to him throughout the year. She's an outgoing and outspoken girl who is an expert in wearing a mask, just like Dream. No, seriously, it's really obvious throughout a lot of the show that she wears a smile just to seem like she's okay. But a lot of times, she's absolutely not okay with whatever is happening in the show. Although at first she seems like a very supportive friend, it quickly becomes evident that she isn't as selfless as she seems as she begins to contribute to the drama and problems of the show herself until she herself faces an absolutely horrific ending to her tragic story. And now let's go through the minor characters that all end up playing some kind of role in the story. Taisuke Sawanaga is a classmate and friend of Makoto's who just needs to learn how to shut the fuck up. Sorry, I meant he's a classmate and friend of Makoto who is somehow even more of a gooner than Makoto himself. Basically, every time he's on screen, he's absolutely fawning over girls. That's basically his entire personality. He's a character who you'd think would stop showing up at some point, but he keeps showing up in the show and contributes absolutely nothing except being creepy and causing more drama. Setsuna Kyoura is the class representative of Makoto's class and Sekai's best friend. Seemingly level-headed and calm, she spends most of the show looking out for Sekai before completely f***ing her best friend over in more ways than one, and you'll find out more about this as we go on. Hikari Kuroda is another classmate of Makoto's who is honestly so whatever that I won't even bother describing her personality or what she even does, because truth to be told, I don't even f***ing know. She just exists and she ends up contributing to the show drama. The one notable thing is I think she says what I found to be the dumbest line from the entire anime, but we'll talk about that later. Nanami Kanroji is a classmate of Makoto's and a member of the basketball team. She's actually barely involved in the main conflicts of the show, already having an established boyfriend since early in the series, but I'll mention her because she does like one thing related to the main drama of the show, and by the end, she herself is an unfortunate victim of a completely horrible event. Otome Kato is a classmate of Kotonoha's, and she's honestly a terrible person, which, okay, that's not saying much because everyone in this show is terrible, but every time we see this girl, she and her group of bullies are just constantly harassing and bullying Kotonoha, who is defenseless and alone pretty much most of the time. She also apparently likes Makoto since middle school and whatever, who gives a shit. It does come up later though, but she sucks either way, I don't know. Then there's Kokoro Katsura, the younger sister of Kotonoha, who exists in the show. I mean, she does exist. Just know that she exists, okay? Alright, now that we have the main chess pieces all lined up and ready to go, let's dive into the nightmarish story of school days. Welcome to the second semester of Sakakino Academy. We see our main character, Makoto, spot Kotonoha at orientation, just kind of staring at her. Later on, we find out that they actually take the same train line back and forth from school. Due to frequently seeing her on the train, he starts getting interested in her, even though he's just wearing headphones and staring at her the entire time. I mean, sure, it is creepy to just stare at her, but it's not like he's committed any questionable behavior. Oh, never mind. He just snapped a picture of her without her knowing on his phone. What a wonderful start. Apparently, there's a legend where if you take a picture of the person you like and make it your phone background and nobody finds out for 3 weeks, there will be love, which definitely something to believe in for sure. I mean, I know so many healthy relationships that started out with one of them secretly snapping a photo of the other and making it their phone wallpaper without even talking to them once. Anyway, Makoto gets to his classroom and our other main love interest, Sekai, sits down next to him and sees the picture of Kotonoha on his phone, and she asks if this is about the urban legend. He vehemently denies this and the two scuffle about it, while Setsuna, Sekai's best friend and the class representative for the student council, observes the two in silence. Later on, Taisuke, one of Makoto's friends and classmates, talks to him about Sekai and screams,
I like all cute girls!
as he just drools over just thinking about girls and Honestly, this doesn't have much to do with the show. I just wanted to highlight that Taisuke starts like this and only becomes worse throughout the show, but to be fair, that can also be said for every other character in the show. Sekai approaches Makoto and asks to talk alone. As they leave, Taisuke is like,
Ooh, they smashing?
Jesus, this is... God. On the school rooftop, Sekai tells Makoto that she befriended Kotonoha during PE class. Apparently, Kotonoha is quote-unquote so cute that she can't make any friends and everyone leaves her alone. Turns out, Makoto is also apparently popular with the girls. Hearing this, Makoto gets angry at Sekai, paranoid that she told someone else about the photo he took, and pushes her against the fence. She says that it hurts, which snaps Makoto out of his rage, and Sekai says that she didn't tell anyone else. Wow, guys, Makoto seems like a really stable and kind and caring individual. Sekai says that she'll help him link up with Kotonoha. She then threatens that she'll tell someone else about the photo if he doesn't let her help, which at this point isn't even an offer anymore, it's an actual threat. So obviously, this whole storyline is already starting out really great, really healthy, and full of consent. Right, guys? Anyways, Sekai plans to eat lunch with Kotonoha and Makoto so she can introduce them to each other. When told about this, Makoto vehemently denies wanting to go, but gives in after Sekai forces him. Back on the rooftop, they awkwardly introduce themselves to each other and eat lunch. Kotonoha, never having been invited to eat lunch with friends before, wanted to make some food for everyone, and she made some sandwiches. Except in classic anime fashion, it's her first time cooking and she sucks ass at it. However, Makoto, being a simp, ends up shoving all of the sandwiches down his own throat and pretending to really like the food, the same way I love to shove those $5 footlongs down my throat. I mean, how hard is it to mess up some sandwiches, right? Unless you go out of your way to put like peanut butter jelly and tuna in the same sandwich. Okay, well, to be honest, that combination sounds like a war crime. Anyways, during lunch, Sekai goes to the bathroom and leaves the two alone, and Makoto falls off the chair in what can only be described as a bruh moment. It was awkward as hell, but I guess ended decently well, considering Makoto tells Sekai that he's gonna confess to Kotonoha the next day. Makoto confesses to Kotonoha at the train tracks, and Kotonoha says yes. She says that she's also had interest in Makoto for a while. Apparently, she had noticed that someone was watching her on the train, and it was Makoto. I feel like people would usually be a little bit creeped out or disturbed by someone constantly just staring at them on a train without saying a single word, but what do I know? Kotonoha is happy that she got asked out, and Sekai cheers her on. Seems like Kotonoha has a little bit of issues of her own, but hey, at least she's happy, right? Makoto asks Sekai why she's doing this much for him, and Sekai responds that it's fun, and there's nothing more fun watching someone else's love, you know, playing matchmaker and I mean, this definitely isn't like a red flag or anything, you know. Oh, I just like casually masterminding and manipulating the situations of other people's romances, you know. That's just a regular hobby, like building Legos or playing Sims. Sekai says Makoto owes him for the rest of his life, and Makoto says that he'll return the favor no matter what. Then Sekai says, okay, this is the favor, and she kisses him on the lips out of nowhere. Jesus Christ, man, it's only episode 1 and this is already a fucking mess. Sekai's basically like, hey, let me set you up with this girl, and then after that goes well, let me kiss you on the lips to make everything weird and confusing. She then runs into the train and says, good luck on your date, right after kissing this dude on the lips, which I feel like that can't mean anything other than romantic feelings, right? But what do I know? Sekai then begins to cry on the train. Now it's time for the first date. Makoto is reading a dating guidebook as Kotonoha approaches him, because I guess he's supposed to be that much of a clueless version or whatever the character trope is. This date goes really awful. It is painful to watch. On the date, we see Makoto literally open up and read a magazine full of women in bikinis. On a date! What? Bro! Hello? What kind of nasty ass demons gotta possess you to literally consume basically what is softcore pornographic material while you're on a first date? I can't. Makoto is also an expert gamer who spends time playing a fighting game while forcing Kotonoha to watch the entire time. He also gets her a bunch of shit, like too much to the point of being overbearing. Kotonoha gets harassed by an older businessman. Makoto steps in, but he's shaking and quaking. I would be kind of critical of him here, but to be honest, at least he stepped in to defend her though, even if he was hitting bricks, because I've seen some shows where the main character hides when he sees the girl he's on a date with being harassed. Girlfriend. As the date ends, Makoto goes in for a kiss while making this ugly ass horse looking off face, but the train door closes on him before anything happens, and he is taken away by the forces of nature. Although to be fair, if I was on a first date and this was the face they made for a kiss, I might also hesitate too, okay? I mean, what the f is this, man? The next day, Sekai yells at Makoto at school, telling him that it sounds like he was just leaving Kotonoha behind during the date and doing whatever he wanted to do. Makoto then brings up the kiss that Sekai gave him before the date, which sends Sekai into a panic. She says that they're just friends, and the kiss was just a greeting, and the kiss for Kotonoha was real? Girl, you can't just kiss someone on the lips and call it a greeting. I'm not going fucking insane, right guys? Like that's just like, that's not how this works. Anyways, Sekai gives Makoto movie tickets, so Kotonoha has an actual good time on the next date. Later on though, Setsuna calls Sekai out for the tickets because it was originally supposed to be so Sekai herself could invite Makoto to the movies, but Sekai just laughs it off. So clearly, she likes Makoto herself, but for some stupid reason, decides to completely disregard her own feelings to set him up with Kotonoha. I don't know, I guess it's a nice thing to do, but considering how the rest of the show goes, I think it would have just been smarter to confess to him first. But anyway, she tends to put on a mask, you know, like Dream. Okay, I've made that joke like 200,000 times. I still think it's funny. She's always smiling even though she's not happy, and we see her dream mask is beginning to slip off a little bit now. Meanwhile, Makoto vows to kiss Kotonoha on the next date. It's time for the second date. At the movie theater, they see a few options they need to choose from. Kotonoha seems like she wanted to watch a zombie movie, but Makoto ended up misinterpreting her signs and ending up choosing a romance movie instead, which seems to bother Kotonoha. And it also bothers me because I'm just sitting here like, why didn't she just tell him that she wanted to watch the zombie movie? What? Like, I'm sorry. Like, I understand I did say she has social anxiety, she struggles to communicate, blah, 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 but this is dumb as f. It's a movie, man. Come on. During the romance movie, there are awkward, flirty moments between the two, but then suddenly, wham! Scene in the movie. Watching this inspires Makoto to strike today, and he hypes himself up for a kiss, as the movie has a full-on, oh my god, as the movie just straight up turns into not a movie anymore. Makoto begins to freak the f out, imagining a bunch of He's thinking to himself, Kotonoha is just embarrassed, she still wants it. Makoto convinces himself as he holds Kotonoha's hand, and she freaks out about how he's holding her hand. Makoto goes in for the fated kiss, but then gets slapped by Kotonoha. Oof. After the movie, the two awkwardly sit at a cafe. Makoto apologizes and explains that Sekai said Kotonoha was just embarrassed, which is why he went for the kiss. He also tells her that Sekai got them the movie tickets. Kotonoha then says, "You and Sekai are pretty close, aren't you?" And she becomes extremely quiet and depressed. They sit pretty far apart on the train back home, and Kotonoha apologizes before leaving the train, leaving Makoto confused as to what just happened. The next day, Sekai yells at Makoto in the back of the classroom, calling him stupid, and she keeps calling him stupid. Makoto says that he has no idea how Kotonoha feels. Sekai explains that she's just not used to boys, and she's delicate, while Makoto went way too far, way too fast. Makoto then cites the guidebook of romance he's been reading, you know, one of them love manuals. I mean, how useful are those things really? I'm curious if anyone's actually read them, but anyway, Sekai tells Makoto to apologize and make up with Kotonoha. If he has time to read the book, spend that time to actually get to know her, which honestly, facts. Let's take a step back and recognize that Makoto and Kotonoha at this point are still pretty much strangers to each other. The only reason why Makoto likes her so far is because he's attracted to her looks, while the only reason why Kotonoha likes him is probably because she's sadly never been given this kind of positive attention before, instead just getting bullied and ignored by everyone else around her. I'm not the mathematician of romance, but if you ask me, this equation can only lead to a very happy, healthy, and fulfilling relationship, right guys? Makoto goes to Kotonoha's classroom to apologize, but gets approached by Kato Otome, a girl who used to be close to him in middle school. As she talks to him, she ends up taking up all his time, and the bell rings, and Makoto is unable to actually talk to Kotonoha until after school. When Makoto asks Kotonoha to talk, she says there's a student council meeting, and she's actively avoiding talking to him, and Makoto says, "I won't do anything like that again. I want to try again. I want to learn more about you." Kotonoha doesn't say anything back to this, and she just runs away to the student council meeting. And honestly, yeah, maybe I'm being a bit too much of a petty bitch, but wow, everyone in this show is starting to become unbearable real fast, man. If y'all can't even communicate on a basic level, then I don't see how this relationship will go anywhere for anybody. After the student council meeting, Kotonoha walks out of the school and bumps into Sekai. Kotonoha says that she's taking the bus to go home, and Sekai calls her out for not wanting to take the train because Makoto is at the station. Sekai keeps telling Kotonoha that Makoto is dumb, and she says that you should tell him if you don't want anything to do with him, which is true. You should tell him that, especially after y'all already went on a first date. Nobody is a mind reader for real. Anyways, Kotonoha responds with, "Don't call him dumb. He's not dumb. He's just too aggressive," showing that she is interested in him, but she just isn't sure how to navigate these things, which is fair. But also, not saying anything and running away is probably the worst choice you can make in a situation like this, in my honest and humble opinion. Kotonoha tells Sekai that she's scared of guys because she's always been more developed than other people, guys would make fun of her. Sekai then asks Kotonoha if she's ever thought of what Makoto feels or wants. Meanwhile, Makoto is waiting at the station for Kotonoha, and he is approached by Otome, who asks him to go home with her, but he denies her invitation and decides to wait for Kotonoha. Sekai then literally tells Kotonoha, Makoto's always thinking with his other head, so it's amazing he's even able to control himself that much. That's pretty normal for guys. I think he's trying really hard. Which is absolutely horrendous logic, brother. Like, she's basically saying, oh, he's trying his hardest not to put his hands all over you. He's trying his hardest to hold himself back, to not completely violate your physical boundaries. Wow. Wow, what an absolute fucking hero, man. A knight in shining armor. Oh my god. Bruh. Sekai expresses jealousy over Kotonoha by touching her around various parts of her body, which is another very necessary plot point to the story. Kotonoha says she's envious that Sekai seems to understand Makoto really well. Sekai again denies anything going on between them, even though clearly there is something going on, at least within her mind. But then she's always like, nah, do I really like him though? Nah. Whenever someone confronts her about liking Makoto, which gets tiring real fast. Kotonoha runs to the train station, and Makoto was still actually there waiting. Makoto says he won't do anything she doesn't want to anymore. Kotonoha apologizes and tells him that she wants to understand him more. She says she'll try her best and holds his hand and goes in for a kiss. And damn, 2 kisses in 2 episodes in the same location is crazy. Truly, such a magical spot for some magical moments for this absolutely magical show that has a very happy and magical ending. Anyways, they're dating now. They're officially boyfriend and girlfriend, even though they don't understand each other at all or know anything about each other at all. Because as we all know, the basis of every successful relationship is knowing absolutely nothing about the other person before you start dating them, you know? I'm sure there's cases where that's worked out, but I feel like that's as rare as winning the actual jackpot of the lottery. It's not something you should bet your entire future on. Makoto calls Kotonoha, but Kokoro, her sister, picks up the phone instead. Kotonoha takes the phone back and Makoto is like, I guess I'll call your sister Kokoro-chan. Anyways, back on the school rooftop, Kotonoha and Makoto are eating next to each other on a bench while Sekai just eats on a separate bench. Wow, the deep symbolism here is very apparent. Turns out, Kokoro wants to meet Makoto after that phone call from earlier. Kotonoha, after returning to her classroom, gets berated by other classmates, including Otome, because she went somewhere else for lunch and they were assigned to do extra work or something because of that. They figure out it's a boyfriend and they interrogate her about what he's like. And they're like, oh, so your boyfriend's more important than the school committee? Then they just leave her with a huge packet of work. Wow, I mean, everyone in this show is terrible, but this group of bullies is probably one of the most unbearable units in the entire show. Kotonoha and Makoto meet up at the train station, but Kotonoha is obviously sad. Makoto, noticing this, says that she can tell him anything if she ever needs to talk about something. Kotonoha then asks, we are dating, right? Then the two go in for a hug on the train, but I don't know if it was like a half hug or something, but Kotonoha runs out of the train without saying a single word, leaving Makoto clueless. God, this show is killing me with the non-verbal non-communication between everyone. Anyways, another classmate witnesses this. I forgot exactly who, but Sekai gets a text message saying, hey, something happened between the class 4 girl and your boyfriend. Sekai calls Makoto and gets mad at him. Sekai tells him that if he keeps pushing only the things he wants to do, she'll just get mad. Sekai tells them to apologize. Makoto says fine, and then he just cuts the call. And to be honest, I hate Makoto with a burning passion, but this is the one time where I felt like Makoto actually didn't do anything wrong. He was just noticing that she was sad, and he said that they could talk. I understand that Kotonoha has a lot of trauma and a lot of other issues, but it looked to me like she initiated the hug first in that situation too, so I don't really get why Makoto is the one getting in trouble this time, but whatever. Just defending Makoto makes me want to puke, so let's move on. The next day, Kotonoha doesn't come on the train, instead taking a bus to school to avoid Makoto completely. And at this point, it's just exhausting to me. Look, I understand the struggles of communication. I know I've been saying it like it's so easy, and it's not. I get it. Communication can and is difficult sometimes, and trauma can make it really hard to open up even about simple things. I get it, but I'm sorry. If you can't even communicate the minimum level any human should be able to communicate with someone else, you are not ready for a relationship. I'm just saying. The bell rings and Sekai tells Makoto to apologize as she leaves to go eat with other people. Makoto is like, wait, but I need you with me. Help me. Like, bruh, it's your relationship. Do it yourself, man. What the fuck? He heads to the rooftop and Kotonoha ends up coming up a little later. Makoto asks if Kotonoha is still angry about yesterday, to which she responds, "Don't worry about it." Makoto says,
Oh, hey, I can come over today to meet your sister.
and Kotonoha is like, "That's a little too sudden. What about Sunday?" Makoto, despite being told not to be overbearing, is continuing to be overbearing, like,
Oh my god, what? I bet, let's do a Sunday. I bet, let's do a Sunday. All right, bet. Oh my god, let's bet, let's do a Sunday.
Meanwhile, Sekai's friends all say that Makoto is bad news, and she probably should avoid him. They also start talking about the school fair coming up, a talk I genuinely could not give less of a shit about, but it is an important plot point for later on, so I'll bring it up now. Later that night, Setsuna visits Sekai at work, and I don't know if Sekai is supposed to be a bartender, but her outfit is extremely revealing and kind of yucky, considering she is a high schooler. Setsuna asks her, "Are you really not dating Makoto?" And Sekai is like, "No, there's nothing going on, nothing." Nothing going on. By this point, this girl is the embodiment of that one meme with the crying guy wearing the smiling mask. Makoto goes to Kotonoha's house and it's fucking massive. Kokoro calls Makoto Oni-chan already. They have a good date together, I guess. I don't even care anymore. Kokoro asks Makoto why he calls her sister Katsura, which is her last name, and she looks away in silence, because until this point, Makoto was calling her by her last name instead of her first name the entire time. Later on, he asks Kotonoha, "Is the way to call someone that important?" And Kotonoha is like, "It is!" He then starts to call her Kotonoha her first name instead. She then calls Makoto Makoto-kun as the two begin to laugh and they say, "It finally feels like we're a real couple." Jesus, y'all, aren't they supposed to be in a relationship already? And they only finally started to call each other their first names? This relationship is absolutely cooked. As they wait for the train, Kotonoha asks Makoto to close his eyes. She then goes him to kiss him on the cheek. Makoto looks shocked by this. At home, Makoto calls Sekai, telling her about how the day went. Apparently it went well until the show smacks you with the first giant plot twist. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Makoto is like, "Honestly, I'm getting tired of spending time with Kotonoha." I remember when I watched this, I was like, wait, what the fuck is happening? What? This suddenly came out of nowhere, considering this dude was like a bumbling idiot until now, and suddenly he's showing like Kira from Death Note vibes. Meanwhile, at the Katsura residence, Kokoro asks Kotonoha, "Did you kiss Makoto yet?" To which she doesn't respond, and Kokoro is like, "I guess you have." Another day, Makoto talks to Sekai on the school rooftop saying, "I thought having a girlfriend would be fun, but I can't put my finger on it." Sekai then asks, "You guys are having fun though, right?" Makoto's like, I don't really know where this sudden 180 character change came out of, but maybe it was just always there and we just didn't know until now, or at a certain point some kind of nasty goon or demon spirit entered and possessed him without us realizing. Who knows? Either way, things start falling apart fast from here on out. Later on the rooftop, Makoto and Kotonoha are just full on making out, and then he starts to grab her chest. She then says she can't do this, but Makoto is like,
You said you'll try harder.
like a little spoiled brat. Kotonoha says that she's not ready, which is very, very valid. No one should be pressured into doing things that they don't feel ready for. They both continually apologize to each other, and Kotonoha leaves. Kotonoha then calls Sekai and tells her about what just happened. Kotonoha is like, "It's not like I didn't want it, but I'm not ready. I know it's not fair to Makoto-kun." Girl, I mean, if you don't feel ready, f what he thinks, okay? It does not matter. Consent has to come from all sides, not just one. Makoto isn't gonna fucking die because he wasn't able to clap some cheeks or whatever. And on a side note, if anyone ever says that sex is a necessity, then run the fuck away from that person immediately. Anyways, Sekai asks Kotonoha if she ever plans to do quote-unquote that kind of stuff if the mood is right. Kotonoha describes very specific situations as to what might constitute the right mood, and an example that she tells is a gladiator who just came back from battle on his horse would be really attractive type shit, which in modern day Japan doesn't seem that realistic, but we'll have to see. Anyways, after the call, Kotonoha finds some tickets to a water park and she asks her mother if she could have them. Meanwhile, we see that Makoto has unleashed his ultimate powers as his garbage can is full of used tissues. He's obviously reminiscing on oh god, get me out of this show, get me out of here, get me out, get me out. The next day, Kotonoha and Makoto are on the train before the train suddenly shakes and Kotonoha falls forward, and of course Makoto's hand ends up on her chest. But after this accident, Makoto starts whining like,
"Well, you don't want to be touched anyways, right? It's my fault, so whatever."
like a whiny little bitch. Like, bro, no one owes you any touching of any kind, so stop acting like they owe you fucking anything. He's upset that she won't let him touch touch her and whatever. It's just such nasty behavior to me. He's very standoffish and rude this time, and seeing this, Kotonoha decides to not ask him to the water park. By this point, it's pretty apparent that Makoto just wants to smash anything or anyone, and Kotonoha just wanted a ray of hope in her lonely, dark life. Makoto completely gives up even trying to get to know her once she freaks out over not being ready for physical intimacy, which again is a completely understandable feeling, as no one should ever feel pressured into doing acts they don't want to do. Clearly, he doesn't actually want a relationship with anyone at all. Sekai asks Makoto if he's eating on the rooftop, and he says he's gonna eat in the cafeteria. Sekai then says, I hope you didn't rush her into doing things she didn't want to do and make her hate you. And I guess this sets off Makoto because he's like, shut up! In the middle of the classroom, leading the two to have a private conversation. Makoto says that they have done stuff, but not as much as he wants. Sekai says Kotonoha hates aggressive people, or just isn't good with that, and he's probably just going about it in the wrong way. She says, no one would like being touched on the school rooftop out of nowhere. Do it somewhere that won't make her nervous or something. Man's expected a relationship to basically be the fast pass to clapping cheeks, like he's going to Six Flags or something, right? More like Six Flags, am I right? Sekai then drops the most insane offer of all time. She tells him he can practice with her? What is happening? Huh? A special crash course, she says. What? Hold on. What? I need a moment. What? Huh? At first, Makoto refuses this offer, and Taisuke intervenes, asking to go to Makoto's house to pick something up, and Makoto does try to use this as a sort of excuse to get out of this weird, completely out of nowhere offer. But Sekai actually gets really upset about this, and forces Makoto to go along with this plan, which obviously blurs the line of consent very heavily. The two go to a park. Sekai is like, I'll teach you how to do things, but if you really try something, I'll scream. They go to kiss each other, but are spotted by a bunch of kids who are like, ooh, they're gonna kiss. So they end up going to karaoke to get a private room, but there's a camera in the room. Sekai ends up handing Makoto some keys, which turns out to be the keys to the school rooftop. While all this insanity happens, Kotonoha sits in a classroom back at school, waiting for a response from Makoto. Makoto and Sekai return to the school and go up to the rooftop. Sekai is like, come at me, bro, it's training anyway. And I'm not gonna describe the details of what exactly they practice, but it goes pretty far, like way more than just practice. I mean, to be fair, this whole concept of practice is basically already cheating, considering he is in a relationship with Kotonoha. So all of this is just completely wrong and stupid to me, but this is now a standard in school days. Anyways, as he does stuff, he tells her, Sekai, I want you. He then really goes in, pushing her down on the bench as she tells him to stop, but then she tells herself, oh wait, it's just training, this is fine. As he goes into unbutton, he gets a text notification which causes him to stop, and this may have been one of the most uncomfortable anime scenes that I have ever seen, in multiple ways than one. For one, again, they're in high school, so it's like weird how far this is going in terms of animation. And also, clearly, there was a moment where Sekai straight up told him to stop, and Makoto in fact did not stop. I mean, let's be real, this whole training thing in general is beyond fucked. First, Sekai pressures Makoto into this situation emotionally, but then she also tells him to stop while he keeps going. Like, this isn't even just a messy moment, this is a full-on consent disaster, where everyone is being gross and predatory in different ways. And the show plays these things off as if it's just part of the spicy drama when it's really not. Makoto asks if they could continue training another day, but Sekai says, no more training, you'll have to do the rest with Kotonoha. This is insane. Like, this is absolutely insane, right? Christ almighty, Lord help my poor soul. Honestly, Sekai seemed like a pretty nice person at first, but then she kind of switches up like, oh, your girlfriend doesn't want to do anything physically intimate because she's not ready yet, which is a completely valid and understandable situation. Well, what if you practice having sex with me? Oh god. What the fuck is this, bro? Like, right, okay. What an absolutely wonderful solution to an already complex issue. Afterwards, Makoto bumps into Kotonoha, who asks him if he saw her message. He says that he didn't. They apologize to each other, and Kotonoha now invites him to the water park. Sekai witnesses this from another block and looks sad. And of course, the water park episode has a criminal amount of fan service in it. Don't worry, we also get like a crotch shot of Taisuke, who is again an underage dude. Basically, nobody in this show is safe, regardless of who you are. This show will find a way. Anyways, yeah, everyone ends up going to this water park on the same day, and we find out that Hikari, one of their classmates, has a crush on Taisuke, who is just the most exhausting character in this episode. Oh my god. He's basically just screaming so everyone can hear, like, oh my god, women! I love it! School swimsuits are great, but there's something about bikinis that are so and just absolutely slobbering over this shit like a rabid animal. Kotonoha holds Makoto's hand, to which Taisuke begins to freak the fuck out. It seems like Taisuke has interest in Kotonoha, but but he wasn't aware of the situation between her and Makoto. When Hikari, who actually has a crush on him, asks Taisuke to teach her how to swim, he's just extremely nonchalant about it, not even realizing that she might be interested in him because he's too busy just fawning over Kotonoha's looks. Makoto helps Kotonoha out with how to swim, but of course she trips in the middle of it and he ends up catching her. They're hugging, blah blah blah. You know, the detail on this is insanely uncomfortable as usual. Sekai sees this and looks upset. However, later when Kotonoha is elsewhere, Makoto talks to Sekai. Makoto is like, was I good during training? I need to practice more, and grabs a part of her, to which I physically recoiled as I watched it happen. He compliments her swimsuit and the two get into a bit of a verbal scuffle about sizes and whatnot before Makoto says, I think I like joking around like this with you, Sekai. And Sekai responds with, no, you're dating Kotonoha, right? They eat lunch and Kotonoha brings her world famous peanut butter and jelly tuna sandwiches again. I don't actually know what's inside of them, but that's what I imagine it to be. Kotonoha is being more and more open with Makoto, clearly warming up to him, but he's pulling back a bit more now. Taisuke then says out loud in front of everybody sitting there, I thought you were dating Sekai. And Kotonoha denies this and says that she's dating Makoto instead. Obviously, this is all super fucking awkward. Makoto looks dejected, Kotonoha looks very happy, and Sekai looks super pissed. Later, when Kotonoha asks him to take him to the deeper end of the pool to practice more, Makoto just says, you should be fine on your own now. Like, what the fuck is this switch up in attitude, bro? The others call Sekai out for being wishy-washy or being unclear on what's actually going on since they thought she was actually dating Makoto. Obviously, Sekai just continues to be like, no, we're just... No, we're just friends, guys. We're just friends. We're just friends. I don't know when the f she turned into Mickey Mouse. As they get ready to go home, Kotonoha is becoming more comfortable as a girlfriend, even inviting Makoto over to her place again because Kokoro wanted to see him again. Makoto, however, acts very standoffish and unsure. He gets called out for not looking happy at all, even though Kotonoha is literally inviting him over. Seeing this awkwardness, Sekai drags Makoto out to talk on the side. She tells him to get his shit together since everyone is trying to help him out with his romance. However, he's like, I didn't ask for any help. Makoto is then like, Sekai, you already know how I feel. Sekai is like, no, I don't. Did you take our training seriously? And she begins to laugh, calling him simple-minded. She says, we can't, because you're Kotonoha's boyfriend. We're friends. Nothing more, nothing less. Just forget it. On the bus home, Kotonoha is asleep on Makoto's shoulder, but he only has eyes for Sekai now, apparently. What the fuck? Either way, he just seems completely uninterested in Kotonoha all of a sudden. As everyone says goodbye, Kotonoha holds onto Makoto's arm, but he coldly just says, I gotta go, bye, without much fanfare. Kotonoha also rushes away. Makoto keeps thinking of Sekai telling him to forget about it. He ends up messaging Sekai, who is laying on her bed in the dark. He asks her if he can call her. Sekai says, you should call Kotonoha instead. Makoto then begins to run as he keeps messaging Sekai, telling her he misses her. He says he can't wait any longer. God, please, someone put this man on a watch list ASAP. Makoto ends up at Sekai's station where they meet up. She calls him an idiot and cries as she's like, you're dating Kotonoha, right? Makoto hugs Sekai and tells her he likes her. Sekai responds with, that's mean to Kotonoha. And Makoto responds, she doesn't matter. Excuse me, sir? The fuck you mean she doesn't matter? Of course she fucking matters. You are her boyfriend. Am I the one going crazy here? Sekai asks him why he went to Kotonoha first instead of herself. She helped him because he said he liked Kotonoha and forced herself to do these things despite her own feelings. She calls him terrible as he apologizes. Makoto then is like, I only want to be with you, Sekai, as they kiss. Meanwhile, Kokoro is like, Makoto's gonna stay over, right? To which Kotonoha doesn't give much of a response because she's obviously bothered by his cold behavior towards her. Makoto and Sekai then resume their practicing session. Sekai says, we can't, but they end up hitting home run anyway. Thankfully, the show cuts right off before showing any of this. So this relationship or situationship between Makoto and Sekai advances mad quickly. As we see, the two are now just making out at her work. Sekai asks, we're gonna do it again? And Makoto's like, you don't want to? It's practice, right? Yeah. And then Sekai's like, well, I guess I have to then. Like, Jesus Christ, what the fuck is this? Kotonoha continually calls Makoto, but he's just not picking up anymore because he's just too busy cheating on her. He literally sees her calling, but just completely ignores it. Like, what an absolute piece of shit. Sekai opens up the windows as Makoto is cooking in the kitchen. I'm not sure whose apartment this is, but it seems like they've just been getting together for a while now. Sekai looks very unhappy about all this, but Makoto doesn't seem to give a single shit. And in fact, he seems more than satisfied about his current situation, even though he's fucking over two people at the same time, but whatever. The two hug in public as Sekai says, Kotonoha is waiting for you. At the train station, Kotonoha waits for the train and she spots Makoto, who just looks as upset and as uninterested as possible. Literally, Basically, this girl is telling him about her family and her life, finally feeling comfortable enough to open up to him more and more about these things. Yet this guy acts like she's just a fly in the room. Unbelievable, man. Meanwhile, Sekai rides the bus looking dejected. But once again, at school, she puts on her mask like, okay, I'm gonna... Sorry, I was gonna make another dream mask joke, but I'm gonna stop. I'll stop here. She once again puts on her fake happy face. Setsuna asks Sekai if she was with Makoto that morning. He broke up with Kotonoha, right? Sekai lies. Yeah, they broke up. High-key, Makoto sucks ass. But also, to be honest, Sekai is also very complicit in this whole cheating situation, so it's hard to feel bad for her sometimes. She tells Makoto they should tell Kotonoha about them too, but Makoto is like, why? Why? Are you fucking stupid? Sekai says it's not practice anymore, and Makoto keeps trying to stop her. She says it's unfair to Kotonoha, and Makoto's like, she'll get mad. And Sekai is like, yeah, no shit. And I was also like, yeah, no shit, she'll get mad. The fuck else are you expecting here, bro? I can't. I hate this guy. What an absolute spineless piece of trash, bro. Anyways, the three are on the school rooftop drinking Kotonoha's tea awkwardly. Kotonoha, finally happy that she has a boyfriend and a friend she can talk to about stuff, is excitedly explaining the tea and how it relates to her parents, as the two are still unable to tell her the truth. Noticing the two looking dejected, Kotonoha asks if something's wrong with the tea. The two respond, oh, it's not the tea. It's not the tea. The tea is good. They ended up not telling her anyways, which, oh my god. Oh my god. Deal with your own consequences, you fucking idiots. Makoto is asked to go shopping with Kotonoha after school, but he rejects her, saying that his sister's coming over today, so he is not available. Later on, though, he asks Sekai if he can go to her place. Makoto nonchalantly tells Sekai that he lied to Kotonoha, and he says, I'll tell her someday, but it'll be so bad right now. You agree with me, right, Sekai? Kinda like coercing her into agreeing with him. It is crazy how fast Makoto became just extremely hateable. It is quite impressive. I didn't know this was possible, but I actually think I hate him more than I hate Kazuya from Rent-a-Girlfriend, which I also recommend you watch that if you want to compare the two gods of gooning. To be honest, at this point, to me, this show just felt unwatchable because it's not romantic, it's not entertaining, it's just trashy. None of this would be an issue if Makoto just, I don't know, broke up with Kotonoha? Later, Kotonoha sees Sekai and Makoto kissing on the opposite train, but she questions what she saw. It couldn't happen them, right? At this point, every time she sees Makoto, she looks ecstatic to see him, but Makoto continually seems to curve her, which one of Kotonoha's bully classmates witnesses. Meanwhile, Makoto and Sekai both seem uninterested or dejected during every interaction they have with Kotonoha, and shit is falling apart fast. One day after school, Makoto asks Sekai, what should we do today? But he receives a text from Kotonoha. Sekai tells him that she's gonna go home first, saying, you're dating Kotonoha-san. You should go home with her. God. Kotonoha and Makoto walk home together, quietly and awkwardly. A random mascot hands out a cell phone deal for couples, which Kotonoha gets really excited about. Makoto is standoffish as usual, but Kotonoha is like, I'll buy it for you as a present. Makoto is like, it's fine. I'd feel bad if you did that much for me. Okay, dude. You already should feel bad, you piece of trash. What the hell? Kotonoha then falls over and drops all of her stuff, and Makoto just watches this happen. He just stares at it and goes, are you okay? Like, not even trying to help her up or anything. And she drops a bunch of knitting stuff, and she tells him that she wanted to learn how to knit so she could knit something for Makoto. However, Makoto is just like disinterested the entire time, as disinterested as anyone could be. I remember by this point, I just wanted to isekai my arm through the screen to slug him across the face. I won't even lie, bro. Later, Sekai gets a text from Makoto that says, I like you more. God! What the fuck, man? By this point, Makoto just completely ignores all of Kotonoha's calls or messages. Okay, let's pause for a moment here. You might think I'm being too harsh or too judgmental about some of this stuff, and you know what? That's completely fair. I understand that these people are supposed to be in high school. So yeah, they're young and they have a lot to learn or to figure out about life. They're immature people. I get it. But A, then why are they being so much? And B, we've all been there. I've been there. I've been in high school too, you know. I did some really stupid shit back then too. I was way more emotional and out of control than I am now and didn't really know how to react to certain situations. I've had relationship drama. I've been cheated on too, but I still think that even back in high school, I was able to handle these kinds of situations way better than some of these motherfuckers do in this show. Jesus Christ. I just think some of the behavior is absolute insanity, especially in the later half of the show. And before we go on with the story, I'm gonna quickly solve all of the problems that we're seeing right now, okay? Here's the solution. Makoto honestly admits to Kotonoha that things aren't working out between them and they should break up. Hey, I'm sorry. I don't think this relationship is gonna work out. I don't want to continue leading you on or it'll be unfair to you. So I think the best course is that we should just break up. Congrats! Now Makoto is free to date whoever he wants without dragging this poor clueless girl through the mud and back and completely destroying her mental health and well-being. Wow! How difficult was that? Alright, I understand. Breakups aren't as easy as that, okay? Of course, I'm 100% simplifying it too much. But I do think if you're gonna get yourself into a messy situation like Makoto did here, then it's your responsibility to grow a fucking spine and sort this situation out yourself. Someone's feelings are gonna get hurt regardless. It's already too late. You're already in this situation. I just personally think that it would be so much more fair to Kotonoha to just be honest and break up with her, even if that hurts her feelings or make her sad or make her mad, because in the end, it's better for her to be able to process these feelings of hurt and find a way to move on from this. Makoto, by not breaking up with her, is basically shutting her in to live in this fantasy world that keeps her happy, where she's just forever in love with Makoto and he loves her back, no matter how unhealthy that becomes by the end of the show. And, well, if you haven't seen the show, you'll see how this ends up going. And honestly, bruh, Makoto is just not that worth it, man. He's just not worth sacrificing your sanity and mental health for. He's not that guy. Alright, anyways, let's get back to the story. Kotonoha's mean classmates, including Otome, are talking about boys and confessing on whatever, and Kotonoha continues to look at them. I guess because she overheard their conversations, including the fact that Otome also has a crush on Makoto as well. Kotonoha keeps apologizing, but they keep like gaslighting her and accusing her of bothering Makoto when he doesn't want to be bothered. And guys, I just don't get it. Someone explain to me what the appeal of someone like Makoto is. It's not like he looks like Jungkook from BTS. His personality isn't anything to write home about. He just exists. He just exists there. So what is happening here? Divine intervention? Kotonoha responds to the bullies that she's Makoto's girlfriend and that he asked her out and they're dating. She says that nothing will happen just because Otome keeps attacking her over Makoto. Finally talking back to her bullies a little bit. Nice, I guess. Makoto gets a text message from Kotonoha about being busy during lunch, so she's unable to eat lunch with him. When he sees this, he immediately forwards the text to Sekai as a sign of let's get together and do stuff. This guy is fucking unbelievable, man. He holds Sekai's hands as they both walk out of the classroom. On the rooftop, Makoto is like, just a little bit, it's fine, right? As Sekai is like, we can't, we shouldn't. But then anyway, Sekai confesses her feelings of love to Makoto on the rooftop as Kotonoha approaches the door and overhears this confession. She also hears Makoto say, I love you back to her, which, oh dear God. At this point, the tone of the show kind of shifted completely. It went from messy high school romance to something way darker. Like when Doki Doki Literature Club starts as your basic ass romance visual novel, and then the next moment, a girl literally unalives herself kind of vibe change. Meanwhile, the mean girls in Kotonoha's class seems to be planning some really nasty shit behind the scenes involving the school fair. Dun 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 dun. Makoto continues to be a selfish little ass bitch ass pussy ass fucking loser fucker as he actively avoids Kotonoha now, despite again never actually breaking up with her. She still thinks they're in a very romantic relationship together, and she's telling herself, I have to try harder. Girl, what do you mean? Bro, this dumbass dude is not worth trying harder for. I can't. Anyways, the planning for the school festival goes into full force. Makoto is forced to help out with the student council, but he's worried about it since Kotonoha is also part of the student council. Setsuna begins to call him out on his wishy-washy bullshit and forces him to come along. Makoto entering the student council classroom literally just avoids Kotonoha even in the same classroom. Later on, Setsuna forcibly takes his phone and blocks Kotonoha's number, saying that it's for Sekai. And yet another amazing decision by a very smart character in this show. The bullies in Kotonoha's class are setting up some kind of video camera for their school festival booth, which does not seem like it's a good thing, and spoiler alert, it's not good at all. But we'll get to that again later. Anyways, at this point, this love triangle is an absolute disaster. This is the worst love triangle in all of history. I don't even like love triangles. I always find them not fun to watch, but this makes me wish the shape triangle had never been invented in the first place. Makoto isn't actually dating Sekai. He's just getting together with her constantly and telling him that he likes her more than Kotonoha, but never actually establishing any sort of committed relationship or putting a full label on it, while he is quote-unquote officially actually dating Kotonoha with a label and everything, but he just completely avoids her and curves her as if she's just a pest bothering him constantly. Kotonoha then finds out that she's been blocked by the guy who is supposed to be her boyfriend, which obviously really fucks up her psyche in one way or another. Setsuna tells Sekai, who is still concerned about how this is unfair to Kotonoha, "You can't worry about her. Jesus fucking Christ. Just end the relationship and let this poor girl out of this miserable situation. Jesus fucking hell." However, another day, Kotonoha bumps into Makoto, and while it's awkward at first, the moment he begins to stare at Kotonoha's body again, he feels attracted to her again. It's very obvious. We now officially know where this motherfucker's priorities lie. Everyone is setting up for the school festival. Taisuke continues to have a crush on Kotonoha because of her looks, even though we've never seen these two interact on their own at all before this moment, and all he did before this was just fawn over her looks. So yeah, clearly lots of chemistry here. Taisuke asks Kotonoha to dance at the school festival, and Makoto, Nanami, who was that girl in the basketball team just in case you forgot, and Hikari, who had a crush on Taisuke, overhears this. Hikari, heartbroken, runs away. Taisuke tells Kotonoha he heard her and Makoto broke up, but then Kotonoha kind of begins to crash out over it. She walks out of the room and bumps into Makoto and Nanami, who begins to berate her, accusing her of putting your hands on Makoto first, then Taisuke? And even though that's literally not the case, and it's actually the complete opposite of what happened, Makoto just stands there and just makes noises like and doesn't even try to explain the situation or defend Kotonoha in the moment. He just lets her cry and run away. It's not... What? What? Makoto has so little spine that his body structure is probably the same thing as a slug's. Anyways, I guess he felt bad about being a spineless little because he does unblock Kotonoha from his phone later on. Anyways, Sekai is over at Makoto's place. She seems pretty upset now because Setsuna had told her that Makoto had gone towards talking to Kotonoha again after the incident earlier. Kotonoha actually comes to Makoto's front door and he answers. And she's like, "Oh, my phone was being weird, yada yada yada." And then Makoto's like, "Oh, sorry, that was my phone actually acting weird." Like, okay, y'all both know exactly what happened. Y'all just coping at this point. There's no way you hear, "You have been blocked," and think, "Oh, it must be my phone acting weird," and be okay with that, right? Like, this has gotta be the heaviest dosage of copium physically possible. Anyway, Sekai overhears this conversation, making her unhappy. Kotonoha then looks down and sees Sekai's shoes. She then asks Makoto to dance with her at the school fair, which seems to be some sort of tradition for couples, and she then says, "I'll always be your girlfriend," and she leaves. Sekai, overhearing all of this, gets upset and also runs out to go home. However, outside of the apartment complex, she bumps into Kotonoha, who tells her that it's not fair, and she slaps Sekai across the face. Sekai and Kotonoha then argue. Kotonoha says, "I thought you were a good person, a friend. Please, I'm his girlfriend. Please don't go near him anymore." Girl, he cheated on you like 100 times already. He's really not worth it. It's sad, but I guess this is Stockholm Syndrome in a way. At this point, it's insane to me that nobody is pointing their finger at Makoto. It's like Kotonoha and Sekai are both blaming each other for this problem, but they're completely okay with Makoto continuing to be a terrible spineless human being and playing mind games and whatever. Like, I don't think anyone in this show is innocent and everyone sucks in their own way, but the fact that no one even bats an eye at Makoto is just absolutely crazy to me.
I think I'm going clinically insane.
Later, Sekai and Setsuna are sitting outside talking about the situation. Setsuna mentioned that she doesn't have much time left, and without explaining much, she says she's gonna go ask Makoto what the hell is happening with all this. Taisuke also asks Makoto what the hell is going on between him and Kotonoha, and rather than answering directly or saying any shred of truth, this is Makoto's response.
"Well, men and women don't always agree on what a relationship is."
Wow. Wow. What a terrible cop-out non-answer. I can't. I'm broken inside. I'm fucking broken. Setsuna is now vehemently against Kotonoha and Makoto spending time together. She confronts Makoto about the situation, who responds with, "It doesn't matter to you." Setsuna responds with, "It matters to me because I'm Sekai's friend. Which one do you like?"
"Well, at first I liked Kotonoha, so I dated her, but now I prefer to be around Sekai."
And I'm just like, okay, I understand. Then fucking break up with Kotonoha! Hello? I know I sound like a broken record at this point, but seriously, the answer is right in front of you. It's right there. Setsuna tells Makoto to go check on Sekai, who was not at school that day. Makoto goes to see Sekai at her place, and they talk about what happened with Kotonoha and how she knows about their cheating now. Sekai talks about how they shouldn't be doing this and it's wrong, and Makoto responds, "No, it's not!" And I'm also sitting there screaming, "Yes, it is, Makoto! It is a bad thing you guys are doing!" Anyways, Makoto goes in for a kiss and throws her her on the table. This is the worst. This is just the worst. At this point, Sekai knows that this is wrong, but she also feels very emotionally reliant on Makoto now, so she's unable to really do much about that. Anyways, after this, Sekai comes back to school the next day, wearing her fake-ass smile as usual. Kotonoha ends up running onto the same train as Makoto, and she's very lovey-dovey with him now. And of course, being the person he is, Makoto gets all excited seeing Kotonoha's parts, and she literally tells him, "I'll let you touch them raw!" When I can't be making this joke, I'm sorry. And then she's like, "Well, I'll let you do things when Kokoro isn't home if you dance with me at the school festival in exchange." Girl, this is insane, right? Like, I'm not going crazy, right? And of course, Makoto agrees to dance with her while only staring at her body. This guy is unbelievable. I swear to God, he has made more eye contact with the rest of Kotonoha's body than her actual eyes. Makoto, as he leaves the train, says, "I suck." And for the first time in the show, I felt a brief moment of peace inside, because thank you for acknowledging it. Jesus Christ, yes, you do suck. You suck major ass. Not that it matters, because this self-reflection doesn't change his behavior whatsoever anyways, but still, at least he said the truth for once in his life. The day of the school festival arrives. Makoto's class is running a maid cafe, while two other classes are also doing cafes, but both with very unique themes. One of them is supposed to be a little sister cafe, which sounds absolutely disgusting, and a zombie cafe, which actually sounds genius. I would love to go to a zombie themed cafe. It sounds like a cafe to die for, am I right? They'll infect you with the chill vibes, am I right? God. I wish a zombie would just bite a chunk out of my ass. Kotonoha's class runs a haunted house, but there's also a quote-unquote break room for couples to use for intimacy. What? Ew? Nasty? Hello? This is a high school festival event, right? Is this even legal? Anyways, this part has nothing to do with the overall story, but the zombies, little sisters, and the maid and mascots and whatever, they all face off in a war over trying to get the most customers to their cafe. And this is the only part of the show that I found entertaining, because it genuinely had nothing to do with the main stupid ass drama going on in the show. Anyways, the entire crowd trips and falls over a single banana, ending the great cafe war, and unfortunately sending us back into the actual way shittier story. Afterwards, Setsuna begins to fix the cosplays for the next day, and everyone else begins to help out too. Makoto stays with Setsuna to help out with supplies and stuff. Setsuna tells Makoto that she's actually moving to France after the school fair, which is why she said that she has no time anymore earlier, and she was just worried about Sekai. Setsuna and Sekai had been best friends for a long time, and Setsuna would always be looking out for Sekai when she needed it. Setsuna then says that Sekai always locks herself in a room and cries whenever something goes wrong, and she wants Sekai to be okay before she leaves, and she tells Makoto that he has to be the one to be there for her. Since Sekai now has Makoto, she should be fine, right? Oh god, what an omen. I find this whole thing to be so dumb. For one, Sekai is an individual. She's gotta learn to handle herself, you know? And also, Setsuna hasn't even told Sekai that she's moving to an entirely different country yet. She hasn't even mentioned that, which is absolutely insane to me. Apparently, Setsuna wanted to know that Sekai would be okay before telling her that she's leaving. Bruh. We then see a flashback, and it turns out that Makoto was the one that convinced Setsuna to become the class president because he saw her crying after being made fun of by a few classmates. Setsuna thanks him for the help back then. After they return to the classroom, Makoto falls asleep. Setsuna says, "This is just for my own memory," and she kisses Makoto on the lips? What? And Kotonoha witnesses this happen. And also, kissing someone's lips while they're asleep is not only morally questionable, but also literally non-consensual. So yeah, you know, there's that. But I feel like this is nothing new or out of left field for this show at this point. Kotonoha asks Setsuna if she likes Makoto. Setsuna tells her she did all this for Sekai. But then Kotonoha responds with, "Well, why did you kiss the guy your best friend is in love with?" Which, you know what? Actually a really good question. Setsuna's response is, "Well, I'm actually moving away soon." And Kotonoha is like, "That got nothing to do with us though." I'm sorry, they all sound the same. I'm sorry. The next day, Setsuna asks everyone else to handle the classroom for the day as she wanders off on her own, probably bothered by what happened the night before. Sekai and Makoto make cakes together in the kitchen and flirt the entire time. Kotonoha's classmates continue to pester her about work, even though they're not doing shit themselves, but whatever. At this point, it's a standard for these fucks to be as annoying as possible in every scene that they appear in. Apparently, there's a bunch of traditions involving couples during the school festival or whatever, and to be honest, I don't remember too much of the details because I genuinely could not give less of a shit about all of this, but here are two important things of note. One is the bonfire dance. They have a huge bonfire on the last day of the school festival, and couples that dance there are supposed to symbolize some kind of true love or long-lasting love or whatever, some kind of shit like that. And 2 is that these bully girls apparently set up the break room for these high schoolers to, you know, get together with each other because it's apparently a tradition in the school. It is super nasty if you think about it. And also, is this actually a tradition? Or is this some kind of weird, disgusting bullshit that these weirdos made up? Who even knows? I mean, either way, it's gross. This is just insane. Taisuke once again bumps into Kotonoha and asks her to go around the fair with him. Kotonoha apologizes and tells him that she's still dating Makoto, but Taisuke responds that it really looked like Makoto was actually dating Sekai. Taisuke then apologizes and gets away from this awkward-ass situation. Meanwhile, Makoto is literally grabbing Sekai's body parts while his phone rings in the back from texts sent by Kotonoha. Guys, don't forget, he still hasn't broken up with her, and he still hasn't made anything official with Sekai yet either. During the festival, Makoto wanders off on his own, and Otome, the bully girl who's had a crush on Makoto since middle school, decides to ask him out. The two then go around the fair together, talking about their history and whatnot, but honestly, who even cares? Out of every romance in the show, this is the one that I think I care the least about. Later, she asks him to dance at the festival. Makoto is like, you should ask someone you like, and she's like, that's why I'm asking you. However, Sekai comes to get Makoto right before the confession and drags him back to the classroom. Honestly, I personally would not want to be dating someone who I always have to be worried if they'll cheat on me or not, but whatever. Kokoro also comes to the festival and says that my older sister's really excited to dance with you at the bonfire. And Sekai is also there and also hears this. Remember guys, way back when Makoto promised Kotonoha that he would dance with her at the bonfire in exchange for other things, you know. Back in the kitchen, Makoto and Sekai talk about the dance. Sekai asks him, you'll dance with me, right? Even though he already promised Kotonoha earlier, so... Oh dear. Kotonoha's bullies begin harassing her, saying, I heard you broke up with Makoto. He didn't even come see you. He's too busy going around the fair with another girl. Eventually demanding her to bring Makoto in to prove that they are actually dating. Otome is upset that she couldn't ask Makoto out, and she bumps into Taisuke. They discuss Makoto and how Kotonoha rejected Taisuke earlier, and Otome here gives what I personally find to be the worst advice given to anybody in this show. This is what Otome says. So you let the fact that she's dating Makoto stop you? Are you even a man? With girls, even if you're turned down the first or second time, you have to keep pushing them. And I'm like, girl, hold on. Full stop. Straight up, worst advice I've ever heard. No means no. And that's just how it should be. It is insane. God, I can't even... This is anime from 2007. What a time to be alive. Makoto checks his phone to see that Kotonoha had sent him 20 messages so far, and he runs to go find her, but he's stopped by Otome, who ends up confessing to him on the spot. The two end up going to the nasty-ass break room, one that comes with a complimentary bucket of used tissues. And if you really think about it, no one's actually sanitizing that room ever. Ugh. Yeah, anyway, she pushes him down on the bed and they end up hitting a home run. As this is happening, the other bullies continue to pester Kotonoha about, oh, he was never your boyfriend, was he? And Kotonoha almost begins to actually cry, which makes them leave her alone. And I'm pretty sure the entire time, Makoto and Otome are getting together in the break room. God! Anyways, the dance is about to begin. The big bonfire is lit in the school grounds. Who is Makoto gonna dance with? As Kotonoha desperately looks for Makoto, she walks into his classroom to see Taisuke. Taisuke tells Kotonoha that Makoto already left with Sekai and that Makoto had betrayed her. Taisuke then takes this opportunity to confess to Kotonoha in the same moment, and he goes in to hug her, which ill. During this gross hug, Taisuke is like, I love you, Kotonoha. And Kotonoha just looks absolutely dead inside, like her soul just left her entire body, and now she's just a walking zombie. She'd be perfect for the zombie cafe at this point. Meanwhile, Mako Trash and Sekai dance together in front of the bonfire, signaling the solidification of their relationship with each other, or so Sekai thought. Sekai asks him, I'm your girlfriend, right? And Makoto doesn't respond. Oh dear. Turns out that Taisuke actually got together with Kotonoha that night. Honestly, really sad. I mean, at this point, Kotonoha must have felt so broken and betrayed that she just went along with whatever happened that night. And after this terrible situation, she comes outside and she literally just sees Sekai and Makoto kissing in front of the bonfire, which I'm sure absolutely destroyed her entire being. Again, I really don't think it would have gone this disastrous Seriously, if Makoto had just, I don't know, broken up with her ages ago. Starting here, Kotonoha begins to completely unravel as a human being. I think Kotonoha has always had a lot of mental health issues. She clearly doesn't have friends. She's constantly harassed by her other classmates. The first light of hope she sees is Sekai, and also Makoto. Her actions and obsession with Makoto does make sense in that aspect. But even still, man, she needs help. First off, get the fuck away from Makoto, because this man is clearly not doing your mental health any favors. Anyways, the next day, Kotonoha walks into the train to see Makoto. Makoto apologizes to her and says that I couldn't make it to the bonfire, which is one of the shittiest lies in all of history. Like, man, if you're gonna lie, at least try a little harder, right? I'm not condoning the behavior. It's just like, what the hell is this lie? But it turns out this was enough for Kotonoha, because she instantly perked up and felt way better, returning to her normal self after hearing this. Like, dead ass, bro. She needs therapy before a boyfriend, on God. Taisuke is in a very good mood after how the night before went, but then when he talks to Kotonoha, she just seems extremely uninterested and uncaring. Taisuke invites her out to Christmas dinner, but Kotonoha says that she's still dating Makoto and she can't go out with Taisuke. She says that Taisuke means nothing to her and that they should just ignore whatever happened the day before. Taisuke then runs up to Makoto, very confused and upset. He confronts Makoto on whether or not he's actually cheating on Kotonoha with Sekai, and of course, Makoto denies it. Makoto calls it a misunderstanding and there's nothing between him and Kotonoha, even though he's never actually broken up with her this entire time, so it's literally still all his fault. He just refused to take any accountability. Kotonoha's bullies continue to harass her, but she continues to deny that she was broken up with. Otome, however, seems strangely standoffish this time. Kotonoha then tries to end this conversation, but the other girls trip her and laugh at her like, I'm sorry, there's just nothing entertaining about watching these little shitty demons disguised as anime girls emotionally torment a girl who has no other friends in her class, while she also gets manipulated and screwed over by the worst anime main character of all time. It's not my type of entertainment. While cleaning up the school festival mess, Setsuna asks Makoto about Kotonoha and whether or not he likes her. Makoto tells her he already broke things off with her, which again is a lie. And then he's like, she asked me out yesterday, but I didn't go out with her. You fucking moron! You didn't fucking end it with her! That doesn't count as breaking things off! Setsuna tells Makoto to promise her that he'll only look at Sekai because Setsuna is literally leaving the next day. And guys, remember, she still hasn't even told Sekai yet about how she's literally leaving the country. Jesus Christ! Her character is dumb too! He promises Setsuna everything is over between Kotonoha and him, but then right as he says that, Kotonoha walks up to them. Makoto ends up helping Kotonoha out with her cleaning and tries to say goodbye, but Kotonoha stops him and invites him out to hang out the next day. However, Setsuna tells her no, because he's busy with Setsuna. Makoto finally says, yeah, we shouldn't see each other anymore. People are gonna misunderstand. Kotonoha responds with, what are you saying? They're making you say this stuff, right? Sekai is making you do this! Kotonoha then threatens to expose Setsuna's earlier kiss to Makoto to Sekai. As Kotonoha is about to tell Makoto about that incident, Setsuna just goes in to kiss Makoto right in front of her and says, and this is what's happening between us. Kotonoha is like, what about Sekai? And Setsuna responds with, what's happening between us is none of your business. Kotonoha then asks Makoto, what about this morning? And Makoto is just like, well, that was just to apologize. You should just get it already. Kotonoha begins to cry and break down. Makoto tells her that he doesn't like her anymore and walks away from both Setsuna and Kotonoha, as Kotonoha just looks completely broken. Here's the thing about Kotonoha. I admit that her lack of ability to communicate clearly was frustrating at times. I found myself getting annoyed about her running away without saying anything, because real talk, communication goes both ways, and even if it might be scary, it can't just be one side of a relationship communicating while the other side slowly just runs away. So I'm not saying she's completely innocent and, well, after the ending of this show, she has no excuse, to be honest, but at a certain point, I did start feeling really bad for her. She felt like an unfortunate victim for most of the show because she was clearly just being swindled around by both Makoto and Sekai, yet Makoto never clearly broke up with her. And yes, Kotonoha could have also walked away from this horrible relationship herself, but we clearly see that she gets bullied a lot and doesn't have anyone else to turn to, therefore developing an unhealthy obsession with Makoto, and it seems like she doesn't really see another way out of her shitty situation. So of course she's gonna get mentally messed up from all this, right? And Makoto, God, he is such a coward, the biggest coward of all time. And I know I've been repeating this, but 99% of the show's issues literally could have been solved if he straight up broke it off with Kotonoha early on in the show, but instead he drags her along the entire time, letting her live with the pain of not knowing what is actually going on between them. It's infuriating the amount of times we see this dude get confronted about something and he either just makes a terrible excuse or he just dodges the question completely. He is unbearable. Man. Anyways, in the classroom, Sekai calls Makoto, but he's not responding to her anymore either. Nanami, the basketball club girl, yeah, remember her? She invites Sekai to a basketball club party because they needed a +1. Setsuna volunteers to look for Makoto in the meantime. And guess what, guys? Our knight in shining armor, Makoto, is seen getting together with Otome again. This man is unbelievable. I can't. He tells Otome, no matter what happens, everything is a pain in the ass. Like, okay, love and emotions and everything complicated that comes with any relationship are too much of a pain in the ass for him, I guess. He just wants clapping cheeks served up on him like a fucking silver platter, like he's some kind of king. Oh, God forbid he has to deal with emotions and communication and other normal human stuff. God forbid he isn't able to just say, it's gooning time, and just goon all around everywhere. And during all this, Setsuna overhears the two from outside. Apparently, they were using the PE closet to do this. Meanwhile, Kotonoha is looking at kitchen knives. Oh dear God. Setsuna goes over to Makoto's place right before she leaves for France. She asks him what he was doing in the PE storage room. He's like, well, that's none of your business. And Setsuna is like, didn't I ask you to look out for Sekai? And he's like, well, it's not that I don't like her anymore, but Setsuna then tells Makoto that she kept this cheating incident a secret for Sekai's sake. But then this nasty ass dude is like, nah, you kept it a secret because you like me, right? I felt that kiss, that was real. And he goes in to kiss her. She tells him to break up with Otome like he did with Kotonoha and tells him that he can do anything to her if he promises her that. Oh my God, what the fuck? That's gotta be some like real twisted ass, backwards ass logic if you ask me. Please continue to love and look out for my best friend. If you do that, I promise you, you can cheat on her with me. What? And also, how sad is it that this poor girl had to resort to selling herself out to get this piece of shit to like promise her to look out for her best friend? That's what? The basketball club party begins. Sekai and Nanami, the basketball club girl, are talking as Otome arrives as well, and she and Sekai have an awkward first meeting. In a surprise twist, during the party, the upperclassmen begin showing footage on a projector, and this is footage from the break room during the festival, fully capturing everything that happened in that room for everyone to see. Remember that video camera that I mentioned way earlier back when? That shit was set up to secretly record everything happening in that break room, which is actually genuinely a disgusting and heinous crime. What the fuck is wrong with these upperclassmen? They're like enjoying this bullshit while these poor clueless victims are forced to be exposed in front of the entire school. Nanami, having used the room with her boyfriend, looks extremely distraught, and understandably so. I think out of all the characters, she really didn't deserve the shit that happened to her. Sekai also then sees the footage of Otome getting together with Makoto in the break room before the bonfire dance as well. And before I move on, can we just like talk about this real quick? This entire recording thing is definitely illegal because, you know, it's filming non-consenting minors in illicit ways and then distributing that footage in some way, shape, or form. These upperclassmen have committed a horrific, disgusting crime. It's actually one of the most disgusting concepts that ultimately was only used to advance the garbage romance plot between Sekai and Makoto. It's just clearly one of the nastiest, most disgusting, deplorable things that I've ever seen happen in an anime. And the fact that this is just completely glossed over as a plot point and nothing more makes me genuinely angry. And it's another reason why I refuse to take this show any seriously. Obviously hurt, Sekai begins to call Makoto as Setsuna takes the train to leave forever. Sekai and Kotonoha bump into each other, and Kotonoha asks Sekai where Makoto might be, but when Sekai looks into her eyes, she just looks so dead inside, which shocks Sekai. We now see that Nanami's reputation in the school seems to be in the gutter, as the footage or the rumors of the footage were spread throughout the school. Makoto notices that Sekai is not at school, and Sekai, who had just found out both about Makoto cheating on her and Setsuna moving to another country over text on the day that she left, is understandably very upset and lays in bed depressed. And yeah, it's still hard to look past that she herself contributed to these issues to begin with, but also Setsuna and Makoto really fucked Sekai over with all of this, in my opinion. I actually thought Setsuna was endearing for a little bit as a character, especially during the school festival, but it turns out she's just as stupid as everyone else in the show. Who doesn't tell their best friend they're moving to another country until the day of, and she does it over text? What? Didn't even give her a chance to say goodbye. Plus, Setsuna herself also liked Makoto too, so now everything that she did for Sekai in the show is extremely questionable. Plus, she kissed Makoto twice and maybe, you know, got together with him before she left? I don't know. Even though Makoto is supposed to be her best friend's lover. Everything she did to help Sekai ultimately ended up just making everything way worse than before. I don't even think Makoto called Sekai his actual girlfriend, even a single time in the show. Clearly, Makoto only liked Sekai because she would let him do things that Kotonoha wouldn't, and that's it. Even after ditching Kotonoha's promise to dance with her at that bonfire, and dancing with Sekai and literally making her believe that they were actually in love with each other, Makoto then went off and started messing around with literally everybody else and threw Sekai away just as easily as he threw Kotonoha away. It's just insanely demented in so many ways. Meanwhile, Makoto is now at a different girl's house, and this time he's with Hikari, the girl who had a crush on Taisuke. I have no idea how or when this happened, but I guess he's just jumping around now trying to clap all these different cheeks. Hikari then asks Makoto if he's not worried about Sekai, since she has been absent for school for so long that she can actually get in trouble for it. Makoto says it's too much work. Gah! What an absolute piece of shit. He just emotionlessly says, everything is just a pain. Yeah, everything, meaning all of these problems that you caused. And now that you're seeing all these problems actually come up, you just don't want to deal with any of it? How much of a little bitch ass can you be? I mentioned this way back earlier. Makoto reminds me of Light Yagami, but if Light was a gooner and was 1,000 times dumber, you can't tell sometimes if they're actually sociopathic human beings with no regard for life, or if they're just cocky idiots who just got swept up by having power of some kind. Now that Makoto has apparently unlocked some kind of divine riz where every girl just wants to be with him for no reason whatsoever, he's just going after every girl imaginable. As he goes through his phone, we just see a giant list of names, and I'm assuming all of them are girls he's just trying to get with. I mean, Light got his death note where if you wrote someone's name in it, they'll die. And Makoto now has his gooner note where if he writes the name of a girl in it, he'll end up getting together with him. God, I can't believe this show is real. Kotonoha and Sekai are both extremely depressed because of Makoto. Kotonoha sees that she's blocked by Makoto again and brandishes her weapon in the dark. We also see a flashback to an argument between Sekai and Makoto about what happened at the fair. Sekai asks if she's not enough for Makoto, and she tells him she only has Makoto after Setsuna left. She pleads with Makoto to not leave her alone, but clearly that didn't go well. Anyways, Hikari goes to Sekai's place to check up on her. Obviously, Sekai doesn't really want to talk right now, and Hikari, the genius that she is, drops one of the dumbest lines I have ever heard an anime character utter in any show I've ever seen. She's like, hey, Makoto might cheat on you if you're not there. And that understandably makes Sekai shut the door on her. What kind of fucking idiot spirit took over her consciousness to say that kind of shit? Especially after you literally helped Makoto cheat on this girl. Otome is also looking for Makoto, who isn't answering her phone anymore. I guess Makoto is now playing the game of smash and dash at this point. The other bullies and she argue, and as Otome storms off, the other bullies all begin talking shit about her, which no surprise considering how shitty these bullies are as human beings. Then it's revealed that one of the other bullies also got together with Makoto too, and the other bullies are like, oh, we have to play catch up, which, what? Why is Makoto becoming some sort of like god that every girl has to get with? This is so stupid and goofy that it's impossible to take it any seriously. Anyways, all the bullies minus Otome go to Makoto's place to play some catch up, if you catch my drift. Holy mother of god. Kotonoha continues to unravel as she is literally pretending to talk to Makoto over the phone, even though the entire time the phone is saying this number is blocked. Sekai reads back the messages Makoto sent her, things like I like you more and stuff like that, and continues to feel heartbroken. However, she then out of nowhere starts to vomit and show signs of pregnancy. She then goes back to school where Makoto doesn't even say a word to her. Sekai says she needs to talk to him for a moment and that it's important. She tells him that she might be pregnant, which shocks Makoto, who tries to worm his way out of this situation like every other time an actual real life consequence hits him. But Sekai says that he's the only person she's been with, and he's like, we're only in high school, can't you do something about it? Taking absolutely zero accountability, and Sekai yells at him to think about it seriously, but then begins to cough and feel sick, going to the nurse's office. And while she's in the nurse's office and resting, she's happy. She's apparently happy that this is Makoto's child. Why is she smiling? Why is she happy about this? Bruh, I don't know. I'd be really mad, upset, and spiraling if I was in her situation, but what do I know? Maybe Makoto is just that much of a winner. Anyways, rumors begin to spread about the pregnancy, completely destroying Makoto's reputation throughout the school. Makoto whines and moans like,
What does she want me to do about it?
bruh, you reap what you sow. Hikari tells him that people will think she's weird for being around him and decides to cut him off completely. All of this makes Makoto leave the school early because he's a little bitch. At home, he's reading a bunch of books about children or taking care of kids. I don't actually know, but he gets really angry and he yells,
Why did she have to go and say that?
still blaming Sekai for everything that is literally of his own doing. He then gets a call from Otome and he switches up so fast. He's getting really happy and he's like,
Oh, I'm free. You can come over right now.
Otome arrives and looks really upset. She says that she needs to ask about something and Makoto immediately jumps to,
Is this about Sekai? It's not my fault.
Otome says, you used to not be someone who would say something like that. You were nicer in middle school. I've had enough. And she goes home, leaving Makoto alone again, cutting him off for good. Thank you. God, as much as I hated Otome, I am so glad she actually told him off to his face. Okay, so now both Makoto and Sekai both stop showing up to school. We see that Sekai is at Makoto's place again, cooking dinner as Makoto goes out to shop for something. I guess the pregnancy is really bringing them together, huh? Kotonoha continues to have less sentience than an animatronic from FNAF as she continues to talk over the phone to no one in front of a big Christmas tree. Dear God, this is just tragic. Makoto, while shopping for Sekai, the girl who's supposed to be pregnant with his kid, he calls Otome, who lets it go to voicemail. He then calls through his entire contact list and no one is answering him. And I'm like, good. Yes. Yes! And he's like, what's up with everyone? Why is no one picking up the phone? Why is this happening to me? And I'm just like, what are you, a fucking idiot? Bro, imagine trying to call a bunch of other girls while your potentially pregnant partner or whatever the hell she is, because they still never established their relationship with each other, is cooking at home. This is unbelievable. He ends up going through photos of Kotonoha as he sits down. Kotonoha then approaches him and asks him, you came for me, didn't you? I've been waiting all this time for you. As she looks extremely soulless, clearly not okay in any way. She continues to mutter stuff like, I have to become the best girl for you. I want to be a girlfriend who you're not embarrassed by. I want to be useful. Like a broken record. And seeing this, Makoto finally sees that she's not okay. He's like, what happened to you? Please stop this. Bruh. You did this to her, man. You did this to her. Makoto begins to break down as Kotonoha says, I love you, Makoto. Makoto asks, why do you love someone like me? I didn't know. Please forgive me. And he cries and he apologizes. He then says, I love you to her again, I think. The audio was purposefully muted for this part. Holy shit, no way this just happened, right? Anyways, Kotonoha regains her regular eyes and hugs him back. Wow, she's back to normal. And this is happening while Sekai, who is again potentially pregnant with his baby and is cooking dinner for them at home. Anyways, while Sekai waits for Makoto to come back, Makoto and Kotonoha walk hand in hand. He ends up going to get dinner with Kotonoha and he argues with Sekai on the phone. Makoto is just like, just eat without me. And he continues to curve Sekai as she calls him out for lying. She asks him who he's with and if he's gonna cheat again. He continues to not tell the truth as Sekai tells him, please understand the situation that you're in right now. To which Makoto responds with, Kotonoha wouldn't say that to me. Holy shit. Sekai realizes that he's with Kotonoha right now and begins to get very upset. But Makoto just yells at her,
why did you get pregnant? Why did you have to say it in front of everyone?
And he tells her to just go home and stop pretending to be his girlfriend. Holy crap, there is no way this guy can become even more hateable. And you know what? I complain a lot about Makoto so far, but I think the one thing that I can't stand about him the most is that he is truly incapable of taking any accountability. He only apologizes when things are way too late. He blames Sekai for getting pregnant. He gets upset when everyone begins to ghost his calls and says, what's wrong with everyone else? He just doesn't want to take any accountability for any of the insanely terrible mistakes he's made because it's quote unquote a pain in the ass. And it's hard to believe that he truly felt any guilt or any bad about any of his actions. I don't even think he understands what he did wrong or where he messed up so badly. And the thing is, Kotonoha and Sekai both had moments that humanized them or helped me sympathize with their situations. But there was none of that with Makoto. He's just turned into a I wanna just fuck everything around me machine with no emotions or regard for others. How can I feel any sympathy towards that kind of character? It's not like we know what's happening in his mind or what kinds of struggles he might be facing personally. He's just a horny loser who lets his ego and dick do all the talking and dictating of his life. There is nothing of substance behind this character. I guess you can call this character archetype the dictator. Haha, get it? It's funny, okay? It's funny. I'm trying to keep myself sane through all of this, okay? Leave me alone. As the call ends in disaster, the two decide to head to Makoto's place as Sekai witnesses them together on a train. Kotonoha is at Makoto's house as Makoto walks in the kitchen to prepare some tea. He sees that all the plates and food are all over the place due to Sekai's anger, which is honestly understandable. Makoto cleans up the mess as he ponders about Sekai's words earlier. Makoto says in an inner monologue now that he was being selfish. I guess finally acknowledging some of his mistakes, some of them, but it's way too little, way too late at this point. Also, him saying I've been selfish is probably the understatement of all time. Sekai begins to head back to Makoto's apartment. When she gets there, Kotonoha opens the door and Sekai slaps her this time, getting pissed about why Kotonoha is opening the door for him. Sekai yells at him about how she thought he broke up with Kotonoha, and now that she's pregnant, he's just gonna throw her away. Sekai then yells at Kotonoha, accusing her that she invited Makoto. Kotonoha then begins to fight back against Sekai, saying that Sekai was the one that seduced Makoto in order to get him away from Kotonoha in the first place. Sekai responds that they loved each other for real, and Kotonoha says, well, that's what you wanted to think, huh? God damn, that is brutal. It's not funny, but like, holy smokes. She then brings up Setsuna and everything she did behind Sekai's back, but Sekai had no idea about any of it. Kotonoha tells her that Setsuna also liked Makoto, and she wasn't actually trying to do anything for Sekai, but rather she was only doing all of this because Setsuna herself liked Makoto. Sekai says, Setsuna is my best friend. She wouldn't do such a thing. Kotonoha brings up their past conversations about understanding Makoto's side, and she's like, I understand now. Makoto's been by my side, waiting for me. Kotonoha says she won't waver anymore as Makoto hugs her back and the two start kissing in front of Sekai, which quickly devolves into an extremely uncomfortable and intimate full-on makeout session, and Sekai watches this and screams for them to stop. Oh dear God, no! While the scary music ramps up in the background, and good God, sorry. I really shouldn't have been laughing at all of this. But this entire scene felt like such a fever dream. I'm sorry, I just can't help it, man. This is so stupid. Sekai, as she walks home, completely breaks down as she begins seeing visions of Setsuna, blaming her for everything that's happened so far. If Sekai had never sat next to Makoto or tried to introduce Kotonoha to him, none of this would have happened in the first place. Sekai then says, Makoto said he liked me and no one else, as she continues to break down. The next morning, Sekai gets a text message from Makoto and begins to read it happily until she sees the contents of the message. Kotonoha knows a clinic that is good for you. You should go there and get yourself checked out. God, this is just absolutely brutal. At school, Makoto gets a message from Sekai who says that she wants to talk to him one-on-one and that she'll go to his house. On the rooftop, Kotonoha and Makoto talk about Sekai saying, good thing she's going to the clinic and stuff like that. Jesus Christ. Makoto then tells Kotonoha, I want to spend more time like this with you. I feel bad because I'm such a pushover, but from now on, I'll only focus on you. God, I don't even know what to say anymore. After school, Sekai goes over to Makoto's house and the two sit down and they just sit silently. Makoto offers to go pour tea, but Sekai volunteers to do so instead. So then Makoto goes to another room to check his phone, and Sekai looks over menacingly, holding a real-life Minecraft iron sword. Makoto sees that Sekai had just sent him a very menacing text. It reads, I'm sorry, and after a long scroll down to the bottom, it says, goodbye. He turns around as Sekai then begins to attack him with the weapon, and he topples over in pain. She calls him cruel as he continues to get viciously attacked. He's getting flashbacks to everything that's happened in the show as he continues to get attacked. He says Sekai's name and she stops in shock from what she just did. At this point though, it's too late and Makoto is dead. Sekai obviously freaks out over the literal crimes she just committed and she escapes. Later, Kotonoha comes back to Makoto's place to find him dead. Sekai then gets a message from Makoto's phone saying, I'll be on the roof. Sekai goes to the school rooftop to see Kotonoha waiting for her. She says, how was the clinic? And Sekai is like, I wouldn't go to a clinic recommended by you. Kotonoha then accuses her of lying about the pregnancy to keep Makoto for herself. She says Sekai can't carry his child because Makoto is Kotonoha's boyfriend. Sekai then says, I wanted to be his girlfriend too, so I just let him do whatever. So why is this happening? Kotonoha tells Sekai that Makoto is actually right there, referring to a duffel bag on the bench. Sekai opens the bag to see Makoto's head and vomits. Kotonoha takes out a Minecraft iron sword in real life, saying, let me see if you're telling the truth. Sekai also then takes out her own Minecraft iron sword in real life, but Kotonoha outmaneuvers her and violently unalives Sekai. And even more psychotically, Kotonoha then actually checks to make sure if she was pregnant, saying, so you were lying. There is no baby inside of you. Holy mother of God, this just went from 0 to 100,000 real quick right here, man. What the hell? Anyways, the last scene of this show is Kotonoha laying on a yacht, holding and hugging Makoto's head, smiling. She says, we're finally together, Makoto, and the show comes to a close. Yep, at his school days. I mean, it definitely took me a moment to seriously process what just happened in the last 10 minutes of the show. This ending felt so out of nowhere and so absolutely insane. Like, the pure shock of just like, what is going on? I just couldn't help but just laugh a little bit while watching it. This whole ending feels so stupid to me because it feels like it exists more for shock value rather than trying to tell an actual story of any kind. I'd say it was one of the dumbest endings to any show I've ever seen. It wasn't satisfying. It was just horrific in the worst way imaginable. And this might be a controversial take. I don't really know. But to be honest, I think Makoto dying is truly just a waste of an ending. I believe Makoto dying was just an easy way out. He shouldn't have died, considering he never had to actually learn his lessons or live with the consequences of his terrible actions. I think it would have been more satisfying to watch Makoto actually get his comeuppance through actually having to live with the mess that he has caused. But no, he just dies, and therefore he can never actually recognize the horrible things he's done to other people throughout the show or ever learn how to take accountability for his own terrible actions. I also feel like this ending in general just completely ruined the entire story that came before it. Not saying that it was any good until this point, but all of the different relationship between the characters, or like, you know, the actual crime that happened with the recording of the break room, all of it is just completely washed away into nothingness, thrown away in lieu of having a shocking ending that's supposed to come off as some kind of deep message or whatever. But no, I think this ending is complete trash. It is twisted and it's shocking, yeah, but it's not very good writing in my opinion. Kotonoha very quickly switches up from an unfortunate victim into, well, actual unaliver and psychopath who, you know, literally cut off you know what I'm talking about. She violently unalives Sekai and, you know, checks to see if was really pregnant or not. By the end, she's just a full-on yandere. She's just on a yacht hugging Makoto's head. You can't make this shit up. Like, I felt bad for her to a certain point, but this ending completely takes away any sympathy I had for her in the show. I think she is a tragic victim because I do think she went through some horrible stuff in the show, but that doesn't really excuse turning into an insane-ass psycho unaliver who hugs her boyfriend's head in Minecraft. You know what I mean? And Sekai's character is one that I feel very conflicted about. I think her being upset by the end of the show is pretty understandable. She's going through a pregnancy scare. She's getting thrown away by the guy she loves. Her best friend moved to a different country without telling her. And she also learned that her best friend kissed the same guy that she loved. I mean, she was going through it, man. But that also doesn't really mean that it's okay to unalive someone, you know? I mean, she did do that to Makoto. There has to be a bunch of other solutions to her issues that didn't involve taking a life. And also, again, we can't forget that a lot of the stuff stemmed from Sekai's own actions. I think Sekai is both a product and a perpetrator of her own downfall. She played herself trying to play everyone else in the beginning. Plus, we still don't really know if Sekai was actually pregnant or not, since we never did see her use an actual test. I believe that she was convinced that she was pregnant, and I'm sure all of the stress that she was feeling from literally everything that was happening in her life didn't help her either. So I think it really could have been either or, but the reality of the situation is this: she did believe that she was pregnant and therefore acted out of emotional desperation and uncertainty, which that part is understandable. But again, I can't agree with the actions that she took at the end of the show. And honestly, as much as I hate Makoto and I love to slap him across the face 100 times, I didn't necessarily enjoy watching him getting so viciously unalived either. Yeah, he sucks, but that doesn't mean that I'll relish watching him die. He was a high schooler. He was an idiot, and it would make more sense to let him live with the consequences of his mistakes. His death scene was just genuinely horrifying to watch because it was so merciless and just truly one of the most violently depicted anime scenes that I've ever seen, which is saying a lot. I was cheering when people were starting to ghost him and cut him off and like talk shit about him in the hallways because yeah, I think he deserved all that, but I didn't enjoy watching him die. On that note, I think Sekai's death was even more horrifying. It's just such a horrifying thing to imagine what Kotonoha did to her at the end of the show. It's just terrible. Let's just say that all three of them were just severely mentally ill and fucked up people, and therefore didn't have the capacity to react rationally to a very tough situation, which ended in this absolute disaster of an ending. I don't know. Like, that's the only way I can rationalize this, right? All I know is that everyone in this show sucks in their own way, and there are absolutely no winners in this anime. I think the story is stupid and pointless. I don't give a shit about Makoto or his desires of romance or intimacy. The characters are extremely unlikable, annoying, dumb as hell, or all of the above. So many of the conflicts could have been solved peacefully and way more efficiently, but these characters are incapable of critical thinking. And sure, they're high schoolers, so they're dumb. They don't know what they're doing. They're still young and clueless. Okay, but then why are they constantly being lies throughout the show. Make it make sense. And the break room in that entire plotline is so criminal that I don't even know how to react to it anymore. School Days is not a show I can even bother taking any seriously. And I'm sorry if that offends anyone, but this is just how I feel about this show. I don't even want to bother giving this a score. Mayoiga. Imagine you get the opportunity to start a new life at a mysterious village located deep within the mountains, only to discover that this village isn't truly safe and something very sinister is going on behind the scenes, while also having to deal with 30 other complete strangers you just met for the first time. That's Mayoiga's premise in a nutshell, but I don't think it truly describes how much of a waste of time this anime is. Mayoiga, or The Lost Village, is supposed to be a psychological horror anime, but the only terrifying part about it is how much wasted potential this show has. There are some genuinely intriguing ideas in this show, but these ideas are nothing more than ideas, because by the end of this show, although this might as well just be a fart in the wind. So I asked my channel members to decide on what anime I should review next, and Mayoiga ended up winning. And this show suffers from having way too much going on despite the very limited runtime it has. In just 12 episodes, this anime tries to balance a village so mysterious that it's become an urban legend, a strange entity that seems to torment everyone in the village, characters' past histories and traumas that end up photobombing the plot, random subplots involving random characters with their own sinister plans that end up basically leading nowhere, complex relationships between the major characters, and oh, there are literally 30 characters in the show, or more, I don't even know. And this show ain't like One Piece, where you have basically an entire human lifespan to tell the story that needs to be told. And unfortunately, this all culminates into an anime so excruciatingly mid that it ultimately just feels like a giant waste of my time. Hello everyone, my name is Leo Hashi, and today I watched Mayoiga so that you don't have to. And just a heads up, this show does go into some very serious subjects such as abuse, so please watch with caution if that's a topic that might be upsetting. Mayoiga is a 2016 psychological horror anime, but with heavy quotation marks around the psychological horror part, because the only thing that made me scream from horror while watching the show was how long the show was taking to actually end. It follows a group of 30 young men and women who all go on a bus tour to the mysterious Nanaki village in hopes of starting a new life or escaping the troubles of their old one. However, once they arrive at the village, they realize that there are many mysteries behind this village that have yet to be discovered. This show is so fucking mid, man. Like, I've talked about this before, but I always find that the truly mid anime are always the ones that I dread watching and talking about the most. At least when a show is horrendously bad, like School Days, for example. It's somewhat engaging, like a car crash that I'm unable to look away from despite how awful it is, but the mid shows like Mayoiga over here hook you in with an interesting premise and some sort of potential just to become a snooze fest halfway through the show, and then leave you with like a bazillion unresolved plot points that makes you question why humanity even exists in the first place. And oh my god, the characters. Before anything else, I just need to complain about the characters, okay? In the first episode, they spend literally 5 minutes just introducing every single character that appears in the show. And my god, by the time I got to like the 5th or 6th character, I just gave up even trying to learn most of their names. It's like you literally just begin the show and they're trying to make you remember 30 different names all at once and expect you to immediately know who they are or what kind of personality they have or whatever. This shit is giving me flashbacks to my freshman year of college when we had to do those stupid ass icebreaker games like introduce yourself by adding an adjective to your name that begins with the same first letter. And I'd always say, hi, I'm Lazy Leo. And then we'd have to try and remember literally everyone else's name and list them off on the spot. Oh my god, anyway. As someone who is really bad with remembering names the first time, this show was an absolute nightmare for me. And let me tell you, there's like maybe 3 or 4 characters that I genuinely liked. And then there's a bunch of completely forgettable NPCs. And then there's a few that I just could not fucking stand because oh my god, they were so goddamn annoying throughout their entire time on the show. And it's not even like One Piece where you can at least tell apart even the minor characters because they have some absurdly unique design choice or they laugh like nah, some of these characters look like they were generated by an AI based on the prompt anime character. And the amount of times these characters spend arguing with each other over the stupidest shit is phenomenal. It's basically half the show. Like the arguing is just half the show, which is annoying on its own because I don't give a fuck about what bitch boy McGee thinks about the situation every time. I just want to know more about the mystery behind the village itself. So yeah, I think the best way for me to tell you just how stupid the show is, I gotta just give you a recap of what happens in each episode so you can see how this anime ends up collapsing upon itself by the end of it and just ends up becoming a complete waste of time. Alright, well, let's now dive into the mysterious and awe-inspiring world of Mayoiga, shall we? Episode 1 begins and we see a bunch of anime peeps in a tour bus. Everyone was gathered here because they were a chosen few who cleared some website puzzle or whatever weird shit. But anyways, now they're on a bus tour. Their destination is a mysterious place known as Nanaki Village. It's a mysterious village that doesn't even exist on the map. Not even police are able to locate it. The rumor is that people who go to this village have gone missing and they've never come back. Some speculate that maybe they just established a new culture of their own and f***ed off from society, while others speculate that it was used for spy training, but it was wiped out to protect government secrets or maybe spooky ghosts. Bro, just imagine a ghost just rises up from the toilet and just like claps your cheek. The bus tour is known as the Life Redo Tour or whatever the fuck. The bottom line is many people on this tour signed up because they wanted an opportunity to move to Nanaki Village and away from society in order to start their life over. Anyways, now we begin the 5-minute introduction section of every character in the show. I'm gonna organize this part so you can actually have an understanding of who's an important character, who ends up doing nothing the entire time, yada yada yada. Also, as a heads up, the people on this show call each other by their screen names and not their actual names. So basically, rather than like, hi, I'm John Smith, they're like, hi, I'm @Legendary Fire Sorcerer, nice to meet you. So starting off with the most prominent characters. The main character of this anime is a young high schooler named Mitsumune. Mitsumune is a timid guy with a very messed up backstory that I'll go into later, but he came on this tour in order to try and grow into his own independent self. He went to an all-boys school, so predictably he's like, what? Girls? Girls? Oh, am I talking to a girl? I thought those only existed in myths. He's not like overtly cringe about it, but it's a pretty big aspect of his character at first, so that's why I'm bringing this up. Next up is Mitsumune's bestie and another member of the tour, Hayato. His screen name is Speedstar, but I'm gonna just call him Hayato because Speedstar is low-key such a whack screen name. I'm sorry to any viewers who might be named Speedstar, okay? You're cool, but this guy isn't, okay? I'm biased. Anyways, Hayato is Mitsumune's best friend who has always protected him from classmates who would bully him and has always given the quote-unquote right advice for any situation. However, Hayato himself suffers from his own very messed up backstory and his friendship with Mitsumune becomes very questionable considering a lot of times Hayato just expects Mitsumune to just do everything that he says, but we'll go into all of that later. Masaki is a girl who seems to have a lot of strange quirks and superstitions. She also seems to have a lot of secrets of her own that she hides from everyone else on the tour, causing everyone to become very suspicious of her. She's pretty timid and has a hard time opening up about a lot of things, which only adds to the drama of this show. I try to describe her personality a bit more, but the more I think about it, the more it feels like she's just a convenient plot device rather than an actual character at times. Now let me talk about some characters who aren't necessarily major characters, but they did enough in the show for me to actually remember who they are. And to be honest, some of these guys, I'm just gonna give them like shitty nicknames to make it easier for both you and me to remember them. The tour guide and the host of this entire event is this dude named Dahara. He has a very casual and laid-back personality, but also he's honestly a fucking weirdo and I don't really like him too much. Volcana is a dude with a very brash personality. He immediately at the beginning of the show assigns himself to be the leader of this group to the dismay of many others and is quick to pick a fight with anyone. He starts off honestly annoying as shit and he's like not really that great of a person, but I also found him to be at least somewhat intriguing as a character, which you can't say for a lot of other characters in this show. Glasses is a dude who I'm just gonna call Glasses because he wears glasses. He seems to be very cocky and conceited, believing in himself more than anybody else on the planet, and many times throughout the show he sort of delegates himself to be the sort of leader figure whenever an argument breaks out in the group, even though no one really asked for it. Love Pawn is a girl who is absolutely obsessed with the concept of executions. Not like, oh, I'm executing this command now as you press the enter button or whatever. No, like actually just unaliving people. She is batshit fucking crazy, and if I was on this tour, I'd want to leave just because of this girl. She's also probably the most annoying character in this show, in my opinion. She has a very fucked up backstory that I guess explains why she's like this, but it's almost like she has a biological necessity of just screaming the word execute
execute, execute
in every sentence or else she'll die. It gets really fucking annoying really fast. Yotsun is a rapper. He's sort of annoying and kind of a creep at times in the show, but he ends up playing a big role for some unknown reason that I'll never understand. Gun-loving cat girl is self-explanatory. She's a girl who speaks like a cat and really likes guns. I think they're BB guns and not actual weapons, so YouTube, please don't fucking freak out on me. They are BB guns. They're not real. But anyways, she exists in the show and she's low-key annoying as hell. Survival guy is a guy who is obsessed with surviving in nature and stuff like that. He's also low-key annoying as hell. Hyoketsu no Judgeness. that's his name. He's a chunyibyo with an eye patch, you know, that guy who's like, oh, I'm sealing away some hidden power or whatever. Who gives a shit? This man calls himself Hyoketsu no Judgeness and expects everyone to remember it and then gets upset when they don't. I don't know. What if you called yourself something a little less cringe? Jack is a silent dude who unfortunately gets judged very heavily based on this and other actions that he's done in the past. Leon is a mysterious young girl with a very standoffish personality. She seems to carry some kind of mystical power, but let me tell you right now, even after finishing the show, I have no fucking idea what it is because the show's writing sucks ass. Mai is a girl who exists in the show. She is a very hard-headed individual who at first seems to be kind of a snake, like trying to fuck around with Mitsumune's feelings and whatnot, but she turns out to be one of the most grounded people in the entire show. Nanko is a detective or private investigator, and to be honest, she's my favorite character in the show. I might as well just call her Nangoat because she seems to be the only character in the show who is capable of doing actual critical thinking and keeping her calm despite all of the insanity going on around her. And although he doesn't get like a formal introduction or even an actual name, the bus driver is a character who plays a role in the story too. His assigned name in the show is Driver. Even the opening shows his name to be Driver. He's an older dude with a fuck everyone and their bullshit type of attitude. He's got his own issues too. And now we have a whole lot of NPCs that I don't even want to bother naming because truthfully, I don't remember most of their names or who even they are or what the hell they do. So let's just make this quick. Dozaemon is a guy who loves to eat and he only thinks about food, but he's truly my spirit animal in that way. Then there's the chill dude who in any situation is the one to tell everybody we should all chill out. Weak body dude has a weak body. Hat guy wears a hat the entire time. Girl with glasses wears glasses. Spiky brown hair guy is legitimately one of the most NPC characters in anime history. Beanie girl wears a beanie the entire time. The PDA couple spends the entire show just doing PDA. Green hair girl exists in the show. High heels girl also exists in the show. Then there's apparently 3 people with the exact same screen name, Yuna, so they end up just saying, okay, we'll just call you guys Yuna, Yune, and you know, which is so fucking stupid, but whatever. It doesn't matter which one is which, because none of the Yunas or Yunes or whatever do anything worth jack shit in the show other than exist in the background anyway. The real horror of the show might just be the image of being trapped in a very strange tour bus with 30 other emotionally unstable strangers. Social anxiety, who? So yeah, have you memorized all that yet? Well, too bad, because the story's gonna go on with or without you anyway. Everyone begins to start singing some kind of really dark song about a hippopotamus dying or something. I don't really know. Masaki is seen crying as they all sing this song. As they take a break at a rest stop, Hayato insults everyone else who's here for a do-over. Mitsumune puts his phone on mute as he receives a barrage of texts from his mother, who had found out that he skipped cram school. Mai on the bus flirted with Mitsumune, but then begins to show her true colors behind his back, declaring that she actually hates people like him. Mitsumune bumps into Masaki, who is now crouching over in pain in front of a vending machine. She's like, there might be bad luck if I don't hold my breath until this machine is done vending. I'm sorry, I sound insane. I know. I mean, she was apparently crying for the hippo in a song while on the bus earlier, so wow, she must be such an empath girly. Anyway, she starts feeling car sick, so Mitsumune goes to get some car sickness medicine for her on the bus. There he bumps into Leon, who's like, I hope we don't turn into cannibals. Oh my god, wow. This Life Redo tour is starting off so great, isn't it? Now everyone is back on the bus and they're playing a game where they list off methods of torture, which is definitely a fun game for everyone to play, you know, like we got Connect 4, Candyland. Oh, and the list off the methods of torture game, right? I love that one. The bus driver begins to say that this is way too irresponsible. He thought it was just a regular tour. Dahara, the tour guy, responds that they're just leaving their old lives behind, to which the driver retorts, that's the irresponsible part. You shouldn't be talking about starting over so lightly while they're still so young. They don't know shit about life. Humans don't run away, they work through their lives. As the driver calls them all babies, Volcana activates one of his abilities, being an absolute bitch, and starts to beef with the driver. The driver then gets very pissed off, venting out loud about the many problems that he himself has been having and begins to speed up the bus, threatening to unalive everyone along with himself as an accident? Yo, emotional stability seems to be a foreign concept to the people of this tour. As this happens, Jack gets up talking about how adults are all the same and begins to throw hands at the driver. Masaki tries to stop them, but as the bus almost crashes, she accidentally vomits on the driver, causing everything to stop. Mitsumune buys Masaki a drink. She compliments him, to which he gets all emotional and begins to cry. Everyone begins hearing some kind of music box in the distance. They find some kind of clock with a speaker on it and a mysterious girl singing a mysterious song in the distance. Everyone say hello to Koharun, a university student studying folklore and the other tour guide of this thing alongside Dahara. She says the song is a traditional nursery rhyme from Nanaki village. Apparently, Koharun is also the one who gave everyone the info about said village. She tries to guide everyone, which, you know, is her job as the tour guide, but Volcana gets all pissy, asking her why she's taking the lead. Sign me up for this tour, guys. Everyone just seems to be so wonderful to be around. Anyways, they approach a certain bridge, and past that bridge is Nanaki village. Episode 2 begins with them crossing the bridge. However, the fog thickens and it's too much to drive through it with the bus. But Volcana activates his secondary ability, being a dickhead, and forces the driver to keep going. They keep driving until the bus begins to shake and literally slides off a mountainside, getting stuck and becoming unable to move anymore. As a group of very wonderful people get off the bus, they all just say, who cares about the bus? We can just leave it here. Even though they were the ones who forced this dude to keep driving through the terrible conditions, but they're just like, oh well, we're restarting our lives, so who cares? The driver, on the other hand, wasn't even supposed to be a part of this whole redoing our lives situation type deal, so he's just getting completely screwed over by these idiots, which, okay, to be fair, the driver did just try to, you know, wipe them all out in a moment of anger from this planet in Minecraft, so it's kinda hard to feel bad for anyone at this point. Dahara, the tour guide, also just refuses to take any responsibility, which is basically his entire character. By this point, the show's main premise of everyone arguing over the same bullshit over and over again already begins to show, as everyone is starting to bicker. One of them says they don't need money anymore, they could just give all of it to the driver to compensate, but this also just then becomes another argument, like I can't. These arguments always end up going nowhere, and someone has to interject and make everyone shut up for a second, and it's always super annoying, to be honest. Everyone's just destroying the driver too. One of them just calls him Mr. Useless to his face, which, okay, kind of mean, but also, again, he did just try to mass unalive them, so, you know. Anyways, they give the driver all their wallets in exchange for his silence and begin to walk on foot. The driver in the bus ponders about his life until someone begins to knock on his window, and it cuts away from him as he makes a shocked face. Mitsumune seems to have caught some sort of interest for Masaki, which Hayato tells him to stop, saying, "You fall for people too easily." Mitsumune questions his entire existence, but then Leon talks to him and asks if he's dating Hayato. Mitsumune just says Hayato has always looked out for him. And for the first few episodes, you know, as mentioned earlier, Mitsumune is the generic, like, oh my god, a girl, I'm panicking, I've never been near a girl before type of guy. So he begins to freak the fuck out. Leon is standing close to him and he's just literally monologuing out loud, like, oh my god, I've never had a chance to look at a girl from so close before. Am I falling for another one again? Oh my god. Mitsumune also talks to Nanko, the detective private investigator, and says that she smells good and is helpful. And then he's like, maybe I am quick to fall for people. Someone screams and says that they saw something huge. The others suspect a bear until they see a big ass footprint, and it doesn't seem like a bear. What is happening? Anyways, they're able to reach the mysterious and impossible to find village with ease somehow, and Dahara, the tour guide, says the first thing they should do is greet the people who live here. However, they find out that no one is there. There's hella dust on everything. It seems like the village has been abandoned for a whole year. They wonder if everyone has died, which isn't out of the realm of possibility. However, it's too clean for that. Love Pond then activates her one character trait, Execution Girl, and asks if they might have executed everybody. Volcana says it doesn't matter either way. They're all here to start a new life. Everyone else splits up and explores the village. Mitsumune tries to go with Masaki, but he gets grabbed by Mai and green-haired girl instead. During the investigation, the survival guy is like, women are biologically weaker, so they're only holding us back from survival anyways. Though in the long run, they can be an effective means of preserving the species. I can't, bro. I can't. Oh, also the PDA couple just keeps overtly PDAing everywhere. They find some gardening hose and there's a red tinge on them as if it's blood, but it's probably just rust though, right? Meanwhile, Jack and Hyoketsu no Judgeness talk, or rather, Hyoketsu of Judgeness talks to Jack, and Jack just stays silent. Hyoketsu no Judgeness accuses Jack of stealing his screen name because they sound similar, which I don't really see, to be honest. The only similarity in their name is the J, you know, Jack and Judgeness, but what? Whatever, man. You know, this guy just has to be unique and quirky and not like the other girls. Hyokitsu no Judgeness then yells at Jack, saying, "You're stealing my character traits too. You're just copying me. You're a ripoff. Listen up, don't copy me anymore. If you push it, this cursed right hand might go berserk. Are you scared?" And Jack just says nothing the entire time. Yotsune the rapper decides that he's gonna try to get with Masaki, if you catch my drift. And he tells the others, "You guys can have this girl and that girl and that girl." Like, oh dear God, bro. Again, sign me up for this tour full of just wonderful people. As they search, Yotsune approaches Masaki and invites her to go somewhere else with just the two of them. And it's not really an invite anymore at some point because he just takes her hand and drags her along with him, which, ugh. Green hair girl leaves Mitsumune and Maimai alone. Maimai begins to flirt with him, but then Mitsumune says, "Wait, I'm fine. I don't feel nervous at all," as she holds his hand. And then he explains to her what Hayato had said earlier. He's like, "I guess I don't just fall for anyone," to Maimai. And then she gets really mad about this and begins to yell at him. "I was just gonna play with you anyways because you remind me of Kayama-kun." What? Who? What are you talking about? And then she's like, "Whatever," and then just walks away. And I'm just like, what is going on? However, the two of them hear a noise in the distance as the driver walks out of the bushes. He says that he changed his mind. As the adult, he has to watch over them all and decides to stay in the village with them. Right. And as the adult, it was also your responsibility to literally unalive everyone on that tour bus? I mean, sorry, I know I keep bringing it up, but I mean, it's just an insane thing to do, right? Like, I'm not going crazy. Nanko, or Nangoat, begins to interrogate the two tour guides on how they even found Nanaki Village. Koharun says that she received a mysterious email with detailed instructions on how to get to the village, which is definitely not suspect at all. It's an unknown sender too, so yeah, even more of a reliable source. God, I hope she didn't get any calls about her car's extended warranty. She said she did consider telling the police, but that would actually make it impossible to visit the place. However, during this conversation, some of the others come back, saying that Masaki and Yotsune the rapper have vanished. Episode 3 begins with them discussing what must have happened. Someone suggests maybe they went out to have a little fling, and Mitsumune is like, "Masaki isn't like that. She wouldn't go out with this rapper." Oh, I meant like, it's probably not that kind of situation, you know? I'm not saying the man is an outright simp, but he's kind of a simp, low-key. Everyone's already freaking out and yelling at each other as they begin to look for Masaki and Yotsune the rapper. Someone else screams and they find a claw mark on a tree with blood on it. They hear noises in the forest as the ground begins to shake and everyone runs away. Mitsumune sees an eye in the bushes and falls down the side of a hill. He gets up and then finds Masaki with marks on her skin, hiding from something. Masaki reunites with everyone else. She explains that Yotsune the rapper dragged her along, but then he saw something in the distance and asked, "What are you doing here?" and walked into the forest, never coming back. Masaki got worried, so she went to look for him. But then apparently she just couldn't get up or something, and she has no idea what happened to him. Someone accuses her of lying, and then they interrogate her until Mitsumune comes to her defense, saying she's already in shock and it's not helpful to barrage her with a bunch of accusations, which, you know, true. But also, Masaki's explanation makes no sense to me, and I've literally finished the show, so I don't really know what to think of this. Others respond, "This is life or death," and continue to freak the fuck out, some even wanting to leave the village. But the driver says he's not going back if even one person is staying. Volcana says that those who want to go home can just leave, but the mountains outside the village are even more dangerous. Volcana says it's pointless to continue arguing about whatever. It's better to just look for Yotsune the rapper. And I hate his ass, but he's kind of speaking facts right now. Everyone just spirals into the same kind of argument over and over again. Like, it's just, I can't. I understand the panic. I understand they're all confused and freaking out, but oh my god, these arguments just get nothing productive done ever. Anyways, they set some rules for staying in his village or whatever. Masaki tells Mitsumune that he doesn't need to cover for her anymore, because that just means he'll get cut off from the rest of them. Later, Hayato tells him, "You can't come to an understanding with some girl you only met yesterday. You just have to do what I tell you. When has my advice been wrong? You stopped getting bullied in middle school thanks to me." Okay, I mean, I don't know. Mitsumune looks bothered by this because clearly Hayato might have a bit of a skewed perception on their friendship with each other. Anyways, they decide to cook some food and take veggies from a garden in the village. Koharu notices that the gardens are very well maintained, as if someone was tending to them literally the day before. Maimai is pissed at Mitsumune and gets flustered when she gets accused of falling for him. Meanwhile, the search for Yotsune the rapper just does not go well. Later on, Hyokitsu no Judgeness gets put in the same room as Jack, and the others in the room decide to call them Jack-kun and Hyokitsu-kun to avoid confusion. Jack goes outside and comes back with a gardening hoe and literally swings it at Hyokitsu no Judgeness, and everyone stops Jack entirely. ties him up. Mai recognizes Jack and reveals that she went to the same elementary school as him. She also says there was a rumor that he caused an incident a year before the story. The incident was apparently a student stabbing another classmate, and Jack was the perpetrator. Mitsumune tells everyone to wait and tries to explain, but everyone just calls Jack a criminal. Mitsumune says we don't know actually what happened with the incident, but it doesn't really matter because regardless, Volcana says he's taking Jack without even giving Jack a chance to defend himself. He shows them a dungeon-like space underground, and it's just a prison room, which what the fuck is this nasty ass dungeon prison room thing doing in this village? Don't worry guys, we will literally never find out. Anyways, they lock Jack up for the night despite some people thinking that it's going way too far. Volcana continues to look for Yotsune and Koharun asks him about his convictions. Volcana then reluctantly explains his past. He used to be a freelance systems engineer. However, he was made into a scapegoat during an information leaking incident and was erased from society after that. He never wants to feel responsible for anyone else because his life is his own life. Koharun says, why would you even sign up for a tour with strangers then? Maybe truthfully you don't want to be alone. He freaks out over this and then pushes Koharun into the wall, and then she's like, go ahead, hit me if you want, and he just walks away. Again, emotional stability who? Mitsumune wakes up in the middle of the night and goes out to check on Jack. He bumps into Mai, who says that if she didn't bring up the past, then Jack wouldn't have been locked up like this. Mai says that she had heard rumors that Jack was actually the target of extreme bullying. What Jack did was wrong, but this is just too much. Love Pawn, the execution girl, then walks towards them and proves that she is absolutely fucking bonkers in the head. She straight up asks if they're going to execute Jack because all criminals should be executed. But when the others tell her that they're just going to check in on him because they're worried about him, she begins to genuinely freak the fuck out. You would think her just yelling execution, execution over and over again in the show is just a sort of gag or like a quirky character trait or whatever, but no dog, she's dead ass. Like, you can't take pity on a criminal. If you do, tragedy will befall everyone. And she begins to cry. She then pushes Mitsumune into the water and starts to actually try and drown him. Right after this absolute fucking insanity, of course, because this is water, he sees through her clothes and he gets all freaked out and embarrassed and pushes her off and runs away. And as he runs away, he stops and they see Yotsune the rapper's body floating through the river. Episode 4 begins with everyone looking for Yotsune while Love Pawn continues to be annoying as shit. So yeah, we're just gonna ignore the fact that Love Pawn literally just tried to kill Mitsumune in Minecraft over some kind of perceived delusion that she has, and literally no one's gonna bat an eye or question this girl's sanity. She's dead as a danger to society and y'all are just like, oh, that's just Love Pawn being Love Pawn, you know, just being quirky, always trying to execute people. Seriously? And the fact that the reason why Mitsumune survived is because he got embarrassed because he got a peep of her undergarments in the water. Like, it's just, what the hell is this shit, bro? This show is insane, dude. Anyways, they call off the search after hearing a loud roar in the distance. The group begins to split into two, those who want to leave the mountain and those who want to stay and hunt the monster or whatever it is. Masaki begins to say that it's probably more dangerous to try to leave than to stay. Glasses decides to start heading down the mountain and a bunch of people begin to follow him. Hayato also tries to leave and tries to force Mitsumune to come along, but the two argue about this and Mitsumune doesn't want to leave until they at least find Yotsune. Glasses and Volcana chat and Glasses suspects that someone among them might have killed Yotsune. Amogus! Glasses suspects that Koharu might be up to something. Why does she just suddenly join in the middle of the tour, and why is the village so damn clean? He also suspects Masaki knows something more, but she's hiding it. The next morning, Glasses and the squad attempt to leave the village. During this expedition, Mai and the green-haired girl wonder if Hayato and Mitsumune had a fight. Hayato responds that he was just warning him about Masaki because she's shady, and Mai accuses Hayato of being too controlling of Mitsumune. They get to the bus and try to heave ho again, but the bus won't budge. Then they hear the sound of the roar in the distance. Glasses says they'll try their best before it gets dark, but some people begin to question themselves. Back in the village, the driver begins to walk away on his own. Koharun and the tour guide wonders what he's up to, while Dahara, the main tour guide, who is literally one of the parties responsible for managing this entire event, continues to ignore his responsibilities and instead just spend half the show after this just simping over Koharun like, oh my god, Koharun, you're always right, and shit like that, you know, just absolutely kissing her ass all the time and whatnot. Mitsumune worries about Hayato. Leon tells him that she's unsure if they can make it down the mountain, but they won't die, showing she might know something more. We also see that Jack had somehow left his cell. Glasses and the squad continue down the path and mark the trees with numbers. To their horror, however, they realize that they had walked in a loop somehow. As they discuss, the roar gets even louder than before. Hyoketsu no Judgeness begins to break down and screams as he sees Jack in the distance. Hyoketsu no Judgeness slips and falls down a hill as Jack disappears. The others continue to run away, but are forced to stop as they end up at a cliffside. They then see some train tracks in the distance. When they get to the tracks, they find a giant tunnel. They go in, but they all see something that scares them so much, and they all begin to run out of the tunnel while screaming. Maimai screams, "There's a large Mitsumune!" which does sound very spooky. Oh my god. Mitsumune tells Masaki that he's happy she complimented his handle name, which he reveals is his actual name, but no one's ever said that about his name before. Masaki just says sorry, cries, and then runs away. The driver walks off into the forest and sees a little girl, but then is confronted by Volcana and Koharu. The tour guides and Volcana ask the driver what he knows, and he talks about Misato, his daughter who had died 10 years ago, and how he keeps seeing her. Episode 5 begins with the driver saying he's gonna take his dead daughter home, and everything will go back to how it used to be. After his daughter's death, his wife had left him, and his house was taken away, which, okay, pretty fucking sad and tragic stuff. Glasses and the squad all come back to the village. They all go check the dungeon to realize that Jack had escaped, and suspects that someone might have helped him. Everyone is now back in the same room, discussing what just happened. The biggest takeaway from this conversation is that literally no one can remember Hyoketsu no Judgeness' name, even though he just slid down a hill and disappeared and potentially died. In fact, they spend an absurd amount of time debating what his name was, and they just resort to calling him Kitsukun, which translated to Askun, which is funny, but also isn't this supposed to be a psychological horror anime? Anyways, they decide they should stay in the village and see what happens. Glasses brings up the point that everyone seems to be hearing a different noise. He accuses Koharu of setting them up, but Volcana comes to her defense as there's no proof. Glasses also says Masaki is suspicious, as well as anyone who agreed with her. He says there might be a mastermind, and the argument becomes more intense, but Leon shudders and points at Mitsumune with a horrified face. She says, "Mitsumune might be a ghost," and says she saw him disappear for a second. Leon then tells everyone that she has a special power that allows her to see dead people? The driver begins to ask Leon if she saw Misato, his deceased daughter, and everyone finds out about how the driver has been seeing the ghost of his daughter. The paranoia within the group continues to grow. Love Pond continues to be absolutely insane and demands the execution of Mitsumune, like actually executing him, accusing him of trying to help Jack escape. They also accuse Maimai of letting Jack go because of their prior connection. Love Pond then reveals to everyone that she was actually going to genuinely unalive Jack, and everyone is like, okay, wait, hold on, that might be going a bit too far. And I'm just like, y'all are too comfortable with a person who is literally willing to drown an innocent young man. Anyways, the argument ends with everyone getting tired. Mitsumune thanks Maimai, who says the large figure she saw probably wasn't Mitsumune anyways. Later, we see Mitsumune is following some girls at night without them realizing. What the fuck? Is he just straight up stalking these people? I mean, I know it's supposed to be like, oh, Mitsumune is such an awkward guy, but this is so weird. Anyways, Hayato approaches him and is like, the fuck are you doing, dude? Mitsumune apologizes to Hayato for not listening earlier, but Hayato says just forget it, and that maybe Mitsumune was right this time. Hayato warns Mitsumune that he already looks sus as fuck to everyone, so be careful who he hangs around. As Mitsumune is about to walk away, he's approached by a few girls who asked him to stand guard, and they're clearly taking advantage of him. A few of them discuss their suspicions and conspiracies in the shadows. Glasses finds Koharu, the tour guide, Mitsumune, and Masaki to be the most suspicious. Of course, Love Pond is there, just saying her one iconic line, "Execute! Execute! Execute!" Anyway, they discuss literally capturing people and making them talk through various means. Like, holy shit, man. This tour just sounds like an absolute blast! Where the hell can I sign up for this jolly adventure? Volcana and the tour guys also discuss. They still doubt the existence of the paranormal, but they did see a large claw mark and blood. So it's kind of hard to ignore a lot of the weird stuff going on. Volcana and Koharu seem to be developing some sort of camaraderie or relationship with each other, despite the way Volcana treated her earlier, which, not sure how I feel about that, but whatever. Anyways, the Hara just continues to spend the entire show trying to impress Koharu, only to get out Sigma'd by Volcana every time, I guess. Yo, so when the fuck is this show gonna turn into an actual psychological horror anime? Mitsumune walks around on guard duty. Leon approaches him and the two talk. Mitsumune says it's amazing that Leon can see dead people, but Leon is like, it's not a good thing. People say she's always creepy or a fake. Mitsumune says he believes her, but he's not dead. Leon says that she knows and she's sorry because she lied. She actually can't see dead people and just took advantage of Mitsumune in the moment because people were arguing over stupid shit. Mitsumune responds with, "Ah, I see. That's fine. It was dumb anyway. If you want to keep taking advantage of me, it's fine." And Leon is like, "You're a goody two-shoes. You just accept everything and play along with everyone, even though you know you're gonna regret it." And she just walks away. She then whispers to herself, "What I can see is people who are going to die." Wait. What? Okay, so basically, this girl cannot see ghosts. However, she does seem to have some kind of special ability to see who is going to die and who isn't. I mean, I guess this is a cool concept, but like most of the other concepts in this show, this doesn't matter by the end anyway. Mitsumune is getting stalked this entire time by Love Pond, Gun-Loving Catgirl, and Survival Dude. A trio I like to dub the most annoying trio in Mayoiga. Anyways, they're like, we should get them while we can. Love Pond continues to be like, let's execute them! Let's execute them! Mitsumune is like, wow, Wow, I talked to lots of girls today. I can't believe it. As the others ambush him and tie him up in a cell. I shouldn't laugh at that, but sorry. What a turn of events. Love Pawn, again, showing her wonderfully stable personality, is like, oh, let's just start to take his nails off one by one. Glasses says that they were just going to capture him and that's too far, but Survival Guy is like, don't act like the leader and boss us around. The Survival Guy then starts to smell smoke and believes that a fire was started near them. The others escape and they just slightly cut Mitsumune's leg rope, but not enough for him to actually escape, and they just fucking leave him there. God, what the fuck? These people suck ass, bro. Mitsumune panics, but Masaki comes in to rescue him, saying that she made sure the fire wouldn't come this way. The two escape and Masaki unties Mitsumune. He asks her why, and she says she wants to talk to him about something, but before anything can happen, she gets cut off as Mitsumune sees something in the distance, which terrifies him. A what? A big penguin? With an eye staring out of it? What the fuck? He calls this penguin Tokimune. Episode 6 begins with the insane squad all escaping the fire. However, they find that Love Pawn is not there with them, as she continues to run away alone and continues to scream, execute! Execute! She begins to hear some kind of monk noise and bells tolling in the distance as she begins to freak out. We then find out about Love Pawn's past. Her dad left her and her mother with an insane amount of debt. Her mother was in a relationship with an abusive Buddhist monk who would often get drunk and beat both her and Love Pawn. He gives them money in return for sexual services with the mother to pay off the debt. And Love Pawn's whole execution persona comes from this abuse that she and her mother suffered, as she believes that the monk deserved to die for his crimes. Alright, let me just pause and talk about this real quick, okay? I feel bad for Love Pawn, okay? I do. Her backstory is extremely tragic, and it's not something anyone should ever have to go through. It's fucked up. That monk is an absolute piece of shit. In fact, he might actually be the worst, most trash character in this show because, well, as a human being, he just sucks. And he easily might be the most evil character that we see in this entire show. So yeah, the worst piece of shit for Mayoiga award goes to this monk. However, I still think Love Pawn is the most annoying character in the entire show so far. I can't deal with her, man. As much as I know she's gone through some horrific shit, she's also a danger to society herself. She literally tried to drown Mitsumune over what? She's the type of character whose actual serious and really messed up traumatic past is turned into just a silly little personality trait where she just only says the word execute over and over and over and over and over and over again. Trauma does fuck you up heavily, of course, but I just think it's so dumb that it turned her into this one-dimensional execution obsessed girl, and the fact is this whole execution thing is her entire personality, so of course it's just gonna come off as annoying and one-dimensional. But it also feels like the creators gave her this very fucking messed up backstory as a sort of excuse. Like, you can't criticize our awful character writing because it came from a tragic past. Trauma isn't an excuse to actively harm other people who had nothing to do with any of it. Jesus Christ. And just to establish again, fuck this monk from the bottom of my heart. Anyways, we're back to the present. Love Pawn is being chased by a very large demon mask, which was the logo of the sake that the abusive monk would always be drinking. Meanwhile, gun-loving cat girl begins to hear bug noises in a tree and begins to freak out as well. The others don't see anything, but the cat girl continues to freak out and screams. She then runs away as the Survival Guy follows her, leaving Glasses alone. We also find out about gun-loving cat girl's past. She used to get bullied a lot until she bought a BB gun and started to use it to pew pew the bullies without them knowing. She continues to keep doing this until she's found and she's tied up by a bunch of bullies. As she is tied up under a bridge, the bullies all gather around and place her under a beehive, saying, hopefully I don't miss the shot, which, okay, Jesus Christ. We don't actually see what happened after, thankfully, but yeah, that's pretty fucked up. We cut back to the present as Catgirl sees a giant bee chasing her down with more bees coming out from the back of this giant bee, and she continues to just run away screaming. Survival Guy looks for Catgirl, but begins to hear noises himself, and he sees a large piece of gooey something? A large piece of flesh? Ew, what the fuck? Whatever this shit is, it begins to chase the Survival Guy as he crawls away. We then find out about his past too. He was trying to be a ranger of some kind as he was posting videos online of him surviving in nature, and he says that he's gonna join the military soon to become a true ranger. The comments are somewhat supportive, but mostly just clowning him, telling him to go to school and whatnot. As he measures his height, we see that he's right below the required height to join the military. He hears a rumor about someone who had to get silicone implanted in their head to reach some kind of height requirement. So he himself himself gets a silicone implant in his head, the same type they use for breast enhancement surgery apparently. Anyways, unfortunately, despite his efforts, he's unable to get into the military. Back to the present, Glasses continues to walk and be pissed as he suspects everybody, saying, "I'm the only one that's not getting tricked." However, he begins to hear laughter in the distance and begins to look around. He starts to say, "Don't laugh," and freaks out and runs away as well. We then find out Glasses' past. He used to work for a toy company and took on a very monumental task, asking the business owners to let him handle everything for this one really important event. Anyways, long story short, he makes a huge mistake of getting the date of the event wrong, causing his entire plan to collapse. At a business meeting afterwards, everyone is laughing at him for his mistake, and they continue to laugh at him as he tells them to stop. Back in the present, Glasses is being chased by a train with a demented eye and mouths, all laughing at him. Everyone tries to fight back against these monsters, causing gunshots to ring in the distance, waking everyone else up. The other members gather together. Dahara, the tour guide, is just like, "Are you okay, Koharu?" as he approaches her for a hug, but she completely curves him and runs to Volcana. God, Dahara, it just hurts to watch, man. Please stop. Everyone runs away from the monsters while the others search. They find Survival Guy, who tells them, "It showed up! The boobs!" But then he stops himself, you know, because he's just referring to the silicone implant that was chasing him down, but no one knows what the hell he's talking about. They also find Love Pond and the Cat Girl. As they discuss, they realize they're being chased by different monsters. Nothing is making sense. Koharun is then like, "Everyone must be seeing different things," and she begins to sing the folktale song again. She says the folktale has to do with what's happening. The folktale song is about a young girl who will arrive, bringing the monster that's shown up within her. Something that she's hidden deep within herself takes shape in the real world. Basically, a traumatic event from a person's past seems to be manifesting itself as a physical monster in the real world. Koharun reveals to everyone a newspaper clipping that says Masaki had previously gone missing. It turns out she had gone missing in the village right next to Nanaki village. How is a girl who previously went missing here with them? And the driver saw his dead daughter, so what's up with that? Because of these strange events, they begin to suspect if Masaki might be a ghost. And to be honest, I do think the backstories of these characters are genuinely one of the most interesting parts of the show for me. Even though I still find a lot of these characters annoying as shit, it at least humanizes them somewhat, and I can always appreciate an effort like that. It doesn't really save the show from being trash, but you know, whatever. I'll give credit where credit is due. In episode 7, we find out Mitsumune's past. He had a brother named Tokimune who was way more outgoing than himself, and the mother would compare the two a lot. It seems like their mom would always pay more attention to Tokimune. The mother gives Mitsumune a penguin plushie that he had always wanted. However, one day, Tokimune, his brother, grabbed the penguin and ran up on a wall he shouldn't have, and as their mother yells at him to stop, it's too late. Tokimune had fallen off of the wall and passed away. Unable to bear the guilt, their mother began to refer to Mitsumune as Tokimune, his brother's name. After this, Mitsumune was forced to live his life as Tokimune, with even his father asking him to do this until his mother is better. Even in junior high school, they were still calling him Tokimune. Even his dad accidentally calling him Tokimune as well. I mean, man, I was not expecting such a hard-hitting backstory for Mitsumune. Like, Jesus Christ. Anyways, the others discuss if Masaki is a ghost. Glasses comes back and asks what they all saw, saying that no one even truly dissected what this monster is because no one wanted to. Everyone resisted since it reflected their darkest moments of life. Mitsumune wakes up crying and explains his past to Masaki, and that was why he was happy when Masaki said she likes his name. The reason why Mitsumune joined this tour was because he wanted to actually live as Mitsumune and not as Tokimune anymore. They hold hands and walk as Masaki leads them somewhere, and she's like, "I feel courageous when I'm with you. You're so warm." They end up at the tunnel the others ran away from. Masaki says that if you want to go back to your old life, you have to go through this tunnel and face off against yourself. The penguin begins to attack, and Masaki is like, "I'm gonna go ahead," and tells him to have faith in himself and everyone will accept him as he is. Masaki then runs into the penguin and disappears? I don't know. Anyways, the penguin begins to move towards Mitsumune as she repeats, "Tokimune, Tokimune." Mitsumune readies himself and runs towards the penguin. However, the penguin punches him and he's like, "Sorry," as he crawls out of the tunnel entrance and goes back to everybody else. Meanwhile, everyone else hypothesizes that Masaki is the one bringing all the monsters here. They think that Masaki died here and became a ghost and is now trying to take everyone else with her. We also hear about Maimai's past. She says that her best friend and herself fell in love with the same dude, and that dude looked just like Mitsumune. They promised each other no hard feelings no matter the result, but when Maimai started dating him, her best friend cut her off completely and she lost all of her other friends, and her boyfriend dumped her, basically losing everybody she had in her life all at once. She says that everyone back there treats her like she doesn't exist anyways. She doesn't want to go home and she'd rather be here despite everything. Hayato's like, "Mitsumune is with Masaki right now. There's no time to do this shit." He believes that she has possessed him and wants to save him. The group all agree to get rid of Masaki. Mitsumune is found by Hayato. Back in the village, everyone is also like, "Sorry, man," but obviously they're lying. They don't trust him. They think he's brainwashed and whatever. They ask him where Masaki is, lying that they have to go and save her. Mitsumune explains the situation with the the tunnel and everything, and Masaki said she'd be waiting beyond the tunnel. Anyways, they tell Mitsumune to rest and they promise that they'll protect Masaki or whatever. Mitsumune then tells Hayato what Masaki told him, to have more faith in himself. Hayato just says goodnight, leaves, and then he talks to himself like, no need to have faith in yourself, man. You can't live without doing what I say. Wow, what a wonderful and healthy friendship. Everyone else prepares to hunt down Masaki with crosses and stakes and salt and whatnot. Some of them approach the tunnel and find Masaki just walking out of there. Leon and Nangoat bump into each other and discuss that neither of them think that Masaki is actually a ghost, and they decide to tell Mitsumune that Masaki is in danger. Meanwhile, the others tied Masaki up to a post and they're torturing her like we're just throwing it back to the year 1962 in Salem, Massachusetts. She says she's not a ghost, but the others are like, she's a ghost, so it's fine. She won't actually get hurt from all the terrible, disgusting shit we're doing to her. Love Pond then takes out a knife, and some others begin to say this is going too far. Hayato volunteers to actually attack Masaki with the knife for seducing Mitsumune. As he goes in, Volcana tries to hold him back. As Hayato slashes, they realize she's not a ghost because she actually starts to bleed. Despite this, Hayato continues to try and attack her, and Mitsumune steps in to stop him, punching Hayato for attacking Masaki. The others continue to accuse Masaki of controlling the ghosts, while Mitsumune continues to stick up for Masaki. Masaki tells everyone to stop, saying she'll tell them the truth. Episode 8 then begins with Masaki telling everyone that this is actually the second time she's at Nanaki Village. We get a flashback where Masaki is walking through the mountains, following a dude named Reiji, someone she was close to. They're looking for the mythical village. As they're surrounded by fog, a strange car approaches and a strange old man tells them to not go there and to turn back. However, the two run away and hide. They finally find Nanaki Village. The condition of the village is similar to when the main group arrived later on. The daylight was beginning to end, so they began walking back. However, Reiji asks if Masaki heard anything. He then begins to run away holding Masaki, but she doesn't see anything. Masaki trips and falls off the side of a cliff, and when she came to, the highway was in front of her. She tried to go back to Nanaki Village so many times, but she could never find it again. Masaki apologizes for not saying anything about the monster to everyone else. She wanted to see Reiji and save him from the last time, which, to be honest, I don't really understand why Masaki would hide some of this pretty vital information from everybody, but also, everyone else is kind of a dick, so whatever. They ask if Reiji was her boyfriend, but Masaki says that he's her cousin. Masaki says then he might be in a different village, which obviously makes everyone go, what the fuck? But Masaki says it's just a guess, and that Reiji had mentioned it at some point, and she doesn't actually know. When they guess it's gonna be through the tunnel, Masaki's like, not there, don't go through there, which obviously makes everyone go, okay, I think it's the tunnel. As for the tunnel, Masaki says she thought that it was the exit at first, but she was wrong, and she feels like it's a very dangerous place and that they should stay away from there. She says that while she was walking through the tunnel, she had a bad feeling and turned back, which is why she ended up walking out of the entrance to the tunnel again, and this is just making no sense to me whatsoever. It just really seemed like Masaki knew exactly what was going on and what she was talking about before, when it was just her and Mitsumune at the tunnel, but now all of a sudden she knows absolutely nothing, and it's just an inkling that she has. Oh my god, I have a headache. The others just continue to doubt her, being like, Reiji must have been a guy you dragged into Nanaki Village with you. And so we're back to everyone thinking that she's a ghost. Masaki says she's never gone back to her home after escaping the village. She says she felt like she could never come back to Nanaki Village if she had gone home, so she stayed in a nearby village to try to find out how to get back, and then she learned about the tour online. The others ask what she was doing until the tour, and she says that she was working part-time and stuff. However, Dahara opens up a book to show a bunch of newspaper clippings that showed her listed as a missing person. Unable to retort, everyone is convinced now that she's a ghost or whatever, and I'm just so fucking over this at this point. I don't even understand what this newspaper clipping is supposed to prove. She had to survive on her own somehow, and everyone needs money, so it makes sense why she'd be working at a part-time job while all of this is happening, right? Like, how is this newspaper article proving anything? But on the other hand, I also think it's kind of insane that Masaki didn't even send a single message or anything back home in this day and age where worldwide communication is basically accessible through our fingertips. I guess she was so desperate to find Reiji that she just only prioritized that, but I don't know, it just makes no sense to me. This whole thing just kind of collapses real fast when you really try to think about the nitty-gritty. Mitsumune continues to defend Masaki as others try to attack her, but the bus then crashes into the fence and the driver opens up the door. How the hell did the bus driver manage to move the bus that was so stuck that literally a whole group of people couldn't even get it to budge? That's just one question out of the many unexplainable plot holes in the show, but we'll go into those later. The driver then grabs Masaki and Mitsumune is dragged along with them. Hayato chases the bus. The others discuss what to do about the bus. Koharun hypothesizes that Masaki is different from them on one thing. She can't see the monsters at all. They assume that maybe she just doesn't have the same sort of traumatic past as everyone else does. Based on this, they come to a conclusion that maybe if they're not able to see the monsters anymore, then they'll be able to escape the village too. And when I say they come to a conclusion, I mean Nangoat, who continues to be the only character who is calm despite all of this and tries to rationally think through the crazy shit going on instead of arguing over nothing. The driver begs Masaki to let him see his daughter. He's like, "You're a ghost, right? Let me see my daughter, please." And Masaki's like, "Bro, I'm not a ghost." Leon and Nangoat bump into Maimai, and the three form an unlikely friendship with each other. Maimai says that the way everyone ganged up on Masaki reminded her of her own past. Koharun tells Volcana that she feels guilty because she set the tour up, yet everyone is blaming Masaki for all the craziness. She says she wants to believe Masaki and wants to find her first, and asks Volcana for his help, and the two form an unlikely team. However, during their search, an arrow is shot towards them, and it turns out that it's Hyoketsu no Judgeness, who is revealed to be alive? Episode 9 begins with Volcana tackling Hyoketsu no Judgeness, who begins to cry and yells at them to let go. He said he got rescued by that person, or whatever, insinuating that someone was masterminding something behind the scenes. However, Hyoketsu is knocked out by another force as Volcana goes to chase it down. Hayato asks why Masaki didn't say anything about Reiji, to which she responds with, she didn't want to bother anyone else, so she'll deal with it on her own. She says that she was gonna go through the tunnel and just explore the area beyond it, but she changed her mind. However, hearing about this tunnel, the bus driver begins to speed towards it and drives through it because he just wants to see his daughter, monster or not. The others tell him to stop, but Hayato says it actually might be a good idea to go here. A big crash is heard as Mitsumune begins to see the penguin again. The others all feel the impact despite not seeing the same monster. Hayato begins to see a hand on the window and starts to freak out himself, telling everyone to let him leave the bus. The driver doesn't stop driving until he sees his daughter in the mirror and presses the brake of the car. Hayato leaves the bus and runs away in fear as the others follow him. After calming down, they realize the driver is gone. They decide to continue looking for him through the tunnel, but Masaki continues to try and stop them, still without much explanation as to why. Meanwhile, some of the villagers begin to search for the bus, but the hack guy is like, who cares at this point? And Dahara is also like, yeah, true, I mean, even if we capture Masaki, maybe she really doesn't know anything. Anyways, the three protagonists are able to cross the tunnel? What? Hold on, didn't they just spend an entire episode arguing about how dangerous this tunnel was or something? What? Anyways, on a rock beyond the tunnel, they find writing on it addressed to Masaki. It says that if you want to go any further, then accept Nanaki, whatever the hell that means. Beyond the tunnel is a very foggy area with another empty village. Hayato asks why Masaki didn't just continue searching for Reiji and why she came back to everyone else, to which she responds that she didn't want anyone else missing the message on the rock. I have no idea how this message helps anybody who doesn't know what the fuck a Nanaki is, which literally no one does at this point. So I don't know, man. The story really just begins to collapse around here. Anyway, the three decide to keep going through the foggy area, saying that they could just turn back if it gets really bad. Masaki asks why Mitsumune is so nice to her, and Mitsumune is like, I've only known you for a while, but I think a smile fits your face best, which is why I want to help you find Reiji. Masaki says, I need to go to the bathroom, and she dips while the other two go into a bigger building to get a bird's eye view of the area. Hayato continues to tell Mitsumune that Masaki is a bad influence. They start arguing. Mitsumune says, I think I can go back to being my real self if I was able to help Masaki. To which Hayato is like, true self? You're still talking about that? Hayato says that people can't change that easily and that people get lost trying to change anyways. Mitsumune should be okay with who he is right now. But Mitsumune is like, of course you wouldn't understand how I feel. Hayato begins to say, you're not the only one going through shit. You can't change. It would suck for me if you did. Hayato then says that his grandmother in the attic terrifies him and that she is the monster that he's been seeing. We then find out about Hayato's past. Hayato would get beat by his parents and they'd throw him in the attic every time, which, holy mother of God. Since they live in a rich area, they needed a quote-unquote upstanding kid to enhance their reputation. At a certain point, they started beating him if he didn't obey them and started locking him in the attic. There was a picture of his grandma in the attic. Before she died, she'd been exiled to that very same attic. Because she was old and senile, they didn't want the neighbors to see her, so they ended up shutting her in the attic too. Like, what the fuck? Hayato says her eyes in the picture terrified him. All of this for their reputation. This is terrible. I mean, I guess it makes sense now where Hayato's sense of trying to control Mitsumune comes from, you know? Hooray! Generational trauma! Mitsumune asks if Hayato ever stood up against their parents, to which he responds that he did, like watch a TV show they told him to not watch, but they would apparently go absolutely ballistic over that. On a side note, the monk sucks ass, but Hayato's parents, they're also, pretty fucking trash, let's be real. Hayato said he nearly succumbed to being their puppet until he met Mitsumune. Hayato says that he needs a puppet of his own and asks Mitsumune to continue being loyal and obedient to him. Mitsumune says, "You're kidding, right? You hung out with me all these years because you thought of me as a puppet?" Obviously hurt because he was grateful for being protected by him and he respected him all of these years. Hayato's like, "We can stay this way, right? Just continue doing what I say and I'll help you." Mitsumune says, "That'd just be wrong. Cut that selfish bullshit. I'm never letting anyone have their way with me again. I'm not Tokimune anymore." And he pushes Hayato off and runs away. He remembers that Masaki exists and looks for her, finding a bow that she was wearing on the ground. Mitsumune eventually bumps into Volcana and the two are attacked by the monster. Volcana sees some kind of weird swirly creature that I guess is supposed to represent society and begins to fight against it with a stick, but it doesn't die. Meanwhile, Mitsumune sees the penguin as it walks towards him. However, it's much smaller. He asks Tokimune to disappear as the penguin walks past him and falls off a cliff. Mitsumune then chases the penguin down, but nothing is there. He ends up next to a body of water as he hears his mother's voice in the distance, calling for Tokimune. But Mitsumune says, "No, I'm not Tokimune." And he continues to walk into the fog as the penguin joins him? What the hell is going on right now? Volcana then realizes that Mitsumune is gone. Nang-Goat, Mai-Mai, and Leon walk through the forest. Nang-Goat analyzes Mai-Mai and poses a theory. The monsters will stop showing up if they're starting to heal from their past traumas. The three try to go into the tunnel together but are stopped by arrows. It's Jack who chases them down but then is pushed away and punched by a mysterious figure. Episode 10 begins with Mitsumune waking up in a hospital room as his dad hugs him and cries as he calls him Mitsumune. A flashback shows his dad and grandma watching the news. They're talking about the bus store, calling it a mass self-unalive. Jesus Christ. I'm so sorry. It turns out that his dad is going insane from the news about Mitsumune going missing. His mother wakes up and says, So I unalived another one. So sorry. I should not be laughing at this. Showing that deep inside, she knows that he's not Tokimune, but she's still unable to accept it. Back in the hospital, Mitsu dad asks him to come home. Mitsumune says he has some unfinished business. Mitsu dad says he tried to take their name tags off their front door because Mitsumune's name was on the news. As he did this though, he truly realized the pain that he was putting Mitsumune through all these years, and he finally apologizes. He says Mitsumune should do what he wants to do, and he also brings up that someone had saved Mitsumune and brought him to the hospital. Back in the village, everyone is still arguing about Masaki. Everyone is like, she's just a girl, not a monster, it's fine, and shit like that, as we start seeing some real notable personality changes. The PDA couple is just changing personas now. Until this point, they were just like, it's PDA time, as they've just PDA'd everywhere. But now, the girlfriend is suddenly telling her boyfriend like, can you stop? Everything's such a drag. Dahara takes out a cigarette and starts to smoke, saying he didn't want to smoke around Koharun because she doesn't like it. He's like, having her as a connection is useful because she's popular among the professors, and also, she's not bad looking at all. Basically, he's like, does it even matter if I'm the tour guide at this point? Everyone's starting to notice how lethargic they're feeling, which might be causing this sudden change in character. Glasses is like, whatever, we'll do this ourselves, but literally everyone questions, when you became the leader, bro? And Glasses is like, okay, fine, I'm done with all of you forever. And he walks away as everyone makes fun of him. Nang-Goat, Mai-Mai, and Leon are in the mysterious stranger's house. It's revealed that this mysterious man is Reiji. Reiji says that there used to be other people here too, but they're all gone now. They vanished over time. The girlies ask Reiji to come with them, but he's just like, how's Masaki doing? And he says he can't go with them. He says it's just a one-sided thing between him and Masaki. Wait. Didn't Masaki say they were cousins? Mitsumune is summoned to the rooftop of the hospital at 2 a.m. to meet up with someone who knows the truth. It's Yotsun? Yotsun the rapper? The guy who was trying to get that one-on-one time with Masaki in episode 3 and then just disappeared off the surface of the planet? This guy? Mitsumune thanks Yotsun for saving him, but Yotsun says it was God who saved you. Yotsun explains that when he tried to drag Masaki along to have some alone time, he saw something from his past. It's two people standing in the forest. He says, I saw Nanaki, went into the forest, fell off a cliff and into a river. He reveals that the Nanaki is the name of the monster that everyone's been getting attacked by. He also says that God told him the truth about everything, which, huh? So anyways, Yotsun takes Mitsumune to God, who turns out to be just a researcher whose last name is Kamiyama, meaning the name God is just a pun. You see, in Japanese, the word for God is Kami-sama, and this researcher's name is Kamiyama, meaning that the nickname God comes from the first part of his last name, because you know, Kamiyama and Kami-sama sound similar. Get it? Get it? Wow, right? What a freaking grandiose reveal! Holy shit! This changes the course of not just this story, but history itself. What? I can't even say this line seriously. This is so dumb. God explains that he's the one that saved Mitsumune, and says he's also experienced Nanaki village himself way before anyone on the tour did. He's been researching this village for years, and there are even newspaper articles written on his press releases talking about the village. Mitsumune says he wants to go back to Nanaki village to help everyone else. God looks into his eyes and is like, the score is still there a little bit. Back at Nanaki village, Hayato and Volcana bump into each other and wonder if Mitsumune and Masaki ran away together. Reiji and the girlies walk somewhere as Leon suggests that Reiji is different from the others. Something is weird about him. Everyone believes Leon and she's like, wait, what? You actually believe me? We then briefly see Leon's past. Apparently, her power of being able to see when people will die or something. To be honest, this is still very unclear to me, but anyways. Her mysterious power was being used as some kind of official fortune-telling thing. We see an incident where someone is pissed off at Leon. Leon then asks her mother, I think? I don't know. But Leon is like, Mom, why is the customer like that? And this wonderful and loving lady is like, don't call me that! I mean, please do not refer to me as that. Don't let that sinner get to you. So it seems like her powers were being taken advantage of by her mother, who doesn't even seem to want to be considered Leon's mother to make money or something. I don't really know. I mean, it's sad, but I have no idea what's going on. Back in the present, it turns out Reiji is able to see other people's monsters. He explains that the monster is Nanaki, a monster born from a past so complicated that you can't even label it as a difficult, lonely, or sad past. Reiji says that everyone has to get out of here no matter what. There will be a lot of pain when the Nanaki attacks, but they have to endure it. The others ask Reiji why he hates this place so much, asking for a way to convince everyone else to leave. Reiji responds, do you really think it's easy to get rid of Nanaki? What the fuck is this conversation? Does anyone else not understand what the hell these people are talking about? Back to God. He says that his research focuses on psychological scars. Trauma. Nanaki village is a place where your psychological scars materialize as Nanaki. At first, he found several people who managed to return from the village, and although his research was going well, once he presented it to the public, everyone just thought he was absolutely insane, and even his colleagues turned on him. Angered by this, his hatred led him to get to the actual village. He went alone and saw Nanaki himself. He was excited to get the evidence, but before he knew it, he was back in the real world. It all happened in just a single second. Apparently, he had left his Nanaki behind in the village, or he lost his Nanaki or something? I don't fucking know, dude. He then points to a newspaper clipping on a wall, saying, look at that clipping on the wall. That's me young. Aren't I handsome? And Mitsumune is like, huh? Yeah, sure, I guess. Anyways, it turns out that this pic was only from 3 years ago, which is crazy. God is apparently less than 50 years old, but he looks like he's 80. Is this a reverse trope of some kind? Reiji tells the girlies that the Nanaki contains parts of your emotions, your soul, and yourself. Losing your Nanaki means losing yourself. As soon as God lost his Nanaki, he started to age rapidly. If you cut yourself off from your psychological wounds, if you continue to run away or avoid the traumas of your past by not facing up to the Nanaki, you'll eventually stop functioning as a proper human being. Or something. I guess that makes sense. Back in the village, everyone is beginning to lose their human functioning, turning lethargic, saying nothing matters anymore. Jack and Hyoketsu no Judgeness meet up and discuss the situation and how their boss is gonna get angry. And it's revealed to us that the boss is Koharun? Huh? What? Episode 11 begins with the driver seeing his daughter in the distance in a field. He begins to cry and he asks for her forgiveness. Back in the village, Volcana is shocked to find out that a lot of the people are unable to function anymore. Even Dozaemon, the guy whose entire character is just about eating, says it's too much work to eat. So you know we're fucked. The girlies come back and they explain that if the Nanaki stays out, they'll stop functioning as proper human beings. Nanaki has part of your emotions, so if it stays outside, you become apathetic, turning into an empty shell. Suddenly, Jack and Hyoketsu no Judgeness start shooting arrows with fire towards the building. Even despite this, people just don't want to move. Leon is taken hostage by Jack, and Hyoketsu no Judgeness points a knife at Maimai. Volcana is like, stop, hear us out, to which Jack responds, did you even listen to me back then? Which, okay, I will say that point is very valid, to be honest. They really didn't give Jack even a chance to defend himself or speak up back then. And even Volcano himself has no other way to react but to just stutter, because he also knows that it's true, okay? Like, Jack kind of got his ass with that one. Whew. Anyways, they talk about the boss, and they say that the boss is a true Madonna who has descended upon this rotten world at the end of days. What the fuck is actually going on right now? Well, anyway, Hyoketsu no Judgeness literally reveals the identity of the boss to be Koharun to everyone there. Meanwhile, Hayato is losing his mind on his own, believing that his puppet Mitsumune had been stolen away by Masaki. Koharun approaches him and starts to manipulate him, asking him stuff like, "The only person you trust and care for is Mitsumune, right? I came here for a similar reason. I had someone I cared about very much, and there's something I want to do for that person. Doesn't it hurt when you can't trust that person anymore?" Hayato begins to freak out at her too, but Koharun begins to cry. Anyways, back in the village, after finding out that Koharun knew everything from the start, the others ask why she would bring them to this place knowing all of this information. Jack reveals that she's trying to make an even stronger Nanaki. The boss said Hyoketsu no Judgeness and Jack are different. They can make the Nanaki even stronger, which was why she recruited them. Koharun basically begins to manipulate Hayato, saying that Masaki stole Mitsumune and whatnot, you know, only making his Nanaki go even more berserk. Hayato's grandma monster then comes out in full force. Back to Mitsumune. We find out that there's conditions to get into Nanaki village, but to be honest, it doesn't matter, so whatever. We also find out that God was the guy who earlier tried to tell Reiji and Masaki to stop going towards the village. He feels responsible for being the initial cause of the rumors of Nanaki village being spread, so he wants to stop anyone from actually going there. However, it turns out on the night the tour bus head there, he fell asleep from being too tired and couldn't stop it. Yotsun, the rapper, then explains that he brought his Nanaki back with him. He explains he wanted to make it big time as a rapper, but no one thought much of him and he got depressed from that. When he was being carried down the river, he thought he was actually gonna die. The figure she saw was his mom and dad. It turns out that they're classical musicians, and Yotsun didn't want to follow the same path as them. Underwater, he was caught by his Nanaki and he gave up hope. His Nanaki is a creature with no arms or legs, just a mouth, basically symbolizing what Yotsun himself was until this point, just a big talker. As he ponders on the brink of his death, he realizes that even though his life hasn't really meant shit so far, he was born to be a rapper, even if he never becomes famous from it. He discovers true passion and what is most important to him, therefore allowing him to accept his Nanaki, letting him leave the village. However, God has left his Nanaki behind at the village. He no longer feels things like hate and anger, turning him into more of a happy-go-lucky machine rather than an actual human being. He does feel regret though, which is why he tries to warn people about the village. Mitsumune is unable to see the village because he doesn't have enough psychological scars anymore. It's as if he still has the scars, but not really. He maybe resolved his hang-ups through some other means and not by actually accepting his Nanaki. I don't know. Look, I'm just trying to explain it to you how the show explained it to me. The driver is patting his daughter's head as he recognizes that the painful past became monsters, and his daughter's apparition is the same. She was his Nanaki. He says it's okay if she doesn't want to forgive him or if she unalives him. He holds her hand and begins to cry. The daughter asks him if it doesn't hurt, and the driver says, "You must have been hurt so much more." She tells him to stop because he's in pain, but he says the days he spent averting his gaze from the truth after she died was much more painful. He'll face the truth. He won't try to deny that he lost her anymore. His daughter says that means he'll be hurting forever, and the driver responds that he doesn't care, that he will never forget her. Misato then says, "I'm home." Reiji walks up to them and he's like, "Misato, you were able to see him again, huh?" Reiji then asks driver for a favor. And God, as much as this show is so whatever to me at this point, holy mother of God, I almost cried watching this scene. I won't even lie, dude. The driver almost made me cry. Dear God, I'm so cooked. Mitsumune is dejected until the bus suddenly comes out of the fog. Mitsumune goes in to see that Misato is also in the bus. Misato approaches them and introduces herself. She says she's not the only one that's like this, saying that Reiji is also a Nanaki as well. What? The driver and Misato share one last conversation before she disappears into thin air, signifying that the driver had accepted his Nanaki. The driver reveals that Reiji asked him to bring Mitsumune back to Nanaki village to save Masaki. So apparently Reiji is Masaki's Nanaki, her monster. However, Masaki went with Reiji to the village. God believes that Masaki was telling the truth, meaning that Masaki just never realized that Reiji was actually her Nanaki. This then leads to the conclusion that Reiji had never existed in the first place? What? Anyways, the driver then starts driving them towards the village. However, Mitsumune realizes that both him and Yotsun disappeared because they had already accepted their Nanaki and they're not able to go to the village anymore or something. Masaki continues to look for Reiji in the forest alone. She trips and begins to cry. Glasses and Love Pond find Masaki and blame her for tearing their plan apart, still accusing her of being a witch. I thought we were over this this stuff by now, guys. Masaki runs away as the insane duo continues to absolutely lose their shit. Masaki screams, "Mitsumune-kun, save me!" as the bus suddenly appears out of nowhere and crashes into a tree. Mitsumune comes out of the bus saying, "I don't even have a driver's license." The Nanaki begins to approach them in the shape of Hayato's grandma? Episode 12, the last episode, begins with everyone seeing Hayato's Nanaki. Hayato comes out from behind the Nanaki as if controlling it now. He says he'll kill them all and everyone else starts to run away. The grandma Nanaki grabs Mitsumune and Masaki, and we see that Mitsumune's Nanaki, the penguin, is caged up and very tiny now, and apparently now everyone else can also see Mitsumune's Nanaki? What? I don't know what's going on. Masaki says that the penguin is in a cage because Hayato just wants to keep Mitsumune for himself. Mitsumune realizes that Hayato has always protected him by keeping him in a cage that he built for him. Hayato is like, "Why can't you just stay like this?" And Mitsumune responds, "That's not right. I was weak, pathetic, and dependent on your help. I came to the village because I wanted to change myself." Hayato is like, "So that you'll be free of me? You're no longer the Mitsumune I knew. Time to unalive him." And Mitsumune says he wanted to change so that he could become someone who could help Hayato instead of always being the one getting helped. He kind of figured Hayato always had family issues but felt like he couldn't do anything to help. Mitsumune declares that he wants to become Hayato's equal. This speech shakes Hayato's psyche and his Nanaki collapses, letting them go. Koharun then jumps in to try to manipulate Hayato even more, saying that Mitsumune is lying. And at this point, it's just the two of them trying to tell Hayato the opposite stuff, and he begins to just go insane. Hayato is thrown off by his Nanaki, which begins to go berserk, almost crushing Hayato. But Mitsumune saves him and carries him on his back. Koharun then tells herself that sacrifices are necessary as she picks up a radio connected to God. And it turns out that God is actually Koharun's dad. She was the one who put him to sleep on the night of the tour. She reveals that if she doesn't do something, then he'll just die from his rapid aging. She says that she came to the village to find his Nanaki for him because she obviously doesn't want him to die. Reiji overhears this conversation and confronts Koharun on using Hayato as an experiment to see if he could amplify a fading trauma and prevent a Nanaki from vanishing. Reiji explains that the Nanaki are inseparable from the self. You couldn't cut yourself off even if you tried. Except God, I guess, somehow did it without trying, so I don't really know how this works, but God says he's satisfied where he is. By losing his trauma, he's come to understand a lot of things about psychological scars. He can now be objective, using himself as a research subject. He finds it fun and asks Koharun to let him be free. Koharun just calls him a fool and throws the radio in frustration. The others continue to run from Hayato's Nanaki. Hayato says to just leave him and run, but Mitsumune refuses, saying that if he left him now, he wouldn't have changed a bit. They reach the tunnel and Mitsumune falls over. Hayato gets up to face his Nanaki and explains that he didn't want just someone who listened to what he does without question. Because he thought he was helping Mitsumune, he gained confidence in himself, and in reality, Mitsumune was always the one helping Hayato. He says thanks to Mitsumune as the Nanaki opens its mouth and he disappears. Reiji appears saying that Hayato is fine, he just returned to the real world. Reiji thanks Mitsumune for coming back. Masaki hugs him and cries, but Reiji pushes her off. He says, "I'm your Nanaki." We then see Masaki's past. When she was little, she badly wanted a friend. That friend was Reiji, someone she conjured up in her mind. He never truly existed. He grew up with Masaki, listened to her worries, gave her solace from loneliness, and always would tell her what she wanted to hear the most. Masaki continues to deny the truth, but eventually just cries and runs away. Reiji asks Mitsumune to go after Masaki, and he says that this was the first time Masaki actually called someone else's name, Mitsumune's. Mitsumune goes after Masaki, who stops and sees a Nanaki. It's Mitsumune's new Nanaki, shaped like a brown plushie with a ribbon on. I guess shaped after Masaki? What the hell? Mitsumune says the reason he came back is because he learned who Reiji was and wanted to save her, as he returns the ribbon. Back in the village, Reiji explains the situation, telling them he's Masaki's Nanaki. Some people are still unwilling to leave the village despite their loss of cognitive function. Reiji asks them to consult with their Nanaki, their other halves. Reiji says they won't attack unless they try to leave, and that the Nanaki are just scared of being left behind. Reiji asks why they even came here in the first place, to start a new life, meaning they're rejecting their past selves. I don't know what's happening here, dude. Masaki says that she knew the truth deep inside. At some point, she learned about God's research, about the village, and how the trauma you bear would take form and appear. So she thought that she could actually meet Reiji if she went to Nanaki Village. Wait, what?
Oh my god, does that mean I can meet Kefka from Hawkeye Star Rail in real life if I went to this village and then I can have her step on me?
Yo, I'm not down bad, I'm just... Back at the village, everyone begins to be more honest and relate to each other. Mitsumune says that Reiji wanted her to leave the village, but if Reiji's the one saying that and Reiji is a part of Masaki's imagination, that means Masaki herself does want to leave and change, right? Mitsumune says that she can talk to him if she ever needs someone. Masaki then says that Nanaki Village is amazing. As she picks up Mitsumune's Nanaki and calls it cute, Reiji disappears, showing that she had finally accepted her past. Masaki then also disappears, returning to the real world. The others question why Reiji disappeared. Leon says she thinks Masaki went back to the real world. The others begin to say they want to leave and go back home too. Some say it's still too much pain to go back, still wanted to stay in the village, despite their loss of cognitive function and humanity. Koharun comes back saying she might be able to help with that. She says she's gonna stay in the village and continue researching Nanaki, finding a way for people to live here without losing their identity. Koharun says she also has to make it up to the people she hurt. How convenient. Nan-goat then says, let's go. And then the ending credits? What? The others begin to head out and walk through the forest towards the tunnel. In the end, everyone who wanted to leave easily makes it onto the bus, as Hayato says hi to Mitsumune and Masaki is sitting next to him. Anyways, they drive off on the bus and they start singing that hippo song from the beginning of the show, and the show comes to a close. So yeah, that is the story of Mayoiga. What started off as a show with intriguing concepts quickly devolved into a dramatic show with way too many unresolved questions that ultimately only culminated into a total waste of time. It's not the worst thing I've ever seen, but it's also just so excruciatingly mid. I think the show started off intriguing. The premise with the village and the mystery surrounding it was super interesting to me. The concept of people's traumas materializing and attacking them in monster form, also super interesting to me. Even the characters themselves could have been interesting. However, this show is the biggest form of blue balls because it'll set you up expecting some really interesting storylines and whatnot, and then we'll completely abandon all of it with a very wishy-washy, everyone lives happily ever after sort of ending. And remember how this show was supposed to be a psychological horror anime? For a horror anime, this show was not scary at all. I couldn't tell if it was really trying to be scary or trying to take itself seriously at all or not. And not saying that I want characters to die and shit like that, but I'd expect some kind of consequence for the characters in a horror anime, but there was also nothing like that. I'm not saying someone needs to die in a horror show for it to be scary or whatever, but like, none of this shit was scary, bro. I was hoping for a little bit more suspense, and honestly, the ending sucked ass. It was genuinely ass. So ass. Garbage. Ass. Waste of time. I think it actually ruined the entire show, to be honest. Like, the entire show just all went into the gutter because the ending was this cherry knot cop out of an ending where we never truly see most of the resolutions for many of the conflicts. Like, I personally hate the whole god reveal. That whole plot twist was one of the dumbest things in the entire show, in my opinion. And Yotzun? Really? Out of every character that could have played a big role in the end, it was the unlikable rapper dude that no one gave a shit about, but the actual not annoying characters like Nangoat got nothing. The show just ultimately leaves you with way more questions than answers. Who actually built the village? Is it a real village, or is this some kind of alternate dimension? Why is the village so well maintained, and by who? Or is this just the natural way this village is set up? Does it exist in the real world or no? Who sent Koharun the email? Or was that email even a real thing? What is the dungeon room doing in the village anyway? And what were the claw marks and blood? Because everyone did see those. Those were real. Why does Masaki act like she knows it all when talking about the tunnel, only to become a clueless girl once again an episode later? And what is the significance of the tunnel? Is there any? Was there any actual danger to the tunnel? And what made Masaki feel such a bad omen in there? Who did Reiji live with in the village before they disappeared? What happened to Masaki when Yotzun disappeared? And what did she see? She had actual marks on her skin. Something must have happened. If Reiji was Masaki's Nanaki, then what did he see in their first expedition to the village that Masaki didn't? And what was up with that entire flashback and backstory anyways? I'm still having a very hard time understanding the whole Reiji Nanaki reveal and Masaki's entire backstory with the village. And what actually are the Nanaki anyways? What causes this to even happen? Is there like an overseer that summons these Nanaki? Is it like an effect of the village? Is there something in the water? Like what? What? There's not even a point to even trying to explain any of these unanswered questions. All I can really say is this show tried, but it flopped, and it flopped hard. I'm gonna give this show a 4 out of 10 because while it's not the worst thing I've ever seen, it's also just a complete show.
Eiken. This 2003 anime can only be described as diabolical. It takes the already controversial trope of fan service and dials it up to 1000%, and it really makes you wonder what in the hell was in the waters of Japan back then? Because oh my god, after watching this trash, I feel like I'm on some kind of government watch list now. This anime does have a story to follow, you know, the typical loser boy is forced into a quirky situation with many different girls around him and ends up winning the affection of the most most popular girl who is wanted by everyone, or whatever the hell. But none of it really matters because the true focus of this anime is the absolutely egregious design choices that I really don't even want to call fan service, because truly there is absolutely nothing to be a fan of in this anime. This show is going to be really hard to talk about without getting obliterated by YouTube policies and whatnot, so I'm gonna have to really beat around the bush when I describe a lot of this stuff. And truth to be told, I don't even want to describe a lot of the stuff that happens in the show anyways, because it involves some really nasty design choices by the artist who seem to have drawn this anime using only a singular hand. Hello everyone, my name is Leo Hashi, and today I watched Eiken so that you don't have to. Eiken is a 2003 comedy edgy anime OVA that's actually quite short. It's a 2-episode mini-series that follows a schoolboy named Densuke Mifune who is forced to join the mysterious Eiken Club, and some crazy and quirky hijinks ensue. And by crazy and quirky hijinks, I mean literally every 2 seconds, there is another gross visual of very young girls being overtly sexualized in ways that can only be described as criminal. Somehow, this short 2-episode miniseries made me roll my eyes and question humanity way more than anything else I've watched on this channel, which is saying a lot. And in fact, I can easily say that this anime sucks major ass, and I absolutely hate the entire concept of this show. The only good part about this anime is that it's so short, so I didn't have to continue losing my faith in humanity, as I kept having nasty ass panty shots or bouncing animations that literally destroy the laws of physics as we know it, shoved down my gullet like an annoying salesman who just won't leave you the f alone without buying their useless product. Before I dive into the story of this disgusting show for you guys, I want to establish something right here, right now, okay? This anime is nasty as hell. It takes place in a school that contains an elementary, middle, and high school all at once, meaning that literally every single character in this show is a minor, and some of them very, very young. Despite that, the anime overtly sexualizes these girls in a lot of really awful and terrible ways that I don't even really want to put into words. And to the creators of the show, it doesn't matter if someone is in elementary school or high school, they will go through the same treatment nonetheless, which is a sentence that I wish I never had to say in my life, but here we are. No joke, there is some kind of ridiculous design choice or innuendo like every 2 seconds, and this anime also takes concepts like sexual assault and trivializes it into a joke, even though there really isn't anything to laugh about or funny about it. And this entire concept is something that I just absolutely hate from the bottom of my heart. It's hard to put into words how disgusting I find this anime, and honestly, I will judge anyone who does actually enjoy this show. Just to make explaining this show a little easier for myself, let me just tell you a few general rules about this anime. Rule number 1, if something is going to bounce, then it will bounce, and it will bounce and quake and quiver in such an over-exaggerated way that it's like watching LeBron James bounce a basketball up and down while playing in the most intense NBA game. I don't really watch basketball, so I don't know if that describes it well, but I think everyone here knows exactly what I'm talking about. Rule number 2, every time a character falls, which happens so much in this show that it almost feels like gravity is just doing this shit on purpose, you will, without fail, get some kind of egregious undershot of the person that just fell. This character will also then somehow lose their clothing in a way that reveals their bodies, even if it just doesn't make sense no matter how much you try to calculate the physics of how these clothing are moving. Rule number 3, if a girl trips and falls around the main character, somehow, miraculously, the main character will always end up in these ridiculous positions that can only be described as a how the f does that even happen kind of miracle. There's a lot more insane and stupid shit that happens in this show, but those 3 rules are something to keep in mind as I describe the show, because they just happen over and over and over and over again. Oh my god, dude, I'm so over this stupid garbage. Anyways, let's jump into the diabolical world of Eiken, shall we? The show begins with a shot of a banana peel, which might as well be this show's mascot, because for some fucking reason, there are banana peels everywhere in this show. On the street, in the school hallways, in your room, under your bed, up my ass, wherever you might think there is a banana peel. Why? Because these bananas are supposed to be obviously an innuendo for penis. Anyways, we're introduced to the Zashono Academy, a massive school with a total of 54,000 students. It has an elementary school, a middle school, and high school all in one, which to me just sounds like a recipe for disaster. But anyway, we're also introduced to the main character, a young schoolboy named Densuke Mifune, who tells us that he's here because he felt like enrolling here, and there's no other reason really. We're literally 30 seconds into the show, and it's already very clear that there will be a lot of nasty ass character designs and animation choices based on the many body parts that are just shaking and quaking on the screen. It's everywhere. A girl bumps into Densuke and slips on the banana peel from the beginning, and Densuke immediately just gets a whole view of this girl's undergarments, and then somehow manages to fall on top of her and does the famous anime thing where he accidentally grabs certain parts of her body, you know. And as this happens, a large crowd of students surround them and stare as two random dudes just point and scream at him like,
Yo, that's that really smart and popular girl. How dare you grab her like that, Densuke? Oh my god!
Suddenly, a girl flies in with a robot? What? And I guess gravity just said peace out because the quaking and shaking of certain body parts are just turned up to 1,000,000. And I'm honestly questioning if I can even show this shit on YouTube. I genuinely don't think I can show like 90% of this shit because this kind of detail just happens in pretty much every other frame of this, okay? Anyway, this girl with purple hair just says, "Congratulations, Densuke! You're accepted to our club!" Suddenly, Densuke is forced to sign some sort of contract as this mysterious purple-haired girl tells him, "Congrats! You are dull and submissive, and you are now part of our club." Why? Well, that's because you squeezed a particular pair of melons or some stupid shit, okay? Like, what is this garbage? And of course, she's also got the exact measurements, like some kind of disgusting encyclopedia of body parts and measurements. Anyways, this is how Densuke is welcomed into the Eiken Club. Now, let's pause for a second to ask an important question. What the hell is the Eiken Club anyways? You see, Eiken is a series of English proficiency tests developed by the Eiken Foundation of Japan. It's a test that's widely used in Japan that assesses a person's English reading, writing, listening, and speaking skills. So you might expect Densuke to be joining a club that maybe focuses on learning the English language and practicing it in conversation or something like that, right? Unfortunately though, this club has absolutely nothing to do with the English proficiency test and seems more like a place to just waste your time and do absolutely nothing. The Wikipedia page for Eiken explains this better than I can. Quote, "Strangely enough, every other member is a busty co-ed and many of the club's activities involve bikinis." End quote. Yep, so basically we know nothing about the Eiken Club, nor do I want to know any more than we already do because this is so fucking stupid. Anyways, we hear Densuke and another girl performing some sort of ritual, but of course, because this is Eiken, it has to turn this into some sort of sexual joke. So we only see the sky for a few seconds and we just hear Densuke talking like,
Take it easy, okay? It's my first time.
and it's obviously like something else is going on, but you know, the creators thought it was hilarious that every little encounter is turned sexual in some way. I'm so tired already. I don't even think a gooner can enjoy this garbage, dude. Real talk. I think sexual jokes are funny to a certain extent, but like there is too much to this. Densuke is being approached by a girl on all fours who goes in to seemingly kiss him, only to turn out that he's just trying to hand her a rose with his mouth or something. Apparently, this is supposed to be a fortune-telling ritual of some kind, performed by the girl for Densuke. She tells him, "An opposing figure will come into your life and take something important away from you." And this whole time, you might think that this girl is allergic to actually wearing any pants, but you'll come to realize that she's not the only one that seems to suffer from this condition of pants phobia or whatever the hell. It's just literally everybody in this show. Before we move on, let me give you a brief rundown of the members of the Eiken Club, so this shit doesn't get confusing as hell. Densuke, of course, is the main character, who I guess is supposed to be your generic self-insert character with absolutely no defining personality traits or anything interesting going for him, except he somehow has the ability to defy the laws of physics in mysterious ways throughout this show that I will never truly understand. Chiharu Shinonome is the girl from the introduction and the main romantic interest of Densuke. She is extremely shy around boys because she came from an all-girls school, and she's well known in the school as she is considered attractive by her peers. Kirika is the purple-haired president of the Eiken Club and an absolute menace to Densuke as she constantly forces him into awkward situations for the fuck of it, and every time she forces herself onto him in what can only be described as assault, but obviously the show doesn't take this seriously whatsoever. Komoe is a clumsy pink-haired girl with certain character design choices that makes me think that someone needs to be locked up behind bars. On God. She is a 6th grader. Let me repeat that. She's a 6th grader. Okay. whatever. Let's just move on. Grace is a blonde-haired girl who doesn't do much in the show, but she exists and I guess she's able to tell fortunes or some shit. Kyoko is a blue-haired girl who runs the science division of the Eiken Club, whatever that means, because the Eiken Club doesn't seem to do anything else anyways, but whatever. She made the robot and stuff. Yuriko Shironome is the younger sister of Chiharu who spends her entire existence in the show trying to win Densuke's affections over, even going as far as to basically just harass and assault him constantly throughout the show. The teacher and advisor of the club is a timid green-haired lady who is always sad because literally all of the students and her peers seem to forget that she even exists. Oh, and there's this teddy bear. I don't really know, but yeah. So that's the wonderful and super fun members of the Eiken Club. Wow, I absolutely hate everything. Now we see some kind of flashback to Densuke being invited to the outside of the nurse's office by these two random dudes from the beginning, just to end up accidentally peeking into an entire room full of girls without any clothes on, because apparently they were doing some kind of physical checkup day or something. Anyways, of course, Chiharu, the main love interest, is also there, and Densuke gets absolutely lambasted by everyone there. Back to the club room, we see the members interact as they plan a special event called Nagashi Somen, which is a dining experience where cold somen noodles are released into a flowing stream of water, and the diners try to catch them with their chopsticks. What does this have to do with the Eiken Club? Absolutely nothing. We see Kyoko, the researcher, along with the random ass bear doing some sort of work on a robot. Komoe tries to reach some kind of cabinet, but of course, being clumsy and short, she's unable to reach it. So Densuke tries to help out, but they're still unable to reach it. Anyways, the teacher is crying and whining about how she's never acknowledged by anyone and no one remembers her name. When Densuke acknowledges her existence, she leaps onto him and hugs him. And Densuke panics like, "Teacher! Oh my gosh! Your breasts!" And I'm like watching this like, this is all just so like, well, what the hell is this? Literally everything feels like a crime, to the point where calling out each individual thing for being gross feels like a waste of time, because this entire show is the crime. As they eat the somen noodles, Kirika, the president, asks Densuke, "How was it?" Densuke is like, "Huh?" And Kirika's like, "You know, Chiharu's raw." Oh, Jesus Christ. Like, I don't even want to say it. I don't want to say it. I don't want to say any of this shit. How do I even talk about this stuff without wanting to projectile vomit all over my screen? Huh? Anyways, Kirika mentions that Chiharu is downstairs and asks him, "Shouldn't you go?" Anyways, Kirika complains that the food isn't that good, and Komoe grates some ginger, and of course, this entire time, they're shaking and quaking frivolously, and of course, the animation really highlights certain parts of certain people, and might I remind you, once again, Komoe is a 6th grader. The more they do this kind of stupid-ass bullshit with Komoe in the show, the more I just absolutely hate the existence of this stupid anime. Like, you just can't be doing this kind of shit to minors. Like, why? Then the teacher slips and falls on a random ass banana peel in the classroom and crashes into Komoe, and Densuke jumps in to try and catch her. After way too many different angles of different things, they fall and land on top of each other in a way that is just simply too diabolical for me to describe in any amount of detail. What is there to enjoy here? Genuinely, I just don't understand the appeal of any of this. And it's been like 5 minutes into the show? Not even? Like, Jesus Christ. Bro, I feel like I need to be cleansed just from this. Later, Densuke finds Chiharu sitting outside and wonders if she's mad because she has been avoiding him since the intro of the show. She also just doesn't come to the club anymore. He apologizes and tells her, "I did see you naked, I'm sorry." And Chiharu responds that she was unable to face him anymore after being seen like that in front of everyone else. But then she grabs his shirt and says, "I wish it was just the two of us." The two play in the water for a little bit, and she asks him if he's free on Monday because that day is her birthday. Suddenly, Chiharu's sister, Yuriko, leaps onto the screen and attacks Densuke with her crotch. And then she asks him,
"Didn't it feel good to be crushed by my arrows?"
They continue to talk about Chiharu's body for an uncomfortably long amount of time until Yuriko does the anime fan service grabbing shit that happens in every other show as Densuke runs towards them, but guess what? He then falls over another random banana peel that apparently at this point just seems to spawn randomly in this world for no reason whatsoever. As he trips, he looks up to see that Chiharu's undergarments had fallen off. She runs away. Oh my god. And then Kirika, the president, then approaches him and tells him, "Good luck next time." Kirika tells him that he should buy her a birthday present to show off his good side. But Densuke mutters under his breath that he already spent his money on a dead or alive game, which is, you know, a certain type of fighting game. And this makes so much sense, to be honest. Then Kirika says, "Win the games and make the money." We are then introduced to the 58th Zashono Academy Ultra Games, which is an annual competition where students will challenge each other in a bunch of games set up on a path throughout the school campus. And allegedly, according to random sources throughout the campus, there is a cash prize for the winner. Allegedly. And of course, the Eiken Club decides to participate in this competition as well. Game number 1 is bungee jumping. The students are attached to a rope from a very tall building and are literally kicked off and fall down in an extremely terrifying manner. If you manage to grab the flag placed at the bottom, that's how you pass the round. And it looks absolutely terrifying. The way the player just continues to swing up and down even after the round ends. I feel like I might shit my pants and have a heart attack if I ever played something like this. And remember rule number 1 of Eiken. If something is going to bounce, then it will bounce. The worst part about this is that we see Komoe play this game, and the way they draw this is just diabolical. I'm hoping no one is going out of their way to defend this kind of shit. I mean, she does manage to win the game and the Eiken team moves on to the next round, but this is just, it's so gross. I can't even joke about it anymore. We also keep seeing people in this world constantly eat bananas. I wonder why. Oh, and the announcers of this competition are also just as diabolical too. Their outfit is this absolutely insane dress that is 100,000% breaking every kind of school dress code ever. They also have this biological necessity of needing to shake their cheeks like 2 inches away from the camera lens every time they say anything, because they would die if they just didn't shake their cheeks in front of the camera. Like, what the fuck is going on in this Dijon ass school? The second game is a water slide. Teams who safely slide down into the pool at the end pass the round. But if a teammate separates for even just a second, then the team is disqualified. And they made sure to let us know that they are, for some unexplainable reason, running white yogurt into the water slide. It's just not even subtle anymore. Densuke participates in this game with Chiharu, who was basically forced into participating. She tells him that she's terrified of heights, and Densuke tells her, "I'm here, don't worry, I'll protect you." But as she hugs his back in fear, Densuke starts going sicko mode in his imagination, and turns out Yuriko, Chiharu's younger sister, is also participating as she sits right in front of Densuke, takes his hands, and forces him to grab her, asking him, "Am I always your little sister?" Huh? What is happening? Who? What? My brain is shattering. My brain is actually shattering. Honestly, there's just so much stupid shit to criticize this show about that it's just exhausting at this point. Obviously, some of the designs of these characters are absolutely insane, but another thing that's also exhausting is the fact that some of these ladies are always forcing themselves upon Densuke without consent for basically the entire show, and that's not okay. This anime treats literal sexual assault like a quirky little joke and doesn't take it seriously at all, but high-key, it's just gross as hell to me. Why is it that these girls are constantly sexually assaulting Densuke throughout this show, and why is it treated like it's such a casual thing? There's nothing funny about it. Yuriko then says, "I'll make you mine by the end of the game," as the teacher also joins the squad. And of course, as you would expect from Eiken by now, this water slide game is as diabolical as anything else in this show. As the other clubs continue to get eliminated, the Eiken club struggles to hold on and to not let each other go for the sake of the prize money. But of course, this is Eiken, so any logic is thrown out of the window, as somehow Densuke's hands and legs end up in certain insane positions that definitely wouldn't have been possible without getting the team disqualified. And then, get this, his fingers and toes end up in someone else's mouth. And all the while, there are people screaming, "It hurts!" But of course, because they would be disqualified if they let go of each other, they're unable to do anything. I have no words anymore. What is there to even say to this? Anyways, they end up winning the game, but Chiharu is upset at Densuke. She says, "You said you'd protect me," but is upset because of how her clothing was ripped apart by him in the game. How does this even happen? What? I don't know. But anyway, Chiharu then runs away despite her clothing being completely tattered all over. Outside, she is approached by a mysterious blue-haired young man who tells her, "It's been a while, Chiharu. I've returned from America to protect you." Everybody meets Shima Kurosawa, the show's main antagonist, I guess? He's the winner of the last year's Ultra Games, and he's come back from America in order to win the games again, as well as win over Chiharu's heart for himself or something. I guess it's like Gihun going back to the Squid Games in season 2. He's like, "Something terrible must have happened to you," to Chiharu, who responds that she has to go back to the others for the game. But then he starts touching her face and does a bunch of yucky stuff. This guy is also just gross. Anyways, the third game takes place at the pool, which means that I will now have to censor like 90% of the screen for the next few minutes. Thanks, Eiken. You're making my life so much better. The game is that you have to walk down to the other end of the pool with a partner while holding a ball without dropping it. However, the twist is that you can't use your hands. So you basically have to sandwich the ball between your faces or your bodies. Out of nowhere, everyone sees a giant airship fly in, as the announcers say that it's last year's winning team. Shima comes out of the airship surrounded by a bunch of maids. For some reason, Densuke is forced to wear a girl's swimsuit, and his partner in this game is Yuriko. And as the two talk, Densuke is approached by Shima, and this was pretty much the only scene that I ended up laughing at, because Shima, while he talks to Densuke, begins to do some warm-up stretches while a whistle blows in the background in a particular rhythm, and the maids also just like do the exact same stretches as him as he's talking. I mean, it's not particularly funny, but I guess I felt like it was because, well, it was like one of the only times a minor wasn't being for the sake of a joke, which is an extremely depressingly low bar. Shima and Densuke talk, and it seems like the two have some kind of history, but we never truly find out anything as the game begins, and it's revealed that Shima's partner for this game is none other than Chiharu, who seems very uncomfortable with this arrangement. During the game, it's kind of clear that Chiharu doesn't really feel comfortable, while Shima constantly just keeps telling her, "It's okay, let me handle it." Shima is winning the competition as he says to Chiharu, "Please bear with me," as he begins to hug her even more and continues to get closer and closer to her, and this is just extremely uncomfortable to watch the entire time. And I won't describe more after this, but yeah, he gets very touchy with her. Chiharu during this thinks about Densuke and reaches out to him, as we see Yuriko's face is literally around Densuke's like, why are we here just to suffer? Anyways, Shima's team ends up winning first, and Densuke's team ends up getting second place. After this game, Densuke witnesses Shima apologize to Chiharu for going too far. He's like, "I wanted to cheer you up because you look so sad." Shima then hugs her and says he just wants to see her smile. And I'm watching this like, oh, okay, so you're cheering her up by literally assaulting her during the game? Okay, that makes sense. However, just as Chiharu is about to respond, Densuke falls over and is found. Shima asks Densuke if he likes her too, but Densuke just looks away. Shima then is like, "Well, you don't mind then if I ask her out, do you?" As Densuke is about to speak up, Kirika, the president, yeah, remember her, interrupts them. She declares a battle, a showdown between Shima and Densuke, saying that whoever wins gets Chiharu. Kirika then tells Shima that if Densuke does win, Shima has to leave the Eiken Club completely alone, which is something that will be explained a bit later. Shima accepts this challenge. Later on, Densuke is upset as Yuriko approaches him. Densuke says, "I just wanted to buy Chiharu a present for her birthday." Yuriko then tells him the Eiken Club is with him, but he's like, but the opponent, he's so different from me. His looks, his athletic ability. But as he sulks, Yuriko just decides to completely remove all of her clothing and hugs him from behind. Except, hello, ma'am? You are literally outside and everyone can see you? What? She's like, "Densuke, win the games and make me yours." This isn't okay. Like, this just is not okay. None of this is okay. Meanwhile, as this whole drama unfolds, the fourth game takes place at the seaside. It's a relay obstacle course with 4-person teams. The game begins and the first obstacle is a pool. In the middle of a pool is a bunch of chocolate bananas, and you have to keep the banana in your mouth and swim to the next obstacle. Brother, let me out of here. Please let me out of this hell. I want to leave. The second obstacle is to blow up a balloon, and this is too diabolical for me to describe, so I won't. The third obstacle is that they have to swim across the pool on a float, but the twist is that there are eels in the pool. The teacher swims across the pool and makes it out, but then an eel falls out of her swimsuit. Dude, I'm so done. I'm so done. I'm actually done. Please just make this end. Anyways, at the end, Kyoko, the scientist girl, literally obliterates the competition in the obstacle course by speeding past everyone else with her mecha robot thing as she ponders herself. Why am I doing this for Densuke? So I guess she's also catching feelings for Densuke. Wow, what an interesting plot point. Oh my god. The Eiken team and Shima team are the last two teams as the final stage is about to begin on the hot springs at the summit of an island. Densuke continues to sulk, saying, "Maybe I shouldn't go." But Grace spawns near him, saying everyone else already went to the summit. She's like, "What's wrong?" And Densuke's like, "I now know what you meant by the fortune from back then." Grace says her fortune telling exists to make him see what's really important to him and tells him to believe in himself and obtain the important things by opening up the future himself, which is a nice message to have and all, but this is Eiken, so I don't care. I can't take anything in this anime seriously whatsoever. Now we see the final showdown between Shima and Densuke. The last game is a race or something. Each team, consisting of one guy and one girl, must slide all the way down the hot spring that runs through the island, and interference between the teams is allowed. Once again, Chiharu is forced to participate with Densuke, and they have to ride a banana-shaped boat. Because bananas! Bananas! I'm going bananas! Chiharu apologizes to Densuke, saying she's still afraid of heights, and Densuke smiles, saying he'll win and buy her a birthday present. But again, as she hugs him, he gets distracted by a certain physical feeling, and bro has to fucking chill, dude. Holy mother of God. Also, the water they're sliding through is brown because apparently it's a hot spring consisting of coconut chocolate, which... Ew? What kind of nasty ass hot springs business are you all running over here? I don't understand this. Wouldn't the chocolate make your skin all icky and shit? Isn't this the opposite of what a hot spring is supposed to do? Why am I even questioning this? Why am I taking any of this seriously? I think I've actually lost my mind. Anyways, the race begins and we see that they once again literally defy the laws of physics and cause a miracle, as we see that somehow Densuke is now on top of Chiharu while somehow also having both of his hands on her chest. How? She started with... She started the game behind him. She was behind him. What kind of diabolical black magic do you have to perform to do this kind of miraculous maneuver? What is even happening here? Shima's team also somehow landed on the same banana boat as them. Chiharu screams over and over again, "It's gonna break! It's gonna break!" But I have no idea what she means. Like, what's gonna break? Her arm? The boat? My spirit insanity? Shima yells at Densuke to let go and leave her be. But Chiharu tells him, "You can't quit halfway. You can't stop. Even if it hurts or breaks, I'll be with you. I'll hang on until the end, so please don't let go." Shima continues to yell at him to give up, saying, "People like you are destined to end up losing, Chiharu." Suddenly, he loses his graceful, cocky persona he had until now as his face scrunches up and he throws a tantrum and screams, "Grace's fortune said that though! She said that to me! She said you're gonna lose her!" And then suddenly, his hair just flies off of his head. Chiharu flies off the boat and crashes into Shima as Densuke miraculously maneuvers into the air and grabs Chiharu in order to save her. The game ends, everyone is eliminated, and there were no winners of the Ultra whatever contest this year. And also, it turns out that there was no prize money anyway. But hey, at least the Eiken Club got free tickets to the hot springs, so there's that, I guess. Somehow, at the end, Chiharu and Densuke end up in the same hot spring, even though they both read the signs and whatever. Densuke says, "So, for your birthday?" And Chiharu responds, "It's okay. Just being able to be near you is enough." As all of the other Eiken members watch them from above. It's revealed that Shima has actually been peeping on the Eiken Club this entire time through hidden cameras, which is why Kirika told him to leave the club alone if Densuke won the game. Shima was also apparently trolled by Grace, who told him a fake fortune about how people like Densuke would lose the important things in their lives or something like that, I guess. Densuke and Chiharu look out into the night skies as the ending song begins to play, and Eiken comes to a close. And this is the reaction that I wrote down in my notes right after I finished the show. What the fuck is that? Like, what the actual fuck is that? What did I just watch? And why? Why does this exist? Why is this a thing? Who? Huh? What? Nasty. I mean, what else is there to say about this stupid anime? I don't even want to consider it an actual anime or a show, really. It's more just an excuse for some nasty, disgusting people to sexualize a bunch of minors for their own sick, twisted enjoyment. I absolutely cannot understand or explain to you why this show exists or is necessary in any way. I also cannot explain to you what is there to even enjoy about this show. I laughed a single time to a joke that had nothing to do with anything sexual, and the rest of the time, all I could do was just react in shock and disgust as this show treated some of the grossest and worst things to exist in the world as a casual joke. This show is garbage. It's straight up ass. And the fact that I have to censor some kind of visual for most of this video, and I also have to be very careful about how I describe most of the things that happens in this show, probably tells you everything you need to know. All in all, I'm not even gonna bother giving this show a score or even diving deep into analysis of any kind, because there's just nothing of substance here. Absolutely nothing. Just a bunch of gross nonsense with absolutely no merit to it. Eiken from the bottom of my heart. I can't. I'm so done. Corpse party. Imagine you and your homies decided to perform a sacred ritual that's supposed to make your friendships everlasting for the rest of your lives, only to be isekai'd into a terrifying haunted elementary school full of violent ghost children who will literally turn you into a delicious meat smoothie in Minecraft. And this cursed elementary school carries an extremely dark history that I can't explain in detail this early in the video, because otherwise YouTube will have a massive heart attack. That's the premise of Corpse Party Tortured Souls, a 2013 4-episode horror anime anime OVA based on the video game Corpse Party. And while the story and lore around the game was actually intriguing and entertaining to me as a horror fan, the same cannot be said about the anime, which might as well have just pulverized the original story of the game into a mess even more horrific than some of the mangled corpses featured in the show. This anime took a story with many branching paths, multiple endings, important plot relevant lore, hella characters, and the different relationships between them, and tried to shove it all into a mere 4-episode runtime. That's like taking an entire house and trying to flush it down a toilet. Obviously, the toilet's gonna shatter into a million pieces. Hello everybody, my name is Leo Hashi, and today I watched Corpse Party Tortured Souls so you don't have to. So before I talk about the anime, I wanted to first talk about the game franchise a bit. Corpse Party is a survival horror game series that features a lot of morbidly intriguing lore, the most unnecessary fan service in existence, gore, I don't know if I have to censor that word, and oh, tons of corpses. I mean, it's in the name. It's not as much of a party as the name suggests. Like, you're not out here playing Flip Cup or doing anything actually fun. Well, I don't think Flip Cup is that fun, but you know what I mean. But most of the time, you're gonna be running away from ghost children who literally want to remove parts of your face, or learning about some of the most horrific crimes known to man, or trying to save the main characters from dying in the worst ways imaginable, while also being somewhat distracted by the very necessary fan service that added so much to the horrific experience of it all. I mean, the real horror might just be how goddamn common it is for anime to minors, but anyway, the Corpse Party game was extremely popular on YouTube around a decade ago, and I remember watching PewDiePie play through it and actually really liking it back then. I thought the story and horror elements were interesting, amongst other things a 14-year-old teenage boy might find interesting about a game like this. I mean, I didn't fully understand everything that was happening considering I was young and dumb back then, but I remember this game quite fondly because despite its flaws, I thought the game's storyline was very entertaining and kept me wanting to know more. The same cannot be said about the anime, unfortunately. In fact, I thought the anime kind of sucked ass. It really tried to tell this entire game's story in just 4 episodes and kind of ended up ruining everything good about it. The characters are all reduced to being surface level as hell, to the point where you could even just call them 0.5 dimensional. The story becomes awfully paced, like we're watching an any % speedrun of the Corpse Party game. The lore becomes so convoluted that I'm still a little confused about it as I record this video, and we can't forget the very necessary fan service that ends up eating into the runtime of the show. And for a 4-episode series, runtime is probably the one important resource you shouldn't be wasting. Before I jump into recapping the anime for you guys, I want to establish this first. This video is mostly going to be about the anime only, which means I won't be diving deep into much story or lore stuff that ended up being cut out of the anime that was in the original game. So you guys get to experience the same confusion that I got to experience while watching this absolute mess of a show. Now let's dive into the wonderfully horrific world of Corpse Party Tortured Souls, shall we? First, let me introduce you to the characters. Now, they all do have names, but I'm gonna give some of them really simple nicknames because once you are actually able to remember their name, they're already dead anyways, so it really doesn't matter. Yeah, they are characters with names and personalities and story in the game, but the show is so goddamn short that 95% of them might as well just be nameless Oblivion NPCs. Satoshi is the main character. He's a generic high school boy, and the only notable character trait I can say about him is that he's a fucking dumbass. He's such a dumbass. Yuka is Satoshi's younger sister, whose main character trait in this anime is that she really has to go to the bathroom. Half of her storyline in this anime is basically her trying to hold back her pee while horrible ghosts and insane high schoolers attempt to do unspeakable violence to her. In Minecraft, of course. Naomi is a classmate of Satoshi's and the token fan service character. She also seems to have a crush on Satoshi, but who even cares? Like who gives a shit? Seiko is Naomi's BFF, who also constantly crosses the line of friendship as she loves to stick her face right into Naomi's fan service areas, if you catch my drift. The class prez named Ayumi, but I'm just gonna call her the class prez, is the class president and a big believer in the occult and supernatural. She's also hinted towards having feelings for Satoshi, but again, literally who cares? Who cares? I'm trying to watch some disgusting ass nasty ass gore caused by horrifying ghost children, and you're giving me some bullshit ass romance squabble in the show? Like, miss me with that bullshit. Blonde guy who is named Kishinuma, but I'm just gonna call him blonde guy because his character is basically just reduced to an NPC with blonde hair in this anime, is a classmate and friend of everyone's. He seems to have feelings for the class president, but like, can we like stop with a romance in this show, please? Pink girl who is named Mayu, but again, whatever, I'll call her Pink Girl because she wears a distinct pink hair thingy, is a classmate who is supposed to be moving away and transferring to a different school before the horrific events of Corpse Party takes place. Glasses, who is named Sakutaro, but whatever, I'm gonna call him Glasses, is a seemingly chill guy who is low-key kind of insane, and by the end, he's just a walking red flag. He has a special connection with Pink Girl, as she is apparently his savior or some shit. I don't know, man. He seems really stable. Oh, and there's the teacher, Miss Yui, who is literally the most unimportant character in anything ever, so whatever, just know that she exists. Episode 1 begins with Naomi waking up in a very spooky classroom, but she doesn't know this classroom. How does she end up here? We then see a flashback to our group of surface level characters telling spooky stories around the candle. The class press sets the scene. The rumor is that it happened after school on a rainy day. One of the teachers fell down the stairs and died. The headmaster at the time treated the school like it was his child, but disaster kept happening one after another. After several unaliving incidents, they tore the school down. The headmaster went insane, and on the day the school closed down, he ended his own existence as well. They say that the teacher who fell down the stairs doesn't realize that she's dead and still wanders the dark hallways of the school. This elementary school was known as the Heavenly Host Elementary School, and our high school, the Kisaragi Academy, is built on top of the ruins of that cursed school. I hope my voice acting is good enough for you, by the way. I'm putting my heart and soul into this performance, if you can't tell. Anyways, during this story, Satoshi, the main character, begins to freak out, and everyone else begins to clown on his pussy ass because they want to hear more of the story. The class president continues. They say that the spirit of this teacher only appears after a blackout. After 2 knocks at the door, it opens very slowly, and a white face asks, "You're still in here?" Suddenly, everyone hears 2 knocks on the door. The candle goes out, and everyone begins freaking out as the door opens, and a girl says, "You're still in here?" As everyone screams and possibly shits their pants canonically, the lights turn on, and their teacher, Miss Yui, begins to laugh. It's just a prank, guys. It's just a prank. But what really made me scream in terror was the really necessary fan service moment that we had here, where as the classroom light turns on, somehow in the midst of the panic, Satoshi had managed to grab Naomi's chest accidentally. Accidentally! Like, y'all ever experienced what might be a poltergeist and freak out and then accidentally grab a girl's chest? God, I fucking hate when that happens, man. Oh, God. And of course, Naomi is just like, "Satoshi, what are you doing?" angrily, and Satoshi's like, "Oh, I didn't mean to." Oh. I'm just terrified at this point, you know? We just can never escape pointless fan service ever. Look, I know, guys, take a shot every time Leo complains about fan service. Actually, don't. I think you'll genuinely end up in a hospital. But here's the thing, okay? I don't think all fan service is inherently a bad thing. I play gacha games, dude. Fan service exists. It's a thing, and it works from a marketing standpoint, yada, yada, yada. Characters are designed to be attractive because that's what makes the money. But the issue is that a lot of times, these characters tend to be high schoolers who are usually, you know, minors. And for some reason, a lot of the shows I end up talking about on my channel tend to have this unfortunate trope of sexualizing minors for some reason, and I'm gonna call it out for being weird or pointless as hell whenever I see it, because it's just not okay. And especially because Corpse Party is supposed to be a horror game, right? Like, imagine watching Hereditary or The Conjuring or whatever else horror movie, and there's a scary tense moment, the sounds are heightening, the violins are screeching, your heart is pounding, and suddenly you just get a low angle shot showing off a girl's underwear in the midst of it. It's just so fucking stupid to me to have fan service in a horror show. That's just my opinion, though. Anyways, Yuka, Satoshi's younger sister, spawns into the room to deliver an umbrella to Satoshi. While this happens, Seiko, Naomi's BFF, teases her about liking Satoshi, even saying something like, "Look, it's your rival for your love," when talking about Satoshi's biological younger sister. Girl, let's all just take a moment to calm down, please. Before they leave, class press tells everyone that they should do a ritual called the Happy Sachiko. It's a charm that makes sure everyone stays friends forever, like My Little Pony, I guess. The reason why they want to do this ritual is because Pink Girl is moving away very soon. They all have a cliche friendship moment before jumping into the ritual. Now, this is how the ritual works. They take a paper cutout shaped like a person. This paper is the Sachiko doll. Everyone stands around the Sachiko doll and repeats, "Please, Sachiko," inside their mind 9 times, okay? The words can be right or wrong, but they have to make sure to get the count right. 9 times. Then everyone holds out their hand, grabs a part of the Sachiko doll, and rips the doll into pieces, and the ritual is complete. And while they do this ritual, we just sit and stare as we just have a few moments moments of complete silence where no one just says anything. As everyone rips the doll apart, thunder rings out. It's said that as long as they all carry a piece of this doll, they'll stay friends forever or some shit, whatever. I just love how the wholesome let's be friends forever ritual consists of literally tearing apart, some may say mutilating, a girl-shaped paper into bits and pieces. I don't know about you, but if one of my homies brought that shit up to me, there's no way in hell I'm gonna trust this, okay? As everyone gets ready to leave, the building begins to shake. The room is in ruins. A giant hole opens up beneath everyone and they all fall in. And as they all fall into this random hole in the ground to what could potentially be their deaths, Seiko is of course shoving her entire face right into Naomi's chest because why? Is it a survival tactic? Is that gonna cushion the fall? Whatever. Anyway, now we're back to the present. Naomi gets up and sees Seiko on the floor near her. She wakes her up and the two try to figure out what's going on or where they are. As they talk, Naomi hears a little girl laughing in the distance, but Seiko says she heard nothing. Naomi also seems to have sprained her ankle as she can't walk normally. Seiko says the chairs and desks in the classroom were very small, as if it was an elementary school. What? And then a small girl in red stares behind them as they walk. As the two explore, Naomi is like, "We're alone," and Seiko is like, "That means I get you all to myself," as she shoves her face into Naomi's chest again. This just keeps happening. At this point, I'm more scared of how obsessed Seiko seems to be with her best friend's body than anything else, really. Seiko then asks for butt cream, which I'm assuming is for like a rash on your ass cheeks or something. I don't know. Naomi apparently has her butt cream on deck with her everywhere she goes as she takes a tube out of her pocket and gives it to Seiko, who goes into the bathroom to apply this life-saving butt cream. Naomi looks around to find a clock. As she stares into the reflection, she sees a little girl behind her and turns around only to see Seiko instead, all done with her butt cream application. The two find the entrance to the school as we learn that Seiko takes care of her elementary schooler brother on her own because her dad comes home from work very late. They try to open the entrance doors, but they don't budge. Naomi hears more laughter in the distance and freaks out as Seiko says they should find a place to rest. In the nurse's office, Seiko bandages Naomi's leg as Seiko asks if they'll be together forever from now on, and of course a very platonic friendship only sort of way. Yep. Seiko then gets up and says she might have lost her piece of charm in the bathroom and goes out to look for it alone as she tells Naomi to rest. Naomi then hears a clock ring in the distance as she realizes that she can't move or speak. She hears frantic writing as she notices a pencil writing in a notebook on its own. Blood splatters begin to fill the room and Naomi freaks out, asking for Seiko to come save her. A dark aura surrounds Naomi and a pair of eyes saying "Sachan" approaches her. And of course, this tortured soul, this horrific ghost, had to raise up Naomi's skirt just enough so the viewer can get a peep of her undergarments. Like, this was so fucking goofy. I just burst out laughing while watching it. Oh, watch out. This scary ghost might destroy your entire existence, but not before giving the homies a peep of them undergarments. You know what I'm saying? This evil spirit, I guess, had different priorities than the average evil spirit. Anyways, the spirit begins to try to enter Naomi's body or something. I don't know. Meanwhile, Seiko hears a thud in the distance and sees a human body half destroyed in Minecraft with its organs hanging out in Minecraft. Seiko screams Naomi's name and Naomi is able to escape the spirit's grasp. Naomi tries to run, but she's trapped in the room by a bunch of hair. She rips the hair apart as the spirit asks, "Where are you going, Sachan?" Naomi opens the door and the spirit fades away. In the hallway, she finds a corpse sitting on a chair in Minecraft, then turns to see a young girl in red. Her mouth begins to bleed profusely until Seiko calls Naomi's name and the young girl disappears. Naomi crashes out at Seiko saying, "You said you'd be back quick! Always together, my ass!" Seiko then runs away on her own, which doesn't really seem to be the smartest decision to make in a situation like this, but regardless, Seiko blames herself for this and says she has to apologize, but then hears a voice calling out to her. Naomi later regrets what she said and she wants to apologize. As she wanders the halls, she finds more wonderful displays of corpses and shit as she finds her handy tube of butt cream on the ground. She heads into the bathroom and begins to apologize, but then hears the sound of a rope from behind the stall. She opens up the stall to find Seiko hung by her neck, choking to death. Naomi desperately tries to save her, but it's too late. Seiko is dead. Naomi screams, asking why Seiko would do this to herself when they promised to go home together. As Naomi cries, the young girl in red watches her, smiles, and disappears. So I don't know if you remember, but earlier I dropped a line about Seiko's backstory and family life, mostly because I wanted to highlight how inconsequential most of these character moments are in this show. We barely get to know them as a character before they get deleted from the existence of the show. Despawned violently. Whatever. I'm sure in the games, a lot of these characters definitely have their own personality
personalities and backstories and whatnot, you know, reasons for us to care. But in the anime, legitimately none of these things matter or do anything. Episode 2 begins by jumping right into the action as we see the ghosts of vengeful children attack and obliterate random students in various colorful and tasteful ways as we hear a narration. All who have come into contact with the curse of this school will slowly lose their sanity and descend into madness, hurting others without warning. In the final stages of this curse, their bodies blacken and their souls are absorbed by the school. This phenomenon is called corruption, which is a cool concept and all, but spoiler alert, this shit barely comes up in the anime after this, so thanks for that. Naomi is on the ground as a random girl with glasses tells Naomi that Seiko had gone through corruption, and to protect her mind, Seiko had chosen to delete herself. Meanwhile, Glasses tries to bash the windows open, but to no avail. The random girl with glasses approaches him and tells him they're unable to go back to the real world anymore, and all he can do is wait quietly just like his other friends. Hearing this, Glasses demands to know, where is Pink Girl? Because, just to remind you, the two have some sort of special connection of some kind, but the random girl with glasses just does a little trolling and then fades away. Satoshi reads a newspaper and we learn about an incident called the Heavenly Post. It's a crime that took place at his school where for 1 month there were reports of serial child disappearances, and it ended in the worst way imaginable. One night, local law enforcement found the corpses of the missing children, along with a faculty member holding bloody scissors and staring into the distance. In Minecraft, of course. Satoshi continues to monologue, but Yuka, his sister, cuts him off desperately, saying she needs to use the bathroom. And thus, the holding the piss arc of Corpse Party begins now. All of the bathrooms look busted as they look around. They also find a lot of different corpses and people who were despawned from the world in various indescribable ways. The two eventually spot Glasses, who is taking pictures of a random person's guts splatter all over the wall and stuff, which is totally normal. But when he notices Satoshi and Yuka, he of course immediately is like, oh wow, what are you guys doing here? Me? Oh, you know, just really trying to take in how horrible all of this is, you know, like definitely not taking glamour shots of mutilated corpses or anything. Glasses mentions that there are students from other schools also trapped here, but they were so disturbed that they wouldn't answer any questions. Glasses says, thankfully you guys seem sane still. Oh, be careful by the way, ghosts appear here and they are attacking other people, as the two split to look for their friends. Meanwhile, the class press has a mental breakdown as she screams, I can't stay here! The blonde guy tries to calm her down, but then hears a laugh and sees a ghost kid who begins to approach them. Blonde kid recognizes the kid from a newspaper, and the class press screams to not look into the ghost's eyes. The blonde guy's like, I got it, I won't look into his eyes! Then immediately turns to face the ghost kid and looks directly into his eyes. The kid is like, who wants to die first? And then goes into unalive the class press, but the blonde guy covers for her and the ghost kid fades away. The random girl in glasses approaches them, revealing that she had died a long time ago and came to this place to look for someone she knows. The class press recognizes this random girl in glasses, asking her, are you Naho? It turns out that this random glasses girl named Naho is actually a high schooler famous for her research of ghosts, and she has a renowned blog on the spiritual and metaphysical. So what? She's kind of an influencer or something? Like BuzzFeed Unsolved type shit? The class press reveals that she's a big fan of her blogs and that she got the happy Sachiko charm from her blog too. But apparently her blog entries had stopped all of a sudden. I mean, I don't know about you, but if I was following someone online and then they posted this weird ass ritual on their website and then never posted again, I think the last thing I'd want to try is that very last ritual that she posted, but whatever, man. Blonde guy asks if there's a way to go back to the real world, and glasses girl reveals that she believes this school is sustained by the spirits of the 4 children who were unalived there years ago. She believes that if these children's spirits are appeased, the plane could be destroyed and release everyone. And the most important thing in appeasing the spirits is the repentance of the criminal. The murderer is also apparently still in this school. Glasses girl also reveals that although 9 spirits, meaning all of their friends, had just entered the school, it's impossible to meet them because this plane has numerous overlapping dimensions, meaning even if you are in the same exact spot, you can't meet unless you inhabit the same dimension. Glasses girl then fades away saying, maybe you guys can figure it out, and leaves the doll with the name Yoshikazu written on it. In another dimension, Miss Yui reads a newspaper article about the incident. We learn that the children's cause of death was blood loss and asphyxiation. The murder weapon, large scissors, were used by the man arrested at the scene to take out the children's tongues in Minecraft. One child's head was severely destroyed with half of it being gone in Minecraft. Dear God, I can't. YouTube, this is an anime, okay? It's not real, okay? We're chilling, right? Miss Yui sees a classroom fully lit and opens the door, recognizing Pink Girl's voice. She opens
opens the door to see Pink Girl laughing and having fun with two ghost children, one completely missing half their face and the other missing one of her eyes. Miss Yui tells Pink Girl to get away from them, but Pink Girl says, "It's okay, they're good children, I'll stay here with them." Miss Yui continues to beg and approaches Pink Girl, but the ghosts use the force against her, I guess, and blasts her away. Miss Yui begs the ghost kids to give Pink Girl back because she's a precious student of hers, but this triggers the ghost children, who instead decide to pick Pink Girl up by the legs. And I swear to God, these ghost kids are doing this on purpose, bro. As they grab Pink Girl, they make sure to hold her up in the air upside down so that they could show off her undergarments to the entire spirit realm, because we really needed this very blatant fan service shot. And of course, right after this fan service, they drag Pink Girl out of the room and extremely violently unalive her entire existence. Like, they drag her across the floor and shit, dude, and we hear screaming. Anyway, Miss Yui stares in horror as she sees what remains of Pink Girl splattered on the wall and the floor. Miss Yui then cries as a figure approaches her and knocks her out. Glasses wonders where Pink Girl is and then has a weird-ass monologue about how she is his salvation and begs her not to leave him alone. He then says, "I need to revel in others' misfortunes," and starts to go through his phone gallery, which contains a concerning amount of images of random corpses. He is absolutely fascinated by these pictures, saying they look more like wax figures. Then he pulls out his favorite image, which is literally just a picture of spilled guts everywhere in Minecraft, and says, "This is the best one." This is his magnum opus. That is his Mona Lisa. Yeah, he seems like he's doing totally fine, and he's saying, "Guys, what do you mean?" Anyways, he gets a phone call and snaps out of it. Over the phone, he hears Pink Girl's voice saying, "Don't look, don't look, don't look at my insides." Glasses then realizes that his magnum opus is actually a picture of the remains of the girl who was supposed to be his salvation, as he recognizes the pink hair thingy that she was always wearing within the picture. He screams as the screen then fades to black. Satoshi and his sister bump into the girl in red. They ask her if she's lost, and the girl in red directs them to follow her. This girl is totally not suspicious or anything, totally normal child that's trapped in here unfortunately by herself. And Satoshi and Yuka believe that she's trapped here too, just like them, so they follow her. I mean, are they absolutely fucking insane? Or am I insane for thinking that they're insane for just being okay with following this girl who is clearly some kind of evil spirit in this terrifying world where they just see corpses decorating the entire place? Are they serious? Anyways, the girl leads them outside where they find even more corpses. Yuka says that she can't hold the pee in anymore as the drama in the pee holding arc becomes heightened. Satoshi then says, "Can you do it outside?" And she's like, "Okay, I guess." Yuka then asks the girl in red, the normal girl, not suspicious at all, to come with her. Absolutely insane. Satoshi then, instead of sticking around and looking out for his younger sister, who could literally be snatched by an evil ghost and unalived on the spot, just tells her, "Make sure to scream if something happens," and then walks away from her and goes inside of the building without her. Huh? Dog, what? Oh, I don't get it. Why the fuck are you letting your younger sister go off on her own with a very suspicious random ass girl they bumped into out of nowhere? Are you a dumbass? Do you have no survival instinct? And predictably, Yuka is unable to complete her mission of taking a piss because as she climbs over the fence, she sees a ghost child. What a surprise. She also realizes that the girl in red had disappeared, which legitimately shouldn't be a surprise to anyone, but whatever, man. The ghost kid screams, "Give it back!" And Yuka screams, alerting Satoshi. However, Satoshi is unable to open the doors to help Yuka. The girl in red then taps his back and smiles menacingly as Yuka runs into a separate building and closes the door while screaming for Satoshi. Like, I'm sorry, is Satoshi an idiot? Oh, hey, let me just place my full trust in this random ass kid who spawned out of nowhere, and then trust this random ass kid who spawned out of nowhere to accompany my literal biological sister that I care about very much to go pee in a forest surrounded by a fuck ton of corpses while I just go wander off into another building. At least stay outside and wait for your sister to finish up, dude. Did the many violently destroyed corpses around the school not give you any sort of warning? Huh? Anyway. Meanwhile, the class pres and blonde guy discuss. Yoshikazu, the name on the doll they found, is also the name of the teacher who had violently unalived the kids. They hypothesize that they're supposed to use the doll to elicit the criminal's repentance. The doll repeatedly speaks, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry," as the blonde guy freaks out and bumps into a wall, which breaks the wall down, and he spots a small pouch on the ground. The doll, or teacher's spirit, or whatever the hell this thing is, says, "The children died so horribly. I was not in my right mind. I didn't want it to end like that. I was also scared." The pouch the blonde guy picked up has a name on it. Ryo Yoshizawa, which was one of the dead children's names. It was also the kid who attacked them earlier. As they realize this, the ghost kid approaches them again. He keeps telling them to give it back. The kid attacks them as he knocks the blonde guy out and begins to choke out the class pres, but she grabs the pouch with his name on it and shows it to the kid, who loses his fury and calms down. He returns to a normal color as he says, "My tongue!" and begins to fade away. It seems like the spirit was able to be appeased as the pouch had contained a tongue that the child had taken away from him years ago. The two then set out to do this for the rest of the ghost children in order to escape this horrible school. We then jump cut immediately to right after the two managed to appease two more of the ghost children off screen, like it was just checking off the grocery shopping list on another Tuesday. It was such a sudden and jarring progression in the story that I had to rewatch it to make sure I wasn't going insane and they didn't just skip a whole bunch of stuff like it was nothing, but whatever, man. They say that the last ghost child is a girl named Sachiko Shinozaki. According to the newspapers, she was apparently discovered before she died, meaning she can't be appeased in the same way. But that doesn't make sense, right? Blonde guy says, if Sachiko was found alive, then she should be an old lady by now, right? Then the class press says, I feel like there's something very important missing. Meanwhile, Yuka, Satoshi's sister, who is still freaking out and still holding in her pee like a true titan of the bladder, is looking around frantically for Satoshi. She finds Glasses taking pictures of more corpses, and by this point, it just seems like he's gone insane. He's like, oh, you're Satoshi's sister. Honestly, one could go insane here. Let's look for him together. But Yuka is obviously too scared to go with him. I don't blame her. Glasses then crashes out saying, I said, let's go look for him. You're not being a very good girl. And chases her down while holding a crowbar. Yuka hides until a random dude approaches her and asks, why are you hiding here? I'm looking for my sister too. Wanna look for them together? He says his name is Yuya from Byakudan High School. Details that genuinely don't matter, but I'll tell you about this anyway. The two walk the halls until Glasses finds them, and Yuka hides behind Yuya from Byakudan High School. Glasses and Yuya from Byakudan High School then run in to fight each other, as Yuya from Byakudan High School takes out a knife and stabs Glasses right into his neck in Minecraft, unaliving him in cold blood. Yuya from Byakudan High School then turns to Yuka, saying, your Oni-chan will protect you. Clearly having already lost his mind a long time ago. Episode 3 then begins with Yuya from Byakudan High School telling Yuka that no one can escape and they'll all die anyway, so they should be siblings until then. He says, you wouldn't want the ghosts to murder you, right? I'll protect you and give you a merciful end. Wow, man, that's a true Oni-chan right there if you ask me. However, out of nowhere, the building begins to quake heavily. Elsewhere, the ceiling collapses onto class pres and the blonde guy. We're finally back to Naomi, who's still in the bathroom. She suddenly hears her phone ring and picks up and hears a distorted voice asking for help. She then hears her mother's voice asking for a response, but she seems unable to hear Naomi, and the phone call ends abruptly as Naomi cries. However, the building shakes as the floor beneath her collapses. Satoshi does literally anything else but look for his younger sister, who might be at risk of being violently unalived at any moment, by doing some more research. He realizes that Sachiko Shinozaki, the sole survivor of the incident, was also the young girl in red from earlier that they thought was just a normal child. And at this point, it's like, how is this dude not panicking about the fact that his younger sister is just gone after hearing her scream her lungs out, and also realizing that the young girl in red is Sachiko, who is part of the incident? Hello? Anyways, he finds a recent videotape and a notebook laying around, which contains information about the Sachiko charm. Satoshi believes he can use this info to go home. Meanwhile, as Satoshi forgets about his sister's existence, Yuya from Byakudan High School chases Yuka around the school as Sachiko tells Yuka which way to go. Yuya from Byakudan High School continues after her, screaming, I'll despawn your existence from Minecraft! Yes, that's the real line he said, okay guys? But suddenly, Yuya from Byakudan High School is seemingly killed by a mysterious figure from behind. Okay, at this point in the video, I'm sure I can say that word like once in a while, right? Please, YouTube, please? Satoshi is locked into the room as a figure looms behind him. It's Naho, the random girl in glasses from earlier. She reveals that the reason why they're locked in the school is because they failed when they did the happy Sachiko charm. Someone repeated the magical words too many times or not enough. And Satoshi is like, no way! Everyone counted it 9 times for sure! Except we can easily just go back to that exact moment where they did the charm and everyone was completely silent the entire time because they were seeing it in their heads. So unless Satoshi is literally Charles Xavier, he he wouldn't actually know. Naho, the random girl in glasses, says maybe someone didn't take it seriously enough or messed up the charm, thinking, fuck it, they'll never find out anyways. And this is definitely possible. I'm sure someone was like, dude, this is such a stupid ass charm. What would even happen if I just thought of my dinner I want to eat tonight instead of saying the actual words in my mind? And then suddenly half of your friends are dead, so good job whoever did that. Naho, the random girl in glasses, says, hold the Sachiko shard in your hand. Try to focus your thoughts on those you hold dear. She then says some bullshit about how the charm gains strength as its wielder's feelings do, or whatever, who cares. Then she slash TPs him away. Afterwards, she sinisterly says to herself, go to those you care about, although you might be too late for that, TXD. Hinting that she's evil, or she's also corrupted by the school or some shit. But again, none of this matters because this show is literally 4 episodes long. Blonde guy and the class prez wake up in a classroom full of lights. It's their original classroom. Turns out they made it back to the real world, but no one else is there. They then see a weird gap in the air leading to the elementary school. This crevice turns into a ghost child who begins to tell them what happened to her. Before she was abducted, she argued with her mom, so instead of going home, she sat between the school buildings. The teacher then sat down next to her and listened to her story. He had a sickness that made him not be able to talk, but she felt that he was kind. She then begins to cry and apologizes to the two in the room, thanking them for trying to give the kids peace. Blonde guy asks why she's still here, and the kid says, I still can't move on. She says the criminal's repentance was not enough, and that doll is not right. The class prez asks the ghost kid to bring the others back alive, but the kid says that it's not possible. The curse lost its strength for an instant earlier, and that was the only chance, which is why these two are back now. All of the grief that now permeates the school had begun to look for a new host, and it has driven the other spirits insane. The kid says she will also turn into a vengeful spirit soon, attacking the living indiscriminately. The ghost kid says there is one way to save the others. If the two return to the school and help the kids find true peace, the plane will lose the joints keeping it together and crumble apart. She then offers to show the class prez what truly happened on the night of the horrible incident and knocks the class prez out cold. The class prez wakes up to realize that she is in the room with the children who were unalived back in the day. The teacher approaches and blindfolds her, saying it's her turn. She then hears the other children screaming at the top of their lungs about how it hurts as they are brutalized in ways I definitely can't describe on YouTube before I get obliterated by YouTube policies. Honestly, I think YouTube would do the same thing to my channel what the murder did to these kids if I showed what happened here. I think I'm usually pretty good at holding myself together in really disgusting and gory moments of shows, but man, dude, some of the stuff they showed in this scene was brutal. And hearing the kids screeching at the top of their lungs also did a number on my psyche. I won't even lie about that. Good thing you only get to hear me screech about how much I hate the fan service in this show instead. The class press begs for the teacher to stop until her blindfold is taken off. She then sees not the teacher, but Sachiko herself instead, bloodied up and holding scissors with an evil smile. The teacher is in the corner of the room, freaking out and trying not to look at the horrible things happening behind him. It turns out that the one who actually took the lives of these kids all those years ago was Sachiko, the 4th victim who was found to be alive when the bodies were found. Sachiko attacks the class prez with a scissor for an uncomfortably long amount of time before the class prez wakes up in the real world. She breaks down as she tells the blonde guy about the truth. The teacher wasn't the criminal after all. It was Sachiko. She was manipulating the teacher to help her out by abducting the kids, but it seemed like he was also horrified at what was happening. The class prez says they have to warn the others about the truth and asks the ghost kid to send them back to the school, promising her to give everyone peace. The ghost kid says they're probably not going to survive this time because the school is now in chaos. Now, this sets off what is perhaps the most pointless argument in the entire anime between two characters that we barely even know or care about at this point. Blonde guy says he doesn't ever want to go back there and only a crazy person actually would. The class prez yells, "You're okay if you're the only one being saved?" Blonde guy says, "There's no time to play hero. Do you want to die? Of course I care about the others, but the class prez cuts him off, who says she'll go in alone and that she regrets asking him. She's like, "I can't believe it. Don't you want to save your friends? It is dangerous, but Satoshi would do the same thing. Heartless, self-centered, delinquent." Blonde guy gets pissed about this, responding, "Like you have any idea how others feel. You only want to rescue Satoshi. Satoshi, Satoshi, Satoshi. You can love whoever you want, but..." And class prez cuts him off, saying, "I'm not only worried about Satoshi, just so you know. I'm also scared too, blonde guy." The class prez walks back into the elementary school dimension as the blonde guy punches the wall, saying, "This is so unfair. Like, did we really need that entire argument? Really? Like, I understand it's a huge moral dilemma and all, but based on what we've seen in the show so far, they've given us no reason to care about either of these random ass characters? We know absolutely nothing about them except that the class pres is the class president who apparently likes Satoshi for some reason. And the blonde guy has blonde hair and maybe he low-key likes the class pres, I guess, based on this argument, because he sounded a little bit jealous, you know? But like, who really cares about any of this stuff? If I wanted to watch two people whine and moan about stupid bullshit to each other, I just go watch The Real Housewives, okay? Because that shit is actually entertaining as hell. Anyways, Naomi wakes up wondering where she fell. And of course, because this is once again very necessary, there is a fan service shot of literally her entire bottom part just shoving itself into our faces and taking up half the screen. You know, the undershot that we really needed. I guess the creators were like, oh, Corpse Party is too scary. We need something to balance it out. Anyway, Naomi begins to cry. Satoshi, at this point, completely forgetting about the existence of his sister, finds Naomi's phone and hears her crying. The two finally reunite as Naomi cries, hugs him, and the two talk. Naomi explains what happened with Seiko as she shows him her corpse. Naomi blames herself for this, but Satoshi says something must have possessed her, reassuring that Seiko isn't the type to just give up like that. Meanwhile, Yuka, the forgotten sister, continues to wander the halls as Sachiko unleashes her final form or some shit and screams at her, "I'ma rip out your bladder!" as she takes out a scissor. I mean, it sounds horrifying, but Yuka's entire story arc so far has just been holding in her pee while she runs away from horrific creatures and people, so maybe removing her bladder might actually do her some good, right? Anyways, Yuka falls over and freaks out, and we get a close-up shot of Yuka actually going to the bathroom on the spot. And the show makes sure to really let you know about it because I guess it's one of the most important plot points in the anime, you know? The most intense part of the holding the pee arc of Corpse Party is happening right now. And Yuka was unable to complete her mission. Or I guess she was able to complete it in this case? I don't really know. But anyways, this is drawn in a very particular angle that makes me feel real uncomfortable because Yuka is a middle schooler. And part of me wonders if I'm being gaslit by this show because maybe this isn't as weird as I think it is. I don't really know, but I don't really want to show it on YouTube and I have to blur it. So I'm gonna say, yeah, this is a very gross, weird angle. Okay, why do this is like, it's not even why do we need this? Anyways, Yuka runs away as Sachiko laughs her ass off. Right after this, we get a shot of Yuka holding out her underwear on full display and saying, "I'm gonna hide it here for now." And I'm just like, okay, now I don't feel as gaslit. Did we really need all that? Did we really need all that? I felt weird about the first shot of her releasing her bathroom business all over the ground and whatnot, but actually showing the aftermath of it in focus, it just makes me feel like it's another one of those weird fucking things that weirdos are into. It's just gross. We don't need it. It's disgusting. And I've seen people pee their pants in shows before, but not like in this much focus where the character is drawn in such an angle where you can see up. Oh, okay. Let's just move on to it, okay? This is all very necessary for the optimal horror experience, guys, okay? As Yuka gets up, a figure begins to loom towards her. It's Yuya from Byakudan High School, and he's alive, I guess, except now he's like one of those models they got in the science room, you know, where you can see the inside of the body for half of it. Anyways, Yuya from Byakudan High School then begins to choke Yuka, with Sachiko smiling as she watches. Meanwhile, the class pres searches the halls and finds glasses laying on the ground already dead. Satoshi hears Yuka scream and finally remembers that he has a sister who is lost in this violent-ass school and begins to look for her. You see, Yuka is chained up to a table now as Yuya from Byakudan High School takes out a knife and does a lot of awful, horrendous things to her. This was admittedly the hardest scene to watch in the show for me. I mean, it's not really easy or pleasant to watch a young middle school girl get horrifically unalived while you hear her prolonged screaming and pain the entire time. You know, it's not something I really enjoy. They do not shy away from the violence. Let me just tell you that. As Yuka is going through her horrendous pain, somehow blonde guy manages to return to the school, I guess. No idea how. He knocks out Yuya from Byakudan High School with a baseball bat and tells Yuka to hang in there. However, someone else approaches them now. It's the teacher's ghost, and he's holding a scissor. Blonde guy is cornered by this ghost and struggles as the class pres sees him and asks, "How are you here?" Blonde guy says, "Get Yuka!" The class pres takes Yuka and
and runs to the next room. Blonde guy screams and we see him stumbling, bleeding profusely from half of his body. He yells at her to run, saying, "Who do you think I came back for, damn it?" Basically confirming that this man is a simp for the class prez. He holds the door back while he's about to confess his feelings to her, but then his abdomen is obliterated through the door. He tells her to continue running, but is finally unalived by the teacher ghost, who does pretty indescribable things to this blonde dude. I mean, he was about to confess his feelings, so I guess you can say that he literally spilled his guts out for her. Am I right? Get it? Because that's what happened in that moment, you know? Okay, anyways. This entire time, the class press just refuses to run, even though he's just saying, "Run, you should run." And she just stares at all of what just happened as Satoshi walks into the room. And the three just stare like a fucking deer caught in headlights as the ghost teacher kindly decides to not immediately run after them, but just lets them catch their breath. But of course, the teacher then begins to chase them down as the protagonists finally begin to run away. Outside, Satoshi hugs Yuka as he cries. She tells him to stay as she dies in his arms. Satoshi then screams in anguish. And as sad as this is, Satoshi spent so much damn time literally not looking for his sister, who was in immediate danger for most of the show, but fucking loafed around on his own for a while. I just think it's so stupid, okay? Like, if my family member was in that situation, I wouldn't have given a shit about anything else, dude. Fuck the murders, fuck the mystery. The first thing on my mind would be finding my family member and making sure that they're safe first. Maybe it's just me, I don't know, but this makes Satoshi seem like a dumbass. I can't. Episode 4, the final episode, begins with some footage of a random dude getting choked to death by a dark figure, surrounded by an evil aura. However, the figure then becomes a person again once the guy dies. The three living protagonists watch this footage as the class press says, "Kibiki-sensei," which is the name of the guy who just died in the footage. Apparently, this guy named Kibiki was Naho, the random girl in glasses' mentor or some shit like that. I don't really know. We then get a rather large pool of lore vomit. Everyone thought the teacher was the culprit of the incidents back then, but it was actually Sachiko. She controlled the teacher and unalived the children herself. These children then became vengeful spirits and created this cursed school. Ko Kibiki, a fantasy writer and the guy we saw in the footage earlier, came to this school in order to investigate it, but before they could solve anything, he lost his life. Naho, the random girl in glasses, saw him as her role model and followed him here. There is only one way to escape this school. There's another ritual that uses the scraps of the original charm. However, to perform it, certain conditions must be met. The children's spirits must be appeased and the criminal be made to repent. This will weaken the curse and allow re-entry into the real world. And they've already appeased the children, so they now have to make Sachiko repent. The class press asks if they all have their original Sachiko scraps, but Naomi just makes a noise and grasps at her pockets, clearly having lost her piece. But the ground begins to shake again. The three decide to split and look around the school again. Satoshi, as he walks around, turns over to see Naomi scrounging at a body, but when he asks her what's wrong, she's just like, nothing's wrong, everything's fine. Yeah, I mean, keeping secrets is probably the last thing y'all need to do in a situation like this if you want to survive, but whatever. The two walk into the nurse's office and hear a voice saying, "Come on, it's open." They enter to see a bloody room and a lady humming behind a curtain. They hear the voices of the lady and a bunch of kids and walk over to see a floating pencil writing into a journal saying, "Sachan is my pride. Everything she does to make me happy." The pencil then stops writing and the two investigate the diary. They read an entry saying, "It seems I've died," as the corpse of the nurse spawns next to them with a purple aura. The corpse begins to speak, saying, "I won't forgive. I won't forget. I'll unalive them in Minecraft. I can't forgive him." As the room begins to shake, Satoshi and Naomi run away. Sorry. I'm just like, imagine a fucking ghost just starts threatening you, but they're like, "I'm gonna unalive you in Minecraft." That's like the least threatening ghost ever anyway. Meanwhile, the class press reads through the notebook and reveals that apparently the information posted on Naho, the glasses girl's blog, was a lie designed to drag people into this school. She confronts Naho about the fake info on her blog, asking, "You did it for Kibiki, the fantasy writer, right? You loved him, didn't you?" Naho begins to laugh, saying, "So what? Only morons would believe this kind of shit on the internet. If I do a good job, then he'll praise me and give me head pats. I'll do anything for him." Guys, the head pats are canon, by the way. I didn't add that line in there, okay? The class press then realizes that because Naho had died
died there in the school. She doesn't remember everything, I guess that's how it works, but she ends up pulling out her phone and showing Naho a picture of the two's corpses, saying, "You're the one that killed Kibiki, the fantasy writer, the man you loved. What you're doing doesn't make him happy." Hearing this, Naho goes absolutely insane and begins to excrete some kind of sludge from her body as she turns purple and then eventually just decomposes on the spot. What just happened? I don't know. This whole storyline with Naho and this fantasy writer and whatever is such a mess in the anime. I don't even know why they even tried. Anyways, behind where Naho used to be is a book on the ground. Meanwhile, Satoshi and Naomi read a journal. It talks about Sachiko's 7th birthday and how the headmaster came to see the person writing the journal. However, Satoshi finds that this page is stuck together and he's unable to read the next entry. Then he flips to another page which says, "Sachan is my pride. Everything she does is to make me happy, just to relieve my loneliness. She's sending so many children to me. She's unaliving them and sending me their souls. That doesn't make me happy. That can't make me happy. Come and talk to me, Sachiko. Stop it, Sachiko." It turns out that this very incredibly depressing diary is the diary of Sachiko's mother, who died when Sachiko was very young. Sachiko had sent all those children to the spirit realm so that her dead mother wouldn't be lonely. But then Sachiko eventually went insane and wound up in a school herself, allegedly. I don't really know. I don't really understand. The class pres reads the book she found on the ground, which reveals that the lady who fell down the stairs from the initial story we heard all the way in the beginning of the show was none other than Yoshie Shinozaki, Sachiko's mother and the school's nurse. The class pres somehow then realizes that the nurse's death was not just a simple accident. As Satoshi and Naomi go outside, they hear a scream and a man falls from the sky. He asks for forgiveness and disappears. Then they see his body fall again, as if playing his death in a loop. It seems as though this is the headmaster of the elementary school, the man rumored to have lost his sanity and life after the school shut down. The two then enter the headmaster's office, a room with an insane amount of seals plastered everywhere. They open up the desk drawer to find a scissor and a pouch, but as Satoshi holds the scissor, he is forced to see a vision from the past. He sees the headmaster screaming, "Every night you appear in my dreams. My sins do weigh heavily on me, so why won't you leave me in peace?" As we see that he is standing in front of a grave containing none other than Sachiko. Huh? The headmaster, already having gone insane, says, "I can't have you telling other people about this," and removes Sachiko's tongue in Minecraft, even though Sachiko is clearly already not alive anymore. Satoshi comes back to reality as he explains what he just saw. The pouch contains Sachiko's tongue. He then realizes that the pages of the diary he couldn't read earlier have become unstuck. But before we can actually learn anything more substantial about the lore, the ground begins to shake again and we get interrupted. Wow! The class pres continues to wander and bumps into Miss Yui, their teacher, who is revealed to still be alive. Yeah, guys, remember this character? I almost forgot too. Don't worry, okay? Anyways, Miss Yui consoles the class pres, who had just learned about the pink girl's death. However, the ground also begins to shake heavily again, as suddenly Miss Yui has her head completely removed from her body. In Minecraft? She just died on the spot? Like, okay, so like, why even reveal that she's alive for like 2 seconds just to remove her from the story permanently? Satoshi and Naomi find a room with blood and a table with chains and stuff. They hide under the table as the ghost teacher walks in holding Seiko's corpse and drops it right near them. The teacher then adds Seiko's tongue to his very normal and healthy collection of tongues, guys. We all have collections, right? Jesus. For legal reasons, that's obviously a joke. And Naomi tries not to scream as some kind of weird purple thing comes out of her hand. After the teacher ghost leaves with Seiko's corpse, Naomi runs out and chases after them, calling for Seiko. Naomi gets separated from the others and she finds a TV, and a purple aura begins to surround her body once again. The class pres wakes up in a room with a pool of blood and a literal party of corpses. Woo! Satoshi runs into the room and learns about the deaths of the others as the ghost kid from earlier spawns in. She tells them, "Naomi is fighting her own demons. The corruption has started to affect her and she cannot return home yet. But if she overcomes her demons, she should be able to." The two decide to focus on Sachiko instead. Satoshi asks the girl what happens if they don't use their own scrap for the ritual, but I don't think we ever get an answer for it though. Satoshi and the class pres find Sachiko's buried corpse, and the teacher's corpse is also hanging right next to the grave. Sachiko's ghost angrily tells them to go away and attacks them as the two beg for her to listen. As they struggle, another spirit spawns behind them. And I guess this is also Sachiko, but not evil, so I'll refer to her as pure Sachiko and the one that's attacking them as evil Sachiko, just to make things a little easier. Meanwhile, Naomi sees a video on the TV revealing the truth. Naomi was the one that actually unalived Seiko. She set up the rope and she set up Seiko into the rope. I think the evil spirits took over her mind or something. It's not really explained in the anime, but understandably so, Naomi begins to lose her mind, and the evil aura thingy begins to surround her more and more, and it seems like she's doomed. However, as she cries, her phone begins to ring, and she says, "I'm sure you can't forgive me, Seiko." As she opens her phone, only to see Ghost Seiko, I guess, spamming the message, "Let's make up." Naomi begins to cry, saying, "I love you, Seiko," and then just suddenly gets over this whole evil aura thingy and defeats her inner demons in like 5 seconds. Satoshi continues to get attacked by Sachiko as he begs for her to listen. Naomi then barges into this madness and also begins to beg Sachiko to stop. Satoshi then reveals, "We know that you and your mother were the first victims." Huh? We then get a sudden flashback that reveals it all. We see Sachiko's mother's corpse on the ground with the headmaster staring at it, and the headmaster panics as he says that he didn't mean to push her down the stairs, but apparently he had grabbed her or something, so it seems like the connotation is that he was about to do something nasty to her either way. Unfortunately though, Sachiko walks right into this scene, and the headmaster decides to silence Sachiko by choking her to death on the spot. Wow, what a wonderful guy, huh? The only thing I'm a little confused about that I still don't understand is they say Sachiko was found alive when the other kids were found, but Sachiko was already dead by that point. So what, she's just materialized as a person? Can an evil spirit do that? It just manifests as a regular kid in the world, and you can be seen like a regular kid, but you're actually dead. It just makes no sense to me. But anyway, back to the present. Evil Sachiko lets go Satoshi as the three say to her, "It must have hurt. You wanted everyone to know the truth, but no one could hear you. So that's why you did all of this." Satoshi says, "Let's end this," as he takes the scissor from her hands. Pure Sachiko approaches him and he hands her the pouch with her tongue. Satoshi asks Naomi to bring over a stuffed cat on the grave and hands it to Pure Sachiko, saying it's a present from her mother. Sachiko cries, saying she's sorry that she hurt everyone. She then begins to glow, and the two Sachiko spirits both combine into one and disappear, finally being able to move on. The ground begins to shake heavily as the ghost kid from earlier says they need to hurry up. They dash out of the school and do the undoing ritual, but Satoshi reveals that he saw Naomi pick up a random person's paper, so there's really no telling what's gonna happen because it's not the same as the original. He then says, "Take my piece." Satoshi says he has Yuka's paper with him, so he's fine, and lets Naomi use his piece. They perform the undoing ritual, stick the scraps together, and shit begins to glow. The three then disappear. Cut to the original classroom. It seems like they made it back together until it's revealed that Naomi and the class pres are both holding one of Satoshi's arms, but the rest of him was unable to make it back, which is pretty depressing, TBH. Then we get a post-credit scene where a lady is calling about how her daughter won't come out of a room, always just talking about this imaginary friend of hers. When the lady explains that this friend never existed, the girl gets very angry to the point where it scares the mother. This girl is revealed to be Naomi, who is shown to have basically lost her sanity at this point, and sadly, everyone who died seems to be erased from the existence of reality, and this is where Corpse Party, the anime at least, comes to a close. Man, what an absolute disappointment, dude. Honestly, I really like some aspects of Corpse Party. As someone who enjoys horror once in a while, and like some of the morbid stuff, I feel like I appreciated the story with the rumored cursed school, the horrific incident behind it, and the truth of what really happened in those incidents. I also think this show is a case where the gore and the horrific nonsensical violence adds to the show rather than makes it harder to watch. I have complained about needless violence in the past with other shows, but I think that's usually because those shows already sucked major ass without this violence. Like Pupa, for example. I don't know if you guys have seen me talk about it, but I talk about it in one of my older videos. Like, that show's story is so ass that the needless violence in it made it even harder to watch, whereas Corpse Party has an interesting enough story to where the violence and all this horrific stuff actually added to that overall story and experience for me. Unfortunately though, that's where the good parts of this anime ends for me. They did try to tell a story, but the keyword is try. The anime was way too short for how many different plot lines the original story of Corpse Party had. The fan service was legitimately so unnecessary that it was accidentally hilarious to me. I think the characters were interesting, but that's only because I watched PewDiePie play this game when I was like 13, 14. So I know them from the game, but the characters all kind of lose their charm in the anime because of how short the runtime is, and none of them really end up mattering or doing anything ever. It's hard to say whether or not I like this anime at all. I think there are aspects to enjoy, and it's definitely way better than other shows that I've reviewed on my channel, which isn't that high of a bar though, so it's nothing impressive, but still. The show is just way too rushed, and trying to connect the dots on the lore and backstory can get extremely confusing at some moments too. The pacing was just insanely bad. Okay, it was shit. All this stuff just feels like it's just snap, 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 let's move the story forward, rather than actually trying to tell that interesting story. Overall, I think that Corpse Party has an interesting premise honest, and as a horror enjoyer, it does tickle a lot of my fancies when it comes to morbid stuff like this. But this anime, unfortunately, brutalized its own story more than Sachiko did to the other kids back in the day. I'm gonna give this anime a 3 out of 10. Elfen Lied. Imagine a world where a new species of human is discovered, one with horns sticking out of their head like a real-life cat girl. Unfortunately, these cat girls aren't innocently meowing you into their restaurants in the streets of Japan, but are actually either infecting you with the same mutation so that your children will be born as cat girls, or just ripping your entire being apart like you're just a part of a Lego set. In Minecraft, of course. And you, a random college student, are dragged into an incredibly dangerous world of deadly cat girls, secret government conspiracies, and oh, your cousin is in love with you. Like, really in love with you. Like, she didn't forget about you for 8 years type of being in love with you. Your cousin. This is how I describe the premise of Elfen Lied, a 2004 dark fantasy and science fiction anime series that probably traumatized a good number of the poor clueless viewers that might have been morbidly intrigued by the naked lady that basically serves as the mascot of the series. I made a poll on what anime I should talk about next on my channel, and a lot of y'all wanted me to watch Elfen Lied, a show that I've actually never seen until this point. I've heard about it a lot from the past as it's been infamous in more ways than one. I saw a lot of comments from people saying how this anime traumatized them when they watched it while they were really young, and now that I've seen the show, yeah, I understand why it would potentially have scarred more than one person on this planet. I think I would have developed catgirl phobia if I watched this anime when I was really young. I've also spent my entire life up to this point pronouncing the title as Elfen Lied, but apparently it's supposed to be pronounced Elfen Lied? I guess you can say that I've been Elfen lied to, am I right? Oh god, my brain cells, they're already dying as we speak, dude. Hello everybody, my name is Leo Hashi, and today I watched Elfen Lied because y'all wanted me to. Now, this video is definitely going to need some kind of trigger warning. This video is going to contain discussion and depictions of graphic violence and gore, sexual content, and nudity, unfortunately including that of minors, CSA, and grooming, amongst other disturbing themes. So if any of those are topics that might upset you, please watch this video with a lot of caution. So what is Elfen Lied anyway? Well, it's a little hard to describe the entire thing in just a few sentences, but basically this show revolves around the Diclonius, a mutated human species with telekinetic vectors, which are just invisible hands and horn-like protrusions from their head, and their interactions with humankind. The story follows Lucy, a young Diclonius who escapes a research facility and develops a split personality due to an injury. She is found by two humans who become entangled in the conflicts between the Diclonius and the humans trying to recapture them. The series tries to explore themes of prejudice, discrimination, identity, and the value of humanity through the narrative. The key word for me is try. Here's the thing about Elfen Lied. I think this is the most conflicted an anime I've watched on my channel has ever made me. There are actually some aspects of the show that I genuinely enjoyed and I really liked. I do think that some of the writing in this show was truly well done, and I'll even admit that I cried like a newborn baby while watching the last episode. And the haunting and memorable opening song has absolutely no fucking right to be that good. Like, even now, I still got that stupid ass melody stuck in my head. It's good, okay? It's a good song. However, the good parts of Elfen Lied are unfortunately overtaken by the really shitty aspects of it, and there are a lot of shitty aspects of Elfen Lied that ruin the overall experience of watching this show for me. From stupid, unnecessary fan service to an extremely weird and pointless cousin love affair, and even the complete disrespect of topics like CSA, there are just some parts of the show that mutate me into a full-fledged Elfen Lied hater. I think to fully explain my feelings about the show, I'll have to take y'all on a journey through the story of this anime while also interjecting with my personal thoughts and opinions, because there are just way too many pieces to this story. And while a lot of the stuff I hated about this show are related to the overall story, and so I'll be going over a lot of that stuff as I go through the recap, there is one thing I would really like to discuss first and foremost. The part that I hated about the show the most, and honestly contributed a lot to ruining the series for me. This series features a lot lot of nudity, like a concerning amount. And a lot of times, dare I say most of the time, the characters depicted in this particular way are minors. Sometimes they're straight up literal children. Yet despite this show will straight up show and include this type of nudity as if it's a normal thing or if it contributes anything to the quote-unquote dark and meaningful story they're trying to tell. But these scenes only made me extraordinarily uncomfortable, and honestly, it pissed me the fuck off. There are actual people who drew these children, people who approved these drawings of children, and the scariest part for me is the potential that there are people who enjoyed these aspects of this show. That makes me want to vomit. Thankfully, it doesn't go to the point where they're outright sexualizing these characters, because that would truly make me feel like someone's gonna end up behind bars. I personally feel like maybe the creator of this show perceived these design choices to be some kind of quote-unquote art form that's supposed to add to how deep and raw the story of this anime is. Like, you know how there are pieces of art and statues made throughout history that depict humans in the nude, and it's supposed to have artistic merit? Now, I could be wrong. I'm not very knowledgeable on art and history. In Elfen Lied, I feel like you see more nudity of minors than actual legal adults, which to me feels absolutely insane. The bottom line is, this is not art. There is no merit to this type of thing. It does not add anything to the story. It's disgusting, and this type of thing just shouldn't even be normalized, fan service or not. The same story could have been told without drawing very young children with no clothing on, and the fact that they made this choice makes me feel sick. It's one of the biggest reasons why I really don't like this show. Well, with that heavy topic out of the way for now, because it will come up again, unfortunately, let's dive into the batshit insane world of Elfen Lied, shall we? Now, typically when I recap an anime on my channel, I'll start off by introducing all the characters first and then jumping into the story. But because Elfen Lied has so many goddamn moving pieces, like it's a chessboard of naked cat girls, I'll introduce the characters as they come up in a story. Another important note is that this recap and review video is about the anime only. I am aware that the story has a lot of differences in the manga, but I have no idea what happens in the manga, and frankly, I don't really care to. I just wanted to mention this and get it out of the way now. Alright, with that out of the way, let's jump right in. Episode 1 starts right off into the opening theme song, a haunting, yet somehow extremely addicting operatic melody or some shit. I don't know how to describe it. Again, the show has no right to have such a good opening song. You also know a show is either going to be extremely deep and depressing or going to try way too hard if they're using a depressing opera song for the opening. Also, there's already a lot of raw anime to be in the opening, so you really know what you're getting into. No clickbait here. Then the first actual scene we see is someone's arm just being torn. Is someone's arm just being torn right off of their body in Minecraft, of course. Oh my god, dude, this anime is gonna be so annoying to describe on YouTube. I'm just gonna have to keep referencing like different video games. We see a girl strapped to a table, Hannibal Lecter style. She looks over and the guy's head explodes in Grand Theft Auto. Yeah, I'm sorry guys, it's just YouTube policy, you know. As the door slowly opens, we can see that there is blood and bodies everywhere in this lab. A butt-ass naked girl, save for her helmet, walks out of the door as she hums the opening song to herself. See, even the characters of the show think this song is a goddamn banger. Fuck me, dude, I'm never gonna escape this song. Anyways, this mostly unclothed anime girl is named Lucy. She's the central character of Elfen Lied and a member of the Diclonius species, a mutated species of human. As the emergency alarm begins to ring through the lab, we see one of the lab assistants trying her very best to keep a normal mug cup balanced on a normal tray and somehow managing to be the worst of all time at it. The woat, some may say. As the woat struggles with her mug cup balancing, Lucy continues to obliterate the soldiers of the lab in Overwatch 2. The soldiers say to themselves, according to the manual, we'll be safe if we stay more than 2 meters or 6.56168 feet for us Americans. Also, don't drop things on the floor. As they say this to each other, a pen rises out from one of the corpses and the soldiers continue to get absolutely bodied in horrific ways. Bullets don't seem to affect this naked helmet-wearing telekinetic anime girl as she continues to walk through the lab while telepathically destroying the soldiers and painting the walls with bright red. It's all ketchup, YouTube, okay? It's all ketchup. And the scariest part about this is that you know there's some sicko out there who's like, oh yeah, I let her telepathically behead me. Or some freaky ass shit. Anyway, Lucy bumps into a line of guards with a dude wearing glasses standing in the middle of them. This man with glasses is Kurama, the chief of research at this lab, who I thought at first would be nothing more than a generic NPC, but is actually very pivotal to the story of Elfen Lied in many ways, as you'll see. During this absolutely intense stare down, the woke mug cup carrier lady accidentally trips and falls in front of Lucy and drops the mug cup, which is probably the most shocking moment of the show. I cannot believe she risked her life to carry this mug cup just to tragically drop it at the last second. Anyways, Kurama, the chief of research, tells her to run, but Lucy very kindly decides to remove this lady's head from her body in Claire Obscure Expedition 33. I mean, this is horrific, but lady, did you not hear the blaring emergency alarms telling you to run and exit the lab? Anyway. Lucy makes it past Kurama, the chief of research. Kurama orders the other workers to lock Lucy up in one of the hallways. However, another door opens up, leading to a cliffside and a vast body of water. It seems as though someone in the lab had opened the door for her to escape. As Lucy continues outside, a sniper tries to subdue her. He is able to hit Lucy, but she survives. Just the helmet breaks off and she falls into the water. We cut to the city of Kamakura, Japan. We see a guy and a girl meeting up with each other in the city as they are both coming here to attend the same college. Kota is the main male protagonist of the story. He's a mostly kind individual with a seemingly hidden past that even he himself doesn't seem to remember all that well. The girl is named Yuka, and she is Kota's cousin, and that's literally all you need to know. They are cousins. Yeah, I'm just gonna let you know right now, no spoilers just yet, but I fucking hate Yuka as a character, dude. The two reminisce about their past as they bring up someone named Kanae and how she would collect seashells by the shore. Suddenly, they see a naked girl with pink hair, and the two wonder what the hell she is doing there. The pink girl looks menacing for a second, but then says, "New," and then runs away, trips on the ground, and begins to cry. As they dress her in Kota's jacket, they notice that she has horns growing directly from her head. Seeing this, Kota remembers a brief flash from his past and looks very shocked for just a moment, but Yuka snaps him out of it. Yuka suggests that they should bring her to Kota's place because it seems like she has nowhere else to go, and she also doesn't seem to speak their language either. They go to the place Kota is staying at for college, and it's a giant house with 10 rooms. Apparently, it used to be a restaurant or something owned by Yuka's family or some shit, but whatever. Anyways, apparently her mom was okay with him staying for free as long as he cleaned the house, which includes cleaning all 10 rooms and the garden apparently, but high-key, I would take it in a heartbeat because, dude, free shelter for housework in this economy? They go in the house as the pink-haired girl follows them around, screaming, "New, new, new!" Kota says, let's just call her New, since she's always just saying new, new, new. Anyways, New, who looks like she has to go to the bathroom but is unable to communicate it, makes a mess on the floor, and Kota has to get to work immediately as Yuka takes care of New. They all eat lunch as we see that New doesn't even know how to eat a rice ball. Kota shows her how to eat it, and the two seem to have a little bonding moment together. And while this seemingly wholesome stuff takes place, we cut back to the lab where there is just blood everywhere. In Minecraft, of course. They have no idea how Lucy was able to escape, but Kurama says, "We need to despawn her existence from the world immediately." And his assistant lady asks him, "Not captured?" Kurama says that apparently humanity will be destroyed if Lucy is released to the outside world. And here I'll introduce you to the assistant lady, who does have a name and does play somewhat of a role in the story, but to be honest, I genuinely never was able to learn her name, and it's just easier to call her assistant lady. So I'm gonna just call her assistant lady, okay? They watch as an expert soldier trains with visual simulations. This man's name is Bando, but I like to think his first real name is Wasted and his last name is Potential. He's supposed to be an incredible soldier, but his personality is extraordinarily twisted. As he trains, he gets tired of it, yelling, "What's the point of shooting visuals? Let me shoot actual people," in Call of Duty, of course. Right, he seems like a really peaceful, kind, and stable individual. They order Bando, the soldier, to take out Lucy, and he can shoot her on sight in Call of Duty. Bando begins to laugh as an assistant approaches him and calls his name. And this wonderful example of a human being then immediately elbows this poor lady's face as he yells at her, "Don't stand behind me, idiot." What do you mean, guys? He's such a kind, nice, caring, and warm person. Okay, all sarcasm aside, Bando is a giant "see you next Tuesday" if you catch my drift, okay? He's a terrible person. Back in Kamakura, Kota and Yuka discuss what they should do about New as a shell falls out of Kota's bag. We see a flashback to the girl named Kanae showing them a particular pretty shell that she found. This girl named Kanae was Kota's sister, but soon after she gave him the shell, she died from a disease. At least that's how Kota explains it to New. Yuka, hearing this, is confused, asking to herself, "Disease?" New then takes the shell and breaks it in half, which causes Kota to freak out and get very angry at her, yelling at her to get out. New cries and runs out of the house. Yuka tries tries to explain to him, since you look so sad, she might have thought the seashell was bad. If you're sad every time you remember Kanae, I think Kanae will be sad too. Yuka then goes out to look for Lucy because it's raining very heavily. Meanwhile, a group of soldiers travel to Kamakura in a helicopter as Bando so graciously causes more problems for everyone, including pointing his gun at another soldier. We see New standing next to the beach as the soldiers explain that she is a vicious criminal who unalived 23 people in 5 minutes in Fortnite. She's basically ninja. We see New cry as the heavy rain pours onto her and episode 1 comes to a close. Before I move on to the next episode, let me talk about a few things. First off, I don't know if you can tell, but Lucy and New are the same person. However, I think because of the head injury she sustained from the sniper bullet in the beginning, it caused Lucy to develop a split personality. At least that's according to me doing a few Google searches about it. During the show, we do see her switch over from the New personality to her original Lucy personality a few times. So to make things easier from here on out, I'll make sure to call her by the personality that she's currently exhibiting. Another thing I want to talk about a bit is Lucy's age, because as you saw, she spends basically 90% of the first episode basically being allergic to clothing. According to Google, in the anime, she's portrayed as 18 and therefore is legal. However, there is literally a line in the scene where the soldiers are in the helicopter and Bando clearly says out loud that Lucy is a minor. I'll even play you the clip of it. I mean, back when this show aired, the legal age of adulthood in Japan was 20 years old, so I guess that could be a possible explanation. But then why are they portraying someone who's not considered an adult in the nude? I think what also could contribute to this was that back in 2004, the age of consent in Japan was 13 years old, which is honestly sickening to think about. It's disgusting. It just seems like the laws of Japan were kind of a mess in general. In conclusion, I have no idea what's going on here, but it all feels really messy and kind of yucky. Like the fact that you would have to try and justify and explain these things away through laws and technicalities and whatnot makes me feel really gross and is honestly a red flag, but whatever, man. Again, at the end of the day, regardless of the technicalities and the legalities of whatnot, I feel like the story can be told without the inclusion of this constant nudity, and all of this is a choice by the creators. Plus, while Lucy herself might be legal, a lot of the other characters shown in this way are not. So yeah, there's that. Or I don't know, if you really want to have her not wearing any clothes, here's an easy fix. Just make her 21 or older. Like, that would literally make this discussion that I just had completely unnecessary, and it would still tell the same exact story. It just makes no fucking sense to me. Anyway, this talk is bumming me out at this point, so let's just move on. Episode 2 begins with a girl sitting inside of a shed on the shore while holding a dog when she hears a helicopter approaching. In the helicopter, Bando continues to be uncooperative and opens the helicopter door, saying, "It's hunt or be hunted, drop me off already." Meanwhile, New searches for something on the shore, probably another shell to replace the one she broke. Back at the house, Kota stares at the shell and sees another flash into the past as he walks past a giant grandfather clock that's supposed to probably represent something meaningful and relates to the entire show's theme somehow, but even after finishing this show, I still don't understand the significance of this stupid clock, so don't expect me to talk too much about it. Anyways, he gets a knock on the door and 2 policemen are standing there. They ask him to cooperate with their investigation and show him a picture of Lucy/New and ask if he has seen her. Kota asks if she did something wrong, but the big burly policeman is just like, "Did you see them or not?" You know, trying to be intimidating or whatever. But anyway, they tell him she's just a missing person. Kota decides to lie, saying that he doesn't know her, and the police leave. After this, Kota grabs an umbrella and runs out. The soldiers arrive on the shore and search for Lucy, as Bando continues to treat his subordinate with utter disrespect. Anyway, they spot Lucy, or I guess New at this point, who seems to have found the perfect replacement shell. Meanwhile, Yuka continues to not contribute jack shit to the story as she looks for Lucy in the city area and ends up approaching the same policemen from before, the ones looking for Lucy, asking for their help to look for someone who is lost, which also happens to be Lucy. Kota finds New on the shore and asks her what she's doing. She shivers as Kota is like, "Can you get up?" However, Kota then gets utterly destroyed by Bando. Kota asks who they are, but Bando just points a gun at him, asking his subordinate, "It's okay to kill witnesses too, right?" The subordinate responds, we don't have an order like that. We gotta contact headquarters." Kota then takes Lucy's hand, begins to run, run, but Bando shoots at the ground and stops them. He then continues to pummel the ever-living shit out of poor Kota and points the gun at New. Meanwhile, Yuka remembers where Lucy might be and leaves the policeman alone. Yuka gets to the shore and looks around and spots Kota on the ground. He's knocked out and Yuka wakes him up. He asks, "Where's New?" but falls unconscious again and is taken to the hospital. Bando and his subordinate drag New along with them as the subordinate is like, "She seems different from the reports, sir." The subordinate does his actual job and reports back that they have Lucy now. But Bando, once again being such a wonderful fucking human being, literally knocks his own subordinate on the ground. He then turns to New and says, "Let's have a duel. You've unalived a lot already, right?" However, New is unresponsive and Bando says, "What's wrong with you? Aren't you a cold-blooded killer in Fortnite Battle Royale? 1v1 me, noob." New hides something and Bando asks what it is. New then tries to run, but Bando strikes her with his weapon and says, "I don't care anymore," and orders his subordinate to do the job. As Bando tries to light a cigarette in the rain, the subordinate apologizes to New, saying it's his job, and a bullet is heard as a bottle of ketchup explodes everywhere, if you catch my drift. The dog from the intro cries out loud as the girl hides from the commotion. We cut back to see that the subordinate has been 3-stocked in Super Smash Bros. In real life, and Bando witnesses this and stares in absolute shock as Lucy's face and overall vibe is completely different now. His bullets don't do anything as Bando panics, asking, "What the hell are you?" Invisible hands come out from behind Lucy and attack Bando. He realizes that her powers are these invisible hands that can stretch up to 2 meters, or 6.56168 feet for us Americans. Lucy straight up then begins to throw actual boats and shit as Bando, the ever so normal and well-adjusted human, is like, "This is fun!" However, Lucy then throws a massive curveball and takes out a gun and shoots at Bando, knocking him onto the ground and stands over him. She asks him, "Are you enjoying this?" in Japanese, clearly having a very different personality than you and being able to speak. She then destroys both of his arms in Wii Sports, as well as both of his eyes in Elden Ring. As Bando screams, "I'll unalive you, damn it! I'll unalive you!" Lucy says this isn't fun anymore and begins to choke Bando. However, before she's able to finish him, she sees the shell in her hand and begins to scream until her personality switches back to New. She turns to see what had happened to Bando and begins to cry. The girl in the shed comes out with her dog and witnesses New run past her. The girl in the shed finds Kota's umbrella and she sees Bando and asks him what happened. He just responds, "I unalive you! I unalive you!" unfazed by this completely stable man and his very friendly demeanor. The girl from the shed tells him to stop yelling and moving, ties a rope on his amputated arm, and says she'll call an ambulance for him. However, later she gets back to see that Bando had disappeared. In the hospital, Yuka sits next to Kota, who is still unconscious. He wakes up as the police from earlier enter the room. They ask him what happened and he says the truth, but they're like, "Huh? What? You got attacked by BB guns held by a motorcycle gang?" Clearly trying to throw him off the track of what actually happened. Kota asks them, "There was a girl there. Is she okay?" They ask him to describe her, but Kota dodges the questions until he lies to them about the girl's appearance and the police lose interest, telling him to forget about this incident for his own good. Definitely not sus at all. I mean, I've never played Among Us, but I feel like these cops would be the worst imposters of all time. Anyways, Kota gets home and sees New sitting at the front door. She takes out a pink shell and shows him. Kota drops the umbrella and hugs her, apologizing and thanking her. Meanwhile, Yuka remembers something from her past. It's her and Kota as children, and she asks him to visit again next year. Kota tells her, "I like you, so I'll never forget. I'll come back next year," only to then not come back to visit for another 8 years. And you might be wondering, he said, "I like you?" Like as relatives or friends, right? Right? You like her platonically, right, Kota? Anyways, Yuka then notices that she has a key to Kota's place. At Kota's place, he asks New who she is and says that the police and soldiers are being weird, but of course she can't understand him. Kota promises that he will never let her be taken by them. And of course, in classic anime fashion, we get a moment of Kota giving New clothes and saying, "Here, change your clothes." But of course, she doesn't understand what he's saying. So Kota has to change her clothes himself. Man, don't you just hate it when you find a random pink-haired girl with horns on her head on the shore and she happens to not understand your language, so you have to change her clothes for her? Ugh, I fucking hate it when that happens, man. So he tries to change her clothes with his eyes closed and he manages to change her shirt. Next up is her pants. Kota is like, "All right, ready, set,
go!
And as he does this, Yuka opens the door right in that specific moment. And then we get a very sudden hard cut to the lab where they start discussing things that are way more serious. Yeah, I mean, this anime is full of these stupid ass fan service moments that I always complain about in my videos because what do they add? Truly, what do they add? However, I won't deny that in this moment, having absolutely no words and then suddenly hard cutting to the lab made me laugh a little more than it should have. Anyways, at the lab, Kurama and the assistant lady discuss the failure of the mission. But now they know where Lucy is at. They walk into a room labeled number 7, and the assistant lady is like, I don't know if you should go that far. We see another girl with pink hair and horns is chained up to the wall, once again without wearing any clothing for some reason, you know. The lab worker explains that they have been experimenting on her as the pink-haired girl looks up and says the word Papa. Episode 3 begins with a scene where Yuka walks right into the room. Kota desperately tries to explain himself as Yuka leaves the keys to the house on the table. She very passive-aggressively says, it looks like I interrupted something. Whatever, bye. And Kota continues to desperately plead with her. Yuka asks if he remembers the festival they went to together as kids. He says, why bring that up now? Why does it matter? Yuka gets really upset and slaps him, calling him stupid, and cries and runs out of the house without much explanation. Once again, I'm gonna keep bringing this up because I feel like it's pretty important. But these two are cousins. Yuka later sulks in her room as she opens up a box full of cutouts of different animals. We get a flashback to the festival 8 years ago as Yuka fails to cut an animal out, and Kota does it with expert technique. You know, Kota seems to be the GOAT of cutting out shapes of animals. I think he'd be really good at the Dalgona game from Squid Game, probably. Yuka continues to suck ass at this, and Kota says, if you can do it, I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Yuka declares that next time she sees him, she's gonna be an expert at cutting these animals out, and she's going to ask him whatever she wants, and Kota's like, I'll remember it well, which he obviously didn't. In the present, Yuka begins to cry and says, I'm so stupid. So apparently, she got really good at cutting these animals out in the 8 years that she didn't see him. And rather than move on from Kota in the long-ass 8 years that they didn't see each other, she instead only thought about him, I guess, which is cool. Again, they're cousins. So yeah. Back in the lab, the girl with the pink hair is like, it's you, Papa, and gets excited, but she's too chained up to move. Kurama lets her off the chains and says, Nana, I have a favor to ask. This girl's name is Nana. She's a Diclonius who's been restrained in the lab since birth and is actually not Kurama's birth daughter, despite her calling him Papa. Since being born, she's been undergoing horrific experiments in the lab, and she needed some sort of support in order to prevent herself from mentally breaking down. And Kurama had become that pillar of support for her. They described that Nana has an obedient personality and has never attacked or unalived another human on her own, which makes her different from the other experiments and Diclonius. And although that might seem insignificant, the fact that she's never taken a human life despite being a Diclonius is a very important aspect of her character, as well as the overall story. Kurama asks Nana to unalive a person, and Nana says, I can't unalive someone else. Kurama then tells her that the opponent is also the same as her, a Diclonius, and Diclonius are able to sense each other, so Nana should be able to find her with ease. However, Nana still doesn't want to unalive another person, Diclonius or not. Kurama then says that she can just confine her and contact him once this is done. Nana asks, is this someone who causes you trouble? Kurama responds, I have no choice but to rely on you. Nana then says, I'll try my best, and Kurama orders the others to have her ready to be shipped out by the next day. And I hate to keep bringing this up, but Nana is one example of a character who is constantly shown in the nude, like a lot, despite her being a minor. And I know, once again, the laws were different in Japan and whatnot, but it's still gross to me that this is just such a casual and normalized thing in this show. Like, it still doesn't make it okay, in my opinion. Anyways, Kota now has a fever and is sick in bed. New panics as Kota asks her for water, but she's unable to understand. However, New pronounces the word water, showing that she's learning the language. But instead of bringing him water, she brings him a slipper and shows him proudly. He says, thank you, I appreciate the gesture at least. Meanwhile, Yuka stands in front of Kota's door and leaves the package and begins to leave instead of actually going inside. Before she can leave though, New opens the door and Yuka, not knowing it's New, does the generic tsundere thing where she's like, I didn't come here to see you, okay? I just brought some clothes for New. However, New grabs onto her screaming, water! Water! Yuka nurses Kota and Kota asks her about the festival and says, I don't really remember the festival that well. You know, around that time my dad died in a car car accident and Kanae got sick, so maybe it's because of those shocking incidents. Yuka gets sad, muttering to herself, on that day, both Uncle and Kanae were on the train with you, though. And then Kota's like, I can't hear you. And Yuka's like, oh, nothing. I won't even lie, dude. I think it was at this point that I was starting to really not be a fan of the whole Yuka subplot of this anime. Back in the lab, Bando is chained up to a hospital bed, screaming about how he's not gonna get castration surgery. However, Kurama is like, if you don't like it, you'll have to die here. If we don't surgically remove your testicles, humanity will be destroyed. And Bando is like, what does my balls have to do with humanity? And who is that horned bitch? What are those hands? What did I lose against? We now get a full explanation and lore drop from Kurama. These species are called Diclonius. They are a human in a mutated form, or a mutant, to keep it simpler. Their notable trait is a pair of protrusions sticking out from their temporal area, and the fact that they don't have just 2 hands, but many hands. These invisible hands are called vectors, and a detailed analysis of them has not been done yet. The Diclonius show abnormal abilities such as rapid movement and the ability to cut using high frequency micro vibrations, whatever that means. However, these hands are actually not weapons and have another purpose. Commonly, an individual with the Diclonius genes either dies right after birth or dies off within 1 generation. But Lucy alone doesn't have any problem with her adaptability to the environment and reproductive ability. The Diclonius also reproduce in a different way than normal human beings. This particular gene infects humans through the vectors, aka, when their hands go inside of a person's head or something, they get infected. Meaning that since Bando has been attacked by Lucy's vectors directly, he himself has been infected. Kurama says that Lucy will destroy all of mankind that currently exists in order to create an evolved humanity. This was all a very long-winded way to explain why Bando will have to have his balls removed. For the sake of humanity, give me your balls. Also, if you don't really understand everything that I just talked about, I'm gonna be honest with you, I also don't understand 100% of what he was explaining, so don't worry too much. Kota wakes up and sees that New is now in a different outfit wearing Yuka's clothes. They ultimately decide to have New stay in the house. Yuka then says, I've been thinking, I don't think it's good for you and New to live alone together, so I've decided to live here too. There's lots of rooms anyway. Wow, how very convenient for this cousin. Meanwhile, Nana is about to leave in a helicopter and says, I've never worn clothes like this before. Kurama says they're counting on her, and Nana says, if I do my best for you, please give me head pats. Kurama promises her this, saying that if she thinks it's impossible to just run away, just please come back alive for sure. Nana then asks him a favor, but we don't find out what it is at the moment, and as Nana leaves, they discuss that there's no way Nana can beat Lucy. However, Kurama says that they can't just act randomly anymore and cause more deaths at this point. Anyways, now Yuka has fully moved into the big house, and at this point, the cousin arc is starting to kill me from the insides, like an infection that's gonna cause my children to grow horns and develop invisible hands. I can't. Kota wipes down the floor as he's like, living with a girl, huh? Maybe it sounds kind of fun. And Yuka is sitting right behind him and asks him, are you thinking of something weird? And Kota's like, no, of course not. New then says she wants to help out with cleaning too. And of course, as Kota wipes the floor, his elbow accidentally touches New's chest and they both freak out. I'm so over it. New takes Kota's hands and presses it against her chest, getting closer to him. She's repeatedly rubbing his hand against her chest and is like, New. And Kota's like, oh, you want me to move my hand around? As they do this, Kota's like, I wonder if I taught her something weird too. I'm so done already, man. Like, I cannot stand this kind of shit in anime anymore because it just happens so much. And literally 99.9% of the time, it adds absolutely nothing to the show. Nothing. Here I am trying to enjoy this very dark and somewhat interesting story about the struggle of humanity versus the Diclonians and the potential end of humankind as we know it. And they decide to throw in a, oops, I fondled this girl's chest by complete accident moment. Are you serious? It straight up not only does not add anything to the anime, I would say it even detracts from it. Do you think Attack on Titan would be as popular or mainstream as it is worldwide today if they had a random scene where, I don't know, Eren is trying to master the maneuver gear but is failing, and as he falls over and goes upside down, he accidentally grabs Mikasa's chest or like sees her underwear or some shit? No! Dear god, I'm just so over it all. If anything, it's also kind of weird to me that they would basically infantilize this girl, who once again is shown nude a lot, to the point where she can't even communicate about using the bathroom or change her clothes on her own. Like, I can see it working from a story standpoint, I guess, you know, like, oh, she developed a split personality, complete opposite of her murderous personality, you know, she's completely a baby and innocent. But the issue is then they use this character trait as a reason why something becomes sexual, like in the scene I just talked about. It's just fucking weird. Anyways, Yuka approaches them and asks, what kind of love affair is this? And Kota's like, well, it's cause you. But before he can finish, we hear her slap him across the face and leaves to go shopping, saying, don't do anything weird to you. Like, I genuinely thought the show, despite the weirdness of it all, was actually not that bad until this moment. I think this moment was the first sign of the disasters that would come upon this show. Yuka walks out as the girl with the dog walks past her with the umbrella she had found at the shore. The dog barks hella loudly as the girl opens the door and returns the umbrella. Kota thanks her and she's like, I found it 2 nights ago at the beach. Kota, hearing this, asks if someone else was there that night. The girl answers there was someone like a soldier, and Kota immediately asks her for more detail. As Yuka gets back from shopping, she notices the dog by the front door. She walks in the house to see another girl in the room. To her dismay, girl, you gotta calm your fucking jealousy down. Jesus Christ. And once again, for the people in the back, you two are cousins. Calm the fuck down, dude. Oh my god. Anyways, New wipes the floor and spots a little box. The other 3 discuss the night at the beach as Kota's like, just as I thought, the police knew about that soldier. New slips and falls on the ground, dropping the box. However, hitting her head on the ground seems to have turned her back into Lucy, as she goes in to immediately kill Kota using her vectors in Minecraft. However, she suddenly sees a flashback to younger Kota screaming, please stop, and stops from killing him in Stardew Valley. Okay, that... Sorry, that video game doesn't even make sense to reference. Lucy then says Kota's name under her breath as if she already knows who he is from the past. The box that she dropped was a music box and it plays the opening theme. Yuka says that Kota forgot this music box at her house 8 years ago, but Kota's just like, I remember, sort of? The dog begins to bark outside as the younger girl explains that this dog is her friend. As they talk, Lucy walks out of the house and sees the dog barking at her, and we hear a noise implying that she might have done something to the dog. Anyways, we learn that this young girl's name is Mayu. Mayu is a character that we'll definitely be talking about a lot more down the line. But for now, just know that her name is Mayu. As she gets ready to leave, Kota asks her where she lives as he might have more things to ask. Mayu, however, says nothing and leaves. Outside, she sees that the dog is missing and begins to freak out. The rope holding the dog there had been ripped. However, the dog is revealed to be alive and Mayu says, thank God, I thought you threw me away too. Before we move on, let me introduce you to Wanta, the dog. He is automatically the best character in this entire show. He is the goodest, bestest boy, okay? I was honestly gonna fucking riot if Lucy had actually did anything to harm the dog, to be honest. I might have even dropped the show if the dog died. I won't even lie. But thankfully, Wanta is safe and sound. Almost as if Lucy wanted to help him escape or something future plotline. Anyways, Yuka and Kota sit in the house as Kota wonders where New could be. Yuka stays silent and Kota asks her what's the matter. Yuka's like, I'd always been meaning to give you this music box the next time I saw you. Kota's like, oh, I see. Anyways, where's New? Not even giving a single fuck about Yuka or not even noticing that she's very clearly upset. Yuka says, so you have forgotten everything. Then she throws one of the biggest plot twists in the entire show and asks Kota, hey Kota, do you ever think about fondling my breasts? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the heck? Girl, he's your cousin. What is wrong with you? See, until this point, the romantic feelings that Yuka has towards Kota seem to be heavily implied, but not fully confirmed. But this question is not something you just casually ask your cousin, or anyone for that matter. Even Kota is absolutely shocked to hear this question, even though we all know he'd probably be into it, okay? It's not just Yuka. These two are both fucking weirdos. Kota just happens to have other actual interesting plot lines that doesn't make him a completely terrible character. Anyways, I have never wanted to stop watching an anime so bad until this specific moment. Jesus Christ. Nana arrives in the city as we find out what her request was. She had asked Kurama for his tie, and he gave it to her. She wears it on her head, covering her horns with it. Lucy is then approached by Nana, who says, "You knew I was coming, didn't you? I'm going home and you're coming with me." Episode 4 begins with Nana telling Lucy that the lab already knows about this place and that she can't run. She asks Lucy, "Are you going to kill me too?" In Minecraft, of course. Lucy then responds, "I've never killed a person until now." Excuse me? Ma'am? What do you mean? You have literally spent the entire past few episodes deconstructing many human bodies in Fortnite Battle Royale? What are you even saying? Lucy begins to walk away, but Nana continues to tell her that she can't leave until Lucy begins to attack Nana. Lucy says, "I was gonna let you go because you're one of the same species as me, but now you're a pain." The two fully begin to fight as Lucy is blasted away and choked by Nana. Nana seems to have longer vectors than Lucy's, giving her an advantage in distance. Nana says that she won't kill Lucy in Minecraft, but will teach her a lesson in place of Papa, referring to Kurama. Unfortunately, we are then taken away from the actual interesting part of the story, back to Yuka and Kota's weird-ass, incestual-ass conversation. As Yuka asks, "Do you want to do it to me like you did it to New?" Holy fucking shit, girl. Chill. Kota's like, "We gotta look for New." And Yuka's like, "New?" New. You don't care about me at all. You don't tell me important things like being attacked by a soldier. And Kota's like, "I didn't want to make you needlessly worried." And Yuka says, "So I'm not allowed to worry about you. You always worry about New. I waited all this time and thought I was finally able to see you." She then cries and starts to walk away. As Kota approaches her, Yuka then punches him in the face, saying she hates him and runs off. She then says to herself, "It wasn't supposed to be like this." We see a flashback of Yuka at what seems to be a funeral for Kota's father and sister. The other people in the crowd say that Kota's in the hospital, unable to even speak because of the shock that he's had. As she remembers this, Yuka says to herself, "Kota's the one who's actually suffering." Mayu, the girl with the dog, is seen at some kind of bakery and receives a bunch of bread crusts. The baker lady asks, "Your dog eats a lot, huh?" Mayu's like, "Haha, yeah." The lady asks Mayu how old she is, and Mayu reveals that she's 13, turning 14 tomorrow. It's her birthday the next day. Mayu walks out as she bumps into Yuka, who sees her bread crust and runs away as Yuka wonders what that might have been about. Lucy struggles against Nana for a bit, but Lucy is still more powerful apparently and begins her counterattack. As the two fight, Mayu feels the quaking of the ground and goes to check it out. As Nana is struck by Lucy's vectors, Mayu witnesses this battle from a distance, recognizing Lucy. As Nana grabs Lucy's legs and says, "I'm sorry to do this to you," Mayu runs in between them and yells, "You guys can't fight!" Distracted by this, Lucy gets the advantage and dismembers Nana's arms and legs in Fortnite Wii Sports Minecraft Battle Royale. Mayu sees this and screams, but Lucy literally just grabs Mayu and throws her over a fence into a tree. Nana cries that it hurts and asks for help from Papa, but Lucy continues to do pretty unspeakable things to her. However, before Nana is finished off, a sniper bullet misses Lucy and distracts her. Kurama and a bunch of soldiers approach them as he sees Nana on the ground. As Lucy is distracted, Nana does something with her vectors to Lucy and causes her to wince in pain. I have no idea how this works, but apparently Nana is able to disable the powers of other Diclonius using this method. Lucy, now unable to use her vectors, is cornered as Kurama tells her that he will never forgive her. He approaches Nana and carries her as Nana apologizes for dirtying his tie. Kurama asks why she didn't just wait for him, and she says that she thought he'll praise her more if she captured Lucy on her own, and continues to apologize. Lucy then says, "Papa, isn't your daughter dead already?" To which Kurama responds, "Yeah, I unalived her," as he hits Lucy in anger. Lucy runs away as the soldiers chase her down. Kurama goes back to Nana, who says, "She ran away. I did something I shouldn't do, right? Am I useless now?" She cries as she asks, "Will you not be using me anymore, Papa? I'm sorry." Kurama says, "That's enough, so don't talk anymore." Cut back to Yuka, who asks the bakery lady about Mayu. The lady says that Mayu comes around every day, always wearing the same clothes, and people suspect that she's homeless. Yuka ponders on what to do until she sees a helicopter in the distance. On the helicopter, Nana is bandaged up as Kurama watches over her. He gets a call from the assistant lady who says that the director of the lab is there, asking to see Kurama the moment he gets back. New bumps into Yuka and cries and hugs her. Yuka notices that New is injured and says, "Something's wrong with me, huh? Feeling jealous of you." And I'm just like, yeah, I mean, maybe just a little bit, you know? I won't really disagree with that. Like, I'm sorry if that sounds rude, but like, again, you are his cousin, Yuka. You are his cousin. Out of the 120 million people that live in Japan, how is it that your cousin is the only person you can think about? Okay. Anyway, Kota gets a call on the phone and goes to the hospital to find Mayu with her head bandaged. Kota lies to the hospital, saying that she's a distant family member and takes her with him. Mayu apologizes, saying, "I'll be sure to pay the hospital fee." Kota asks why Mayu had asked the hospital to call Kota and not someone else, but Mayu doesn't answer. Kota then offers her a meal at their place. Everyone's now back at the house. Niu runs and hugs Kota after seeing him as Mayu remembers the battle she witnessed earlier. However, she sees Niu's very innocent looking face and is like, "Yeah, I mean legs just don't fly off on their own, right?" And tries to move on. As they eat, Mayu is very taken in by the food, saying how delicious it is. Kota's like, "Is it really? I think it's mid." Which made me honestly laugh more than it should have. Yuka offers the bath to Mayu, who ponders how long it's been since she's taken a bath. Now, skipping past the completely unnecessary bath scene, Yuka explains to Kota what she had heard about Mayu from the baker lady. They discuss what they should do about Mayu, and the two somehow reconcile after their earlier weird fight/incestual moment as the two explain themselves to each other. They then stare into each other's eyes as they begin to blush. Oh my god, why? Why does this keep happening? Later, Yuka offers Mayu to stay the night since they have so many rooms. Back in the lab, Kurama talks to the director of the lab. He does have a name, but since there's already so many fucking names in this show, I'm just gonna call him the director. He's also kind of a massive piece of shit and probably the biggest monster in the entire series, so whatever, man. Anyways, the director says something about, "We can't lose the Eve for our new human race," referring to Lucy, but he tells Kurama to get rid of Nana. He says that useless Diclonius are nothing more than a dangerous existence. Kurama reacts in shock, but the director says, "You've already unalived so many carriers, so I won't let you say that you can't do this now, Kurama." Kurama bows and leaves without a word, and the director gets a call from his son asking for another increase in his research budget. Let me introduce to you the director's son. He also has a name, but honestly, I don't even remember his name either, so I'll call him the director's son. The call between them ends with the director's son talking about the escaped Diclonius, and another lady in his lab asks about the funding and says that the vaccine is almost completed. This vaccine is supposed to counteract the Diclonius infection, it seems. I'm also gonna call this lady Shower Lady, because while she's not a very important character, she does come up more than once, so it's good to know her existence, and you'll find out why I call her Shower Lady a little later down the line. As the two discuss the escaped Diclonius, which is Lucy, the director's son mutters to himself, "I don't want my dad to just have her back." He cuts an image of Lucy in half with a box cutter while saying, "She's mine." Yikes. Kurama and the assistant lady get ready to put Nana to sleep, if you catch my drift, and Kurama says that he'll do it. Kurama touches Nana's face as she opens her eyes and says, "Papa." He tells her that it's just an exam and it'll hurt, but she should bear it. She smiles and agrees, getting injected with something and says, "I'm sleepy." However, before she completely fades away, she says, "Goodbye, Papa," as she seemingly passes on. Kurama and the assistant lady both cry as this happens, and I don't know if the wind blew dust into my room at this moment, but my tear ducts might have started dripping a bit of liquid too because of dust. Okay, fine, I might have cried just a little bit, okay? Just a little. Episode 5 begins with Kurama staring into the distance as he discusses with the assistant lady about regrets or some shit. In the house, Yuka and Kota realize that Mayu had left the house and left behind a letter thanking them for letting her stay and that she will pay back the hospital fee. The two ultimately decide to look for Mayu together. They go to the bakery where the baker lady doesn't know where Mayu is but asks them to give her something when they find her. We then see a very sudden flashback to Mayu's backstory. And when I say that this is genuinely one of the most horrific things that I have ever seen in anything, I do mean that from the bottom of my heart. We find out a bit more about Mayu's past in a scene where Mayu is meeting her new stepdad, who her biological mother had remarried with. And I think this stepfather is one of the most evil monsters in anime. I'm not gonna specify what exactly happened or what I saw for some of this because it is one of the most the backstories that I've seen. But to put it bluntly, it involves Mayu, her stepfather, and CSA. And the way they decided to depict this is also absolutely shocking. I have never seen such a direct portrayal of such a horrific event. And to be honest, a lot of it just felt completely unnecessary. I understood what was happening without the show having to go that far with the way they decided to portray this. Like someone straight up drew these images and someone else approved of it and then they aired this. They made the choice to put this shit in the show. It is one of the most disgusting things I have ever seen in my life. The art choice is bewildering and disgusting. Mayu at a certain point tells her mother that she can't stand it anymore. However, her mother slaps her, yelling at her that she is unwanted. So clearly, the mother's a piece of shit herself. Later on, Mayu decides to run away from home, and we see her in the middle of a street where she breaks down and cries out loud. She eventually reaches the ocean and leaves her shoes on the shore as she walks towards the ocean. If you don't know, this can be interpreted as a symbolism for committing suicide. As she walks into the water, a dog chases her and barks at her, and it was at this point that Wanta had become her friend and saved her in that moment. I mean, I don't even know, man. This is just one of the most messed up things that I've ever seen in any form of media ever. And I've seen Midori Shoujo Tsubaki, which is a short animated film about the same topic that was banned in Japan for being too disturbing. And yet Mayu's backstory elicited a much more strong reaction of disgust for me. And I'll talk about this a lot more in depth a little later in this video. But first, I need to get to a certain point of this show for me to really explain myself fully and how I feel about this entire backstory. So let's get back to the recap for now. Back to the present, another lady spots Mayu with Wanta and calls out for James, which is apparently the dog's actual name. She grabs the dog and coldly walks away from Mayu, and Mayu asks her if she can ever visit Wanta, but this fucking bitch just responds with, "You're filthy," and walks away from Mayu. Like, what a fucking see you next Tuesday, dude. Holy mother of God. Losing Wanta and having no one else in her life, Mayu is depressed about how she's spending her 14th birthday alone, homeless in the heavy rain. She cries even though she had decided to never cry again. The cops find her and asks her what she's doing and tells her to come out, but she runs away. She then bumps into Kota and the squad, and Kota explains to the police, "She's our family. We had a little fight. We just have a habit of running away whenever we fight," referring to Yuka, which is such a petty sentence that it did make me laugh. But anyway, Mayu asks why they looked for her, but Kota takes her hand and says, "Come on." Inside the house, they offer to let her stay until she figures out some more stuff, since they'll feel more at ease too. Yuka takes out a small cake, which was what the baker had asked them to give Mayu. They say happy birthday as New comes in with a bowl of rice to give to Mayu. Mayu completely breaks down at this point, and we also see that Wanta had somehow inexplicably returned to the front door of the house. They don't explain it at all, how Wanta made it back or why, but honestly, good, okay? Fuck that lady. She's such a bitch, dude. She does not deserve Wanta, okay? The bestest boy in her life. Mayu deserves to have Wanta in her life, okay? We then suddenly cut a little into the future, where Mayu has been going to school for a while, as well as living with Kota and Yuka. It turns out that Mayu's mother didn't put up much of a fight and let them take Mayu from her. She didn't even report it to the police. Jesus Christ, man. Yuka then tells Kota, "Don't add more girls to the house now." And Kota's like, "I'm not doing it on purpose." Oh, Jesus. Anyways, they go to university, and for some reason, they take New with them. She's slowly learning words, I guess. In the classroom, Kota's like, "Hey, Yuka, you're dumber than I thought, aren't you? This school doesn't require high grades to get in. I barely passed LMFAO." And Yuka gets upset and says, "I turned down all the other schools that accepted me." And she gets angry and screams some shit. And Kota's just absolutely obliterating Yuka's entire existence constantly throughout the show without even trying. It's just laughable at this point, dude. Yuka straight up turned down all the opportunities for a potential better education just to go to college with her cousin, who she has such a huge crush on, to the point where she spent 8 years just thinking about him. I'm dying inside, dude. Yuka says the professor they're learning from is supposed to be a real weirdo, and we quickly find out that this professor is actually the director's son. During class, the director's son asks, "Who knows this question?" And Yu says, "Hi!" And the director's son sees her and gets completely shocked, recognizing her as Lucy and asking why she's here. Kota and Yuka take her to leave the classroom, but the director's son instead calls the class off and calls the three into his office. He tells Yuka and Kota that New is his younger brother's daughter and asks them what's going on. The two tell him the truth, with Kota saying she seemed like she was being chased by something or someone. The director's son accuses them of committing some crimes like kidnapping and tells them that he'll look after her. He says she lost her memories and has issues with her language, and they should understand that she needs to be returned to her parents. Yuka fights back, but Kota simply accepts it, asking him to take good care of her. The two leave, and New tries to chase after him but is held back by the director's son. New then yells, "Kota!" finally learning how to say his name, but he continues to walk away. Kota and Yuka later reminisce on the short time they had together with New. Kota admits he couldn't say anything back to the director's son since technically he wasn't wrong. Kota begins to cry, and then they both hug, and then they both begin to cry. Dude, what the fuck is going on? The director's son, obviously not returning Lucy to his fake-ass younger brother, instead has tied New up, getting ready to inject her with some some shit, I don't know. He realizes that Lucy's intellect had split into two different sides. He then says, together we can end 150,000 years of Homo sapien history. I'll put you to sleep, then you'll birth my children. Oh, what the Kota and Yuka get home all sad as Mayu wonders what happened to Nyu. Mayu suggests they should go visit her once in a while and then wonders if the director's son was even telling the truth. Yuka says it was kind of weird and he was kind of a real weirdo, so they decide to ask him what's up the next time they see him. Back in the lab, Lucy is asleep as the professor prepares himself. Yuka asks Kota if she was gone, would he cry like he did for Nyu? Kota says, I didn't cry because I wanted to. And Yuka's like, right. And Kota goes to sleep. As Kota leaves the room, Yuka begins to cry, calling him dumb, and in the hallway, Kota also cries, saying, don't ask me something like that, you idiot. Oh, I don't know, dude. I'm so over this subplot between Kota and Yuka. Y'all, take a shot every time I say this. But you guys are cousins! At this point, the two might as well begin writing The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe in Japanese, because this is getting real freaky. As the director's son prepares to do his nasty bullshit, Lucy disappears. The director's son begins to panic and freak out as Lucy comes out telling him, the other one is asleep. Who are you? The director's son says, I'm on your side. And it's revealed that he was the one that opened the last door that let Lucy escape the lab in the beginning of the show. The director's son says, I, unlike my father, don't intend to restrain you. You're built to listen to your DNA and to destroy humanity. And I want to join forces with you so that we can destroy the old mankind together and create a world only filled with the colonius. Lucy breaks a glass and sees that her powers have returned. She calls the director's son a stupid monkey, but in a shocking twist, the director's son takes his hair off, showing off that he too is a Declonius. What? See, now things are starting to get interesting again. Oh, wait, never mind. She unalived him on the spot. Well, so much for that plot twist, I guess. Lucy says that she doesn't need someone like him. Episode 6 starts with Bundle coming out of his operation to repair his body. He can see again, and he has an artificial robotic arm. But before they can remove his balls, he asks about his fist and very kindly punches the fucking nurse that's taking care of his ass and jumps out the window, saying that he needs to get some weapons while his ID is still valid. It's good to know this horrible event that he just went through hasn't changed his really friendly personality, right guys? God, just imagine being a nurse, you're working your ass off, doing your job and trying to help people who are in need, only to have your jackass patient who you just helped recover punch you in the face. I would say the only thing that I like about Bundle is that his incredibly wild card personality does keep the show somewhat interesting at times, I guess. He's more interesting than Yuka as a character, I'll say that much, but that's also not a very high bar. Kota says that he's worried about Nyu, so he decides to head out at night. Yuka says she's coming too, but Kota tells her it's fine and that he'll go alone. In the university or whatever, Shower Lady walks into the room. Yeah, guys, remember her? She's the one talking to the director's son about the vaccine earlier. She spots a piece of clothing that Lucy was wearing the day before, but then gets jump scared by Kota walking in from behind her. She tells Kota that the director's son might be in the basement, where there is a lab. They walk down as Kota explains the situation. Shower Lady tells him that he was fooled, saying that he doesn't have a younger brother. We see a random girl talking about whatever in the streets of Kamakura, and she walks past Lucy, who seemingly attacks her. I don't exactly know what she did, but Lucy inserted her vector into this girl's head. I guess she's infecting her or something? Question mark? I don't really know. But this girl then falls over, and then we get an angle showing her underwear in plain sight, because that's literally the most important part of this anime. It's so fucking important. Holy shit. This angle shot showing a girl's underwear is going to fucking save humankind as we know it. It's going to change the world. Kota asks Shower Lady what the director's son is studying anyways, and she's like, so there's this disease where you grow horns? And Kota screams, huh? She says that he's developing a vaccine that counteracts the disease, saying that it's highly contagious and humans with horns are isolated. She opens the lab door and the two look around, but the director's son's not there. The assistant opens another door and accidentally kicks something as Kota freaks out. He points at the director's son's corpse as the two find his remains. And as horrific as the scenery is, I straight up cannot stop laughing at the fact that the director's son literally died with one of them Aigao faces, dude. You know, like one of them hentai faces. It's just It's just so peak, man. Anyways, they notice the horns on his head, and neither of them understand what's going on. Shower Lady then tells Kota that these horned people are being unalived after being isolated because they'll unalive human beings first. Kota then begins to get a headache as he gets some kind of quick flashback, and Shower Lady tells him to just go home. She then contacts the lab, unsure of what to do. Kota gets home extremely dejected. Yuka asks what happened, and Kota's about to explain while freaking out, saying the professor was, but then completely forgets what he was going to say or everything he just witnessed. He says he feels sick and is gonna go to sleep, completely forgetting, or I guess repressing what had just happened. At this point, you might be noticing that Kota has a trauma response that causes him to basically repress all of his traumas until he completely forgets that they even happened, which I think is a very interesting storyline. What was so traumatic that caused Kota to even develop this in the first place? Does it have to do with Lucy? This is all interesting and all, but it would be even more interesting if half of Kota's storyline didn't have to do with this weird fucking incestual love affair that he has with his cousin. Straight up. Back in the lab, the director and Kurama talk. The director says, "My son died. What have you been doing?" They then talk about Nana, who had an attachment to Kurama. However, even despite Nana being a Diclonius who had never used her vectors against humans or unalived anybody, the director just says that all Diclonius are the same. Diclonius born from carriers are only dangerous murderers who are unable to reproduce and do nothing but kill people in PUBG battlegrounds. The director tells Kurama to not make the mistake of getting attached to a Diclonius as Kurama walks out. The assistant lady then asks Kurama about his family. Kurama reveals that his daughter is dead and that he himself had despawned her from reality, and his wife, who saw this, apparently deleted herself. The next day, Kota is preparing to go look for New as Yuka says she might be at the professor's place. Kota's like, "She ran away. I just feel it," completely forgetting what he had witnessed the night before. Kota says that Yuka can come along too, to Yuka's surprise. On the beach, Mayu spots Bando as he recognizes her too. She's like, "You're okay, huh?" Bando, shocked, says, "Was I saved by someone like this?" He then yells at her, "What do you want me to do? I don't like being in debt to others, especially not to a brat like you." And she's like, "It's fine, you don't have to do anything." But he ends up writing his phone number and gives it to her. He says, "If you're ever in a pinch and need help, call this number." He then asks if she's seen a girl with horns, and Mayu responds, "You mean New?" Kota and Yuka look for New, but it begins to rain heavily, and Yuka slips and got mud on her pants, so the two take shelter. We get a bunch of shots of dog statues just kind of, there. As the two talk and whatnot, Yuka is shivering, and Kota's like, "You're cold, right?" Kota then grabs Yuka and pulls her towards himself, and the shot cuts away to one of the dog statues staring intensely as if it was judging these two sinful college cousins. Then we cut back to see that Yuka is literally straddling Kota. What do you mean, guys? Are you saying that not all cousins do this stuff? I thought this was normal for cousins to do, right, guys? The two blush and whatever as feelings intensify, and the dog statues judge him harder. Yuka asks him, "Do you like me?" Oh my god. Then Yuka's like, "Oh wait, never mind, forget about that." Kota says, "I'm sorry, I don't remember very well about the last time I played with you, but I liked you, and even now, I still do." Oh my god. And then, holy fucking shit, Yuka goes in to kiss him on the lips. They kiss each other on the lips. Are you... What? The cousins have kissed. The cousins have... Ring the alarms. They have done it. The incest is officially canon now. What the fuck? Anyways, back to the shore, okay? Bando is now threatening Mayu, explaining that he came to unalive Lucy in the first place. Mayu keeps saying she doesn't know, but Bando continues to beat her and tries to get her to explain. However, Mayu, being an absolute warrior titan genius, pulls the ultimate Uno reverse card by showing him the phone number that he gave her moments ago. And Bando's like, "What are you doing?" And Mayu responds, "I'm in a big pinch right now. Please help me." Feeling absolutely outplayed by this 999 IQ genius move, Bando lets Mayu go and throws her on the ground. I won't even lie, this was probably one of my favorite moments of the show, despite the fact that it did make me very uncomfortable to watch Mayu, who has already gone through way too much in her life, as we saw in the episode before, getting brutally beaten by Bando. And I don't support that. I think that's kind of awful to show. Seeing Mayu just straight up destroy destroying Bundle in this moment was probably one of the funniest moments for me. I don't know if it was supposed to be funny, but I was watching this with a friend of mine and we had to pause just to process this genius move that we just watched Mayu pull. Unfortunately though, any good parts of this moment ends as we do get a very short glimpse of Mayu's undergarments as she is thrown onto the ground. And this might not seem like that big of a deal on surface level, but it really grosses me out because the reality is, even if it was just one frame showing that underwear, someone went out of their way to actually draw that frame. This isn't recorded with a camera. Someone had to go and draw that detail of showing her underwear, even if it was just for 1 second, which is absolutely shocking to me because an episode ago, we literally watched her go through one of the most horrific things a child could ever go through. How the is this show going to portray what is literal CSA on the screen, only to then just show a flash of the same victim's underwear in the next episode? And for what reason? It just makes me feel sick. It's disgusting that they would even think that this is okay to do. It's just absolutely insane to me. Not just from a storytelling standpoint, but also it's just the fact that it feels extremely disrespectful to the topic of CSA, as well as the unfortunate victims who actually suffered through this horrific event. Jesus Christ. It's not okay. Anyways, Bundle leaves Mayu alone, telling her to never show her face to him again. While all this happens, Kota and Yuka are kissing and getting comfy as hell with each other as Yuka begins to cry. She says, I don't want you to forget. I don't want to be away from you. I don't mind being your property, so let me stay with you always. Huh? Sorry, ma'am. What was that? I don't know if I heard you correctly. Anyways, Kota wipes her tears and kisses her on the lips again. The rain lets up and the two realize what they were just doing as Yuka falls off of him to reveal her underwear to Kota. Dude, oh my god, fuck this shit, dude. She then gets embarrassed and immediately punches him. And I didn't really mention it until now, but yeah, the casual abuse from Yuka towards Kota is not funny at all at this point. She constantly just hits him throughout the show, and a lot of times it's just treated as a joke. She's not the only character who hits another person in this show at all, but usually in other cases it's treated as an actual serious moment that's happening in the story, whereas Yuka constantly punches and slaps Kota and it's supposed to be a joke more than half the time. And sure, I can see it being funny like once, but only if the guy does deserve it. But half the time, Kota gets slapped from things that's not completely his own fault. It's fucking annoying, and it makes it harder to like Yuka as a character, to be honest. Anyways, the two resume their search for New, as Kota says out loud, where is she and what is she doing? We're this worried about her. Lucy seems to overhear this from a distance as she remembers something from the past, Kota telling her to stop once again. Lucy then walks away as the two spot her and catch up to her. Kota says, where were you? We were worried. Oh wait, you don't understand what I'm saying. But Lucy pushes his hand off and asks, what are you saying? In clear Japanese, completely understanding what he's saying. As Yuka holds Kota's hands, Lucy sees this and pushes Yuka down the stairs with her vectors. Seeing his cousin get forcefully shoved down the stairs by a mysterious force, Kota just says, it's slippery, be careful. Yuka says, no, something just pushed me. Lucy watches as Kota tends to Yuka and remembers a sight of the two doing something similar from the past. Lucy says Kota's name and walks away, telling them that she's going home and she's remembered everything. Kota asks what she's talking about, telling her that she already has a home with them. Lucy begins to cry as she says, I don't have the right to be with you. 8 years ago, Kota begins to feel something within his memories too, as we get more brief flashbacks. However, by this point, Lucy had turned back into New and hugs him. She then says, cuddle, to Kota, and Yuka is like, fine, I guess I'll let it happen today. Girl, Jesus Christ, this is too much. Kota then hugs New, who cries and remembers something. A scene of him and herself as kids, playing in the water. Kota says, let's go home. I'll never let you go. As they hug for a very prolonged amount of time, Yuka angrily asks, how long are you gonna hug? And jokingly, this is him again. Man, this is quite possibly the most 2000s coded anime episode I have ever seen in my life. Back at the beach, we see that Nana is actually alive. She hears a message from Kurama revealing to her that he was ordered to unalive her, but he disobeyed and let her get away. She also has new arms and legs attached to her, as well as a huge wad of cash. He tells her to go somewhere far away and to live discreetly, saying he'll definitely come to get her as long as she stays a good girl. Nana cries, calling Kurama stupid, until Bando points a gun at her, asking her what those horns are, and she'll be sorry depending on her answer. So this is where I stopped watching the show for that night, and I already had so many thoughts in my head. First off, I think episode 6 was where the show officially died in my mind. I mean, there are parts that I liked about it. I was genuinely intrigued by some of the storylines and the characters in the show up to this point. I think the extreme gore and violence actually adds to the overall story for me. It reminds me of something like Cyberpunk Edge Runners or Attack on Titan, where the violence adds to the setting of the world and how dangerous it is to live in it. And yeah, it does seem like the show does try to tackle some very deep and important themes about what it means to be born into this world, amongst other important things. And fuck, man, if the show's theme song does not slap, like, it's a good song. I know I keep repeating this, but like, it's straight up, it low-key gives me Claire Obscure Expedition 33 vibes, and that game's soundtrack is one of my favorite soundtracks of all time. So I feel like I'm giving it pretty high praise. But at the same time, it feels like there are so many things that this show does that kind of goes against its own messaging, kind of counteracts everything it's trying to do. I think the biggest example is how they handled Mayu's backstory and what came after that. Let me play you a clip I recorded of myself after finishing these first 6 episodes.
Dude, I won't lie. I think this is probably the most upset an anime I watched for this channel has made me. You can't... Jesus. You cannot have a show where you show a very, very young girl and her horrific, traumatic past with being sexually abused, and then the next episode have the main character and his love interest, which is his cousin, make out and like be romantic and shit. You can't be doing that, brother.
Yeah, so it's just absolutely insane to me how they decided to just throw in one of the most shocking and upsetting backstories in all of anime with full drawings and all, then immediately move on to some weird-ass incestual love affair between cousins, and also animate that frame of a panty shot from Mayu, who is again literally a victim of CSA, all in the next episode right after this. And not only that, they continue to still sometimes show Mayu without any clothing on in later episodes of the anime, which again, I find to be really gross. To call it tone deaf might just be a massive understatement. That whiplash of seeing this horrific backstory, and then an episode later, getting this moment where Kota and Yuka, the cousins, are getting giddy with each other, made me so upset. I won't even lie to you. It just feels like they made Mayu's backstory extremely shocking just for the sake of making this anime into a dark and edgy story that's willing to go far in order to tell this important and meaningful story, or whatever. But that's not the case, okay? That's not what it's doing here. And if it's just to shock the audience, that's also disgusting too. This whole thing is just so trashy that I don't even know if I have words to describe how this is all feeling to me, man. I understand if they wanted to tell a story about a victim being able to find hope in their lives despite how traumatic their past was, because I do think that's a story worth telling. We see Mayu does get to live a bit more happily once she moves in with Kota and everyone else, and she gets to go to school, and she actually enjoys it, and that's really nice to see. However, once Mayu does move in, her character becomes somewhat one-dimensional and not as important for the rest of the show, which really makes it feel like they included this horrendous backstory in the show just to shock people, and that's it, which makes it so much more insensitive and so much more worse in my opinion. As I talked about earlier, the film Midori Shoujo Tsubaki is about the same topic as what Mayu had gone through. However, that short film, as controversial as it was and as disgusted as it made me, is about that trauma and abuse that the protagonist goes through. The character isn't just thrown away into the sidelines just because her character arc was completed or some shit. It doesn't work like that. Once again, I'm not saying that this is a story that should never be told. In fact, I think more people should know about some of the horrific shit that some children go through, because that can lead to more people understanding that this kind of thing is absolutely not okay. But the way Elfen Lied just suddenly throws this horrific backstory in your face just to move on to whatever is next in the story, and making it feel like this backstory really doesn't matter in the long run, just made the entire show repulsive to me. I won't even lie. So yeah, that's my whole spiel on this entire subject. I won't be talking about it as much after this point in the video, just because I feel like I already said everything that I needed to say about it. But yeah, I feel like I needed to have a longer discussion about that very serious thing that we saw in this show. Alright, well, now that I'm bummed out again, let's now jump back into the recap, shall we? Episode 7 starts off with Bando pointing his gun at Nana on the shore. Nana says that Bando can't beat her and begins to walk away. Bando then shoots at Nana, who gets hit and falls on the ground, and Bando asks if Lucy is her friend. Back at home, they talk about how it's good that New's come back home, but Mayu wonders if she should tell the others about her encounter with Bando and how New seems to be a target. Bando tries to force Lucy's location from Nana by continually attacking her, but Nana begins to cry, saying that she didn't do anything to deserve this. Bando calls her a monster and kicks her, saying that she is an enemy of mankind just by being alive. The only reason why they let Nana live is because she's a guinea pig. Nana continues to deny it, but remembers that Kurama was ordered to kill her in Minecraft once again. Nana asks why she was born or if she's not allowed to be in this world. She then decides that she should just erase a world like this and begins to attack Bando. Now that she's pissed, the bullets don't affect her at all. Nana launches her arm and punches Bando in the face and corners him, but Bando takes out another gun and shoots her in the face in Fortnite. His mechanical arm crumbles, rendering it useless. Nana, seeing blood, snaps out of her rage and begins to cry, saying it hurts. Seeing this sudden switch up, Bando is just in disbelief and gives up on fighting her. Nana wonders why Bando's arm is mechanical, and Bando responds, "Your friend did it." Nana says Lucy isn't really her friend, and the two realize that they have the same enemy. Nana says she doesn't feel Lucy anywhere nearby, but they should work together. Bando refuses though, saying he'll defeat Lucy with his own hands. He then gives Nana his phone number, asking her to contact him if she senses Lucy, but Nana has no idea what the f a cell phone is, so he just gives up and just tells her that he's gonna be at the shore. Nana then pranks him by offering her hand to help him get up, but her arm pops out and Bando falls over. Ha! Gotti! Am I right, boys? At the lab, the director talks to the assistant lady about how Kurama let Nana escape instead of getting rid of her. The director says that the only one they need is Lucy, who he refers to as the Queen Bee for some reason. And spoiler alert, I still have no f***ing idea why. The assistant lady talks about Kurama's deceased daughter. Kurama had told her that his newborn daughter was infected by the Diclonius virus and he had despawned her existence. Hearing this, however, the director begins to laugh, calling Kurama a fool and puts his punishment on hold, but promises that he's gonna make him atone for disobeying his order. Meanwhile, Kurama in his office wishes for Nana to be able to live on her own, safe and sound. Nana wonders what she should do as she has a ton of cash in her bag, but she has no idea what these pieces of paper do. She doesn't even know what cash is. Meanwhile, Mayu had taken Wanta, the goat, out on a walk because the best boy always deserves a good walk. But Wanta barks and runs towards a graveyard. Nana is sitting there, wondering if she'd been abandoned by Kurama, and begins to cry until Mayu and Wanta bump into her. Mayu recognizes from the earlier battle against Lucy, but is glad to see that Nana's arms and legs are still together, saying, "Oh, it was a dream. Thank God. No way arms and legs just fall off." But before she can even finish this thought, Nana's leg falls off in front of her, causing Mayu to faint from shock. Later, Mayu wakes up and bonds with Nana. Mayu tells Nana that she thinks the horns are cute, and Nana agrees with her and asks Mayu to be her friend. She tells Mayu that she's lived in a facility all her life and doesn't know anything about the outside world. Mayu says she'll be happy to be her friend. Then, to her absolute horror and shock, and honestly mine too, Mayu realizes that Nana has been using her cash to light the fire they've been sitting around. Nana, obviously not knowing what even a cash money is, claims, "I know about money. What do you mean? I'm not that dumb." Mayu decides to do a little trolling by telling Nana, "Be careful about having too much money. It might combine into a big monster and attack you, and there's only one spell that can prevent it." And this genuinely freaks Nana out, who doesn't know shit about the world. She's like, "I'm sorry, I don't know shit. I apologize." See, I feel like the writing in this show can be pretty fun sometimes. Sometimes, okay? Like when it's not about weird ancestral bullshit or naked people being naked for no reason. I feel like Elfen Lied has some strong character moments that help you actually care about the characters in the show. Some of the characters. As the two talk some more, Nana realizes that Mayu lives with Lucy and her expression completely changes. Meanwhile, Kota goes out to look for Mayu, and as he leaves, of course, we just need to interject the actual story with more bullshit as New begins to grab Yuka's chest and goes absolutely fucking sicko mode with it. And Kota just says, "Wow, she's learned some weird stuff, huh?" Like it's like they actively want to continue making this anime worse. Like I just cannot fathom this shit anymore, dude. Can we just get back to the good stuff? The very rare good stuff. Mayu and Nana arrive at the house. Kota comes out and reacts in shock to Nana's horns. Nana says New doesn't seem like the person she knows and walks away, but Kota wants to ask some questions. They invite her in to eat dinner. Starving at this point, Nana is unable to refuse. And of course, it's very important to note that New is still fondling Yuka, and it's just getting really fucking weird at this point. I mean, I say that as if it wasn't weird as hell already, but it's just adding more and more to the fire, dude. Anyways, the door opens happens as Nana recognizes New to be Lucy and immediately jumps in to attack her. And finally, now it's getting interesting. Episode 8 begins with the front entrance area getting wrecked as New is blasted away by Nana. Nana threatens New, but Kota gets really pissed off about her just suddenly doing this and slaps Nana in the face. Nana asks, why? She's the one that's the bad person. Why is everyone... Sorry, everyone sounds like Mickey Mouse. Why is everyone standing up for Lucy? I didn't do anything wrong. At this point, New has lost consciousness and Nana runs away. And I won't lie, yeah, Nana is right in that Lucy is a f***ed up person who does commit a lot of horrible unalivings, of course. And I don't know if I personally really agree with Kota slapping Nana across the face, but I also would be pretty pissed off if this random girl decided to show up at my front door and then literally just wrecked the front entrance and a bunch of shit too. Like, that is a lot of money. Mayu chases after Nana and returns her bag. Nana continues to try and convince Mayu that Lucy is a bad person. Back in the lab, Shower Lady arrives. Do you guys remember her, Shower Lady? Anyways, she meets up with Assistant Lady and they go talk to the director. There, Shower Lady delivers the director's son's head. The director then points a gun at Shower Lady, telling her that now that she's seen these horns, she's not allowed to go on with her life. Bruh, just imagine being asked to ship an important package that you were forced to see. You didn't choose to see this, and then having your life threatened over it after you actually did your job, dude. I mean, a lot of characters in the show kind of suck ass, but the director sucks major ass, man. Nana tells Mayu the truth about Lucy or New, that she was a killer who escaped the lab. Mayu says she can't believe it. Then Nana takes off her arm, saying, we're not regular humans. In the lab, the director had actually shot his gun at Shower Lady, who is shocked. The director tells her that if she doesn't want to die, then she has to obey him. He then asks about the other person who saw the director's son's corpse, referring to Kota. However, Shower Lady doesn't know the details. She then says, am I really gonna die in this obscure place as a virgin? I mean, hey, Isaac Newton also allegedly died a virgin, and he literally changed science, so I think you're fine, girl. But anyways, they call her a doctor to treat her on the condition that she cooperates with the lab in place of the director's son. Nana shows Mayu her vector powers by cutting a statue in half. Mayu then confirms that the battle she witnessed earlier wasn't a dream. However, Mayu continues to defend New, saying that New has never used the vectors to attack, and Nana wonders why. There's no mistaking that New is Lucy, but she doesn't sense Lucy whatsoever. Nana is at a loss for what to do. Back in the house, Yuka and Kota take care of New as she is developing a fever. As New wakes up, Nana suddenly feels Lucy's presence and begins to panic. Kurama talks to the director, asking why they even brought Shower Lady, an outsider, into the lab. The vaccine should be okay being created outside of the lab. The director laughs and says that he doesn't want the vaccine. He just wants the virus itself. He says that with Lucy at the top, he's going to attempt a new mankind's rebirth, and Lucy is proof that humankind has to die. The director calls himself God's proxy or some insane delusional bullshit and confronts Kurama about letting Nana escape, saying they're going to use another lab experiment to hunt both Nana and Lucy down. He says Kurama will pay for his crime of disobeying him, despite having a huge debt to him, a debt that will be explained later on. Back in the house, Lucy gets up without saying a word, but she's unable to move very well. Yuka goes to get medicine as Kota takes care of Lucy, and as this happens, Lucy remembers a distant memory from her childhood. A lady is taking care of her when she has a fever, but when the lady walks out, she begins to complain loudly about Lucy, calling her creepy and whatever. Other children don't want to stay with Lucy either. Lucy then goes outside, lays on the ground, and a dog licks her face. We later see that Lucy is getting bullied by the other kids who laugh at her, making fun of how she was found abandoned in a thicket. The bullies are like, of course you get abandoned with horns like that. God, these kids fucking suck, man. Jesus Christ. Another girl walks into the classroom and calls a teacher and checks in on Lucy and says that if she has a problem, Lucy can always come to her. Later, we see that Lucy has befriended the dog now, feeding him. She tells the dog to avoid the direction of the school as much as possible, fearing that the bullies will do something to the dog. She thinks to herself, if she was stronger, she could protect others. Using this as motivation, she begins to manifest her vectors or some shit. I don't really know, but she wakes up to see a bunch of handprints in her room. And again, not to interject with the same shit over and over again like a broken ass record, but why do these underage characters have to be portrayed as naked constantly, dude? Like, obviously I censored it for the video, so you can't really see it, but the fact that I have to keep constantly censoring this video is mind-boggling to me. Again, it's not art, it's just uncomfortable and unnecessary bullshit, man. Anyways, Lucy consults the other girl about the dog, and the other girl says she'll also share her lunch with the dog. She promises to keep the dog a secret. However, another day, the bullies reveal that they have the dog somehow, and Lucy becomes upset. They tell Lucy to cry and beg or the dog will get hurt, but she kicks the main bully instead. The main bully then tells another bully to kick the dog, and these kids just physically and violently do horrible things to this poor dog for a while. These kids are laughing too. Like, they're laughing while they do this shit. Like actual fucking psychopaths, dude. Like, these are the type of kids who are gonna grow up to be serial killers. How else can you laugh while basically unaliving a dog that did absolutely nothing to deserve it. The other girl then comes in telling Lucy that she had accidentally told them about the dog, but she didn't know the bullies would do something so horrible. I mean, are you really that surprised, girl? The bullies say the dog has stopped moving. Lucy, enraged and distraught, says the ones who aren't human are them, and then straight up unalives everyone in that room in Minecraft with their blood splattered all over the room. But it's actually ketchup, YouTube, okay? Yeah, I mean, that just went from like 0 to 100,000 real quick, dude. Lucy later buries the dog, blaming herself. She wonders why she has to be treated differently just because she's not like the other humans. As she begins to crash out, someone drops a music box behind her and we hear the theme song of the anime play. Lucy turns around to see a young Kota. What? Episode 9 starts with young Kota and young Lucy staring at each other as the music box plays. Lucy says she thinks the melody is pretty and Kota's like, really? He then sees her horns and asks if they're sticking out of her head. Lucy gets ready to unalive Kota on the spot because Jesus Christ. But he says the horns are really cool. And Lucy's like, okay, I guess you don't have to die, and takes her vectors away from him. Lucy then pushes him away, saying he has no idea how much hardship she's had because of the horns. Despite her coldness, Kota's like, let's be friends. Kota says he's staying with his relatives and he'll be leaving soon, but they should play together until then. Lucy says she hates them all and walks away, but Kota yells his name and says that he'll be waiting for her the next day. The news of the unalivings of the children plays on the TV as Lucy comes out of the shower in a house with a bunch of dead people, presumed to be unalived by her, so that she can stay at their house. Once again, another display of a completely minor on the screen. Guys, you know she can be wearing clothes, right? Or even covering herself with literally anything, and it'll be the same exact story, right guys? Lucy later waits at the tree for Kota, despite the weather being trash. Kota puts a hat on her head, saying if she hates the horns, then she should just hide them. She notices that Kota's knee is bleeding, and he tells her that he got it while sneaking out of his house. His dad had warned him to not go outside because there's a scary unaliver going around town, and ironically, the culprit is literally standing in front of him. The two sit in a cave and talk. Lucy asks why he wants to be friends with her, and Kota says that she looked lonely. The two sit there for a while and it gets cold, so Kota gets close to her, saying they'll get sick. Later, Lucy thanks him for the hat, and the two promise to play together again as Kota leaves. The police approach her and say she shouldn't be out this late. Lucy runs away until she hears a happy family from their home preparing dinner while waiting for their father to come back. Later, as the father of the house comes home, he notices the lights are off as Lucy comes out from the back. Lucy then unalives the father, and it's revealed that she's despawned the rest of the family from Call of Duty to use their house. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you really want to just deal with the problem easily, like, oh, I need shelter tonight, just get rid of the people causing that problem, right? Like, just get rid of them and take their house and use that house for one night, because that's rational, right, guys? Like, I'm sorry, at this point, I understand that Lucy's backstory is supposed to be really fucking sad and tragic, but at the same time, there's no excuse to, like, literally doing this kind of shit to innocent people just because you were treated badly, you know? Because a lot of people get treated like shit in this world, dude, and not everyone is going around unaliving innocent people because of that. So anyway, it's been 3 days and Lucy has been waiting, giving up hope until Kota arrives. He says that he came to say goodbye today, so they should go play for the rest of the day. The two go to a zoo and Lucy tries to play it off as if she has no interest, but is 100 times more excited than Kota to be there, being amazed at things like how long a giraffe's neck is, and Kota seems to be amused by this. Later, Lucy asks when Kota is going home the next day, and he tells her later in the night after a festival. Lucy overhears more people talking about the violent unalivings and thinks to herself, I need to unalive someone else to find a place to stay tonight. However, she then starts wondering why she's even thinking about killing so much in Minecraft. Then her inside voice is like, you like unaliving people, don't you? Unless you unalive them, they'll unalive you first. You know that I was born to destroy humans. Lucy argues against this inner voice, saying it doesn't mean it's okay to kill innocent people in Minecraft. Lucy yells, shut up! And Kota's like, huh? You good? And the two go to a river and play with the water for a while and have this wholesome friendship moment. But of course, they have to dry their clothes after playing with the water, so they do that as they talk, sitting there facing away from each other, contemplating on the fact that Kota's leaving. Again, they didn't really need to see the complete lack of clothes of these two literal children, but fucking whatever, man. Fuck this show, dude. I'm so over this stupid shit. Cover them with a rock in front of them or something. I don't know. Lucy says that in her whole life, she had the most fun just on this one day. She says she'll never forget about this day for the rest of her life. On the bus, Lucy asks if she can come to the festival with them. Kota says he's sorry, saying that he promised to go with his cousin first. Lucy then asks if his cousin is a girl, as if that fucking matters, because it's his goddamn cousin, and therefore normally wouldn't be having some weird romantic thing with their other cousin. The bus then bumps and Lucy ends up in Kota's arms for a moment. Lucy's inner voice begins to talk to her about how much she would hate if Kota had gone to a festival with a girl. If it's gonna make her feel this shit, then she should just unalive him right now. now? Lucy asks, who the hell are you? And the voice responds, you already know. However, as we come back to reality, we see that Lucy is already choking Kota. Lucy snaps out of it and apologizes, and Kota asks, what's up with that? Lucy asks Kota for a favor, saying, if I start killing a bunch of people, I want you to kill me in Minecraft. Kota is confused, and Lucy says, nothing. It's kind of crazy how chill Kota is with this random new friend of his literally trying to choke him to death and just thinking it's like whatever or normal or something. I don't know, man. But Kota himself is also kind of insane in his own ways, you know, with loving his cousin and all, so I don't even think I'm gonna question it anymore. Lucy thanks him for the fun day as the two begin to sing the Elfen Lied theme song, which is now officially drilled itself into my fucking subconscious thanks to constantly hearing it in this episode. The two say goodbye and Kota says he'll be back next year. Lucy asks the most important question of all. Is your cousin a guy or a girl? And Kota lies to her, saying that his cousin is a guy. And Lucy becomes very happy about this. Lucy then says she'll come to see him off at the station the next day and runs off. Oh my god. Now, I'm sure you can start putting the pieces together on what's about to happen, and I won't divulge too much just yet, but just know that whatever happens after this is all because his cousin, his literal cousin, is a girl. I also don't understand why Kota felt the need to lie about this too. Like, you guys are cousins. I'm sorry. This is literally the one part about the show that really kills a lot of the story for me. Lucy almost unalived Kota on the spot on the bus because she was worried about his cousin being a girl. Let's move on. Lucy tells herself that she's gonna go to the festival, and if she sees him, she wants to be honest about her feelings towards him. At the festival though, Lucy witnesses Yuka and Kota hugging while Yuka cries about him leaving until next year. A random dude bumps into Lucy and she falls over, and she comes to the conclusion that Kota has someone he already likes. That's right, his cousin. Then because he likes his literal cousin, the voices in her head start going crazy. She imagines Kota comparing her to an animal. Then she sees the bully she unalived telling her that she's not a human. And then she sees the poor dog again. Lucy says she can't stand this anymore as a figure with her head bandaged up comes over to her saying, you should know by now, this world is one that I shouldn't be in. And Lucy asks what she should do, and the voice answers, you have to change this world to my world since I have enough power to achieve that. Would you rather die? Or back in reality, everyone surrounds Lucy on the ground, who is talking to herself. Lucy gets up, takes her hat off, and says in her mind, goodbye, I really liked you. She then goes on a violent unaliving spree, obliterating everybody around her. Panic ensues and the festival crumbles as Lucy walks forward and kills everyone who comes up to her in Fortnite Battle Royale, saying she'll destroy all of humanity. Over a cousin, dude! Kota's sister, Kanae, witnesses this happen. Later at the station, she is telling everyone, including Kota and Yuka, about the incident, while Lucy menacingly watches them from a distance. As Lucy says the words liar, she wakes up in the present as Yuka and Kota talk about some shit. Outside of the house, Mayu and Nana are talking, with Nana confirming that it's Lucy inside. Lucy comes out of the door as the two stare down. Episode 10 begins with the two staring at each other. Lucy then pushes Mayu onto the ground, which, how fucking dare you? And then Nana says to not touch Mayu as the two begin to fight. As the two really go to destroy the other, Mayu screams, no! And runs in between them. Thankfully, Mayu isn't hurt. Lucy says the fight isn't over to Nana, but Mayu continues to beg Lucy to stop in a similar manner that Kota had told her to stop in the past. Lucy's head starts to hurt as she crouches down. Kota and Yuka come out to see what the commotion is, but Lucy had turned back into new at this point. She cries and hugs Kota as Mayu brings Nana her arms that had fallen off during the fight, and she's like, you should probably fix this before they notice. It's kind of crazy how there's literally a girl with both of her arms just falling off onto the ground, and the lover cousins are just completely blind to it, dude. I feel like this kind of thing happens so many times where it's like, bro, these things are happening right in front of you. How do you not notice this thing happening? But whatever. Anyway, Nana says that's not Lucy anymore. We see that Mayu had defended Nana, explaining that she is very similar to herself. Kota asks why Nana attacked New, and Mayu explains that Nana was hungry and irritated, and that she's a good person if she eats food. Kota reluctantly says Nana can come eat dinner with them since they're preparing it anyway. As they eat, Mayu tells them that Nana has no place to stay, so she asks if Nana can stay the night. Kota says she should stay with them a while. Nana's like, no way I'm staying here. And Kota's genuinely shocked, like, huh? Nana says, you all treated me like a bad person. And Kota argues, you're the one who suddenly attacked New. As they fight, New offers her rice to Nana. Seeing this, Nana gets up and apologizes for attacking suddenly. At the lab, Kurama struggles alone as we learn about his past. We see that he used to be close to the director's son, as the two seem to have studied at university together. The director's son tells Kurama about his father's top secret lab for a government project. Kurama says he wants nothing to do with that, that. Then the director's son drops the line, "Would you want to see the beginning of a new human race?" Which apparently interested Kurama enough to actually agree to help with this project. I personally would have just continued to walk away, but to each to their own, I guess. We watch some police get tricked and unalived by a Diclonius as the director's son explains that 4 years before this flashback, girls with protrusions on their temporal area were born around the same time in the same area. It was assumed to be a rare disease, but it turned out to be something way more than that. In the lab, Kurama and the director's son witnessed the experiments as they put a Diclonius through horrendous shit. They had chained her up and the girl screams that she's scared, and Kurama is horrified by this. In fact, Kurama seems to be the only person there who is absolutely horrified at what he's witnessing, as the others only care about trying to figure out what makes her stronger and whatever the fucking hell. Later, the director's son asks Kurama what's wrong, and Kurama says he regrets being swindled by his words. The director's son explains that they have the privilege of experimenting on very unique samples and future generations will appreciate this. But Kurama wonders instead why these horned people are occurring around the same time in the same area in the first place. Kurama also says this is so unnecessary and it's inhumane. But the director's son retorts, "You think they're human? Around 3 years old, they show their true colors. Vectors appear and they start to unalive people repeatedly, even their own parents without hesitation. And Fortnite Battle Royale, of course. But without exception, the only targets they use their vectors on are humans. It means that they are an enemy of us, mankind." Kurama starts to leave as the director's son says, "Say hi to your wife." I think he had just gotten married around this point. However, before he can actually leave, they find out that something's wrong with one of the experiments. Turns out one of the girls had escaped, unaliving people in the lab as a form of revenge. An emergency lockdown takes place as Kurama walks out of the room and he sees this girl holding the head of one of her victims in Minecraft. She inserts her vector hand into the heads of some people, including Kurama himself. The girl then says, "I finally met you, the person on the other side of the glass." She then, for some reason, says thank you to Kurama before the director's son shoots her to death. This shakes Kurama to the core, wondering why she would thank him. The two then talk to the director, who basically commands them to unalive all of the future children being born as Diclonius from now on, as there is no more space in the lab and they are dangerous to keep alive. We then see Kurama and the director's son actually having to go through with these horrific actions, with Kurama taking all of the responsibility. We watch as one of the new fathers, who was a lab worker and also a witness to the earlier incident, desperately begging for his child's life, saying that's his daughter even if she has horns. The director's son explains that the father will be unalive by the time the kid is 3. Kurama says that it would be better to unalive her before she becomes old enough to understand what's going on. Kurama then says, "You can blame me completely. I have officially decided." Kurama looks deeply affected, as he had already unalived 10 of these babies and has been shouldering the entire responsibility for this, saying that no one else should have to dirty their hands. As they talk about their family life, the Wote, if you remember her all the way from episode 1, you know, the lady who just could not carry a mug cup on a tray for her fucking life, crashes into the room. She gets a phone call and Kurama goes to the hospital. There they let Kurama know that they had discovered cervical cancer in his pregnant wife, so they removed her uterus and performed a C-section on her. Luckily, his wife and child both survived the operation. As Kurama sees his child, however, he realizes that his daughter was born with horns and pink hair. The many sins he committed replay in his mind over and over again as he tells his wife that he has to unalive their child. His wife understandably freaks out about this, asking why does she have to be unalived just for being born? However, this sudden movement causes his wife to faint. She is now in critical condition since she had moved way too much after a very heavy operation. Kurama asks where his daughter is, and the doctor says in the nursery. As Kurama walks up to his child, he realizes something. He and the other lab worker were infected the moment the vector entered his head in the earlier incident, which was why his child was born as a Diclonius. He then says, "Forgive me," as he puts his hands on the child. However, his wife walks into the room, asking why he's doing such a thing, even though they were looking forward to having this child together. As the wife bleeds all over, she begs to save the child and falls over. Kurama sees this and says, "Okay, I got it, so please wake up." However, his wife is now unresponsive, as he keeps asking her to wake up and that he won't harm their child. Jesus Christ, man. I honestly did not expect to care about Kurama's storyline when I first saw him in episode 1. He genuinely could have been a random ass NPC. But nah, dude, this is sad as fuck. Later, the director talks to them as the director's son says he's gonna leave and focus on researching the virus, and Kurama takes over as the chief of the research lab. The director tells Kurama that there has to be a queen bee, the one Diclonius that transmitted the virus for the first time. He tells Kurama to find the original one. It's revealed that Kurama's daughter actually did survive and is alive, but her fate is in the hands of the director, which is why Kurama can't do anything to go against him. This is the massive debt that the director continues to use against Kurama to keep him from betraying his orders. Back in the present, Kurama looks at pictures of people he cares about as he repeats that he wants Nana to at least survive and live on from all of this crazy shit. Elsewhere, Nana wakes up being chained to a cross with a bunch of cash with with hands and legs yell at her, "How dare you burn my brothers to death!" Then she is shaken awake by Mayu from this horrendous nightmare. Not really important to the story at all. I just thought it was kind of funny and wanted to mention this, except for the fact that once again, Nana is without any clothing on in the dream. They really like showing underage people like this in the show, don't they? As they eat breakfast, Nana ponders that living in peace like this is really nice since she had not experienced something like this before. Back in the lab, the assistant lady and a random lab worker go to experiment number 35's prison cell or whatever it is. Number 35 is an experiment that no one, not even most of the lab workers even know about. She's just that top secret. Apparently number 35 is supposed to be the worst Slipolit, which is apparently a secondary Diclonius. I don't know what that means. This is a term that continued to come up in the show, but they never fully explained it, and I literally had to Google search it. I'm assuming it's a Diclonius born from two human parents who were infected by the virus or some shit like that. I don't know, dude. This makes me wish that they focused on all of this sci-fi cool stuff rather than all the cousin kissing bullshit in the show, so that we can actually understand like what's going on with all this stuff. But anyway, apparently number 35 has absolutely no mercy when it comes to unaliving humans. She's only being kept alive because she's the only confirmed third generation, which again, I have no idea what the fuck this means. As they open the door, we see the number 35 on the wall with a bunch of vectors floating around. They reveal that she is a monster worse than Lucy. She is the strongest Diclonius. Episode 11 starts with them explaining that number 35 can probably defeat Lucy. However, number 35 is also out of control, and the lab worker wonders how they're gonna make her cooperate. Another lab worker approaches them, calling herself the parent figure of number 35. I'm just gonna call this lady Mama 35. Mama 35 explains that number 35 probably can't stand since she's been confined here since birth. Mama 35 has also been talking to number 35 for 5 years through a microphone as her mother figure, so she'll probably listen, right? However, for emergencies, they planted a whole ass bomb within number 35's body right after she was born, which is pretty fucking crazy. And even the lab worker who does some of the horrific experiments is shocked to hear this. Basically, if she doesn't listen, kaboom, goodbye. They open the door of number 35's cell as Mama 35 calls out for Mariko, which is apparently number 35's name. So to not make this confusing as shit, I will call her Mariko. Mariko comes out with a bandaged and masked face attached to some sort of wire, but again, without any other clothing. I mean, I guess these experiments being without clothing can sort of symbolize the fact that the humans don't really see them as people, but just beings to be experimented on. And that makes sense. But do they really have to be children? Like, either put clothes on or something on them, bro. Or just make them not literal children or underage. Just because I can explain it doesn't mean I feel comfortable constantly having to see literal children portrayed in this way over and over again. Jesus Christ, man. Mariko approaches Mama 35, who embraces Mariko. She unbandages her and asks if she knows who she is, and Mariko says, "Mom?" But then she quickly switches up saying, "You're not Mom," and obliterates Mama 35 on the spot with an evil look in her eyes. They signal for the bomb, but things begin going wrong real fast as the assistant lady is about to be unalived by Mariko. However, Mariko then explodes and her arm is blown off. In Fortnite, we see that Mama 35 somehow was still alive and able to activate the bomb even though she was just ripped into half. In video games, of course, they surround Mariko and restrain her, saying she can't use her vectors while she's in pain. The assistant lady threatens her that she'll suffer more unless she listens, and Mariko begins to cry. Back in the house, Kota and Yuka talk to Nana, who says she won't tell them anything. And Kota says that if she doesn't want to talk about it, then he won't push it. But she can't just be a guest here forever. Nana says, "I know," and says she'll just leave. But Kota says, "You gotta do some chores if you want to stay. Everyone does chores here." Literally fucking trolling, dude. Anyways, Nana cries and hugs Yuka, saying she was scared and unsure of what to do. Yuka asks Mayu to teach Nana some chores, and Kota says welcome, officially accepting Nana as part of their little family. In the lab, they have now pinpointed where Nana is. They also say that Mariko is now obedient and the bomb was effective. The assistant lady says that this case is now her own jurisdiction, as Kurama has been disgraced by the director or something, probably, I don't really know. She then goes to talk to Kurama, only to find out that he had left on a special connecting flight on his own. They prepare Mariko to head out. Meanwhile, Shower Lady, who at this point I just wonder why she's even still in the story, is doing more research and has not showered in days. And at this point, every single time she is in frame, she will, without fail, bring up the fact that she has not taken a shower in days. She gets a call and says it's really hard to find a single student who she only saw one night, referring to Kota, and asks to take a shower. But they're not letting her take a shower! Oh my god! How could they do this to her? Anyways, yeah, now you see why I've been calling her Shower Lady for the entire video. Back on the shore, Bando has now been delegated to picking up trash as his right arm is dysfunctional. Kurama suddenly spawns behind him asking what happened to the arm. He tells Bando that he might be able to repair that arm without anyone else knowing. Bando asks what Kurama is trying trying to do, and Kurama says, I want to destroy a Diclonius that's coming here shortly, which surprises Bundle. Nana decides that her role will be preparing Wanta's food. You better do it well, Nana, because Wanta is indeed still the GOAT and deserves the world and the best food. She then asks who the girl in a picture is. Kota reveals that it's his dead sister, Kanae. Before she died, he had said something not nice to her, but he's unable to remember it well. However, he does regret it. New begins to say stuff and screams, "Don't cry, Kota!" New takes some scissors and runs off. Kota finds New outside, who tells him, "I'm not New." She cut her hair and calls herself Kanae, his sister's name, and tells him that she forgives him. Seeing this, Nana says Mayu was right and that New is a good person. New tells Kota to not make a sad face and apologizes for breaking the shell when she first arrived. As she continues to apologize, she remembers something from the past and grabs her head. However, Kota hugs her, saying that it feels like he's known her for a while. He thanks New, saying he likes her. Hearing this from outside, Yuka drops a shopping bag and runs off once again. Oh my god. I am so over this fucking stupid Yuka storyline, dude. God fucking damn it. It's episode 11 out of 13. Can anyone tell me what the fuck Yuka has done in this goddamn series other than get jealous of other girls talking to her cousin that she's been in love with for like 8 years? My brain is... Like, it's insane to me that we have a storyline like Kurama's, which has everything to do with the main premise, you know, with the Diclonius, morals, being born as Diclonius, being treated as less than human, and all that deep and actual interesting shit that the story is actually trying to tell. But then we're also forced to witness Yuka get jealous and upset and run off about her cousin liking someone else romantically like every 2 episodes of the show. I'm actually dead inside. The assistant lady is in a helicopter, and Kurama is not answering her calls. Mariko is next to her, strapped to a bed. Nana and Mayu reflect on how nice this life is until Nana feels another presence in the air and begins to shiver. On the helicopter, Mariko asks the assistant lady, I can unalive the one that's not Lucy, right? Nana realizes that Mariko has come to kill her. In Minecraft, of course, and that she's extremely malicious. Meanwhile, Shower Lady finds Kota's picture and information. Will she finally be able to take a shower now? Nana freaks out, crashing out on the ground while Kota walks into the room and asks them if they saw Yuka. I just don't understand how Kota doesn't even notice Nana absolutely freaking out on the ground, but Kota doesn't seem to notice like 90% of what's happening around him anyways, so I guess this isn't really anything new. Anyways, Nana gets up and says she's going out for a bit and promises to come back. Yuka is walking around town saying, I've never seen Kota look at anyone like that, and begins to cry. Can we please just stop? Anyways, she notices that the roads are now blocked by police for some reason. It turns out that this entire area has been blocked off as a VIP is arriving. The helicopter lands and the assistant lady brings Mariko out in a wheelchair. She tells Mariko that if she doesn't enter a code into a cell phone every 30 minutes, the bomb will blow up, and if she tries to do anything funny, they'll detonate it right away. Meanwhile, Kota asks Mayu if she knows what's happening, and Mayu explains that Nana says someone has to come to kill her in Animal Crossing. I don't even know if that one actually works. Mayu says Nana left because it would cause trouble for everyone else, even though she wanted to live here happily ever after. Kota decides to head out and see what's going on, saying that Nana is also part of the family. New also follows Kota as he tells her not to come with, but she doesn't listen. Later, Yuka gets home as Mayu explains what just happened. On the beach, Bando's arm is now fixed by Kurama. Nana has reached where Mariko is, who is also supported by a bunch of soldiers standing behind her. Mariko then shoots her vector into Nana and for some reason rips apart her clothes and strips her completely naked, which was once again very necessary to the story. Super important, guys. Anyways, Mariko begins to play around and torture Nana. Episode 12 begins with Nana being continually played around with by Mariko, who is enjoying herself before actually killing Nana in Stardew Valley. Nana cries that she doesn't want to feel pain anymore. Even the soldiers and the assistant lady are having a hard time taking this in, with the assistant lady describing it as if it's like a child playing, like taking the wings off of an insect. Kurama and Bando travel by boat. Kota and New reach the blockade as they see all the police are knocked out. New falls over and trips as Kota continues to run, and New for some reason just doesn't get up. Lamau. Meanwhile, Nana is still being toyed with as they tell Mariko to stop already. Mariko agrees, saying she's bored, and drops Nana. Kota arrives there as the laugh people are shocked at his arrival. Kota gets to Nana and she asks why he came. Mariko asks if she should unalive Kota, but they tell her to stop. Kota is shocked at stuff floating around and as Nana tells them to not harm him and tells him to run as he'll be killed in World of Warcraft. I mean, look at his man, oh man, he has to run away. Did you know I worked at Blizzard, by the way. I don't know if people are gonna understand that reference. The assistant lady sees that Nana and Kota, a Diclonius and a human, are communicating and says that there has to be a way to deal with this without actually killing Nana in Wii Sports. Another lab worker tells Mariko to unalive Nana. Mariko corners Nana and says that she won't allow her to have friends even though she's the same as herself, a Diclonius. Nana fights back, injecting Mariko with her vectors. New now runs towards them and the lab workers recognize her as Lucy and point their guns towards her. The assistant lady tells Kota to not approach Lucy. They tell Mariko to unalive Lucy, but Mariko says, "That's not Lucy." New approaches them as she cries, which shocks the assistant lady. Mariko realizes that her vectors aren't coming out for some reason. And I don't know if you remember this, but Nana is able to somehow disable another Diclonius' vectors somehow, but they never explained it, but apparently it's a thing. Anyways, they take Mariko back as the assistant lady is confused as f as to what's happening. Kota takes this chance to take New and run away, but they begin to shoot, saying they can't leave any witnesses. Kota pushes New away and tells her to run as shots ring out. Yuka and Mayu wait at home as Yuka is confused about all this. Mayu says that Kota had accepted them even if the rest of society had thrown them away. He's unable to leave people alone when they're facing hardships or feeling sad. Or rather, it's as if there's a reason he has to do this stuff. Mayu says that this house is now her home and sees the others as her family members. She sees Kota as a father figure and Yuka as the mother figure of the house, even though they're cousins, and believes everyone will come back to this house. Meanwhile, as the bullets don't hit Kota, he turns to look at New. The assistant lady finally understands that Lucy had developed a split personality and begins to explain to Kota. However, before she's able to do this, she is torn in half in Super Smash Bros. As Kota begins to scream. Lucy then starts to unalive the soldiers as Kota completely breaks down, finally remembering everything that had happened in his past. He says, "It's her." We get a flashback to where Yuka hugs Kota at the festival. Kota looks around like, "She's not here, right?" referring to Lucy. He wonders where his sister Kanaya is, and he and Yuka walk hand in hand. However, they start to hear screaming and people running away. Kota's dad finds them and tells them that a bomb had apparently exploded over there. Kanaya then says, "Oni-chan," as she is crying, and we see that there is blood on her. She tells them that she saw a lot of people get killed in Elden Ring. At the train station, Yuka says, "It's a promise, okay? Come again." And Kota says, "I like you, Yuka, so wait for me." Kota and his family leave as he says, "I guess Lucy didn't come by after all." The three enter the train, and Kanaya is upset about, I'm assuming, how close Kota and Yuka are with each other or whatever, and something about being jealous of them. It really doesn't matter, and I can't believe they put this in. But anyways, this causes the two to begin arguing. Kanaya says, "You're dumb. You should just be killed by the girl with horns," in Grand Theft Auto, of course. Kota is shocked to hear this, and Kanaya says that she saw it happen at the festival. The two argue for a while, as Kota is unable to believe her words. Kanaya runs towards another train car where Lucy is sitting behind her. Kanaya says, "I'm not a liar, it's true." Lucy then comes out and stands behind her, and Kanaya is shocked. Kota is happy to see Lucy, but Kanaya yells that he needs to run. Lucy calls Kota a liar, referring to when he said that once again, his cousin is a girl. Kanaya pushes Lucy and tells Kota they need to run. However, Kota slaps Kanaya, saying that she's being an idiot. He's unable to believe Kanaya, saying if she doesn't apologize, he'll hate her forever. Kanaya begs him to not hate her, but then is brutally unalived by Lucy. Kota, witnessing this right in front of him, can only stare in complete shock. And bro, what the fuck is their father doing? Does not being able to notice crazy things happening literally 2 feet away from you a common trait in this family? Did they pass this shit down through genetics? Anyway, Kota begins to scream, and his dad is like, "What are you screaming about? Brother, how can you not see the blood?" However, before anything else can happen, he is also unalived by Lucy very violently. Kota stares in shock and asks why Lucy would do something like this, and says he thought they were friends. Lucy says, "What are you saying? I didn't unalive you because we're friends. Next is that girl," referring to Yuka. Kota realizes this and cries before tackling Lucy onto the ground and begging her to stop it now, and repeats those words as he begs her over and over again to stop. Lucy begins to cry too. Back in the present, Kota tells Lucy that he remembers everything. The two stare for a while, then Kota asks, "Who in the world are you? Many abnormal things are happening and you're always at the center of it." Lucy asks, what is he gonna do when he finds out? And she says, "It has nothing to do with you." Kota says, "It does, of course it does. You killed my sister and father," which, yes, true. It does have a lot to do with Kota now, Lucy, what the fuck? However, Kota pushes her onto the ground as a bullet is fired, and the two blush? Brother, y'all are fucking crazy for blushing in this moment. Who fired the bullet? Well, it's none other than Bando, who is way too excited to get his revenge as Lucy kicks Kota off of her and begins to run away. Bando challenges her to another fight as Lucy tells Kota to wait at a certain spot and they run off into the distance. Okay, so before we move on to the last episode, let me just talk about this entire story arc with Lucy and Kota's past and how it all culminated into this bullshit, okay? I think there are parts of it that had the potential to be good. I think the premise that Kota had such a traumatic past that he genuinely can't remember it as it's been repressed that much, and then being forced to remember all of it at once is incredibly interesting. I think Lucy or New coming back into his life years later and him not even realizing that she was the one that destroyed his family and childhood and life is really interesting too. And I think it's interesting to see that Kota and Lucy did have a genuine friendship in the past, despite Lucy's horns and whatever, and Kota being a genuine open-minded person. All of it had potential. However, it is really fucking stupid to me that all of this happened because Lucy was jealous of Kota and Yuka, who is once again, for the people in the back, for the people across the fucking planet, his cousin. They are cousins. Oh my god. I just think it's a bit silly that all of this horrific shit, all of this tragedy happened because of jealousy in a cousin love story, okay? I think it's fucking stupid, and it really kills the entire storyline between Lucy and Kota. Yuka at this point, I don't even count as having potential for a good story because she doesn't do jack shit. I think Yuka is the most pointless character in this anime. It would have been already so much more effective if, I don't know, Yuka wasn't his actual cousin. Like, even childhood friends would have been a better story than Kota and Yuka being literal cousins and Lucy committing a mass unaliving in the festival because she was jealous of his cousin. I'm not crazy, right? Like, how many people watching this video can say that they've been in actual love with their cousin to the point where they can only simp for that cousin for 8 years of their goddamn life and sacrifice their entire future by turning down every other college that's better and going to the same college as your cousin for your cousin? And the fact that Kota lied about his cousin being a guy instead of a girl because why? He's worried that she was gonna get jealous? I just think it's so fucking goofy to the point where it does actually kill this entire story arc for me, okay? I think it could have been really good. But now that it's been revealed that this entire horrible incident happened to Kota because of the incestual love story, it just made this entire story arc dead to me. And don't worry guys, there's still one more entire episode of the show left. So let's get ready for more fun! Episode 13, the last episode, begins with Kurama holding Nana in his arms as she wakes up and the two embrace. Bando has once again already lost the battle against Lucy as he is bloodied on the ground at the shore. Bando calls her his prey and he'll hunt her down, but Lucy responds that it's not possible and that he won't see her again. She then walks away from Bando as he continually screams at her to come back. And you know the craziest part about all of this? This is the last time we see Bando in the show. He has this entire arc only to get his ass handed to him again. Remember when I said Bando's real full name was Wasted Potential? Because I think as much of a horrible human being Bando is, I found that his wild card personality and the fact that he kept showing up in the show meant that maybe his story arc would play out in a more interesting way, or that he'll actually do anything worth jack shit in the show. But no, he got his ass whooped immediately, then got fixed, betrayed the lab, then ended up loafing around on the beach for a little bit, only to get his ass kicked once again. Why even set up that whole storyline with Mayu where he does show an actual interesting side of his character, where he can't let himself have any debt to anyone and gives Mayu his phone number? Or that one time where him and Nana did come to an understanding, at least somewhat of an understanding, even though they're mortal enemies, only to do nothing with that entire thing. I feel like Bando could have been so interesting as a character, but instead he is the show's biggest wasted potential, who took up screen time for absolutely no reason but to just get his ass whooped. I mean, yeah, I guess it's funny to see this piece of shit human get absolutely humbled, not just once or twice, but 3 times in the show. But I just wish he did something other than spend all his time at the goddamn shore, man. Anyways, moving on. Mayu and Yuka wait at home and wonder if something had happened. Yuka then reveals to Mayu that Kota's sister and father were actually unalived in front of him and that he was in a hospital about a year after because of it. They didn't know who the killer was and the police investigated, but to no avail. Yuka thinks that Kota might be kind to various girls because of this incident, incident. To him, everyone is like Kanae, the sister he had taken away from him. Yuka then cries, saying that she always selfishly gets jealous or angry, and she's not good enough to be called a mother figure by Mayu. Mayu says, "You really like Kota, huh?" And Yuka admits it. Ugh. I'm sorry, but can Yuka spend a single episode without making something about herself? I understand that this is a struggle she struggles with. This is her character arc. But Jesus Christ, man. It feels like such a stupid, annoying, weak storyline when you compare it to how crazy literally everything else in this show is. Like, I'm sorry, but girl, I do not care about your jealousy problems over your cousin, okay? That one lab worker reports that the assistant lady is now dead, and Mariko can't use her vectors, and the plan has completely failed. The director then tells him that even if there are no vectors, Mariko should still be useful. As the call ends, the lab worker says to himself, the director is truly the least human of us all. As he turns to Mariko and says, I can't believe Kurama's daughter is this. What? Yeah, so it turns out that Mariko, number 35, the deadliest Diclonius, is actually Kurama's biological daughter, the one that was secretly kept alive. Mariko, hearing Kurama's name, seems to recognize it. Meanwhile, Nana leads Kurama to where Mariko is. Nana asks why Kurama has to unalive Mariko, and Kurama responds, it's because she's my real daughter. Nana then realizes Lucy is coming closer too. Mariko also notices Lucy is coming and reawakens her power or some shit, I don't know. At this point, the lab workers and soldiers just come to the conclusion, let the monsters fight amongst themselves. Lucy arrives at Mariko's location, who asks why she even came. Lucy says, your target's always been me, right? Lucy says she doesn't want to involve anyone else anymore as the two begin to fight. Mariko is more powerful than expected, but Lucy pushes her off the wheelchair and corners her. However, Mariko then goes Super Saiyan, or I guess Super Diclonius in this situation, and starts beating the ever-living out of Lucy, to the point where one of her horns break off completely. Lucy is knocked out and the lab worker says, now's the chance to capture Lucy, and gets ready to detonate Mariko's bomb, but Kurama calls out to her. The lab worker calls Kurama's name, and Mariko says, Dad? Mariko begins to cry as she is very happy to see her father, even trying to get up to walk towards him, despite her legs being too weak to do so. She says, I always wanted to see you. Kurama begins to cry and takes out and points a gun at her. Mariko says, I've been looking forward in that room all this time for my dad and mom to really come and get me someday. And you would say, Mariko, come out and I will be able to live with my mom and dad. And continually cries. Kurama says, although I've killed many other people's children, I kept you alive because you're my daughter. I'm the one who's completely at fault. Mariko asks why she's suffered and lived until now. Nana says it's dangerous, telling Papa to get away. Mariko asks why Nana is calling him Papa, even though he left Mariko on her own all this time. She attacks Nana out of anger and asks Kurama if he'll be sadder if Nana died, and I guess they'll just have to find out. As Mariko continues to attack Nana, Kurama drops his gun, which causes Mariko to stop. Kurama walks over to Mariko, who tells him to stop, but he hugs and embraces Mariko, saying, I'm the one who took everything away from you. I've never forgotten about you, even for a moment. I'm sorry. We'll be together forever from now on. He then turns to the lab worker and tells him, do it anytime, referring to the bomb. It's almost as if Kurama came here knowing that he's not going to survive. Kurama carries Mariko and walks away and tells Nana, you should at least live happily, please. The lab worker then activates the bomb as Kurama tells Mariko, your mother loved you to her last breath. Both of us really loved you. The father and daughter embrace as the bomb within her body explodes and the two die together. Nana sees this and begins to cry out for her papa. Lucy also watches this from a distance. And when I told you that I cried like a fucking newborn baby who just wants their mother's milk desperately, I was not lying about that, okay? I actually think that Kurama's story was the best part about Elfen Lied, him reconciling with his past sins and his daughter that he was unable to see for her entire life, letting Nana, who did absolutely nothing wrong, escape and live happily away from the facility, and sacrificing himself so that he can die alongside his daughter. Fucking broke me. I won't even lie. Because I think this is what Elfen Lied should have been about the entire time. None of that stupid ass cousin romance bullshit or whatever is happening between Lucy and Kota. Unfortunately though, the other half of the last episode was nowhere near as good in my opinion. Let's move on. The lab worker then points the gun towards Nana, saying, oh boy, I'm gonna get a better job now. But then Lucy unalives this dude, saying that humans are just foolish. Lucy tells Nana to live with Kota in the house, to do what she herself is unable to do. Back in the lab, the director talks about capturing Lucy, as Shower Lady decides to rip Kota's page out of the book and hides it because she feels bad for him apparently. She then asks if if she can take a shower soon, revealing that she unfortunately has still not been able to take a shower. However, the director then takes his wig off and reveals that he himself is also a Diclonius. What? And you might be thinking, wow, what a twist, right? I wonder what this means for the lab and the future of humanity. I wonder what's gonna happen next. Well, the best part about this show is that we never actually find out anything after this. They give us some interesting twists in the story here with the fact that not only are the director and his son both Diclonius, but they are the only Diclonius men that we see in the show. What does this mean? Where did they come from? Were they always Diclonius, or were they mutated during their lives? You know, really interesting stuff. It's just, you can throw all these questions into the pile of questions that don't mean jack shit because they'll never be answered. Because that's just what this entire thing is. Fucking pointless. Kota and Lucy meet up, and Lucy tells him that she was born to destroy humans. If she has just 5 years, she can make the majority of children who are going to be born into Diclonius. But if the world does become like that, Kota wouldn't be alive either. Lucy says Kota is a brief dream that suddenly appeared in front of her in this hell, and only the days she spent with him were her good days. She cries, saying she's always wanted to apologize. She's endured and lived on through all the horrible shit in the lab, just so she can apologize to Kota one day. As Lucy walks away, Kota tells her not to leave and hugs her. Lucy asks why, and Kota says he doesn't even know. He can't forgive her for killing his family, but if Lucy hurts other people again, Kota will regret it forever. He likes both that girl from his childhood who looked lonely, and he likes New too. The two embrace as Lucy cries. Lucy then kisses him on the lips. Lucy apologizes for making him feel sad so many times, and Kota responds that she too must have had many sad experiences. The only difference is one of them killed a bunch of people and the other hasn't harmed a person. But anyway, Kota then hugs her again, and the two embrace in silence for a little bit with tears streaming down their eyes. Nana says she has to go home as she walks to the house. As we watch, Lucy is later surrounded by a bunch of soldiers. The soldiers shoot at Lucy as she fights back, and we see her other horn get broken off, but it's unclear whether or not Lucy herself has died. We then cut to another day. Yuka and Kota are arguing like they always do, as we see Kota is holding on to the pink shell that New gave him. Nana and Mayu cook together as the two enjoy their peaceful lives now. Yuka prepares plates for 5 people, but Kota says he put too many out. As they eat, Nana begins to cry, saying, even though there are so many wonderful things in the world, ... Wanta begins to bark as someone is at the front door. Kota goes to the front as he sees a shadowy figure, and as he goes to open it, the clock in their house, which was supposed to be broken, begins to move and ring. Again, the clock is supposed to signify something, but I genuinely don't know what, to be honest. Anyways, as Kota turns to realize that the clock is working again, Elfen Lied comes to a close. So, like, where do I even begin with this, dude? Jesus fucking Christ. For one, I think the ending is supposed to be very vague, with it being unsure whether Lucy is dead or alive. I mean, it seemed like the anime implied that she is still alive and she was the one standing at the door, but I don't really know. And to be honest with you, I don't even know if I genuinely give a shit anymore. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think the ending was complete shit. Absolute trash. I think the way the whole Kota and Lucy storyline played out was stupid. I think Lucy and Kota kissing is stupid. She literally killed his whole family, dude. In Minecraft, of course. Imagine the person that you're in love with turns out to be someone who killed someone very close to you in Fortnite Battle Royale. Would you be willing to look over something like that? I mean, personally, I sure as hell wouldn't be. I'm not saying that Kota was looking over that, because he did say that he can't forgive her for that. But then he still went and made out with her anyways. Like, what is that, dude? I can see them having a conversation and trying to resolve a resolution between the two. I think the story would have been a little better if the two just hadn't kissed. Like, if it was just Lucy surviving to this point just to apologize. Yeah, that would make sense because she feels guilty. But this whole conversation between the two just felt so half-assed to me that it just doesn't make sense in my head. And unfortunately, as tragic as Lucy's story really is, I also think she, at this point in my opinion, is completely irredeemable, man. She has no excuse, as she's unalived many people. Even before unaliving Kota's family, she was committing these crimes. You can't look past that just because you have a soft spot for her, dude. Kota, as tragic as her past is, as fucked up as it all was, I think at the point she started mercilessly unaliving random innocent people just to use their homes for a night or two, it made her irredeemable. And I think this story did try to sort of show that, because Lucy did tell Nana at the end of the show to live with Kota, which is something she herself can't do. So Lucy knows that this isn't possible because of the horrific crimes that she has committed. I think she is a compelling character somewhat, and her past does explain why she might have turned out the way she did. But does that excuse anything she did do in the show? No, absolutely not, dude. It is sad as hell, but I think the point of Lucy's story is that she shouldn't have any redemption. And it seems like the show was trying to go for that, but it felt like it was so half-assed because it's implied that she survived and came back anyways, and also Kota kissed her anyway. I just think that as a viewer, I find it hard to completely sympathize with her because half the time she's just an edgelord without much explanation and just unalives a bunch of people without any question. And I also think the whole, oh, it's because I'm a Diclonius, so I'm programmed to unalive humans bullshit makes no sense in the context of this anime. I think it could work as a story, but it didn't for this particular case because A, they don't really delve as deeply into this in her character and her psyche, as well as the actual traits of a Diclonius as much as they should because they're too busy focusing on the cousins trying to f each other. And B, she literally has a foil in the story in the form of Nana. Nana is someone who's gone through tremendous trauma and horrific experiments and treated like shit, similarly to Lucy has been since the day she was born, yet has never unalived a human being despite it all, and despite Nana being set up as a sort of foil to Lucy's character. Two Diclonius who both have gone through hellish experiences, but one of them ended up letting it fuel their evil instincts, while the other still retains her compassion and curiosity about life. This dynamic between the two is barely explored, which feels so fucking weird to me, because at the end of the day, I thought Elfen Lied was supposed to be a story about all this important deep shit, about being treated like shit for just being born, and how that can affect people growing up, and acceptance of others, and all this important stuff. Yet this one very important contrast is barely touched upon by the show. Once again, because they're too busy trying to get the cousins to f each other, dude. Lucy herself also just has so many unanswered questions about her that I actually wanted to know about. Like, what makes Lucy the queen bee? Why is she so important to the lab? Is she how the Diclonius invasion started in the first place? And what is her origin before her backstory anyways? Who threw her away? How did she get captured by the lab? Why do we not know any of all this interesting or important stuff about Lucy, yet are expected to care about the story? Kota is an interesting character when it doesn't have to do with any stupid subplot that's romantic. He literally lost his entire family and watched them get brutally unalive after a fun summer trip with them, and his last words to his sister were that he'll hate her forever if she doesn't apologize. Yeah, that trauma will f you up, man. He stayed in the hospital for a year afterwards, and this trauma was so bad that he literally represses everything to the point where he just forgets about it. Because how else would his young brain have survived this trauma? That is just way too much for an innocent kid to handle. And I thought that the moment where he remembered his past fully was one of the most intense parts of the show. But then he ends up kissing Lucy and whatever, like, it just felt so one-off and stupid. I can understand the messaging of the show being like, you can still learn to accept and you can still have sympathy without having to forgive and whatnot, but I don't know. This whole concept just felt messy and way too unexplored to really mean anything substantial to me. The resolution to their story just felt so empty. I think it could have been a good story. There's just so many unresolved questions about Kota's character and Lucy's character by the end of the show that it just felt like a very unsatisfying ending to both of their character arcs. And Yuka? Whatever, man. She literally could have not been in the show and it would have been a better anime, bro. Fuck you, that's it. It probably didn't help that the Lucy and Kota ending came right after what I found to be the best part of the series, which was how Kurama's story ended. Honestly, for me, Kurama and Nana are the actual main characters of this anime. The story of Elfen Lied is about Kurama, a man who fell into the darkness to prevent anyone else from having to do the monstrous thing that he has done. And Nana, a girl who didn't ask to be born in the condition that she was, but never took it out on anyone else and had retained her compassion despite it all. Kurama's story of coming to terms with his horrific past and actions and sacrificing himself while also giving his biological daughter Mariko a moment of warmth before dying alongside her and basically saving everyone else from Mariko's wrath was honestly incredible. And Nana, who had never taken a life and doesn't want to, despite Diclonius allegedly having these murderous instincts against humans, was able to escape the horrific conditions of the facility and find herself a family and peaceful life. I think these stories actually do tell the deep and meaningful story that Elfen Lied wanted to tell. I really wish they explored the topic a bit more of the Diclonius supposedly having a genetic disposition to wanting to unalive humans, because Nana is a prime, clear example of a Diclonius who goes against that very theory, meaning that the director could be in the wrong about that. But the director of the lab himself is also revealed to be a Diclonius, so he could have been lying about it the entire time. Like, who fucking knows, man? Ultimately, I think Elfen Lied is a mess of an anime that has some extremely solid moments and writing at certain points, but also then completely dwindles and dies at other points. Barely buried beneath all of the weird and gross bullshit is an actual good idea for a meaningful story, one that could actually be impactful to the human emotion. The story premise of the Declonius infecting humanity and wiping it out and the mission to prevent that is very interesting. The themes of trauma and learning to live with it and discovering that life can definitely get better even through the horrific shit is great. I always love a story with some kind of hope like that, dude. However, the execution of a lot of the ideas in Elfen Lied was not as great as the premise of it. As much as I wanted to like Elfen Lied at certain points, there are just so many stupid and disgusting things the show constantly frames as storytelling or art that I just cannot look past and just say, oh well, it's just anime. Nah, dude, some of the shit is disgusting. So yeah, I'm gonna give Elfen Lied a 4 out of 10. And all 4 points are just because of Kurama and Nana's story arcs. Everything else is just not my thing, dude.